with a pure shot from the left corner, and he claps and pumps his fist. He knows it's not over, but that was a big-time bucket by number 30. Second free throw's on the way. It's up and in and out. Ball tip. Wiggins has it. He's dribbling out the clock, gets it to Curry. Curry fouled with 6.3 to go. What an offensive rebound for Wiggins.
Oh, baby! What a difference 24 hours makes around these parts if you're a Dub fan. 888-957-9570. They scored the first 13 points in the game. The largest run they go on to start a game. They're up 13-0. They're up 32-14, 34-10 in the first quarter. Stephen hit 4 threes. They're rolling up 24. And then slowly but surely, all throughout the game, Minnesota would just chip away, chip away, chip away, chip away. But the Dubs somehow, some way, get it done down the stretch. 30 goes for 30. He goes for 31. Steph Curry, that is, making 4 of his 7 threes in that first quarter. And of course, that dagger in the corner, as you heard by Tim Roy, the voice of the Golden State Warriors. And they get a much-needed win. They go 2 for 2, 2-2 on this road trip. They'll come back home for 8 of their next 9. They're now 28-20 again. They're back in the box, and you got a superstar, the franchise, Shasky, saying, everybody just shut the hell up. We got this. We trust Mike. We got this. And you know what?
Shut up.
I'll pass it to you. That's why I'm going to have a hard time if Steph Curry's ever in another uniform. I don't care. I will ride with that guy until the wheels falls off. The competitiveness, the will to win last night in Minnesota, shorthanded against the T-Wolves team, trying to find his way. Nah, man. I want no parts of trading Steph Curry. That's not even in my thought process. I don't give a damn. Figure it out with 30. Do not trade this guy. He needs to be a Warrior for life because the message you sent after the game, for some of y'all chirping with the Twitter fingers, it was profound, Shasky.
God, what a game. You know, in the words of the great poet, Daryl the Guru Johnson, sports, man. Sports, man. I mean, we crushed this team the last couple of days.
Man.
What was that? Give me one more time.
Sports, man.
That's literally how I felt yesterday watching that game. That first quarter was a revelation. I mean, think about this. They said a lot of things, and we all jumped and ran with it. What are we supposed to do when you have the 3 probably most prominent, most decorated players currently with the team, but maybe even of all time, 3 of the top 4 or 5, right, of all time, and they're all talking about how, like, you don't make a crazy move, and well, the internet's going crazy. And this radio station's going crazy. And other people that talk about this team nationally are going crazy. And we buried them. And I think part of it was rightful, but the other part was a lot of people are running with a lot of craziness, and there's a lot of just wild rhetoric. And for them to come out and play the way they did, inspired basketball, I mean, this is why you love sports. You could not have written a better script. If you weren't shocked by the first quarter, now we'll get to the rest of the game because you have to play all 48 minutes as we're learning, but that first quarter was incredible. 34-12.
34-12.
Bonte, they were getting loose balls. Guy Santos was giving you energy. TJD was giving you second chance points. I was watching Steph Curry get wide open looks. Shockingly, I watched Dennis play great defense on DiVincenzo. They made Rudy Gobert move. Wiggins looked good. It was incredible. Even the second unit, Buddy, Moody, GP2, Looney, and Curry, that looked good.
Buddy Hield, when he scores at least 18 points, the Warriors are 10-0. When he scores at least 18.
It's incredible.
Now, 7 of those 9 18-point games, 7 of those 18-point games came in the first 9 of the season when the Warriors were rolling and, of course, got off to a 12-3 start. But I will take it. I will take the 8 points in the fourth quarter. He was stuck on 10 for a while, but he had big shots. Remember, he got fouled by DiVincenzo on the 3-point line. He nailed all 3 free throws, so a step in the right direction for him. I thought Gary Payton II looked good in his return. GP2 was boxing out. He was active, making it difficult for Anthony Edwards. Andrew Wiggins, as you mentioned, this is why I have a hard time wanting to trade Andrew Wiggins, because he's actually one of your better players. two-way player, 24 last night. How about him making his free throws yesterday? 10 of 12 from the free throw line. Andrew Wiggins.
Ones.
But Bully always talks about this being a first-quarter league. How do you set the tone in the first quarter? The Warriors did that. Again, they scored the first 13 points in the game. They do this thing in Minnesota where they stand up until they score. So I'm thinking Elton John for the first 4 minutes and 27 seconds. I'm still standing. Yeah. Because they wouldn't score.
Elton John.
They couldn't score in the first 4:27.
I call cap on that.
No, that's no cap, baby. You just don't like that pull. Because I'm still standing, baby. And that's what Stephen Curry said yesterday. I've watched the movie Seeing plenty of times. Listen, Stephen Curry, and he told y'all, we're still standing. How about this message after the game? Twidiots.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So that's it.
Here's Stephen Curry on the podium.
Anybody who thinks that I'm okay with just being an average basketball team is insane. Take whatever I said, I still stand on it, but it doesn't mean that you're not in a situation where you're trying to get better, make appropriate moves that help you do that. Mike knows that. We've talked about it. That's the expectation for me, trying to help lead the team where we want to go. Again, that doesn't mean that you're reckless. What people's definition of that is where I was talking about the Twitter fingers thing. Like, trade machines are fun, but what does that actually look like? So we're going to handle our business. Mike's going to handle his. See where we end up.
I was thinking, like, damn, I'm shocked you're talking to me. That's what I thought. I was like, damn, is Steph talking to all of us? Because we're all guilty. No, it's not just you, guilty. Me, like radio hosts. It's everyone, fans, friends. Everyone's contemplating 1,000 trades. Okay, we all are. And this is the legendary player, the greatest player in franchise history, Wilt to the side, who's telling you guys, shut up, pipe down, I got this. And we'll figure it out. It doesn't mean we're going to make the right moves, but we'll figure it out. I have no retort. What am I supposed to say to Steph Curry?
Well,
other than, okay.
Yeah, you know what?
I'll fall in line.
That kind of gave me a jolt last night when I was on the way home. It gave me a jolt to hear the franchise, the guy who was here from the bottom. It built this thing from the bottom alongside this ownership group. It is coaching staff, but it's Steph's show. It is Stephen Curry. He is the franchise. He's a guy that's helped make this organization a global icon. It's what's made him one of the more valuable franchises in all of sports. And what he said there was so profound. Because listen, I was thinking on the way to the game yesterday, pregame show, leaving this show yesterday, the thought of trading Stephen Curry doesn't even enter my brain. I can't fathom it. I will go down winning 20 games with Steph Curry on my team, and I get the business aspect of it. He's the draw. I see how many kids out there with their number 30 jerseys going to the game for the first time in their lives saying, we want to see Steph. We want to see Steph. Trading him, because people started to go there, that thought started to permeate through a lot of people's brain. It's okay. We're all good. But Steph Curry said, you know what? Pipe down for a second. The deadline is February 6th. We've got time. You're 20-20. You play 8 of your next 9 games at home. You got to try to stack wins and reestablish home court at Chase Center. And I'll get to that in a second, because that's one thing that's been underreported, their lack of home dominance over the last couple seasons. We got to establish a home court advantage. We got to turn this baby back into Oracle. I'm a little disappointed in San Francisco in the way we've presented the Golden State Warriors. At the same time, they got to give you something to cheer about. There's been a lot of lackluster efforts at home. We'll get to all that. But here's Stephen Curry say that. Leave your trade machines at home. Let Mike do what he does. Now, a lot of this rhetoric, let's be real. The conversations about not trading or trading for the future and standing pat, all that, it all started from an article from Vincent Goodwill with Draymond Green. That's where it all started. Anthony Slater joined us yesterday and told us, look, Steph Curry was replying because we asked him based off of Draymond's article. Steve Kerr basically replying based off of Draymond Green's article. That's where it all started from. So look, I took it as like, damn, Shaska, are they really going to lay this down 39 games into the season? We're not even halfway through. That's not Steph. That's not Steve. No, they're not. They're going to fight. They're going to fight. They're going to fight. Hey, let's go, baby. Buckle up. You're tied with the Kings for the 9th spot. You got to move up in this play-in tournament. You got to move up in the West. Buckle your seatbelts, folks. Let's see where this thing goes.
Shocker. Something Draymond said or did is reverberating, and others have to respond to it. I mean, wow. Color me shocked. Did anybody miss Draymond last night? I'm not trying to turn this into some sweeping indictment on Draymond, but no, you didn't. And I'm not here to be like, Guy Santos can replace Draymond Green. It's not what I'm going to do. But what I will say to you is that just having a little heart and a little spark, it does change things for this team. And I would say this, that watching Guy Santos in the starting lineup, do I think he's some starter in the NBA? Probably not. Do I think he's a rotational piece on this team? Yeah, I actually do. You know why? Because the guy can knock down a three. He can rebound really well. He's actually very active. He'll hustle. He'll crash. He gives you elements of what a JTA gives you, but he can actually knock down a shot. I think he's a willing passer. You saw him get a rebound in that game. Throw it up to Steph Curry. Run the full length of the court and hit a layup. And I was like, wow. And if you noticed, they actually were forced to play 5-on-5 defense. And I thought that the Warriors got great looks. Now, is that sustainable? Could he be a certain? Probably not. Like, I'm not. But what I'm getting at is they've got to have offensive threats on the floor alongside Steph Curry. And when you want to start the game hot with Steph Curry and get a good lead and get him feeling good and get wide open looks, Dennis got wide open looks. Wiggins got wide open looks. TJD got wide open looks in the lane. And if Steph getting wide, I'm talking wide open threes to start the game. You got to have offensive threats. So as I watch that game, I go, okay, what are the sustainable things to take away? The sustainable things to take away. Youth and active and GP2 making plays down the stretch and just guys hustling, number one. Number two, some threats offensively to start the game so we get some wide open looks. I thought the shot selection was fabulous because of the spacing.
Spacing was good last night. Warriors dropped 26 assists. They go 18-36 from the three-point line. I love Guy's activity. He picked up his first career NBA start yesterday. But TJD on the glass, grabbing 15 rebounds. He's grabbed at least 10 rebounds in 3 of his last 4 games. And just look at what he did on the offensive glass, giving the Warriors second and third chances in the half court. 9 offensive rebounds. But I also want to shout out Kevon Looney.
Good.
I want to shout out Kevon Looney. 6 assists last night. 4 of them had to set up a Steph Curry 3. I thought Loondog was in the right place at the right time. And that's a guy where we've seen, whether you have Draymond Green or not, because I'm not going to make this about Draymond Green. They won a game without Draymond Green yesterday as he missed his 3rd straight game due to a back injury and illness. But Kevon Looney always stand ready. And we've seen this in pivotal times, pivotal moments over the last 3 years where he can be that one big, and he's a very willing passer. And he's looking at the basket when he's in a triple threat position. And you know what? I encourage him to shoot that mid-range jumper. I want him to shoot more of it because I see him in warm-ups. He'll make like 10 in a row shooting the elbow jumper. And I'm like, Loondog, let it fly, baby. Let's go. You can hit that shot. So I thought Looney was very important yesterday. But having the energy of GP2 with his 6 rebounds and running the floor and defending Anthony Edwards all on the full court. Look, the first quarter was great. The third quarter, not so much. They give up 20 free throw attempts as the game got hairy there. And then down the stretch, the inbounds play, which gave Minnesota the ball back. I mean, the execution down the stretch there still needs something tweaked. In clutch time situations, the Warriors, it's almost as if they forget how to play basketball.
Bonte, we talk a lot about fundamentals. And you texted the group that I said, I don't think I've ever seen that. And I literally said, oh, I have. That is a CYO play. Like, I see that all the time. I reffed the game. This was the other day. I reffed like 5 games in a row. 3rd grade basketball. And I'm the referee. And to me, it's instructional. I tell every kid, take 2 steps back when you're inbounding so that you don't step over. I always say to them, you get 5 seconds to inbound so that they know because you're teaching them. They're in 3rd grade. Guy Santos, first quarter, 5-second violation. Late in the game, GP2's inbounding the ball. Now, most people don't know this. After a made basket, you can run the baseline. But on a non-made basket, you really have to kind of stay in an area. You can get called for traveling out of bounds. It's very loosely officiated, but you get about a 3-foot window. And if you watch GP2, his feet are moving on the inbound. It's a dead ball. It's not a made basket. His feet are moving, and he starts leaning forward. And he's coming too close to coming inbound. You never lean.
No, you
and
never
then
lean.
Moody's coming, and he gives him a pass that takes him out of bounds.
Yeah, in the corner, too. In the coffin corner.
And then the second rule of inbounding, which I say to every kid, get into the play. So you inbound the ball, you have to establish both feet coming into the play. And they failed to do that because Moody has to throw it right back to him in a hot potato fashion. It was a masterclass in why, in the grammar school level, in the high school level, you work on the literal fundamentals and the logistics of inbounding the ball. Never did I think that the Golden State Warriors would have to worry about it.
That's why
but I think we have to. Then, let me go further, B. A made basket, and Steph Curry takes the ball out of bounds. And I'm saying to myself, guys, of all the guys on the floor right now,
Curry taking the ball out, throws it to GP2. He gets fouled, and he splits the free throws. But the Warriors come up with the key offensive rebound there from Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, my God.
They come up with the key offensive rebounds. Never easy. It's just the way the season's going to go by.
Oh, my God.
I mean, it's a microcosm of what the season has played out with. And even Steph, when he threw the ball to GP2, he was like, but he had no choice because you got to get the ball in.
Yes.
So, you know what? It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a struggle. They got outscored in every single quarter after the first quarter as that 24-point lead dwindled and dwindled and dwindled. But you know what? Minnesota was never able to take a lead. Now it's a wire-to-wire win for the Golden State Warriors, and they end the road trip on a good note. They fly back to the Bay Area. I believe they flew back last night. They get ready for the Washington Wizards on Saturday. And here we go until the deadline, February 6th, noon Pacific time. What are the Warriors going to do? Are they going to work the margins? What is Don Levy going to do to help this team try to move up in the Western Conference? Because when you do look at the West, and I brought it up tongue-in-cheek yesterday, because they were 3 games behind the Clippers in the loss column. They were. Those are the facts. Well, right now, they're 3 games behind the Clippers in the loss column for the number 5 spot.
For the number 5 spot. And then what are they 3 in the other direction, just out of curiosity?
They're 6 the other direction. The Portland Trailblazers. But Sacramento.
No. I'm saying, like, if the Warriors lose the next.
Well, yeah, they'll be out the box. They'll be out the box.
The margins are thin.
I'm thinking positive this morning,
No,
man.
I'm just saying,
I got
like,
tunnel vision on.
There's a lot of good
just
teams.
the lane of positivity because Stephen Curry looked at the camera and said, "Put the Twitter fingers down and just here. I can't get enough of this quote."
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So that's it.
That message from the franchise, looking directly in the camera. And I know I don't do the trade machine thing. And you know me, I have a hard time even discussing the conversation or even floating out there about trading Steph or doing this or doing that. Him looking at that camera said, just shut the hell up. We've done this before. We got this. Now, some of it is the Warriors put this on themselves with some of the rhetoric, but I'm glad they cleaned it up because I could only imagine Joe Lacob listening to the radio yesterday saying, what the hell are we talking about? White flag, 39 games in. What? Huh? What's going on here? We play for keeps. We got a championship mindset in this building. I'm glad Steph Curry calmed the waters for at least 24 hours. At least 24 hours. I don't know what I would have done if they lost that game.
If I would have polled Warrior fans, what do you think the percentage of people who actually thought, yep, we're winning this one, going into that game?
Oh, boy.
Less than 5%?
Which is crazy because they had beat the T-Wolves 2 straight times.
Well, I mean, Julius Randle. Julius, just what a horrible trade.
He's a tough watch.
Tough watch?
He's a tough watch.
The way that they you know what? Let's talk about the other side.
All right. We'll talk about it on the other side. Lars in Pacifica, Oscar in Stockton will get to you as well. That's coming up, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel. In the new year, starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, a 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and much, much more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
You know, each new year.
and Joe Saski on 957 The Game.
I'm still standing. Come on. Come on, Spinoni. Come on. Shasky, like that, Paul? Still standing.
I think this is the first time you've heard this song.
I'm still standing. Yeah. Come on. I bump that. I do bump that. That's a good song. Very good song. 95-70 Game Knockout Tournament, second annual Knockout Tournament. Hey, the Sing movie was great. The gorilla was moving. Chester and I sing that song all the time. By the way, Chase Center Tournament, second chance to play in the 95-70 Game Knockout Tournament, the second annual Knockout Tournament here at 95-70 Game. You can shoot hoops at Chase Center. That's right, the Chase Center. Go out there and get your game on. Go warm up, shoot some threes, where Steph Curry shoots his threes at. And the contest to qualify will start Monday, January 27th, to go for 3 weeks, so you'll have plenty of chances to win. 3 times each day you'll have a chance to win. 8 o'clock hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour, starting Monday, January 27th, for your chance. And each show will have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. And, of course, you have to be 18 and be a California resident. Warriors get a much-needed win. Last night in Minnesota, they win by 1 point, 116-115. They were up 24 in the first quarter, and that lead just dwindled. But you know what? Steph Curry knew how important that game was. He played 37 minutes and 20 seconds last night, as the Warriors do have 2 days off. Man, 37 minutes, 20 seconds for Steph Curry. That's how you know the Warriors needed that one bad.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Fitz was alluding to, he's at the 33-minute mark already, and this was like, whatever, with 5 minutes to go. I thought Dennis Schroeder played a really well-played game yesterday, even though it may not reflect it because he didn't close. He fouled out. I thought it was a weak call. He was frustrated. But he had a couple of nice plays with TJD. I thought TJD was active. Dennis got some wide-open looks early in the game. He did a great job kind of like skip passing the ball. And I just thought his ball pressure and his activity defensively was setting the tone. Doing ball pressure on Dante DiVincenzo, bringing the ball up the floor. And Dante DiVincenzo, I mean, what a game. He hit some shots in the fourth quarter that were excellent. I'm just a sucker for him as a player. I love him, Dante DiVincenzo. But great game. A fun game. And the way they were trading shots at the end. And yes, I was thinking like all of you, dear God, how are they going to lose this game?
Well, it was a fun game, and in the third quarter, it just came crashing to a halt. The third quarter lasted an hour last night. I mean, the Lakers game began at 7 p.m., 7:05 or something like that. The Warriors tipped off at 6:42. The Lakers game was over 15 minutes before the conclusion of the Warriors game.
Why do they do that? Why do they tell us it's a 6:30 start and then tip off at 6:42?
Television, you got to stagger in ESPN with a doubleheader or whatnot. That's
I know,
been
but
going
it
on
drives
for
me
years.
nuts.
Well, it'll get you in front of your TV, that's for sure. But the third quarter, the T-Wolves shot 20 free throws alone in the third quarter, 15-20. The Warriors have shot 10 themselves, 8 of 10. There was, in that third quarter, 19 fouls called. Just killed the entire flow of the game for a while. It's just a free throw shooting contest. It's Tony Brothers, a.k.a. Catfish, is calling things all over the place.
How about the end of the game?
Oh, the end of the game.
What was that? I still don't understand. So they made a basket, and the Warriors are up 1, and it looks like there's point whatever on the clock. The Warriors inbound the ball. And Tony Brothers calls like all the officials in, and it takes like a minute and a half, maybe longer, and they add a full second on the clock. The whole sequence made no sense. It was unnecessary.
It's a Tony Brothers special, man. A Tony Brothers special. Let's go to Lars in Pacifica. Lars, what's up?
Gentlemen, good morning. How are you guys?
I'm doing great.
I am doing great. I'm so happy the Warriors finally won a clutch game. I have just a couple thoughts, and I'd love to get your guys' thoughts as well on this. Earlier in the show, I think it was said, it's like I don't, see DubNation getting as upset as some people think, if we trade Draymond Green. I completely agree. I mean, I'm the biggest Draymond fan out there. I tell people, if you don't like Draymond, you would love him if he was on your team. But the Warriors, I think, are in the bottom 5 teams in the league for winning clutch games. And I think, the biggest value of having Draymond on your team is, big moments in the playoffs. But the Warriors, outside of last night, are terrible down the stretch. And we've dropped so many clutch games. And, when you think about Klay Thompson, I know it's a different situation from the contracts. Draymond has a couple more years, but it's like you can get something right now, and he's not like Steph where he's going to be good, when he's 40. And he's only going to get worse as he gets older. And I don't know. I think it's, when we think about these trades, I think Draymond is definitely, on the block. And if they can get something great for him, I love Draymond, but I think it wouldn't kill me if they moved off him this year.
There it is. Warriors are 12-13 in clutch time games this season. 12-13 in clutch time games. So they finally get one yesterday. They've been struggling in clutch time situations. There's no doubt about that. Trying to figure out their offense. It was the 25th clutch game of the season for the Dubs, the second most in the NBA, trailing the Minnesota Timberwolves, who played in 26 clutch games. And it feels like when you're an average team and you're 500, you're going to be in a lot of close ball games. You're going to either blow some games, you're going to come back and rally in some games. But the Warriors, more importantly, too, they're 1-15 in games they've trailed after the third quarter. So they haven't rallied when trailing after 3. That's the next step for this basketball team, Shasky.
There was a sequence. Oh, my gosh. Okay. So it's 102-96.
Yeah.
And TJD is super active. GP2 super active. And then Steph throws the ball away on GP2. I think he thinks GP2 is going to fade to the three-point line. And GP2 kind of like comes into the basket where all the clutter was, all the guys. And you could tell there's just a miscommunication. That happens, right? So you're up 6. McDaniels gets an and one, and that's where Dennis fouls out. Mm-hmm. He misses the free throw. Naz Reid gets the rebound and just puts it right
back up over for a little tip in.
And we're all, I don't know about you, but I'm thinking, oh, dear God, a 6-point lead evaporated to a 2-point lead within seconds. And then credit Buddy Hield. He gets fouled on the 3-point
Makes all 3 shots.
And he hits all 3 free throws, And
made all 3 free throws.
It was one of those nights. And then Steph hit the 2, not 1. 2 corner threes. And the second one, you could tell whoever was jarring at him.
It was 2 courtside fans jarring at him that got him up. And he turned around before the shot went in.
It was incredible.
It got wild because DiVincenzo and Curry was trading shots. Boom, 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 boom. But to get to 102-96, Wiggins had hit a big 3-point shot where they just didn't allow the Timberwolves to get over the hump again. The Warriors won wire to wire. The T-Wolves never led in this basketball game. And they've got issues up there in Minnesota, which is their problem. They have a Julius Randle problem. It ain't the Warriors' problem. That's the Minnesota Timberwolves problem.
Their finances. I'm just looking at their team structure. Gobert's making 44. Then it's 35. Wow.
They made a mistake before the season. They traded Karl-Anthony Towns because they were so worried about their finances. You could ride it out for another season. And then you extend Rudy Gobert before the year. Did you really have to do that? Gobert, 3 years, $153 million. Did you really have to extend him?
He's 32.
Again, that's Minnesota's problem.
And then next year he's 33, making 35. 34, making 37 million. And then the player option, 27, 28. Well, he'll be whatever, 36 years old, making $40 million. I mean, that's.
Let me tell you, he's already opted into that contract. That player option's been picked up, buddy. In case you're wondering.
I will say this: like, as much as he drives me nuts, that dude's humongous. He makes it very difficult when it's him and Naz Reid in the paint. Naz Reid stood up Andrew Wiggins late in that game. I was like, what a play. What a play by that guy. Your infatuation with Naz Reid is rightful because that guy is a freak.
15 points last night for Naz Reid. Let's go to Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's up?
Hey, man. Good morning, man. How you guys doing, man?
Good. Not bad. Not bad.
Thank you. Hey, thank you, guys. I won my bet with my clients. I told you as soon as I wake up, it goes to Draymond Green, even when he don't play. Like I say, the hate is real, but my thing is that I don't care what Draymond was doing. I was called talking about G. Santos and the rest of the team. And just like Willard said and Bonte, you guys kept a positive attitude because just like Steph came out and said, man, we're not trading anybody, man. And all you Twitter fingers, pipe down. Let them do what they do. You have a good organization, a damn good coach, and we already got weapons on the team. And the Warriors, they did what I said they was going to do, just like B.J. Armstrong said the same thing. You have a good all-star. Draymond Green is still around. Steve Kerr. Just because they talk like that, that didn't mean they was going to give in. And that's why I told my wife, I said, watch what Steph do tonight. He came out, he had a fresh haircut, came out and had the team ready to roll. Bonte, I give you all the props because you kept on saying that. We all Warrior fans. And one thing about Draymond Green, him and Lake up his buddies. So all the hate, let's stop talking about Draymond getting traded. We don't want to talk about that. We have players on the team that we don't need to trade, and that's why Steph said that. We're not going to give up the farm for the future. And we don't. And another thing, fans of the Warriors, we all fans of the Warriors. We are been spoiled. A championship team, we don't want to end like the Bulls did. That's why they said that. They want to leave the team in a good space. So we didn't trading everybody away. We have Kuminga. We do not need no Zion Williamson. I'm going to tell you guys right now, man, and a lot of you guys know this, man. We all, we're not inspired by the record, but we're in it. We're in it. And the way they played last night, undemanded. Nobody is giving the Warriors like everybody else have hurt team players that's hurt. The Warriors got key players that's hurt, but we're not even making no excuses. Minnesota had a full team. Come on, man. Give the Warriors a chance to get healthy and let them play and guarantee you we're going to be in the box when this home series is over with. And everybody going to eat their words. We Warrior fans. So we got to stick together, man. Stick together, man. The Warriors is in this, man.
All right, Oscar. Anybody as optimistic as Oscar out there? 888-957-9570. I do want to check the temperature of Warrior fans. Yesterday we took a plethora of calls about the state of the franchise. And we'll play the sound bites coming up on the other side about the state of the franchise. Where are you at in terms of the optimism with this basketball team? They're 20-20. They're 500. Steve Kerr stormed off the podium Monday night saying, hell no, I don't like being 500. This sucks. I want to win games. Well, they have 8 of the next 9. 8 of the next 9 at home as they improved to 3-4 without Draymond Green in games that he's missed this season. I'm definitely worried about this bet now. House of Pride ready to miss his third straight. Got to get on the floor, man. This is starting to get concerning. But you're back in the box. You're back in the box. Oh, we got a break. Oh, yeah, break. I know that's going to affect our numbers around here. Break. Clean
it up,
brought to you by Fremont Bake. Here for you. Here for good.
Sports at the Art Museum. I'm not saying wear your gym shorts. Hey, why not?
Hey, DubNation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
TJD, I love the way he's playing. 14 consecutive starts, 6-time this season with 10-plus rebounds. Had a career-high 16 against Cleveland back on December 30th. Last night, 15 rebounds, career-high 9 offensive rebounds. I do like the way the tandem of Looney and TJD are playing. They're underrated passers, willing passers, and he's holding his own down low. That he held his own against Julius Randle. So shout out to TJD, who quietly over the last 14 to stabilize a 5 spot for the Golden State Warriors. Rim running, sprinting from end to end, grabbing rebounds, being physical, being nasty. Hey, they say the Warriors can't develop youngsters. Well, TJD's developing. He hasn't developed into a bad player, second-round draft pick. Now, I'm not saying he's a star center or whatnot. He's going to be an all-star, but on this team, playing 26 minutes to 33 seconds, I like where TJD's at. He's blocking shots. He's contesting shots at the rim. Now, he's got to finish layups at a more consistent rate. No doubt about that. He's got to finish his layups and his dunks. I would like to see him develop a little baby hook, some soft touch around the rim. But you know what? TJD in the last 14, not so bad, averaging nearly a double-double.
It's interesting because, the layups are clearly a thing, but his hands aren't that bad. Mm-hmm. Like, he does catch the ball in the lane and is willing to pass it back to the corner or, swing it to another teammate. And you saw a really nice lob dunk, Dennis and him on a high pick and roll, which was really nice. So, I don't know. Look, do I think that their starting lineup is some lineup that is a force to be reckoned with? No. They need Kuminga back, obviously. But the guy that I feel like I kind of, kicking myself for laughing at earlier this year, I do think Guy Santos is a guy who could be in the rotation somewhere. 8th, 9th guy. I'm not here to say that he's some 6th man off the bench. That's not what I'm saying. The guy brings a lot to the table. And I think it's just hustle, smart, energy, little bit of size, can knock down a shot. I kind of like him.
Here's what Steph Curry said about Guy Santos.
He just played effort. That's all you can ask for. He's figuring out what his role is and how he can impact the team. But you've never seen a moment when he's been out there on the floor that he had. Honestly, he's probably the hardest working guy. It stands out. So as he gets his reps and his experience, it's great to see he does what we all call control the controllables, and he does that consistently, and he's going to get rewarded for that. So, and our team is going to benefit.
Here's Steve Kerr on Guy Santos.
Guy's energy right from the start. Would we go up 12-0 or 11-0 or something? Yeah, he's just a big part of all that. The defense, the switching, the rebounding, the ball movement. He just makes really good basketball plays. He has a good understanding of the game, and that makes other people better.
And this is another shrewd move by Steve Kerr. Folks, yes, I'm Bonte Hill. I'm giving Steve Kerr a compliment. I know it's not popular around these parts, but Steve Kerr can coach, right? Shrewd move by starting Guy Santos. His first ever NBA start. First career NBA start for Guy Santos. And I saw the vision right away. It's like, you see the starting lineup, you see Guy in there. It's like, oh, I get it. You drive Randall or Gobert out of the paint, and you have to honor Guy Santos because he is a threat from the three-point line. Now, last night he just goes 1 of 3 from 3, but you see the 7 rebounds, you see the 3 assists, you see the deflections, you see the hustle plays, you see him diving on the floor. And again, you have to honor him on the three-point line. If you leave him open, he's very capable of shooting that three-point shot and making it. So I do like this Guy Santos development. We'll see what happens in the future once Draymond and Kuminga gets back. But so far, so good. What a road trip for Guy Santos. He could bottle this up. It's going to do wonders for his confidence. And the man may have carved out a role for himself on his team.
I think he has. And again, I'm not here to say that he's nothing crazy special, at least right now. But to me, he's a guy that I got to kind of carve minutes out for. And, okay, now it goes back to all right, well, who does that come at the expense of, right, which is the tough one. No Kyle Anderson last night. And so, he gets opportunities that I'm not saying him and Kyle Anderson are playing the exact same overlapping roles, but I'm saying, there are other people that are going to come back that are going to get forced into some playing time. The other guy who I thought had a really good game yesterday, just because he did a lot of little things, was GP2. Had a layup in traffic in the middle part of the game. Made some really big rebounds late in the game. I thought his on-ball defense at times on Anthony Edwards was good. That's a really tough matchup.
It is.
I thought Buddy played good defense yesterday, and I thought, which is shocking. And then I thought the way that they handled Julius Randle, and I know we brought this up before the last break, he would get into the lane, and then the second he get 2 feet in the paint, they would send a second guy over it and double him. And the amount of times Julius Randle left his feet thinking he could go up with it, and there's 2 guys in his grill, I just thought they had a really sound strategy defensively.
Well, coming into that game in the last 2, when the Warriors had won 2 straight against Minnesota, remember Minnesota had won like 6 straight against the Warriors. They won that first game of that baseball series, 107-90, where they outlasted them in the fourth quarter. Then the Warriors won that Sunday night, where Draymond Green went night-night over Rudy Gobert. J.K. was really good in that game, but they had held Randle to 4-14 shooting in that one. And then over the last 2, Randle has shot 8 of 28 from the floor against the Golden State Warriors. Matter of fact, I think it may have been worse than that. Maybe 8 of 30, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, he went 8 of 18 last night. Julius Randle had to work for everything. The ball stops. There's no ball movement when he's in the game. And it's almost like he's playing for the Warriors. When the ball's in his hands, it's like, yes, yes, yes. The ball's in Randle's hands. Yes, yes. Because he's going to do something that makes absolutely no sense, which is drive into a double team, which is throw up an errant shot from 15 feet, which is chuck up a 3, which is not pass the ball around and maybe set a screen for somebody. Randle is an absolute mess in that organization. That's a bad trade that the Minnesota Timberwolves. I didn't think it was going to be that lopsided because of the DiVincenzo move. But boy, the Knicks are laughing, saying, and by the way, we should have known this. The Knicks took off when Julius Randle got hurt last season.
You would know this better than I would. Andrew Wiggins returning to Minnesota. Was that his best game?
In Minnesota?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, I don't know if it was his best game. I mean, I know he had some at Chase Center. He's had some big games against Minnesota, but in that building, no, I don't recall. But you know what?
I thought he was really good. He penetrated Wiggins, really well.
I was going to bring that up as you talk about GP2 with Buddy Hield and everybody else. Andrew Wiggins, the activity, 24 big ones, 24 points. He goes 10 of 12 from the free throw line on a team that is shooting 71% from the free throw line, which is dead last in the NBA. Andrew Wiggins is shooting nearly 80% from the free throw line. He's having a career year from the charity stripe. And I love the fact that either him or Kuminga do not let your free throw shooting impact the way you drive to the basket. Drive to the basket, be aggressive, get to the line. I don't care. You know, I would like you to go 10 and 12 every single night. You may not go 10 and 12 every single night, but you can't let that take away your aggressiveness. And Andrew Wiggins this year, folks, this season, Andrew Wiggins, when he's in this lineup, he's a very important piece. Now, is he your number 2? I don't know. Maybe he's your number 3. But Andrew Wiggins on both ends of the floor has played very inspired basketball. He really has. He was dynamite yesterday.
I love that he didn't settle for the threes because he can always get that 3. That wing extended 3 is always going to be there for him. And so you want to catch those in rhythm, right? After some penetration or some ball movement or whatever. But I thought he did a great job just attacking the rim. And you're going to get blocked at the rim every now and then, especially against a team with Gobert and Naz Reid, right? And he did late in the game. Those 2 free throws were huge. I just huge. I look at the Buddy 3 free throws. Those were huge. And, I mean, when you win a game by 1 point, any one of these sequences can do it. But his activity, TJD's activity, that's what this team needs right now. They're not the most talented team on both ends of the floor against any opponent. So all of the winning in the margins, loose balls, deflections, activity, second chance points, skip passes, running in transition, these things all add up.
And you got to take care of the basketball. Take care of the basketball. The turnovers in the first half are starting to pile up, but they finished with this 13, and they were +9 in the winning categories. Winning categories I look at, points in the paint, where you didn't get dominated there. You're just a -6 when it came to points in the paint. But you win fast break 13-11. You win points off turnovers 22-13. And these are important categories where you're trying to scrap for a game, trying to scrap for a win. Now, second chance, Minnesota got you there 25-16. But they shot the 3 ball well. They were able to hold off Minnesota. They kept their lead throughout the game. They never trailed in this basketball game, folks, which is crazy. After the first quarter, it was the biggest point differential they had all season long. After any quarter, up 18 going into the second quarter, as Minnesota went on another scoring drought. Remember last time they played in Minnesota back on December 21st, Minnesota went 7 minutes and 38 seconds without scoring a basket, and they were stuck off 15 points for so damn long in that game back on December 21st when the Warriors went up 21, 36-15. So Minnesota is prone to go on long scoring droughts. Can you take advantage of that? And the Warriors did that last night, getting the win in the season series against Minnesota. Now you got a tiebreaker. You've won 3 or 4 against Minnesota in case things get funky down the stretch in the Western Conference.
What a difference. It's just 24 hours.
Yeah.
24 hours, one game, and, they lose that game, and we're talking a total different tone this morning, right?
Oh, if they lose last night, oh, my gosh.
That would have been doom and gloom. Real quick, you mentioned Andrew Wiggins. That was, if you're going by scoring, Joe Shasky, you're wondering if that was his best game in Minnesota. That's the second most he scored in Minnesota. Back when they first traded for him, back in April 29th of 2021, he scored 27 there.
27, okay.
27-4. He's had some games in Minnesota, 17, 12, 16. He had a big 35-point game at Chase Center when he had the 2 posters over Karl Anthony Towns. Remember that? That was early in that season when they went on an 18-2 run to start the season. But last night was by far and away his best game in Minnesota since 2021 with the 24 points. 5 rebounds. I just love the aggressiveness. I do.
So, okay, you're watching that game. You're a Warrior fan. You're sitting here this morning. And you're like,
Moody, real quick. I want to give some love, not to cut you off, Shasky. Give some love to Moses Moody.
Okay.
We don't know how good he is. I don't know how good he is.
A couple of really nice plays.
4-6 last night, 3 or 4 from the 3-point line, 4 rebounds in 24 minutes and 56 seconds. He used fouls, had 5 fouls. He used them all. I'm not mad at that. He was aggressive yesterday. Moses Moody with the key 11 points. It's going to be forgotten about because of all the other stars. But thought Moody staying ready, hitting some timely threes last night was very important for the Warriors last night to win over Minnesota.
Yeah, they lose that game, and all we're talking about is inbound plays. Right?
Inbound plays, fouling, Tony Brothers,
flying.
The non-Steph minutes. I mean, who the hell knows what we're talking about if they lose? So but you know what? They did lose.
I know. What's sustainable? Like, I'm sitting here, and I'm a Warrior fan. I'm watching this, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, like, I feel really good that they won that game. Boy, they needed it. Like, the soul needed it. Everyone needed it. The franchise player came out and said, everybody just pump the brakes. All right? So what can they sustain from what they did? And I'm telling you, like, my takeaway, it's not like overall basketball excellence or energy. If Schroeder can play with energy, he's an energy guy to me, right? He plays with a lot of energy. Knocked down some shots, and he's a different player. Energy. But he's going to always play with energy. Yes, he needs to hit shots. So just throw him to the side. TJD's energy, activity. I thought just for the last month and a half, the energy's been there. He hasn't finished on certain areas. I get it. But it's not for a lack of effort. Guy Santos, that energy that you're seeing. Andrew Wiggins yesterday, I think he's played with really good energy in general, but being disciplined to not just take the lazy three-pointer, attacking the rim, showing a little more energy. GP2 coming back, bringing his energy.
Real quick on
I
Wiggs.
think that they need to win scrappy.
Yeah, they do. They got to get scrappy.
That's the thing I think I'm looking at.
Andrew Wiggins has some great one-on-one moves against Anthony Edwards, against Julius Randle, going to the basket, attacking the glass. He got a nice finger roll against Anthony Edwards, just taking him from the rack, from the perimeter. I thought Wiggs was nice last night. But look, 18 and 36 from the three-point line. You get contributions all over the board. You brought up TJD. Just want to bring this up before we go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. TJD, since being reinserted into the starting lineup, he started 14 consecutive games. And you look at the numbers, 10.5 points, 9 rebounds, averaging nearly a double-double. Now the field goal percentage is 54%. You like that to be up around 60, 62 when in terms of field goal percentage because he's going to be the roller on the pick and roll. He's going to flush on somebody's head. He's got to finish a little better. There's no doubt. He's working on that. He's trying to duck off people's heads, but he's got to make his layups and develop a soft touch around the rim. But the energy, the effort, sprinting from baseline to baseline, inline to inline, 94 feet. I'm not mad at TJD's efforts over these last 14 games, man. He's been dynamic at the 5 spot for the Warriors.
It's no surprise to me that the younger guys with the younger legs are the ones that are providing a little spark here. And they need it. Like, the Warriors, I keep coming back to it. Curry's going to have to be awesome, right? Like, there's just no other way around it. Like, their margin of error is so thin. But I think you need to ride the younger guys a little more and play some of these energy guys. And yeah, there's going to be some ugly moments. Trust me, they're going to do dumb things. GP2 is going to throw it to Moody, who's getting hacked as he's falling out of bounds, and he's going to throw it back to him. And they're going to just, have a brain fart here and there. But they make up for it in some of these other areas. And I think you have to rely on the youngsters a little more and more and more. It's the only course of action, I think, moving forward.
All right, that last segment was brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's get the Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Oreo Cookie, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what up, guys? Morning. Just wanted to say it was a great win last night. Let's take W's when we can. Mm-hmm. I like the energy. I like the aggressiveness to the basket. We did the pick and roll a whole lot more often yesterday than I had seen most of the season. And what it did was it put pressure on the basket, whoever it was. I like Schroeder running it and Curry, obviously, because they could hit that little mid-range and do the layups or pass the ball. I liked our ball movement. I think we were aggressive on defense. Defense is a want-to stat, and yesterday we wanted it. And I can't help but notice the guy that wasn't on the court complaining to the referees, getting technical fouls. I think with the guy, less minutes for him would be positive for the younger guys just for their attitude and their want to.
I hear you. We'll see how this plays out. I do want to ask DubNation. It's been not even just a tumultuous 24 hours, but it's been a rocky 72 hours after the Toronto Raptors lost on Monday, losing to a team that had 8 wins on the season and had lost 16 of their previous 17 games. And it was doom and gloom. That was rock bottom as the Warriors fell below 500 for the first time all season. But what is DubNation thinking now? After all the quotes we heard yesterday from Steve Kerr, whether it was on Willard or Dibs, Steph Curry, Anthony Slater, Draymond Green, and the Vincent Goodwill article on Yahoo Sports. Then you had Kevin O'Connell just writing just nonsense in his article yesterday at Yahoo Sports. Maybe we'll touch on that. Just absolute inaccuracies all over the board. I don't know what the hell he's talking about, but whatever. People are thirsty for clicks, and they want clicks, and they see an opportunity to be an opportunist. That's what they do. That's what they do these days. Anyway, here's what Steve Kerr said about the big picture conversation that's been going on around these parts. Here's what he said last night.
We didn't talk about it as a team. We're used to, being in the spotlight. If there's a story about our team, it's going to go everywhere, and everyone's going to talk about it. And I hope there's not a misconception that we're not fighting and scrapping and hoping, that we can, do everything possible to keep this thing going, because that's what we're doing. But it almost feels like the narrative became, the Warriors are giving in. We're not giving in. We're just not going to give away the future. That's the two totally different things. So we're fighting. You can see we've been competitive all year. We've had a few blowouts, but for the most part, our guys are competing like crazy. They play so hard every night. Just really nice to see them get rewarded, because it's a great group of guys.
It feels like a Yankee-like scrutiny going on right now for the Golden State Warriors.
That's a good call.
I mean, if I would have just took away his voice and I put Cashman's voice there, that feels like Cashman defending the Yankees. Does it not?
That is a good call.
Am I wrong?
Everything is life and death. Every single game. Every single game.
You're wasting Cheater's end of his career. I get that sense. And look, I'm one of them. I'm in the bathtub with everyone. All right, we're all spoiled. We never thought we'd see this, and we want it to go on forever. All right, what, you don't like the bathtub, analogy?
Hashtag pause. So a lot of you guys don't shower anyway. I don't want to get no bathtub water with you guys.
Okay, first off, bathing yourself is royalty back in the day. Okay, and so I've been watching a lot of samurai movies. I've been watching a lot
back in the day.
It's true. That's two kings would sit down in like a hot spring, and then they discuss stuff. Shogun. Anyway, exactly. This is a King's Tale. No, but the reality is, we're all spoiled. We want this thing to go on forever, and we want to exhaust every resource on the planet to keep this thing going. We do, and it feels like we're a little unreasonable at times, myself included. We just are. It's okay.
Here's Steph
we don't want
Curry
it to go away.
Asked about the mortgage in the future.
Yeah, we're all human. Your imagination can run wild at times. But first, anybody who's going to demand something of a franchise organization like is built on trust and communication, and the accountability again for me, for anybody who puts that jersey on, is to play your best. Have I played my best all year? More times than not, but there's been some lulls. The challenge of trying to figure out how we put all these pieces together has been difficult, very inconsistent, but it can't kill your vibe of having optimism that you can figure it out. So it's a daily challenge. You got to remind yourself to just have fun and play with joy like we did tonight. The rest of it will work itself out.
All right, that's Steph Curry. Let's go to one of my favorites, Cam in Antioch. Cam in Antioch, what you got for me today? What you got for me, Cameron? I'm waiting on you. I've been waiting on you. I've been waiting on you to call in.
Good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing?
Never better.
Okay. Yeah, I was calling. I definitely ain't liking what Steph been saying. I mean, he cleared it up last night, but the night before, it did seem like they was waving a white flag, but they cleared it up. But how they keep saying we don't want to mortgage the future, we're talking about sending second-round picks and expiring contracts. That's not going to kill our future. We can make little moves here and there. If y'all don't think it's going to make a championship run, but I think if Steph had the help, he could do anything.
Cam, can I ask you?
And then,
real quick, Cam, I want to ask you something. You follow the Dubs. Obviously, you listen to every podcast because you caught me on the podcast that I didn't even know existed. When you think about this team, do you think that they're actually not trying to make moves to try to get better? Like, everybody just wants a trade to happen right away. Other teams work the phones too.
No.
Other teams get paid too, and they're working the phones, and they're not just going to send things to a piece and go to St. Warriors.
Trades are hard.
They are. They are hard. Y'all think they're easy.
I don't think Cam thinks they're easy.
No, I don't think they're easy. What did they just trade for? The Lakers just gave up for Dorian Smith and a Kogi.
D'Angelo Russell.
It wasn't that much. We could have sent the same thing. I know trades is hard, but they didn't use CP3 expiring contract last year. They were trying to get under the tax bracket, and I understand that. But it's small moves you can make. You can move off of people. You can move off of, I don't even want to say Looney, but move off of people and it could get Vooch. Get different type of players. Levine was available. I know his contract high, so I understand passing on him. But it's small moves we can make that will help this team out.
I would agree with that. But I also understand that do not play the trades are hard. Like Carmelo to the Knicks took like a year and a half.
Yeah. You know what Grant Liffman told me? We can laugh at Grant Liffman, but his Hawks are playing well. But he told me the biggest thing he's learned, and this is he was like, yo, Bonte, the biggest thing I've learned and is eye-popping is that we worked on the deal for a year and a half trying to get one player. It took us a year and a half. He goes, I did not realize how difficult it was to execute a trade. Now, D'Angelo Russell has a lot of value, and he goes back to Brooklyn. Who knows how long the Lakers worked on that deal? And then Anthony Slater joined the session, and I heard Nick Friedel. He joined Willard and Dim session. I was driving to the NBC. I mean, the Chicago Bulls are going to hold Vuk and Levine until the deadline. They want a king's ransom at some point, or they're going to wait until they get the right deal. And they don't have to rush for anybody.
I wrote it down so I won't forget it. On the other side, I want to give you a real-life analogy on how all of us have changed in the last 25, 30 years in terms of our patience level. And it has to do with sports, but it has to do with real life. And it's not
your
our fault.
Patience level? Your
it's
patience
not our
level?
Fault. It's not. I'm going to defend all of us.
No. Your patience. Defend when you say all of us. What do you mean by all of us? No. I have patience. I'm a very patient human being.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, I'm very patient. Very patient. I'm not. I'm definitely the most patient
None
around
of us
here.
are patient.
You guys are always for J-Dub, and you just sitting
when
looking
it comes to hitting breaks, you're definitely patient.
Dude, that is for sure.
These breaks don't
No
matter,
hurry.
man. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. More coming up, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine.
He was brilliant from the start. I hate that his minutes are creeping up. I don't like it. We got to do what we got to do. Hopefully, as we get reinforcements back, we'll be able to get him back down to that 32 range. But tonight, we had to kind of let it rip, and he's got a couple days before the next game. It was important to get this win, and he got it done.
DubNation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Monte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Monte.
3 for 3 today, Steve Kerr, on my count. 3 for 3. Shooting 1,000% last 2 days when it comes to hitting
variance
brakes.
on hitting.
Hitting the brakes. What time was our break? 7:13, 7:14? Who the hell cares? We just like talking.
The break's about 7:20.
We don't even need a break on the show. We can talk 4 hours straight if we want. You know, some people may need their heads held at time. Not us. Not us. We don't get help on this show, that's for sure.
How do you like that,
Curry,
Mr. Bunte?
10 for 21, 7 of 12 for the three-point line, 31 points, 8 assists for the chef. And the biggest mic drop yesterday, telling everybody on Twitter to calm the hell down, take your fake trades off the board. We got this. Shut up and watch. We got this around here. We're good. Matter of fact, I can't get enough of this quote. Had me on the high last night.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance to just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So that's it.
That's it.
Bonte, we live in an impatient society. I'm guilty of this. We get greedy. We don't realize how good we have it. I'm going to go back in the way back time machine. Tupac came out with a song, California Love, and I'll never forget. MTV did this whole big spiel on how the video was made and everything and the big release. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And they even had like a part 2.
Yeah.
And E40 was in it. It came out the first week of December. Now, this is back, I'm in like 6th or 7th grade. Okay? Yeah, exactly. 6th or 7th grade. And back then, Tower Records was at Stonestown. And me and my boys, Rocco, Kevin, and all, we would go to Stonestown every Tuesday because new albums used to get released.
Every Tuesday, yeah.
So again, December of 95, the beginning is when California Love comes out. And I was waiting every week for All Eyes on Me to drop, the full album. Now, they would sell you the CD single, but I wanted the full album. And we had to wait and wait and wait. And every Tuesday, we would go. You had Sam Goody up top. You had Tower Records. Yep. And we'd go and we'd wait. Did the album come out? No, it didn't. It got pushed back another week. I looked it up to make sure. If you would have told me it took 3 years between California Love video being released and All Eyes on Me, the album coming out, I would have believed you. Because at that point in my life, it felt like 3 years. It came out February 13th. I had to wait basically 2 months. It felt like a lifetime. Just the other day, I needed a pair of socks. This is the truth. I ordered socks. At 9 a.m., I ordered them. By 4 p.m., I was wearing them. Amazon delivered them that day. I was wearing them that day. I didn't even leave the couch. I am so spoiled by how quick everything comes to me. I've got a phone. I can order DoorDash without leaving the house. We're just in an impatient society. Why is the food taking so long? Bro, you're getting a burrito delivered to you in like 17 minutes. It's spectacular. It's spectacular.
So are you talking to yourself?
This
in third person?
Is the society we are in.
Is this third person Shasky?
We can't be patient. And I am guilty of it, yes. And so are you.
Oh, no, I'm patient.
We want it
No, don't
yesterday.
put me in that boat. Don't put me in that boat.
I remember grinding on weekends, grinding at night, thinking, when's my chance going to come? I was lucky. I got an opportunity early on. There's a lot of people that go their whole career that don't get opportunities. Yes, B. We live in an impatient society. So when I look at the Golden State Warriors and they've spoiled us with championships because they deliver the socks to you within like 2 hours, you don't have to leave the house. Yeah, waiting a couple of weeks for a trade, we're losing our minds because we've been set up with false expectations of excellence for a decade. We have, and we're spoiled, and I'm one of them. We all are. And so listen to the guy right here, the Jeff Bezos of the Warriors, Steph Curry, tell you, everybody put the Twitter fingers down. Yeah, the package got delayed, but it's going to get delivered at some point. And I'm not saying they're winning championships. I'm just saying the trade is probably coming, or combination of trades. It's just not here yet. So just everyone relax, myself included. I know you love that.
You're just talking about yourself being impatient. You're an impatient human being.
We all are.
No, you are.
Self-awareness is a skill.
I've worked with you for 5 years. I know how impatient you are.
Coming from the maker of Kirk Cousins is on the table in the second quarter of a playoff game.
I didn't say that he was. It is on the table. He was. Was he not?
We're all guilty of this.
No. I didn't say replace Brock Purdy. I didn't say that. I didn't say anything. I just said Kirk Cousins is on the table. Better win this game because Kirk Cousins would have been on the table. Am I wrong?
I think we did this exercise and we looked into the group chat and all Bonte said was Kirk Cousins. That's all he said.
That's all I said.
That's all he said. You can interpret it how you want.
I interpret it exactly the way I said it.
No. I'm the patient guy because my patience drives Shasky crazy. Out of all the guys on the show, who's patient? Calm the waters. Just chill a little bit. There's going to be some hairy moments. We just had a 13-year run in this region where outside of Boston, nobody can boast about the success this market has had with our professional sports teams. Not one outside of Boston.
So you're the patient one, yet you leave Niner games early to avoid traffic.
Well, I have a daughter. That
kind of makes sense.
It kind of makes sense. We have a morning show. I don't want to get stuck in an hour and a half and then get home at 7 o'clock and have to turn around and come to work on a Monday.
Wouldn't a patient individual just go with the flow?
No. That's stupidity. Oh, yeah, let me just sit in traffic for an hour in my car and listen to the post.
Waste gas.
It's just not smart. Might as well leave a little early, watch the rest of the game on television. It's maximizing efficiency.
We're all impatient,
maximizing cell phones to watch the game. And no, I'm not perfect at all.
We're all spoiled.
I'm not perfect at all. But when it comes to sports, I've developed a lot of patience. A lot of patience. I have.
So, from the maker of Super Bowl or bust, Shanahan better find his quarterback. It's year 8.
It is year 8. How many coaches get?
8 years being patient.
Right.
Like,
I mean, come on.
There are lines here, Shasky. There are times where you can put your patience aside. 8 years for a quarterback.
Another 30 years. Be patient.
Yeah, well,
that's what I'm going to say next time the Niners lose a big game.
No. I didn't say be patient. No, we're all frustrated about them not winning. But at least they're in a position to win. At least they become relevant.
Look, I'm acknowledging my flaws. I'm a very impatient individual, like all of you. And I've been spoiled in life because there are things that have happened that have recalibrated my expectations. The Warriors winning championships screwed up everything in my mind. If I would go back in time and tell 23-year-old Joe that 42-year-old Joe would be furious that the Warriors are 500 in January, I'd slap myself for being so stupid.
262. Well, I'll tell you, Willard will be the patient Homer show. No. Willard will tell you how everything is great no matter what. I'm not going to do that to you. I won't tell you everything is great because everything is not great with the Warriors right now. They're 20-20. All right? Everything is not great. So you can take the messaging all you want to. I just call it like it is. But I have 2 girls at home, Anna and baby Ches. It's forced me to be even more patient. See, you got little LJ. You chilling, playing catch or whatnot. I got 2 baby girls.
We're all impatient. It's just the society we're in.
I think some people just have different levels of impatience.
It's the society we're in.
Well, Bonte's impatience is different from your impatience,
Correct.
Shasky.
You know what? Give up your phone, and you should just send everything via telegraph then.
Oh, I love that. I would
Bring
love
back
that.
messenger pigeons.
Fax machines.
Fax machines. I would
Beeper.
love that. Oh, I love that.
He puts it on a raven like it's Game of Thrones.
Watching sporting events without the phone.
Get me a raven.
Is a revelation. Oh, I'll telegram all day long. The hell with these cell phones. That's part of the problem. Man, get rid of these cell phones. Get rid of all the smartphones.
Now, just real quick. How many hours, when you get the update on Sunday, how many hours do you average on the phone?
I haven't gotten the updates lately.
Oh, did you turn that off? You can turn that off.
Oh, I guess I did turn it off. I don't know. I'm on my phone.
What are you
at,
Spadona?
No, I want to know what you're at first. Now I'm nervous. I got like 5 hours.
I'm about 4.5.
Okay, yeah. That's about right.
And I feel horrible saying that out loud.
But the nature of our business, we kind of have to be checking in on a lot of stuff. Like that's the, but no, like not a lot of people will call BS on that, but like we have to be tapped in on Twitter all the time.
This is how neurotic I am. This is how neurotic I am. I will force myself to use the iPad to watch certain things so that I know that my screen time goes down on the phone.
See, I think that's
because
cheating.
I'm so neurotic about, God, I don't want to lose my vision, but yet I'm staring at an iPad.
Well, now I need to know your iPad screen time.
I don't even look at that.
So we're talking about patience level right now. Like, what is the patience level with Warriors fans with this Dubs team right now?
Yeah,
because
very thin.
Well, it's all over the place. Oscar seems to be patient.
I mean, come on.
Cam's
patient.
not. But
well, Cam's not patient. We know that. He wants to trade. What about J-Dub in Union City? Is he patient? Are you patient? Or are you ready to rock? Are you patient with this Dubs team? Where's your patience level at?
I have no choice but to be patient. Y'all remember, I'm from Atlanta. It's been a lifetime since I've seen some of my teams win championships. I have no choice.
Thank you, J-Dub. Hey, can you real quick, Jordan, real quick, out of Shasky, come on, you got to know I'm patient, right? I'm the patient one, right?
Well, of course you are, because I'll put it this way: your patience might work because Kirk Cousins is still available. You can gladly take him if you want him, so that's still available. But
he's going to be available.
But I'll ask y'all this. Because Shasky, you made this reference, right, with the Yankees comment. I loved it. And I think I loved it for two reasons. One, the point that you brought up, but I looked at it a different way. With the reputation of the Yankees that they've built over the years, right, is if they don't spend the money, they don't make this big trade, they don't do something, that means they're not doing anything, right? And I think about with the Warriors, and I think this really started, obviously, I know they got Kevin Durant, but it really started more recently when Brian Windhorst made the comment that he did, right, about, the checkbook championship, which, again, that's the whole agenda and mindset then. It's like, okay, the Warriors, they do whatever it takes. They're going to spend the money or make a certain trade to win it, which, I mean, y'all just played a team which just because you make a trade, you don't make a trade just to make one. The Timberwolves just got worse by making that trade, right? So I think their window, of course, they have such a bright superstar with Anthony Edwards. You try to take advantage of that as much as you can, but they just made that window worse. So that's how I kind of viewed it when you're talking about the Yankees. I'm curious to see what y'all think about that.
I agree with you. And what has ended up happening is, look, the sad thing is that it's a beautiful thing. They've won so much and they've done so much excellence in such a short amount of time. This is now this is the demand and the standard that they've set for themselves. And they're a victim of their own success to a degree. But it's also what they want to be held by. Like, if you ask Joe Lacob, what is the standard you want your fans to hold you to? He would say a team like the Yankees and the Lakers, would he not?
No, he wants to be, though.
And I think Steph Curry would want to be held to the standard of a Michael Jordan.
Joe Lacob, remember he held that press conference before the NBA Finals against the Boston Celtics. He goes to the podium and he goes, Jerry Buss went to 16 NBA Finals in 33 years. That's what he wants. After they beat Boston, I go, man, one away from tying Eddie DeBartolo. He knew, but he looked at me, he goes, how many championships did he have? I go, 5. He goes, oh, okay. Yes, he wants to be the Lakers of the 80s.
Yeah.
He wants to be the Celtics of the 60s and 70s. That's what he wants. So the other rhetoric that just, because it makes me sound like I'm a team employee, and I already see the tweets every single day. I tweet something positive about the Warriors. Oh, you're on the payroll, blah, blah, blah. When I'm not on the payroll, we're for NBC and Odyssey. But I have a hard time subscribing to Joe Lacob doesn't want to win.
Well,
He's sabotaging the organization because Steph gets all the shine. You see this stuff on Twitter, and it's just like, it's asinine. It's actually dumber than dumb, if that's even possible, right? The man is paid the luxury tax bill over and over and over again.
Have you ever met a person in real life who walked up to you and was like, anyone, family, friends, anyone, Joe Lacob doesn't want to win?
No.
In real life.
In real life?
Never.
Sometimes.
I've never had it happen.
Sometimes these fans.
But you're also there more than me.
Yeah, so someone was like, man, Joe's got to do something about this, man.
Is
Joe.
that?
Not often. Twitter's out of control with it. But it's like, this man is paid the luxury tax, and I've seen owners in all across sports for many, many years not want to pay the tax, not want to spend an extra dime, want to get a handout. The guy, for crying out loud, wanted to win so bad, he traded for Kelly Oubre Jr. paid. How much was that deal? In hindsight, it was like $65 million because of the tax. He paid for Kelly Oubre Jr. 1 year, basically $65 million, if I'm not mistaken. The guy wants to win. Now, do you make all the right moves? Do you make all the... No, you're going to make wrong decisions. You're going to make bad decisions. You're going to take some L's on some moves. You just are. That's sports. Nobody's batting 1,000%. But some of the craziness that I see from fans is the Joe Lacob thing. And not all fans. Again, social media, maybe some on the street. But that Joe Lacob doesn't want to win. That's why I thought yesterday leaving the show, I'm thinking to myself, what the hell does Joe Lacob think about the comments he's reading?
Oh, he was probably livid. Well, the big like for you, this Joe Lacob doesn't want to win rubs you wrong. Well, for me, it's always like, for example, and we say it, and I think we mean it metaphorically, but some people mean it like literally. Barry Bonds built AT&T Park. Okay, Barry being around helped sponsors want to buy in, but Peter McGowan and Larry Baer and their business acumen and the city of San Francisco coming together and striking a deal, that's really what set it up. And then Giants season ticket holders buying in on PSLs, that financed the stadium, okay? Because you have to finance it. You can have the greatest player of all time. That doesn't mean that you have money backing it up. Steph Curry built Chase Center. Metaphorically, yes. We all agree. No, who's denying? Cash flow-wise, like, yes, it helped their bottom line, but them having billions of dollars of a mortgage to help put down on land that was ready to be developed, like, it's a stretch too far. Metaphorically, yes, I agree with you, but like, it has to actually meet pen to paper, and it's got to make sense for a bank to give you, $1.5 billion loan. I mean, I don't think people understand the finances of it. You sound like a bunch of people who have never bought a piece of property.
The Warriors, as we segue, play 8 of their next 9 games at home. And this is where they've got to start stacking some wins. At home, they have not been good. Last season, they were 21-20 at home. They've got to reestablish some sort of home court advantage. Start Saturday against the Wizards. You get the Celtics on Monday at 2 p.m., a weird start time on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, 2 p.m. afternoon tilt at Chase Center. Then you go to Sacramento for a quick one on Wednesday night. Then you come back down, play the Bulls Thursday, Lakers Saturday, Jazz, OKC, Phoenix, Orlando. You have a great opportunity here to really stack some wins at home and reestablish your home court advantage, which is one I want to see at Chase Center. Now the players are going to have to play hard. You got to infuse some energy into this crowd. But this crowd, I would like to see this fan base try to get behind this team as well as show the Warriors and show, because the crowd has been taking a lot of hits, especially the San Francisco portion crowd. Like, oh, man, it's not the same. Look at them, empty seats. They're not back at their seats at the beginning of the third quarter, blah, 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 blah. But I do want to see the Warriors on this road trip reestablish their home court advantage, because if we're going to be scrappy, you're going to be small, you're going to be a little slower than other teams, well, you need every advantage possible. You got to get the 50-50 balls. You got to get the scrappy balls, the offensive rebounds. You got to get the points off turnovers. But also you need this crowd to get behind you and get loud and make it really uncomfortable, because these teams are coming into Chase Center, Shasky, and getting way too comfortable too early in the basketball game. I saw it with Miami. Saw it with Indiana. We're seeing it in these blowouts here. They've got to reestablish home court advantage. They're going to have to do it with their play. There's no doubt. There's no doubt this crowd's got to be better.
I'm just looking at this home schedule. I mean, coming up here, it's nice. I mean, it's nice. Celtics
8-9.
Celtic. No, but I'm just saying, like, in terms of like
teams,
marquee teams. Yeah, to go see, like, Wizards would have Saturday though. It's a Saturday game.
Jordan Poole's coming back.
Celtics. That's gonna be fun. Like, the Warriors and Celtics play fun brands of basketball when they've played each other over the last couple of years. And then you go up to, obviously, the GC1, and then you get the Bulls.
G1C.
Maybe you make a deal.
G1C.
Whatever. Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Go to 1-7.
Yeah. You get Bulls. Maybe you make a deal. Get a good look at Zach LaVine and Vucevic and your boy Kobe White.
They're not going to give up Kobe White, even though I would love them to give up Kobe White.
Get a good look at him.
Kobe White is so good.
And then you get LeBron.
You still
and
get
Anthony
up for LeBron?
Davis.
You get up for LeBron?
Well, I know that Draymond's going to be ready for the pregame dap-up.
Anthony Davis.
Was he going to actually play in this one, or is he going to get
He never does. He always gets hurt or something. I don't know.
Big win for the Lakers last night against the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
Big win.
Emotional win.
Emotional. After getting blown out by San Antonio the other night.
Then you bring it in Lowry Marketing. Maybe Danny Ainge just comes in, just goes to the half court like he's Tommy Lasorda. The whole place can boo him.
What's exciting about these games is, like, there's no gimmies anymore for the Golden State Warriors.
No.
Because after that Raptors loss, like, there's no such thing as a gimme anymore.
No.
Like, record-wise, yeah, you should beat the Wizards, who stink and are the worst team in the NBA. But would I be shocked if they lost to them?
They just lost to the Toronto Raptors.
Exactly.
Yeah, and in the last 3 games of his upcoming homestand, it's Oklahoma City, Phoenix.
I love watching them play.
Phoenix, and Orlando. And Paulo's back. Paulo Banchero's back. And they're playing some good basketball in Orlando. So I can't wait to see Paolo in person. You know, that's one of my favorite players.
Did you see Polo Banchero on the internet?
I did not see Polo Banchero.
So there was a kid who wore a white polo under his jersey, and he was wearing Yeezys because I guess he forgot his gym shoes or whatever in a game, and everyone was calling him Polo Banchero.
I did not see that.
Because he was wearing a polo under his jersey. It was pretty funny.
A little horsepower on his shirt. A little horsepower. It's 2 Chainz would say. Horsepower. All this polo on, I got horsepower. Oh, I love that line. 888-957-9570.
Did you pop the collar, Bonte, back in the day? Did you pop the collar?
I pop collars? Absolutely pop collars.
With one pant leg up?
No, I didn't do the one pant leg like LL Cool J. I didn't have the swag for that, but I would definitely pop a collar.
Ortiz always had the one pant leg up. He's out there somewhere. I know you're listening.
Who's Gabe Ortiz?
He grew up in Bernal and played baseball with me. He always had the one pant leg up. That was the big thing in St. Mary's Park. Everybody had the one pant leg up.
That was a big thing, period.
Well, I know. I'm just saying in St. Mary's Park in particular, where we all grew up playing.
I hear you. Let's hear from Andrew Wiggins. Who?
Do you know who we're talking about?
Andrew Wiggins.
Before me, the
Really?
pant leg thing. Yeah.
We're that old?
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are like 10 years older than us. So there's a little gap.
I feel young at heart. I don't know about you.
We're still both
Andrew
millennials,
Wiggins.
though. If that makes you feel better.
I'm aging like I'm aging.
Hey, my patience, man. I will fight you on that one. My patience level is high. I have a lot of patience.
Fight you on how patient I am.
Are you losing patience with his doubting your patience?
A little bit, because he's got the ADD around here and the lack of patience, and he puts us all in this boat with him. He wants to take. What did he say? Let's all get in the bathtub together. I think somebody on the text line said, "Are our legs touching or not?"
It makes me very uncomfortable.
That makes me very uncomfortable thinking about bath time with Joe Shasky. Maybe get that on the image on a YouTube slide.
You use AI to generate it.
Well, you're patient. You got to deal with us every single day.
Is not patient.
Oh, you have no idea the level of patience I have to exhibit.
This is the guy who's sprinting down the hall.
No, I don't do that anymore. I stopped doing that, remember? I learned the error of my ways.
Spadoni's patient.
Spadoni might have the most patience on this show because he has to deal with me behind the glass.
That's all right. It's part of the job. It's all right. You know, I have to have a level of patience with some things, but other things, like if you've like driven in a car with me, I get my dad's kind of little, not road rage per se, but I get very peeved if people don't want to drive. That's mine. That's my one thing. Shout out Odyssey. There you go.
Odyssey.
I'll second that.
Andrew Wiggins. He's oblivious to all the outside noise.
Never seen anything. What happened?
You follow coverage about this team at all?
Man, I go home or I go to my hotel room, watch my TV shows, and I just chill. I don't be looking too much.
The general talking points over the last few days is Steph and Steve have talked about, not wanting to mortgage the future for like this moment. Do you feel kind of like, I guess, the pressure that's kind of on these fading, years with Steph and kind of those type of, I guess, talking points?
You want to win. That's the main thing. You want to win, and I feel like we have the roster to do it. We have Steph Curry, and Steph Curry is who he is. He's one of the greatest players to ever touch a basketball. We just got to keep playing hard. I mean, we have the squad to do it. We started off 12-3. We know we're capable of. We just got to get back to it.
That's the most least surprising answer of all time. Of all the guys, if I were to say who doesn't care what's going on the online or whatever, it would be Andrew Wiggins and probably Kevon Looney.
And there's no doubt.
Right?
No doubt.
At the top.
No doubt. And I love that. He goes, man, I'm just going to my room. I'm chilling. I'm watching TV shows. When I hear about him on road trips for many, many, many years, Andrew Wiggins doesn't even leave the hotel room. He's chilling. He is the definition of chill. But you know what? On the court yesterday, he wasn't chilling. He was aggressive. And that's what they're going to need from him. But he's had it. Look, I hope people bought stock in Andrew Wiggins. You guys thought I was a homer with that and that I was just on the payroll talking about Andrew Wiggins. I hope you bought stock into him because he's having a solid season.
No, he is.
He is.
But I can't keep coming. It's hard to not continue to revert back to he's having a really solid season. But the 2 months that he had in the playoffs, he was Superman. I mean, the guy was unreal. Unreal. We're just probably never going to get that version back, and that's okay.
We might.
He could still be a really, really, really good, valuable player.
We might see that guy. Let's
he
see
played
what
like
happens.
A man possessed.
We've got a long way to go here. 40 games down, 42 to go. Now, when it comes to the bet with Draymond Green, I'm starting to lose hope on that. 65 games. He's missed 3 games in a row. He's missed 7 now. You got some wiggle room, maybe about 10 games. You got some back-to-backs. It's going to come down to the wire when it comes to that. But Wiggins is playing well. And then you get the chef. What was that?
Said, I think I'm winning that bet.
This is going to be me and you. I ain't.
A patient man might take us all out to eat.
Those other two guys who interjected themselves into the bet, trying to make it all about themselves.
Pretty sure we were in that bet the entire time.
They could stay their asses at home.
That was our reward for finding the sound of said bet to actually, put the parameters around it. So that was our reward.
You're rewarding the patience that we have.
Yes.
The parameters should be, there's an injury clause, right?
No, we've gone over this. We pulled the sound.
It's baked in. It's like cheese in the lasagna.
You chose
it's
the
part
sound.
of the recipe.
You chose the sound to play. There was more sound about that bet.
No more sound.
No, and us, we went off for about 20 minutes about that bet.
Are you accusing us of tampering? Is that what you're saying? Spygate? You think this is Spygate over here?
I do think there's some tampering that goes on around here. There's some narratives being built. This is how you guys get down around this station. I mean,
you're looking for a checkbook win here.
Tampering. I do want a checkbook win.
How about this? I will allow you to retcon. I will allow you to retcon the deal right now, but I want all the odds.
I'm sorry. I hate to break the narrative.
I gotta roll with the bet, man. I'll roll with it. It's making it fun. It's fun.
Apparently, Guru made a bet yesterday with Steiny in regards to the knockout tournament.
And?
I think I may have this wrong, but I was listening yesterday around before they had the crossover. $50 Guru has on himself to win.
Oh.
Yeah, the knockout tournament.
Wait, so it's him or the field?
Yes.
Oh my
and Steiny wins 50, I guess, if Guru doesn't win.
The easiest 50
gosh.
bucks.
Can I get in on that bet?
You could be a great basketball player and you hit off the back iron and it goes flying off. You know what I mean? Like,
can I get in on that bet, Goo? I'll take his 50.
What do you
He's not winning the knockout tournament.
It's a big bet for a guy who had 0 rebounds in the knockout tournament last year.
Wow, Lubman.
Damn.
Whoa.
Damn.
Goo, I got your back. I was just throwing it out there.
Damn.
If you were to put $50 on anyone here at the station
to win,
who would it be? Yeah, if you had to.
It'd be myself. I've been to Final Four last year. I don't know what you're talking about.
What is the knockout tournament this year, Bonte?
January, the knockout tournament.
So quickly.
Second annual knockout tournament, 95-7 a game. With a chance to shoot hoops at Chase Center. We did that at Chase Center last season. There's a video out there by the great Whitley Sandretto, our digital manager here at Odyssey, where I'm making a half-court shot. I made a half-court shot, warming up. And then Lubman walked into the gym, and Lubman, what were my words when I walked into the gym?
You hit him with the Larry Bird, who's coming in second.
Exactly.
You didn't win.
I'm on the court like I'm Kobe or LeBron.
Hey, honestly, Bonte walked in there because we walked in late. Bonte walked in there, 0 warming up whatsoever, finished top 4. Like,
just like
for a guy who once said on TV that he sucks at hoops, he balled out that day.
I really didn't suck at hoops. I cook a lot of people in my heyday. But listen, I told everybody who's finishing the second, and guys got shook. Half the battle, half the field was done right then and there, mentally, because it's also a mental game. You got to know when to talk. Like Lucas Alexander was so rattled when I missed and got knocked out. Lucas celebrated like he won the whole damn thing.
So you Lance Stevenson him?
That's how much I get under people's skin when it comes to trash talking. I've mastered the art of trash talking, especially in this knockout tournament. So you're going to have 3 weeks to qualify starting January 27th. 8 a.m. hour, 12 p.m. hour, 4 p.m. hour. 3 chances a day for 3 weeks to partake in the second annual knockout tournament here at 95.7 a game. You must be 18. You must be a California resident. But it's going to go down as Grandy, man. Mark Grandy won the championship last season. A very good performance for Mark Grandy.
Well, I might put my 50 on him just because he's young enough with enough energy and enough willpower. And I know how he's a hustler. He's a try-hard guy. Got a lot of that Guy Santos in him. So I could see him winning again.
What about you? Are you ready to roll?
I'm too old. I'm shot. I'm cooked.
Lacks the patience.
Yeah.
He lacks patience.
I do. No, but like knowing my luck. Knowing my luck, I shoot. It's in and out. It comes falling down. Some like 7-year-old left-handed off the backboard banks me. I'm out. That's how it works, dude. I play knockout every Tuesday and Thursday at our practice, and it's just so random.
This is the official 95-7 the game knockout round. Guru at the foul line.
So, Steiny, I don't know if you know Keith Mr. Jennings.
Remember, you only have 10 seconds to shoot the free throw.
Be quiet, Steiny. Here we go.
All right, Guru's shot is up. It misses. You
gotta get it, Guru.
It misses, and the other guy has made it. And Guru's eliminated. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. He's been eliminated.
I lost. I'm out.
Dude,
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
I'm out.
The happiness in Steiny's voice is just incredible. Also, when we play knockout, we start at the free throw line, right? And whoever wins knockout, in when I play with my youth teams, they get to choose the next location of where everyone gets to start their shots from, which I think is fun. We go to the corner, you go here, you go there, and so you can go from three-point land, half court. It makes it fun.
It is a fun game. Always fun game. Always fun game.
It's always fun game.
888-957-9570 is the number. Where's your patience level at when it comes to the Golden State Warriors? Are you willing to be patient and let Dunleavy cook? Or are you impatient and you want to see a move right away?
Does that win do anything for anyone in terms of changing things? Because I do feel like we saw some glimpses of how they could turn this thing around with the energy. Like to me, it's the energy and the little stuff and the activity from all of the role players. That was huge.
Now, the win got you back to 500. You're in tie for 9th place in the Western Conference. But the win, on top of this comment, has me on the high right now.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So that's it.
So when the head honcho says that, the franchise, and he says people need to just shut up and chill, I had to pepper myself saying, okay, he's locked in. The sleeves are rolled up. These guys aren't giving in. There's no white flag being waved around here. 42 games left.
Did you appreciate that he addressed it head on?
Oh, I loved it. Loved every second of it.
Not to parse everything he's saying. I think there's a lot in that one quote. Mm-hmm. I agree with him. Like everyone trying to make trades. Like I get it, and I'm guilty of it. Trust me. But him saying this is a unique season, and maybe I'm just I'm glomming on to a couple of words. Is it that unique? I mean, we've been trending in this direction for a couple of years.
So he may be
I
talking about
make too much of it.
He may be discussing. He was maybe discussing the landscape of the Western Conference. Hey, look, you're 3 games behind the loss column, behind 5th place. You're going a little roll here over the next couple of weeks. They're going to move back up in the standings.
How is that different?
And
from
we had a lot of different lineups. Well, they've all talked about the vibe being better this year. They talked about the vibe,
I meant
this
the
and the vibe
standing
back.
thing that you said.
Well, the standing thing.
Weren't they all jumbled last year too?
They were jumbled last year, and they ended up finishing in 10th place because you had a guy miss 17 games in Draymond Green. You didn't have your full lineup. There's a lot of murkiness there. You lose in the playing game. I'm looking at last year. I've left out the rear view. I'm looking at this team because it does look like Jonathan Kuminga is now being elevated on this basketball team. And we saw that from December 1st. So now I know JK's in the mix. I know Wiggins is back. Wiggins was up and down last year. There's no doubt about that. He had a career low in points, field goal percentage. Wiggins was awful last year. He's a lot better. So I'm not saying they're going to a championship. I'm not saying they're making a deep playoff run. But hearing that from Steph Curry, I think gave me a little confidence saying, okay, they're not giving up on the year. Not that I thought they would give up on the year because I just thought the timing of the Colts was just, it's like, wait a minute here. Why are we talking like this? We've got 40-plus games left.
Well, they had to address Draymond's quote in another article.
No doubt.
That's why. And it was, you never hear the head coach and the best player back-to-back say what they were saying. It was odd.
It was odd.
It was odd.
It was odd.
I think it was worthy of discussion. But we all crushed them yesterday, and they showed up last night, and they played inspired basketball. They held on for dear life.
They played inspired basketball. By the way, some breaking news here. We lost Icon, Brewers play-by-play voice for a number of years. Baseball Hall of Famer Bobby Uecker passed away today at the age of 90, the voice of Major League 1 and 2. We know him for his quirkiness.
Don't worry, nobody's listening anyway.
Yeah,
Is he best known for that, you think?
Major League?
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's how I knew him. That's how I was introduced. I didn't know that he was the voice of the Brewers.
I'm with you on that.
Miller Lite commercials. Yeah, he did a lot of Miller Lite commercials.
Miller Lite commercials. Great
Yeah.
call. Yeah. God, just a baseball character that we all deemed lovable, right? Just one of the more beloved characters.
Absolutely.
Gosh.
Absolutely.
90's a great life, though.
Synonymous with the Brewers. Obviously, done the Brewers broadcast since 1971. Served as play-by-play announcer for their radio broadcast since 1971. Obviously, became known for his self-deprecating wit. It became a regular fixture on late-night shows. He was, everywhere. Mr. Belvedere, Major League Baseball, of course, Major League, the movies 1 and 2. So rest in peace to Bob Uecker, man. That's a hell of a run for him.
For the younger guys, is he more synonymous with the Brewers than like a Robin Yount or a Paul Molitor or any of those guys for you guys? Like, I'm curious how you younger guys view him. Is he like, there's certain, like Vin Scully. When I say Vin Scully, like I know he's one of the forefront Dodger characters.
Bob Uecker was the Brewers.
Okay,
like he's the Brewer. Like when I think of
you
them,
know who Robin Yount is.
I know he's a Hall of Famer. I know he's one of the greatest players ever in the history of Brewers. But certain people, like Vin Scully, was the Dodgers.
Yes,
yeah.
Like that supersedes. It's like that's how I'll think of him. And obviously, being Harry Doyle, one of the great characters
of all time
in the history of just sports movies ever. Right?
Vaughn into the windup in his first offering, just a bit outside. He tried the corner and missed. Ball 4, ball 8. Low, and Vaughn has walked the bases loaded on 12 straight pitches.
Now, honestly, yes, Bob Uecker, Brewers legend, but for me, I associate him with Major League and with Cleveland. Like, for me, like when I was in Miami, I got to call some Miami baseball games, and I'll be honest, I had to get just a bit outside in there at one point just to say that I did it. Like. So, this is a hard loss, and it's unfortunate. Rest in peace to a true legend in Bob Uecker / Harry Doyle.
I always think, like, it's so hard to break in with a personality like that in like, the rigid play-by-play world. Like Kevin Dana, who's trying to, on the come up or whatever, is so unique and has so many different, like, catchphrases and cliches. And to me, they're all authentic. Like, these are him coming up with stuff. And it's so unique, and it's so hard to be a unique broadcaster in this day and age. And guys like Bob Uecker are freaking legends.
It helped that he played the game, right? It helped that he was a member, that he played with the Cardinals, the Braves, the Philadelphia Phillies, and later on the Atlanta Braves. Of course, he played with the Braves when they were in Milwaukee as well, and won the World Series with St. Louis. So I think it helps a guy like him that he was a player. So people already respect him because they assume that, hey, he played the game, he knows the game.
Well,
just like Kruk and Kipe, their unique personalities, they were able to be themselves in that quirkiness, even though they weren't great major, but they played the game. And I think that respect right then and there gives you a lot more patience when they're calling the game.
Doubt, I think a lot of people that have been watching, especially Kuiper, very few guys play the game and become the play-by-play guy.
Right.
Normally they're the quote-unquote color guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's unique. And a lot of people Kipe played? Like, a lot of people find that out in real time.
Did you know that Uecker played?
What?
Did you know that Uecker played?
Yes.
Yeah, see? And he became a play-by-play voice. So
he's one of the greatest baseball characters there are.
No doubt about that. So rest in peace for him as he passes away today at the age of 90. With that said, let's get to the injury report.
Sad.
All right, will we see Pods on the court soon? People have forgotten about Brandon Podziemski. Steve Kerr gave an update on his health earlier this week, saying the Warriors guard is running at full speed practice, but there's still no set date for him to return to action. He's been out since December 28th. And that was a win over the Phoenix Suns with an abdominal injury, so he's been out. Gary Payton II, they returned yesterday for the Warriors after missing 10 games with a left calf strain. Draymond Green has missed 3 straight games due to an illness and back injury. And J.K., of course, has been injured. What game was that where he got injured? He stepped on old boy's foot. What game was that? It's evading me right now. How do I not remember that? But he's been out, and he's out of his walking boot, though. Jonathan Kuminga is out of his walking boot, which is a good deal. That was against the Memphis Grizzlies, I believe. He got hurt against the Memphis Grizzlies on a Saturday. So J.K. has been out 6 games. Hopefully it's not too much longer for Jonathan Kuminga, but that is the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Are you back on board, DubNation? What did that win do for you last night? I'm very curious after the last 48 hours we've had. I'm going to ask Shaska, I'm going to ask Lubman, ask Pedoni. What does that win do for you last night? 888-957-9570. Is it just a one-off? Is it just a blip in the radar? Are they truly back? I want to hear from Warrior fans. 888-957-9570 is the number. What did that win do for you last night? That's coming up on a game brought to you by Fremont Bake, here for you and here for good.
Don't worry, nobody's listening.
okay with just being an average basketball team is insane. Take whatever I said, I still stand on it, but that doesn't mean that you're not in a situation where you're trying to get better, make appropriate moves that help you do that. Mike knows that. We've talked about it. That's the expectation for me, trying to help lead the team where we want to go. Again, that doesn't mean that you're reckless. What people's definition of that is where I was talking about the Twitter fingers thing. Like, trade machines are fun, but what does that actually look like? So we're going to handle our business. Mike's going to handle his. See where we end up.
That's Stephen Curry last night as we say, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, on this Thursday morning. And the Warriors get a much-needed win. And what a 24 hours it has been. I'm with the 5-0. Come on, y'all. Stay consistent and pick a lane. When we lose, blow it up. When we win, internal optimist. Internal optimism? Which is it? Which is it? Which is it? Well, they're 20-20 right now, and they have 8 of their next 9 at home. We're going to find out a lot about this basketball team as they try to get healthier and healthier and healthier and get this thing rolling here. But the Warriors got a much-needed win last night in Minnesota. Shasky, 116-115. Curry, 30 goes for 30. He scores 31. He makes 7 threes, including the dagger in the corner. Looking back at the courtside fans who were chirping. Wiggins was solid. I thought Guy Santos, TJD, GP2, Moody, all down the list. Buddy Hield scored 18. And when he scores 18, the Warriors are 10-0. Maybe that's a barometer, but they get a much-needed win to calm the waters. But the question is, Shasky, is that just a blip on the radar? Is this a mirage? Is this one game, an outlier? Where are you at after last night? Don't you got a pep in your step?
Well, yeah, and they deserve a lot of credit for everybody blasting them for 2 days and then them playing inspired basketball and somehow finishing that game, even though it was ugly. You get credit for the win. It was a huge win on the road. But like the question that you asked on the front end, whoever texted in and whatever you were alluding, like pick a lane, which that's literally the exercise we've been asking ourselves with this team all year. We've been banging our head against the wall all year saying, what are they? Who are they? The team that blows leads and loses horrifically? Mm-hmm. Are they the team that can beat a Minnesota multiple times? You tell me. I don't know. Like, and I watch this for a living and I watch it as a fan and I've been watching it my entire life. And I have zero idea what to make of this team.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of sports, number one. And number two, it's also, these are the giant questions that have been looming over this organization for a long time. So what is it? We don't even know. I don't even think they know.
I think they know, and I think they're working on something. And the reason why I think they know is because of what they tried to do this past summer, which people say, oh, man, you can't complete a trade. Trades are hard, and everybody else is making trades. Well, do you just, honestly, fans, aren't you happy that they didn't trade for Paul George and give him a back steal? Aren't you happy they didn't give up the farm for Larry Markkinen? I get it. We all want more wins. We want championship contention. We want to be out of the box. Trust me. I want playoff basketball in the Bay Area probably more than anybody out here. I love the playoffs. The NBA playoffs are one of my favorites. I'm a sucker for it. I want the playoffs back in the Bay. There's no doubt about that. But this organization, if you think Mike Dunleavy on this team, knowing that the clock is ticking on Steph Curry's career, on Steve Kerr's possibly career with the Warriors, Draymond Green's getting older. He's 34 years old with back issues. You got Joe Lacob as an owner who's maniacal about winning and sitting courtside watching every single move. Tickets are sky high. Thrive City's booming. Do you really think that they're just going to sit there and they're twiddling their thumbs saying, should we call this team or not? Are we trying to make a move? Trust the process. They're trying to make moves. It takes two to tango. If we haven't we learned this already? Why do we keep going back to this? It takes two to tango. So I do believe this team is trying to make moves. Now, what do those moves look like? I don't know if they're a big, splashy move, but can you fill in the margins? Can you get guys who could help you play a different role? Maybe. We'll see. We shall see. But I highly doubt that this team doesn't have a direction. They're trying to figure it out, saying, okay, if we mortgage things now, how does it look as opposed to the summertime and just play this thing out? There's a lot on the table, but it's not for a lack of trying with this organization. I can guarantee that.
Agreed. Simultaneously, we don't give out credit for trying.
No, you don't.
You know where I'm going with this.
Well, the Giants are notorious for doing that, and they don't get the credit.
Yeah.
But I've seen the Warriors be aggressive for over a decade.
Well, they've earned the equity, right? They've earned the equity. And it's pretty funny to me, and this is why we reference them almost like the Yankees. Like, boy, that title just in 2022 feels like a forever ago for some of these fans. Does it not? Why are you shaking your head?
I guess it does. Yeah, I mean, I remember it. It was a great time. Those are great times.
If I polled Warrior fans in terms of satisfaction, within 3 years, that thing is dissipated. Has it not?
But that's fan. What does the guru always say? Fan is short for fanatic.
No, but I think it's with this team after that decade. Like, if it was a one title, if 2021 or 2022 was a one-off, like, I think it would be different. The fact that they kept winning and they've won with different iterations of this Warrior team, I do think that has, like, totally blinded all of us to everything about how easy it is and how quickly and how long this can go.
But also, I see it with the football team, the 49ers. The same people were like, get rid of Shanahan. He can't win with a loaded roster. And I'm thinking to myself, well, he helped build the loaded roster. Without Shanahan and Lynch, you wouldn't have had this roster.
I think the rhetoric around him would be different had he won one.
But still.
I do think it would be different.
But you get what I'm saying, though?
Yeah, I do.
They've built the roster brick by brick. And the Niners are loaded. They've had a number of primetime games, big games, playoff games, home playoff games, road playoff games, you name it. And the fans traveled the 49ers everywhere. And the rhetoric is, it goes 6-11, time to clean house. So
that's also the nature of football.
So fans sometimes get a little bit, we talk about patience, the word of the day. Fans can tend to be a little impatient. I get it.
But there are also, like, and I agree with you, but there are also, like, a huge segment of what I call, like, delusional homers.
There are.
Farhan Zaidi has a war of people tweeting positivity about him online. And it's just like, the rankings just came out. They have the worst farm system in baseball.
Yeah, I tell you what.
I mean, how could you support this guy?
Buster Posey is fighting an uphill climb because of the lack of activity in free agency. We'll see. I was asking you guys yesterday, sell me on the 2025 Giants. And at this moment, I think it's a very hard sell. It's a very hard sell. Now, Bryce Eldridge, sell me on that. I want to see him in the opening day lineup.
We'll talk about that later. But you get where I'm going. Like, you could find little pockets of unbelievable love and unreal hate.
Oh, no doubt.
And trust me, there's always way more hate.
In person, outside of social media, there's a lot more love for the Warriors.
Yeah,
at Daniel Lurie's inauguration last week at City Hall, I ran into a lot of Warrior fans who were like, no, I believe in this team. They're going to turn this thing around. They're going to turn it. A lot of fans.
Because they're reasonable. Because they've realized, like, we're pretty lucky.
Well,
what?
Steph Curry was talking yesterday.
Wait, what was that sound you just played?
Do you believe? What was that from?
I think the Warriors had a big win at some point this season, and you said,
do you believe?
Almost 20 years. We believe.
Oh, my God, it has been almost 20 years.
Look at your eyes.
It was 07, 06, 07?
Yeah, that's a year or two.
It's a long time.
I mean, it's crazy.
That is
Eighth
crazy.
grade for me.
It makes me very uncomfortable.
But think about
Bonte
that
wants all the smoke, by the way.
But think about this, though. Think about this. I can use a little smoky smoke. Think about this. I'm kidding, folks. I'm kidding. Oh, I'm sorry. No. That's their podcast. Matt Barnes and Stack Jack. I'm just there to listen. They're not going to get me to say some things that get me fired.
That, like, that team, which was, like, filled with a bunch of players no one wanted. Like, one guy runs a pot company, Al Harrington. The other guy's doing podcasts with Draymond, Baron Davis. And then Stack Jack and Matt Barnes are, like, media darlings. Like, if you would have told me that 18 years ago, I'd be like, get out of here.
But I'm glad we're going to get to the calls in just a second.
That was 20
But think about that team. It took a move. And Stack Jack and Al Harrington weren't superstars.
Yeah, but we wanted, I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you.
They wanted Dunleavy out.
Fan base wanted Troy Murphy and Dunleavy the hell on out of here.
But think about that trade,
though. And your boy Mully, a lot of people wanted Mullins' head on a platter.
Yeah, they did.
They were mad
about
at him.
that. Think about that. They made a move because, you're right. People did want Murphy and Dunleavy out. But you traded for some guys who are not quote-unquote superstars. Al Harrington and Stack Jack. And Stack Jack had a lot of baggage to him. But that trade flipped the fortunes of the Golden State Warriors, and they were able to advance to the second round of the playoffs and go to the playoffs and participate in the playoff series for the first time since '94. It took a shrewd move like that.
I've watched
and we may see a move like this year in the next few weeks.
I've watched a lot of Warrior basketball, and that final 2 months with Dunleavy, every time he touched the ball, he was getting booed. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, he could turn those boos into cheers with a nice free move, and I think Dunleavy's done a good job so far. So let's get to the lines, man. 888-957-9570. Start with Donna in Richmond. Donna, good morning.
Hi, Donna.
How are you?
Good morning. I just love you guys' show. Bonte, you had asked what the win do for us. I said, do for me last night. And I'm like, it's about time we won a game. But it seems to me that they missing the spark of Kuminga. I think Kuminga has this spark that just makes the other guys just play really, really hard. And I'm missing and waiting for him to come back to the game. But I'm really, really glad that we won last night. It's about time.
I do love that. Kuminga will be back. He ditched the walking boot. So Slater was talking to us yesterday, Donna. Thank you for the phone call. They are missing Jonathan Kuminga. His attacks to the basket, straight line drives, ability to get to the free throw line and just dunk on your head. And he was coming around, being more selective with his three-point shooting. There's no doubt they miss Kuminga and his athleticism. Let's go to BPA. BPA, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Morning, guys. I think there's just such a cavernous gap between, the Warrior fans on Twitter who are, let's move on. Yeah, Steph. I'm a Warrior fan from, the 80s and 90s. I don't need Steph here. Move on. And then there's the Warrior fans on Twitter that are obviously like, let's give him some help, right? And I think my take on it is, from that point of view, I believe more in what Steph can do with any help. So the Timberwolves were top locking him full court last night. It's insane. That's nobody in the NBA ever has been top locked for whatever 94 feet or whatever the court is. And so you give a guy like that with that kind of gravity any help, I believe more in what the outcome can be than what Dunleavy and Lakeup can do. Mike Dunleavy is just a guy from the early 2000s who was an awful Warrior, hated it here. So far, he's been not a good GM if you look at his decisions, right? You trade Poole for CP3, you let his contract expire. You don't even offer Clay an extension. You let his contract expire. And then Buddy Hield, Kyle Anderson, and Milton. It's just, there's no evidence at this point that Mike Dunleavy Jr. is a competent GM. So I believe more in what Steph could do with some help than what Lakeup and Dunleavy can do in a post-Steph era. And that opinion is shared by most Warrior fans. And
online or in real life?
In real life, of course. The guys that built the Warrior championship teams in the front office, they're gone. They are gone. They are not in the building. And that's why when you said they deserve benefit of the doubt or they deserve grace, yes, Jerry West, Bob Myers, and those guys, yes, they do deserve those things. They aren't here anymore. And so I believe more in what you could, if you give Steph any help, even a Vukovic, I think would be a great fit here. And they just don't want to do anything. That's my take. I don't believe Dunleavy can get a deal done. I don't know if he doesn't want to do it or if he just isn't capable of doing it. I just don't believe in him. And there's no evidence.
So what can he do? What can Dunleavy do to make you believe in his efforts as a GM of the Golden State Warriors? Because I disagree with you. I think he's done a solid job so far. But what can he do to win you over, BPA? Is it a monster trade? Is it a trade for a star? Is it to get this team in the top six?
He doesn't have to do anything to win me over. They don't care. I mean, Lakeup, they don't
wait,
Warriors.
BPA. You believe that Joe Lakeup and Mike Dunleavy do not care about winning?
I think that they have been disingenuous and teasing trade after trade after trade for 2 years. Every trade, every big name, they have purposely put their name in the mix. And I don't know. I don't have any evidence to believe that they're...
Aren't you happy they didn't trade for Paul George and Larry Markkinen? Paul George is awful. That would have been a terrible deal giving him a max contract. That would have been awful. Awful. That's organizational suicide right there if you do that move, BPA.
I don't know. Honestly, I haven't been looking at Paul George's box scores all that often.
I watch the games. It ain't about the box score.
So he's that bad. Pods and Buddy Anderson or Hield Anderson, those guys are just a better option, you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying with the cap space that was limited to the Warriors, those are probably the only moves that you could make.
I think his overarching theme is they do need to go get another couple of bodies.
There's no doubt.
And it doesn't have to be a frontline player. And yes, trades are hard and things take time and all that. But I get the tug and pull of where he's coming from. I do. And I do understand.
I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to Dunleavy and Lacob do not care. They're okay.
Well, that might
that's
be a little
silly.
strong.
And that's what kind of led to the back end of that conversation.
Yes, and that would be a little strong. But I would say that, we all, again, going back to the impatience, Steph is 30, what is he, 37, 38?
He's 36.
Okay,
36. 37 March 14th.
Okay, so he's 37. So it's not like we've got a lot of time.
No, they don't have a lot of time. So every month
makes it harder for this year, to do something. And then next year, he's 37, turning 38. And so, there is a sense of urgency. It's not like he's 32.
But here's what we have to grasp is that sort of like baseball, when you add playoff spots, more teams are now, quote unquote, in it into a playoff race. So that will make more teams hesitant to say, you know what, are we buyers or sellers? We actually don't know. We're still in the race. Maybe we're buyers. And wait, it's not a buyer's market. It's a seller's market. Pardon me. With the play-in, and teams having this hope that, maybe we can make the play-in and make a run and enter the playoffs and get into the top 6. That play-in tournament has now added teams to the equation, and maybe more teams are saying to themselves, well, we don't necessarily need to trade. We're in the play-in tournament. Let's just ride this out, not trade, and get into the play-in to see what happens. Now you got more teams who are trying to qualify for the playoffs, and I think we're going to find out over the next few years how that impacts the trade deadline, but I think there's something there because we see it in baseball. More teams are in it. How many teams are now hesitant to trade top prospects for a bat? We've seen this the last few years in baseball. Trades have been hard in Major League Baseball at the deadline because I think you've added teams to the wild card mix.
Yeah, but I think when we look at the big movers, those are different conversations, right? We're looking to shore up around the edges. And so I think to most people's opinions, throw in the second and third second rounder and just sweeten the deal. And instead of waiting the 4 weeks, throw it in. That's their impression. That's the impression that they have. And your counter to these teams think they're in the mix. I mean, do the 18 and 20, I'm using them as an example. The 18 and 23 Chicago Bulls think they're in the mix.
They are playing in the play-in. They made the play-in. And Reinsdorf is delusional. Reinsdorf is a delusional owner.
I guess that's where I would counter all right, well then throw in a couple of more seconds.
And Billy Donovan, but we don't know what Chicago wants.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying?
Give and take. I know.
The Warriors.
That's the Warrior fan thought is just throw more random picks. That's the way the fan views it.
The first day they were eligible, it was okay to trade for guys. They traded for Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, it was a good trade. I think it was a good trade.
So they're looking, and now so far that deal
is hurt.
The deal,
guy who can play.
Yeah, the deal hasn't worked out in the Warriors' favor so far.
It's been all right.
But they've tried to flip it on the margins. And so now you got other assets here, and you got a plethora of free agents coming up here. A lot of free agents on your team, restricted free agents, unrestricted free agents. They've got a lot of flexibility in terms of moving some of these guys for a player who can help them now on the margins. So unless we're in this war room with them, unless we're living at Chase Center or we have bugs inside the building listening to every conversation when it comes to Mike Dunleavy, Joe Lacob, Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, we have no idea what they're doing down there. So I think it's a little reckless to say they're not trying to improve the team around the margins. I think everything is on the table for this organization. Everything.
I agree, but you can't say that for 2 straight years and come up short. At some point, fans are like, dude, what? I don't care about your assets. I get everything you're saying, and I understand it sounds reckless, but I also understand from the fan perspective, if you're targeted with all these different people and you come up empty-handed, at some point it just gets exhausting.
But also, your cap has been messed up. You haven't had the financial flexibility to make said moves. And all of a sudden you get under the money. Now everybody's like, oh, man, you let Chris Paul walk for free, which we knew would be a shot. But we also understood by letting him walk, you're getting under the tax.
I know, but
you're not paying luxury tax
and I
dollars.
care about the cap like we do. And I study it on all the sports. I love the money of it. the average fan doesn't care. Like, they don't care about that.
Well, that's why I'm here to educate them that they should care about that stuff, and this is why it hinders them from making said moves.
I know, but like when you're,
but that's it.
But realistically,
so
like,
I'm not going to cater to the fans
to the game.
Yeah.
You're not like walking in, spending what people spend, and they're sitting there going, "Oh, got to get under the cap." Like, that's just not how a fan thinks.
No, they don't think that, but that's what they were doing.
No, I understand that.
You know what I'm saying?
That.
So let's take Leroy in Oakland. Leroy, what's happening?
Hey, what's up? What's up, guys?
What's up, Leroy?
Enjoying the show as usual. And I just wanted to say that, what the Warriors did for me last night as a fan, they kept me at 500. I'm feeling at 500. I'm feeling
I like it.
As a fan, 20 and 20. I've decided to Shasky, you liked the term I used last week. We rocking back and forth. The boat is rocking back and forth where I'm fourth today, right? I don't know what's going to happen, today or tomorrow. I might be back, but this is where the Warriors are, rocking back and forth. And last night, it just shows me that, like you're saying, B, we can bring in somebody that's not, necessarily a star. Like I've been telling you guys, I like, Jakob Portal from Toronto, right? Who made a big difference in that game the other night,
block.
man. I mean, he was 13 points. He was 13 rebounds, right? And so, guys like that, that's available. I even threw around, people think we need a shooting guard. I threw around Josh Giddey from Chicago. He's 22 years old. He's young. He can help now and in the future. I know the money is crazy, but if people think we look at a shooting guard, look at somebody like that. But for the Warriors, what they can do to help themselves, B and Shasky, is stop taking so many bad shots in the fourth quarter, passing up 2-point shots, passing up drives to the hole for 3-pointers. I was looking in that Toronto game, and I think it was like four and some change minutes left, and they took 7 shots, and 6 of them was 3-pointers, and they only made 2. So I'm just like, help yourself. We looking for help. We won't help, but do the little things to help yourself right now. And then bring in somebody like a Portal, guys that doesn't have the big names, but are that consistent, right? Because Vujic had like 13 points, 12 rebounds last night. So you can get guys that it doesn't cost a lot to come in and help this team out. And so, but yeah, I'm rocking back and forth, Shasky.
I like it.
I'm up today on the Warriors.
Well,
I'm up.
But you got to realize, though, when we talk about all these trades, again, it takes 2 to tango.
Well, I mean, but
it
Toronto's
takes 2
got like
to tango.
9 wins or whatever.
Huh?
Toronto's out of it. They got like 9 wins. Yes, it takes 2 to tango, but they're not
I'm
a
talking
team
about
that thinks they're
executing
in the
trades.
mix.
Yeah, executing trades. But they signed their young players, Emmanuel Quickly and Scotty Barnes, in long-term deals.
Yeah.
R.J. Barrett, they traded for last year. They're going to build around them. They're going to get a top 5 pick. This is a lost year for them. They have Grady Dick, the young man out of Kansas who's in his second year. They're rebuilding, and they're like, look, we made our moves last year. Now we have these young players. We're going to watch these young players grow and see what we have a year from now. That's Toronto.
Well, I want to react to Josh Giddey. It's an interesting actual suggestion. Let's talk about it on the other side.
Josh Giddey, huh?
He can't shoot. The guy is, I like his game, though. I do like his game.
All right.
I don't know what he is. He's a restricted free agent. Like, I don't know. Let's talk about it.
That's coming up. Brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
New year, fresh start.
Tide drops its third straight on this trip, 6-1 to the Rangers. For the Indians, one run on, let's see, one hit. That's all. We got one damn hit.
You can't say damn on the air.
Don't worry, nobody's listening anyway.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Rest in peace, Bob Uecker passed away at the age of 90 today. That's, of course, from the movie Major League. And when I hear that beat, what is it, Pin of Fever? Crank it up, crank it up, crank it up. Because I feel like we're in the midst of this with the Golden State Warriors. We're going down this road, folks. They're 20-20. It's been turbulent. 40 games, it felt like 80 games this season. But we're just in mid-January. We haven't got to the deadline yet. We haven't got to the All-Star break. But it feels like when I'm walking down the street, there's a local construction worker. Hey, Bonte, the Warriors stink. Who are these guys? Then you got the guys who are laying the court out, the panels, the Asian guys, and they're saying whatever they're speaking in Japanese, and they're saying, hey, Bonte, this team needs to get it together. And I'm saying, yes, they do. But damn it, they got a big win yesterday, and I'm back on board. I'm all in because the God, Steph Curry, cranked the beat, told everybody on Twitter to chill.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in the playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So yeah, that's it.
You hear that from the chef? He has the confidence they could beat anybody. Just get me in a damn playoff series. That's right, we're 40 games in. 40 games in. 8 of the next 9 at home. The Wizards on deck. And you know what? You beat the Wizards. You won game over 500. And then you get the Martin Luther King Jr. special 2 o'clock at Chase Center against the Celtics. So all they do is bomb threes. Hey, maybe there's a chance they go on a 3-game winning streak. Who the hell knows? But this is what I'm talking about, Warrior fans. The adversity. Who can withstand the adversity? Who's going to jump off the boat and say, I quit, I'm done? Or who's going to buck up, strap up their seatbelts, roll up their sleeves, and ride with this damn organization that brought you 4 championships? I like this stuff. It builds character, Spadoni. It shows who the real is, and it shows who the fake are. And Steph Curry talking to the casuals yesterday, telling them, shut up, stop with your fake trades and your Twitter fingers. Keep it moving, son. We got this. That's from the chef himself. I injected all into my veins.
They got a win last night. If they win on Saturday, that would be 2 in a row.
Oh.
That's what we call a winning streak.
Talk to me, Spadoni.
Does this
It has happened. It can happen again.
Does this make me Randy Quaid in Major League 2?
He's the best.
He is so good. Wild thing, you make my butt sting.
It's so good.
Hilarious.
He's
dude.
he is the fan. Like when I think of
100%.
fans, it's Randy Quaid in Major League 2.
And then when Rick Vaughn actually puts the glasses on with the haircut and he tells him to go shove it, as I try to go PG here, he's like, what? He's back. It's the best.
The meme of him saying they'll blow it in the playoffs is just me every time.
Oh, boy.
He's the best.
And that's what Warrior fans are saying right now. Oh, they're going to blow it next game. Oh, last night in the fourth quarter, they're going to blow this game. They're not going to win this game. They're going to blow it. To hell with that. Positivity. Positive mind frame 2025. What's up?
Is this considered you being optimistic, or are we just from the book of Bonte, is this flip-flopping?
Flip-flopping on what? I didn't say anything.
The temperature of the fan base.
I'm just saying, you know what it is,
I've been
honestly?
oscillating like a pendulum back and forth.
Honestly, when I left the show yesterday, inside I was smiling.
Okay.
I was smiling.
Why were you smiling?
Because I get excited about this stuff.
Inside Out?
Inside Out is a great movie.
It's a
Part 1
classic.
and 2. Part 1 and 2. And sometimes I'm like the angry emotion, right? I'm just...
I thought you were patient.
I am patient, too. I get angry sometimes.
All right, you guys, let's listen up. We won a game yesterday.
Yep, sure did.
We win one today, that's 2 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before. So let's see some hustle. Let's jack it up a little. I got a feeling things are about to turn around for us.
I have a feeling maybe it just may turn around for the Golden State Warriors after hearing Steph Curry last night. Tell everybody to put down your Twitter fingers, you twidiots.
What if
you damn twidiots.
ended up being the more patient one? Said, can we see this week? before I make a grandiose opinion?
Yeah, you could be that. You could be that. I'm not making an opinion at all. What I'm saying is, this excites me to see what direction they are going to go in because there's a lot of unknown, and I like the unknown. That intrigues me. Now, a lot of people want to know everything. They want to know what kind of ice cream they're going to get before they get the ice cream. They want to know, what hotel room are we staying in? Can we just hurry? Like, everybody's impatient. I get it. But I like the unknown here. I like the unknown as
Frozen
we stare into the abyss.
There you go.
As we
I'd rather
stare
be
into
the
the
White
abyss.
Sox.
No. As we stare
I
into
like
the
the
abyss.
box.
And they're 20-20. And we've been through this roller coaster before. I grew up an OG Warrior fan. I know what losing is like. All right? So all of a sudden, things get a little hairy and everybody wants to jump. Oh, let's get off the boat. There's no water in the boat yet, folks. Relax. 42 games left. Just relax. Everybody just chill for a second. But I like the unknown.
Early though.
But no, it's not getting late early. They're in the box right now. They're not out of the box. They're in the box right now.
The last time they were in the box, they got beheaded.
Yeah, they did. That was last time. So this
New
we're
year,
saying
buddy.
out loud, Shasky and I, that we both believe this team can make a deep run to the playoffs.
Absolutely. I feel like we're falling for, again, I'm not trying to poo-poo.
No.
It does feel like there's a little banana in the tailpipe stuff going on.
No, there's not any, but you're not listening. I'm saying, I don't know where this team is going to go. I don't know what direction they're going to go in. I don't know what they're going to do at the deadline. But the fact is that there's an unknown out there intrigues me.
So this is
and we're
an
going to find
inner
out very
tube
soon. Huh?
It's an inner tube season.
Maybe.
You just get in the inner tube and you see where the current of the river takes you.
I'm there.
Okay.
I'm there. Patience and Mike Dunleavy. Does anybody trust Mike Dunleavy to make the right move? Where are we at with Dunleavy? Where are we at right now? Let's go to Film on Mike. I want some positive. I know Film on Mike's going to be positive here. Film on Mike. Doesn't this intrigue you? Don't you love to just roll up your sleeves, get down and dirty, and see what this adverse situation can take us?
No, seriously. I mean, you have to. I mean, sports is the ultimate thing because things crazy happen. True story. True story. Y'all remember this. We Believe season. Don Nelson, Chicago, lost the game. He quote unquote threw in the towel. We don't have it. I don't know what. I thought I had a lot of expectations for this team. That's what happened with the Warriors a couple of days ago. Kind of like, you hit a reset. But no, I feel like this could be We Believe too. Y'all just got to believe, man. You can't. The nervous energy, you know how they play? This is what they did last night. They didn't play to lose. They finally played to win. They made a couple of bonehead mistakes, but for the most part, they were playing to win, and that's what I see. That's what I saw. The last couple of games that they blew the leads, Shasky, you could play to win. Let's make winning plays, or you could play to lose, and you could just let the other team just.
Yep.
It seemed like every time the Warriors, everything bad happens to the Warriors. You know what I'm saying? The Raptors come in and they beat us. And it's because we're playing to lose, we're not playing to win. Play to your strengths. Play within the margins. We don't have KD and Klay Thompson and Draymond in their primes. Play within the margins.
Mike,
you have to make the hustle plays. Yes, sir.
Mike, even you would admit the whole inbounding sequence was, oh boy, at the end of that game.
Oh, yeah, that was horrible. That was horrible. I was surprised Moody didn't come to a jump stop before he – so I was very surprised. Moody's is usually a lot more heady than that.
Yeah.
And then, so that was crazy. That was the time when you need Draymond Green. Draymond Green would have made the right decision, but
Draymond's probably inbounding the ball.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. We got the win. We got the dub. We can't complain. But remember, We Believe kicked off by Don Nelson throwing in the towel in Chicago. That's a true story.
Mm-hmm.
Google it.
There it is.
I don't need to Google it. I'll bring in old man Steiny to tell me those tales.
He could do that from 10 to 2. This is our show. Don't you come in here and crash our party that we're having on the morning roast. Matthew Steinmetz.
We Believe 2.0
fill like 15 or 20 minutes though.
Strong.
We don't like to come up for air on this show.
Part of the We Believe was they had not made the playoffs and didn't have an all-star for so long. And then you had Mike Montgomery. I mean, I was one of the people might as well. Let's just see Mike Montgomery. Let's see. Can't get any worse, right? Were you kind of open-minded to Montgomery before Nelly? I never was some Mike Montgomery stan. I'm just saying, like,
I like him personally, but
Yeah.
I was very skeptical of Mike Montgomery being the coach of the Warriors.
Look,
very skeptical.
Bonte, at that point in my Warrior fandom, anything was better than what we were watching. You know, I mean, hey, look, I'm one of the people that like, hey, let's give Keith Smart a chance. You know what I mean? Like that's after Nelly, obviously, but I mean, that's a stretch to say we believe 2.0. But I understand the sentiment.
I understand it too. Warriors going to win last night, made all the winning plays. I thought they came out just on fire. And the patience from the others to allow Steph Curry to come off multiple screens. You saw him run the split action a lot yesterday. You saw him come off of screens. The patient level, for whatever reason, Minnesota would just fall asleep on Steph Curry. Now he had a great step back over Rudy Gobert in the fourth quarter that kind of stabilized the game to turn it to 71-61 midway through the third quarter when Minnesota was living at the free throw line. But the Warriors, for them to withstand all those free throws. Minnesota shot 20 free throws in the third quarter, folks, as it became a foul fest. But to be able to withstand run after run after run after run, the hope is that you could build off this game, beating the Minnesota Timberwolves team for the third time. But I want to hear your Josh Giddey take, because Josh Giddey...
It wasn't mine.
No, Leroy's, but you have some thoughts on Josh Giddey.
Well, no, I think it's an interesting idea. I don't know. Look, am I watching Chicago Bulls games? No. When he was in OKC and you watched him, clearly the guy can't shoot. So that's not the greatest thing in the world. Do I need a non-shooter on the floor? Not really. As a player off the bench, though, and I don't know if he's willing to accept something like this at this point.
No,
I don't even know what his value is, because he's going to be a restricted free agent. I don't know how teams view him. I wouldn't want to give him $20 or $25 million a year. But he does remind me of Livingston in the sense that he's a bigger player who's a good ball handler, who can kind of facilitate the offense. But you kind of have Pods, and who knows if he's coming back. I like Giddey better than Pods, but I think Giddey views himself different than the role that I would put him in. I don't see him as a shooting guard.
Yeah.
That's not how I view him. I see him as a bigger point guard, where he could combo guard, defend some of the bigger guards, but offensively, he's kind of a facilitator in the half court. I do think he rebounds well. I do think he has great floor vision, but like shooting is not his thing. So I get Leroy's like throwing that out there, but I don't like, you gonna bring him in, then he's a restricted free agent. You got to make a decision on him. What's his value? I don't want him as a starter. I think he's a backup. Like, I have more questions than answers.
Oklahoma City traded him because they started playing him off the bench last year during a playoff run, and I don't think he was a big fan of that. So they came together, and they all agreed maybe a change of scenery was the best for him, because there was some baggage off the floor, some situations with Josh Giddey. But I guess it all got worked out. So he's playing right now. He played 80 games last year, but he started coming off the bench in the playoffs because teams left him open and he couldn't make an outside shot. This year, more to say, 32.5% from the three-point line, and he turns the ball over nearly 3 times a game. But you look at his numbers, he's getting about 11.5, 7 rebounds, 7 assists. If there's anybody on that Bulls team that I like, I'm not sure Josh Giddey's the fit. Although he can play .5 basketball, it'd be very intriguing. How's his defense? Could he play defense next to Steph? Would he want to come off the bench? That was an issue in Oklahoma City again, and he was playing with SGA and all his young buddies. So I don't know if he would be willing to do that, nor will he be. I think he'd be able to play with Steph, but as a starter, I don't know how that looks in the backcourt.
So you're in alignment with me.
And so if we're going to talk about the Bulls, it starts with Vuk.
Well, yes.
And then I'm looking at Levine, and I'm trying to, and I know they're not going to trade Kobe White, but can I get a Kobe White with that deal, that contract that he signed? I love a Kobe White and Vuk, no doubt about that. But these are the moves that we're talking about here. You're not going to make some sweet, like, by the way, is anybody off the Jimmy Butler trade talk? I haven't heard Jimmy Butler's name around here in a while. Has that ship sailed?
I'm not going to lie. I'm still intrigued. Doesn't mean I do the deal. I want to know what the deal is, but I'm not going to lie to you and say that it's dead. But in my mind, it's still in the back there. Right. Like, there are combinations of players. But why would Miami take some of these guys? But there are combinations of players where I would take Jimmy Butler in a heartbeat. But the problem is like, okay, Jimmy plays nice for a month, 2 months, and then what happens when he finds out you don't want to sign him long term?
Yeah.
Then you have a similar situation to what you have in Miami.
Exactly.
And then you're losing that money and free agency, and there's just so many questions.
Steph Curry, after the game last night, when he was answering Anthony Slater's question, because there's a lot of rhetoric about the team as they did go out there in Minnesota, hang out for dear life. He scored the first 13 points of the game. Great ball movement. Shooter got an open 3 in there. Buddy Hield came off the bench and was boom, 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 was lighting it up.
Thank
with
God
10
he hit his first
points.
3B.
Oh, yeah.
Bob Fitzgerald said he was 20 of his last 80.
Yeah, he was shooting 29% from 3 since December 12th. 29% since December 12th. So he got his game going yesterday, which is good. And they hung on for dear life, making all the winning plays. A great offensive rebound by Andrew Wiggins after GP2 split his free throws. But here's Steph Curry. And I want to know what this message means to everybody out there at DubNation. 888-957-9570 is the number. Here's what Steph Curry said. If anybody believes that he's fine with just being mediocre.
Anybody who thinks that I'm okay with just being an average basketball on an average basketball team is insane. Take whatever I said, I still stand on it, but that doesn't mean that you're not in a situation where you're trying to get better, make appropriate moves that help you do that. Mike knows that. We've talked about it. That's the expectation for me, trying to help lead the team where we want to go. Again, that doesn't mean that you're reckless. What people's definition of that is where I was talking about the Twitter fingers thing. Like, trade machines are fun, but what does that actually look like? So we're going to handle our business. Mike's going to handle his. See where we end up.
How'd you interpret that?
I interpret it as him, addressing the elephant in the room, which is all of the stuff that him and Steve and Draymond have said over the last couple of days were fodder for everyone to speculate, fair or not. And that's what we do, and I've never heard Steve, Dre, or Steph talk about the future of the organization beyond themselves ever. I've never, outside of like a GQ magazine, like, we want to leave the organization in a better place, as you're doing like a, 6,000 word diatribe on an individual in their prime. But like, yeah, it was interesting. But the other part of this is like, they are still trying to make the team better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I also think that they're kind of like us in that if you don't think they're thinking about who they want on their team and who they want gone, that's what everyone does.
That's what everybody does.
You do it in any job. You work on any job site in America and people are like, get that guy out of here. Get this guy in. I wish I was working over here. Man, I wish I had that dude. I wish I had him as a boss. Like, that's what people do in every profession.
650. If the Warriors bring in Giddey, I swear I will stop being a Warriors fan. Nobody said bring Josh Giddey in. That's not the move I would make. He's an okay player. But that's not the move I would make right now. It's not something that I think the Warriors necessarily need because I'm not sure about his finishing. I'm not sure about his I'm okay on Josh Giddey. Like, OKC gave up on him for a reason, right? That's a pretty good team and a pretty good organization right now under Sam Presti. I think they know what they're doing in Oklahoma City, and they made the move to just flip him for Alex Caruso, and you see where their record is at. They're up 5.5, 6 games in the Western Conference, so nobody said that they're in on Josh Giddey. Leroy asked a question about Josh Giddey. I'm personally out on Josh Giddey. So that's where that is. 5-0. Curry was 100% talking to some people at 95.7 the game. Who the hell knows who was talking to? I'd love to find out. I'll love to know.
Maybe next time you can put our names on it. That'd be cool.
Nah, I prefer.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
I don't want my name on anything. I don't need these strays here. Our boy Ray Scarbosio. Big Ray. What up, Ray? Here's a question for us, Shasky. Everyone keeps throwing names out and how well they're doing somewhere else. But how do you know that they will perform the same with the Golden State Warriors? So much of this is just a crapshoot. As a fan, this is tough to watch, but like, what do you guys keep saying? It's so true. Who's out there that you don't have to give everything up for who will really make a difference? And to his point about, somebody may be balling somewhere else, but how would they perform here? Exhibit A, Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
Dennis Schroeder was averaging a career high all across the board in Brooklyn. He comes here to a new system, a new city, all the way on the opposite coast, and it's been a struggle for him offensively, trying to figure out how to play with Steph Curry and Draymond Green and a unique movement that the Warriors use on offense. It's been an adjustment, and it hasn't gone well, so I'm with you, Ray. Just because you bring somebody in doesn't mean it's going to work. You got to adjust to the system, and it may take you a while. And then if it takes you a while, it may be too late. You're playing for juice boxes in the play-in tournament, trying to get a best of 7 series in.
Yeah, and I think the hard part of juggling is that people see this team and they see a team that's not a playoff team. At least I think a lot of Warrior fans don't see this as a playoff team. And a signal of no move feels like, not that they gave up, but it's like, we tried. And it just feels like after every offseason and every deadline for multiple seasons now, the we tried is kind of running thin.
So what do people want to see at the deadline?
They want to get it on their bid.
What if the Warriors, let's just say February 6th, noon Pacific time. It comes across the ticker that the Warriors did not make a move. Are people going to be that irate? Or are you going to try to sit back and say, you know what? Maybe there just wasn't a move out there.
Irate
Are
or
you
disappointed?
buying that? Disappointed?
Disappointed would be the word I would use. Irate is like, I reserve that for something else. But disappointed.
Which is what? Now I got to know.
I'd be disappointed.
Irate. I reserve that for. Now I want to know.
What do you mean?
Would you say you reserve that for something else?
Well, it depends on what that something else is. I mean, I don't know what it is.
Is it a big game?
Anything can make you irate. It just depends on, when and where. It's called Falling Down. Haven't you seen the movie? No, I'd be disappointed. Because I think this team can at least sneak into the playoffs. And sneaking into the playoffs would be a successful season for me. That was my setting before the season started, and that's my setting now. As frustrating as the oscillation back and forth between being decent and awful, it's make a move, make yourself a little bit better, get into the tournament, and see where it goes.
All right, let's go to Jacob in Castro Valley. Jacob, what's happening, man? Long time no see since the Doobie Awards. Freestyle of the Year 2024. Jacob in Castro Valley, what up?
Hey, good to be talking to you guys this morning. Had a little vacation beginning of the year, but glad to be talking some Dubs. I don't know. You guys are talking about trusting Dunleavy. I think it's a very small sample size, and he obviously thinks we can make something work with the players we have. He just wants to make trades for little fill-in pieces here and there. But I know who I do trust is Steve Kerr, and I trust Steph. They're both champions. Steph has 4 rings. Kerr has 3 rings as a player, 4 rings as a coach, and an Olympic gold medal. So if they think they can make it work, we just kind of got to see and see what happens. Health has been an issue. So when we've been healthy, we've looked strong. D'Anthony Melton was great. I miss that dude. He was a true 3-and-D. But when Wiggins is out and Draymond is out and Kuminga's out and Steph is out all at different times, it's going to be shaky. And like you were talking about Schroeder, he's got to adapt to the system. We don't really know exactly how he fits in yet, but I feel like he's been fitting in better lately. So he's just got to get used to the X's and O's. But I don't really think we necessarily need some trades at this point. If they do, I don't really think it should be any big ones. I think it should be little fill-in pieces, But wait to see when Podziemski's back and Kuminga's back and everybody's healthy, when Draymond's back. You might be surprised at what this team can do. Warriors have always played small ball, so we just got to see what happens.
All right, we got optimism. Optimism.
Have they missed Podziemski, you think? A lot?
It's a great question. They do need another ball handler. There's no doubt about that. But I think this rest is good for Podziemski. I don't know if they necessarily miss him. Now, they haven't won a lot of games. They're now 8-17 in the last 25.
Even when he's playing poorly, he brings energy.
Exactly. And, he struggled this year. There's no doubt about it with the shot, with the decision-making, with some of the turnovers. So I'm eager to see what happens when he gets back. What is his adjustment? What is his adjustment when he gets back from the right abdominal injury, which we have no update on, and we don't know when he's coming back. But I'm looking for positive Warrior fans, Shasky. I think I got one in Al in San Francisco.
Okay.
Al in San Francisco is optimistic, right, Al?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Hey, thank you for having me on. That was a really good game last night, and as we know, when Buddy Hield scores 18 or more, they win, so they won by 1 point. I was really impressed about Wiggins. He came up and scored, I think, 20-something points, Curry 30-something, and that's what they need. And I think when Kuminga comes back with Wiggins as a forward and, and Curry and Hield and also Draymond Green, I think they can make a run, move up to like 5 or 6 and maybe get in the play-in. Just get in the playoff. With Kuminga back, they should be very powerful. So thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Al's optimistic. Who shares that optimism with Al? 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number, but it's crazy. What a difference a month makes, Shasky. A lot of people miss Kuminga, which I didn't have on my bingo card a month ago.
Well, absence makes the heart grow fonder, but they miss his athleticism dramatically. And everybody wants to point out all the things he doesn't do and ignore all the things he does do. And it drives me crazy. You know that. Drives me absolutely bonkers. And so, yeah, they miss Kuminga so much. Just a variety of it. Getting to the lane, attacking. I think he's been a better rebounder. I feel like his shot selection has been significantly better. Getting a bucket and just getting out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. ISO, let me get downhill. Getting fouls. He stops the game. He gives their defense an opportunity to set themselves up because he goes to the free throw line a lot. Does he need to shoot free throws better? Yes. You know, but I think he was ascending. And if you look at some of the games that he finished, he was closing really well as a scorer. And they were running that high pick and roll with him and Steph late in games. Finally. I mean, we only got a small glimpse of it, but you could kind of see where maybe this could evolve into something special.
No doubt about it. No doubt. 888-957-9570 is the number, but we're going to do something a little fun here right before the 9 o'clock hour, and I want Lubman to come in here and set this up. I believe it was his idea. He wanted to bring something to the table. So, Lubman, the mic is yours. The floor is yours.
Yeah, well, thank you there, Bonte. Yeah, so I had this thought the other day. So, like, you guys know how, like, AI is basically, like, taking over the world, right?
Yeah.
So I'm kind of curious, if AI is going to rule the world, like, I want to know how good our future overlord in AI is when it comes to their sports takes. So just over the weekend, I decided to, through Chat GPT, which uses AI, just throw the AI a couple sports questions and just kind of, take the temperature of how it feels about a bunch of various sports topics. So the first thing I asked AI is, obviously we're talking trades for the Warriors and who could be moved. Draymond Green. So I asked AI, should the Warriors trade Draymond Green? And here's what the artificial intelligence had to say on that.
As of now, Draymond remains crucial to the Warriors' identity and championship aspirations. His defensive leadership, playmaking, and experience make him an invaluable piece for continued success. Trading him would risk destabilizing the team's core and diminishing their ability to compete at the highest level.
So there you go. That's what the AI sounds like, by the way. That's the robotic
I didn't know
voice it has.
Clutch developed AI.
Wow, that's ChatGPT. Maybe know more about basketball than all of us.
Yeah, he was shocked I was talking to it.
Draymond Green.
Can I ask, talking to me? I don't really understand AI, quite frankly. So you just Google AI and then type these things into AI?
Well, I use Chat GPT, which uses artificial intelligence to, generate its responses. So it's be able to, it checks the data and it comes up with its own opinion. And that's how, it decides that Draymond Green is a key integral piece for the Warriors culture and bringing up
this is basically
players.
Like in Superman 3 with Richard Pryor. This is like a supercomputer.
Yeah, basically.
Just for the uninitiated.
I'm surprised you don't know much about AI, considering how much time you spend online.
What is that supposed to mean?
That AI, that you don't know much about AI. I'm a little surprised.
I kind of, all the sci-fi movies I've watched, you get a little too close to AI and robots and stuff, and next thing you know,
we all saw
Terminators here.
We all saw Avengers: Age of Ultron. It goes off the rails fast.
I was a little surprised.
So that's why I want to talk sports with it now. So we talk sports with AI now, get comfortable with it,
right.
So that way later on it'll be like, oh, these guys were cool. We would talk sports and kind of chop it up.
There's some weird things happening with AI in the future, I would say. Some things that worry me about it.
We can agree. It's spooky. I have an uncle who's obsessed with it, but that's a whole nother conversation. Do we agree with AI on this Draymond Green?
Do you agree?
Do I agree? I go back and forth on it all the time. I think it's addition by subtraction, but I don't know if I speak for the majority of Warrior fans on that. That's just my personal opinion.
All right, so I threw a 49ers question at as well. Of course, we're talking about Brock Purdy and what kind of money he might get this offseason. So I did ask the AI, should Brock get a $55 million contract? Here's what I had to say.
Given Purdy's current trajectory, $55 million per year may be premature unless he proves over the next few seasons that he is not only a product of a strong system but also a top-tier quarterback capable of consistently leading the 49ers to championships. The 49ers may want to explore a more team-friendly contract based on his current experience until he establishes himself more fully.
Man, AI is not sold on Brock. He's pretty hard on Brock.
Genius. What do you think about that?
I think AI needs to watch more football. Stop looking at box scores.
Yeah, I'm sure artificial intelligence, they don't absorb any football.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Not at all. And when you look at the guys getting paid $55 to $60 million, Are they all better than Brock? No, they are not.
No, but
they are not. And this is the market rate. The market rate for going quarterbacks, for starting quarterbacks.
When people
who play
say
at
that,
a high
I always
level,
laugh because I'm like,
high
just
level,
because the market's out there doesn't mean you can't decide. I don't want to buy.
What are the alternatives, Shasky? What are the alternatives?
Does Brock
Sam
really
Darnold?
Does Brock really have that much more to prove? I mean, they say he has to be. The AI said it has to prove that he's better than just a quarterback who's in a good system.
I thought it was super
what more does he have to?
too.
I mean, he took this team to a Super Bowl. How much more does he have to prove?
Yeah, in another NFC Championship game.
These
and
are
that's
big
rallying in the
financial
playoff
decisions.
games. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. It's a huge financial decision, but you can make this happen. I don't know what the alternative is. Sam Darnold, Kirk Cousins, Daniel Jones.
The alternative is less
Justin
than
Fields.
market value.
Yeah, if I'm Brock Purdy, I'm not accepting less than 55.
Like just because Trevor Lawrence got a significant amount of money that is a clear overpay. Like, here's the funny thing. Deshaun got clearly overpaid. And why does no one use that as the algorithm for them to get fully guaranteed contracts worth $240 million? Why is that not market value? Because everyone realizes immediately that is a huge overpay. So we do this thing, market value. Well, literally Deshaun's at the highest point of the market, and he's one of the crummiest quarterbacks in the league over the last 3 years.
They didn't know he was going to be crummy. We all thought Deshaun Watson was on his way to the Hall of Fame after leaving the Houston Texans.
Baltimore signed Lamar after Deshaun.
But I don't care about all that right now when it comes to Brock Purdy. If Brock Purdy walks in to your office, Shasky, says, I want $55 million a year, you're not going to pay him $55 million a year?
I would look at the Lamar Jackson deal, and I would say you're not worth more than Lamar Jackson.
Okay.
No.
So
I think that's pretty reasonable.
So he walks out the office, and then what do you do at the quarterback spot? Bring back
I have him under contract, and I give him a bunch of offers. And if worst case scenario, then I tell him go, like exactly what they did with Ayuk. We have an amount of money that we think that you're worth. It's pretty reasonable. It's a huge pay grade. We love you. We think this is the best team building strategy for us. If you could find another team that's willing to meet our asking price on what we will trade you for and going to pay you, then okay. But until then, this is the most we can give.
But what if he finds that team that could pay him? Let's take it a step further.
Okay.
He finds that team that could pay him, and he's like, trade me, and the Niners trade him. So then what?
Then you cross that bridge. Then you go back into the well and you figure it out.
Like, are you confident if Brock did go out to try and find his own deal, like, are you confident that he would come back like, okay, yeah, I didn't find anything, or that he wouldn't find anything, or do you think there are teams that would actually give Brock what he wants? Because it's the quarterback situation this offseason, it's not the most robust. I mean, if the best option out there is Sam Darnold, but all of a sudden Brock Purdy becomes available, if I'm, insert quarterbackless team here, yeah, I'm probably going to look at Brock Purdy before I look at Sam Darnold, assuming you're not in a position to draft one of the top-tier QBs.
And I don't know what's going on in these war rooms. I don't know what's going on with these organizations or what they want to do at the quarterback spot. So there could be more teams who are after Brock Purdy. I have no idea.
Yeah, but look at Brandon Ayuk, Vontae. Like, Brandon Ayuk could have gotten a lot more money from the New England Patriots, and they were willing to meet the Niners offer, and Brandon Ayuk individually was like, no, I don't want to go there.
Yeah.
So, like we do this. This is why you go through the exercise. Like, negotiation is just that, negotiation.
I do not want this guy holding out. I want to get this deal done ASAP, and I feel confident that he's going to get his money. Whatever money he gets, everybody's going to freak out anyway. Let's just wait until the details and the structure of the deal before we go crazy. You got to do more AI love.
Yeah, I think really quick, just the smartest thing the 49ers can do is just the first big deal that is signed this offseason by anyone in the league should be Brock. Don't do what you did with Brandon Ayuk and drag your feet. Let all these other guys sign deals that absolutely ruin the market. Because I think I always told you guys when Amon-Ra St. Brown signed his deal, I always thought like that made made my stomach sink because like I just knew it was going to take so much longer with Brandon Ayuk after that point. So
should have got done right away after the Super Bowl like he wanted.
Don't make that same mistake twice.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM at HC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Love it. Any more?
Yeah, so Bonte, you were asking me the other day, how do you sell anyone on the Giants in 2025? So I asked AI, can the Giants make the playoffs this year? A simple question. Here's what the artificial intelligence has to say on that.
The Giants are likely to be competitive in 2025, with a realistic shot at being a playoff team. Their success will hinge on the development of their top prospects and smart acquisitions by the front office. If their young core progresses as expected and they add an impactful star or two, the Giants could contend for the division title or secure a wild card spot. However, if prospects falter or rivals continue to dominate, they may still find themselves fighting for relevance in a challenging NL West.
Well, AI, excited about the Giants this year?
excited about the Giants. That's AI. AI. I'm excited about the Giants.
I'm actually excited about the Giants.
That's AI.
Listen, I'll call a cap on AI. I'll call a cap. They're not competing for the division championship. Man, what are we doing?
I think a little bit. It kind of hedged its bet a little bit at that last. It's like, well, however, things might not go that way.
It might not go that well. But you know what? Bryce Elgins may win. Bryce Elgins 40 home runs this year, Rookie of the Year.
40 home runs. I just listened to
40 home runs, what, AA?
I just listened to a podcast from TK, the TK Show, which you can find on the Odyssey Podcast Sports Networks. That's right, TK. I'm doing a little promo for you.
Hey, I heard I read it to TK last week at Chaser. He said he may reach out to you as a guest.
And the question is?
Are you dead serious?
Yeah.
I'm
Love
here.
having
I'm
TK
available.
on the show. You should come in studio again. Remember we had him in studio that one
We
time?
did
That
have him
was
in
really fun.
studio. Well, we haven't brought him back to studio because we thought there was a beef.
I got no beef.
And the question is?
We love TK.
I ask tough questions. He asks tough questions.
He does
Two
ask tough
like-minded individuals. You know? Sometimes two A personalities are going to rub up against each other.
Look at you sucking up to TK. He's going to love this.
No, but I was listening to him and he asked Buster Posey the $1 million question, which is, how are you going to go about the development of Bryce Elgins?
Right.
And I will admit, I know Buster was a player and he was coming up in 2009. He came up, they had Benji. And Benji, I know it's hard to remember now, Benji was a very big fan favorite of Giants fans and was, at the time, their cleanup hitter. He was also one of the worst defensive catchers in the game. But Buster Posey had to get the prerequisite amount of at-bats that he thought in the minors. He said, I had a horrible fall ball. This is Posey. And I came into the camp with something to prove. I had to go back down, and then eventually I came up. They anticipate him. Obviously, he could earn his way if he just goes crazy. They're like, we like Wilmer and Lamont to start off. And I heard that, and I go, oh, no.
So we're selling Lamont.
Oh, no.
I'm actually excited about Wilmer Flores.
Oh, man. I'm a Flores fan, but
I like Flores too, but Bonte, you can't catch a cold at any position.
Pete Alonso, anybody? Pete Alonso?
I don't know if I want to shore up DH and first base when I know I have a first baseman coming up through the ranks. I struggle with that. And right now it sounds like the Mets are trying to make a deal for Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Yeah. I'm focused. I'm focused on Antonio and Oakland. What's up, Antonio? Who's not focused? But you guys like they're not focused?
Never said anything.
No, we're patient.
Guys, hey, Antonio, man, I work with the horniest dudes in radio, man. These guys, dude.
I don't know where that came from.
Hey, Antonio, what's up, man?
Oh, what's up, y'all? Good Warriors win. When Kaminga come back, you know what I'm saying? He's going to give us the opportunity to, at least, go to the playoffs and all that. You know what he is? He has to work on some things, of course, but his speed, he's kind of like a deep threat receiver, man, for us, because whoever guards him, they kind of got to back up a little bit, and that's really important. You know what I'm saying? He got star potential, and of course, I don't want to just trade him for anybody, but I really believe in him being a star, man. Buddy Hield, continue that. When he scores 18, you know what I'm saying? We going to win the game. And Brock Purdy, you better take a pay cut, man. Look at the top seven highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL. I think 4 missed the playoffs. I think 2 lost in the first round. I think the other one's Jared Goff. So, hey, man, self-awareness, most underrated skill set you can have as a person. So you need talent. Every quarterback in the history of football needs talent.
No doubt. What would you do in that spot, though, Antonio? With your numbers, and if your numbers back you and say, you are worth $55 million a year, would you take a pay cut for the betterment of the team?
Oh yeah, I need some receivers, I need some pass rushers, defense, everything. You got to do that. I think I should put an incentive-laden contract. If you ball out, we go to the playoffs. You get your 55. If we don't, it's go to $45 million. That's what I think. And if he's against that, if he's against balling out, it's why am I even trying to give you a contract in the first place? So. Hey, man, you got to be a team player. Everybody does. Did Joe Montana ever win anything without a stacked team? No. His team was stacked on both sides of the football. It wasn't just all Joe Montana a lot of Niner fans say it is. He had help too. Brady, John Elway, all that. So you guys know John Elway, he took a pay cut so they can get Neil Smith to come to the team, and look what happened. Back Super Bowls.
I'm just laughing at this text. Good call, Antonio. You're listening to 95.7. The creamiest and dreamiest game.
Stop it.
Now you guys don't want to laugh? Oh, now you guys want to be silent?
What?
Oh, now we're crossing the line. Now we're crossing the line around here. Oh, that's where the line is. Oh, okay.
That's where the patience runs out.
Oh, okay. Okay, we don't want to laugh about that.
That was a really good callback, Sam.
I thought you were about to do the legal again for a second. Like,
who cares?
Oh, did we do the legal?
We did do the legal, yeah.
Okay, all right.
So, good job.
He's so patient. He forgot about it.
He patiently fired off.
I was trying to do the Joe Horn, and it just didn't.
Right now we're missing the break, so.
I remember everything. That's why I'm a king. More coming up. I, Bonte Hill, will never lie to you ever again. I won't lie to you. I tell you, these dudes are horny. Gabe, more coming up. 888-957-9570. More coming up. Brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Pajemski. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those brakes, Bonte.
What am I, 6 for 6 today? Hot, baby. Hot from the perimeter.
You're 20 of your last 80 like Buddy Hield, if we're being 100%.
No, I'm not a 29% shooter. I'm more like a 60% shooter. Shooter. The Warriors were shooting that ball yesterday. Shooters. Steph Curry's a shooter. Warriors win. Speaking of shooters, I want to see all the shooters at the 95-70 Game knockout tournament. All you shooters who think you got a jump shot, you have a chance to qualify to play or to shoot some hoops at Chase Center. That's right. Starting on January 27th. We'll do this for 3 weeks. At the 8 o'clock, 12 p.m., 4 p.m. hours each day. Starting on Monday, January 27th, you will have a chance to qualify for the second annual 95-70 Game knockout tournament. You have to be 18 to win, and you have to be a California resident. But boy, talk about shooters. Go out there and get your shots up. Let's go. 95-70 Game knockout. Is Spinoni going to be in it? Spinoni, can you shoot hoops?
I can shoot a little bit.
Are you going to be involved this year?
We'll see.
See, that's weak. We do this for the fans. The fans want to come out. They want to come out and touch you, Spinoni. They want to see you. They want to see you live in person.
Oh, okay.
Don't flake.
Well,
London
I'm not
was
flaking.
out there
I literally
shooting.
have to have a shift during that time, so I'm working.
Oh, you can
that
get off
last
of that.
year. Well, last year was the same thing. I had to work during that.
We got to get you off of that shift.
We'll see.
Shift change.
Trades are hard.
The Rams are frauds to me. I even though they won the damn Super Bowl, they were frauds that year. Damn it.
The most contradictions in a short amount of time as possible. They're frauds. Even when they won the Super Bowl, they were frauds.
You taking the Rams over Philly?
I am taking the Rams over Philly because I hate Philly that much.
That's why emotions playing out. My emotions can't.
No, but I also think that I truly believe I want to take the better quarterback in most of these matchups. Like, that's what I tried. That's what makes Baltimore and Buffalo such a difficult decision. Like, I don't think Jalen Hurts is that good. I think he's a good runner. I don't think he's a great thrower. And I trust the McVay staff more than I trust Jalen Hurts figuring it out over the middle of the field. I trust Stafford. I'm taking the Rams in this game. And it's going to be a big upset.
You took Green Bay last week, right?
Well, that was just me taking Green Bay because I rode with Green Bay all year, even though I knew they were frauds.
I think Saquon Barkley is going to be too much in that offensive line. I just think. The trenches, man.
Sean McVay in the playoffs has never had a 100-yard rusher rush against him. So never had a running back rush for 100 yards against Sean McVay
So he had
in
Wade
the playoffs.
Phillips. He had obviously Raheem Morris and
Staley
1 year. That's right. Yep. And now he's got the Chris Shula. And I gotta say, the guy, he does find coaches. Kevin O'Connell obviously worked with him.
I love that you're on the McVay trade nowadays.
Well, again, presented with more information.
I hate that.
My opinion can
I hate when people get away with that so much.
How's it getting with it?
Oh, man. It's such a cop
moves
out.
every day.
It's such a cop out. But it's okay. It's okay.
If I sold my house today versus if I sold my house the day after I bought it, the price is different. Yesterday's price is not today's price, Bonte.
Here we go. I got the Eagles big in this one.
Big?
Yeah, I think the Eagles are going to roll. I think the Eagles. And I hate Philadelphia more so than anybody on this planet. I hate their fans. I hate them with a passion. Cannot stand them. I think they're despicable human beings. Supposed to that young dude who was yelling, or that OG dude who was yelling at that lady in the nosebleeds, calling her all kind of dirt and nasty. Where's John Marks at now? John Marks, formerly of WIP.
There are bad fans.
Dumbass podcast now.
That fan got fired from his workplace,
Thank
by the
God.
way, too. Yeah.
No,
And
well,
he's
that's-
banned from going to the link.
Well, look, here's what I would say. There's bad fans in every fan base. This is not like, are there more in some? I don't know. But I will say this. The Eagles as an organization are doing a lot of charity work to help benefit the fires in L.A., and I thought that was very classy from an organizational standpoint.
The organization.
I thought that was good humanitarianism.
Thank you, but their fans suck.
Okay.
Aaron Jones ran 14 times for 99 yards against McVay, and Jamal
Not
Williams
100.
ran 12 times for 65 yards that game. A.J. Dillon ran 6 times for 27. So they had their way in the run game. It gets shot.
I just gave you a stat because you said Saquon.
You found the, how did you get that information?
Because I just know. Spadoni asked me.
Well-rounded that way.
He asked me a trivia question earlier.
I did.
Who's the team to beat Chip Kelly?
Yeah.
Hey, who's the team to beat Chip Kelly?
This exercise.
Oh, well, I did this exercise,
Well, you said you think Saquon's going to have a big game.
Yeah.
I just cautioned that because in the history of the playoffs, no running back has rushed
Gainwell
for 100 yards.
I was curious. I was like, wow, that's pretty impressive run defense because I remember them against the 49ers. They shut the Niners out of the run game. But that cold day in Green Bay, Saturday, January 16, 2021.
Oh, the game we all
Aaron
remember.
Jones ran for 99. Oh, man. So they had success on the ground. I think Philadelphia's going to have success on the ground this week. That's just my opinion. But you know what? It's a win. This is what I call a Bonte Hill special win-win.
Taking all sides.
It's a win-win. No, if the Eagles lose, I'm happy because that means their fans are miserable all off season. I'm happy with Brock Purdy. I'm all good. But if the Rams lose, I'm happy as well because the one Rams fan who calls our show from Riverside won't have anything to say for months on end. So it is a win-win.
So you're happy because an entire fan base will be sad or just one fan will be sad?
Basically. Well, the Rams only have one fan. Did you see the championship parade? It's like 20 people out there. That was the most depressing championship parade I've ever seen in my life.
It's the one fan invited 19 friends?
His family members, his cousins, nephews, nieces. Probably has a big family. Is that Rudy in Riverside?
It was the comparison between the Rams championship, and I get it. It was coming out of COVID, but still, in comparison with the Dodgers just had, it's pretty sad.
I hate the Dodgers so much.
Well, yeah, they're not a real team or fan base, so.
I hate them so much.
I hate them too.
You don't hate the Rams as much as you do
I've
the
lost my
Eagles?
patience with the Dodgers.
Look, McVay is an intoxicating character. He is.
You're on the McVay.
There are certain people, like, I didn't love Brady right off the rip. Like, I kind of got annoyed by Brady. And then when he was coming for all the Joe Montana stuff, it did bug me really bad. I didn't want to admit he's better than Montana. I didn't ever want to, give in. Then the Seattle game happened, and he won me over. And that fourth quarter against that team that I hated so much, and for him to throw that many yards in the fourth quarter and to win the way that they did, it's like Belichick's one of the all-times, obviously, and Brady's amazing. That was the moment. I'll never forget it.
Yeah, that was a great moment. My moment happened a lot earlier when it came to Tom Brady. I stopped betting against him very early in the 00s. Very early. It was patch or pass for a long time. For over 15 years where I was like, yeah, I'm not betting against the Patriots. Just not doing it. They're just off the board. I'm either betting on them or I'm not betting on the game at all. Even when they lost a divisional round game to Denver in Mile High, I still bet on the Patriots. I didn't care.
Yeah, Shaz, not that I'm trying to one-up you, but I held out a little bit longer. For me, it was the 28-3 comeback where I finally relented and be like, you know what? Yeah, he's probably better than Montana. I tried to hold out for so long in that argument too, but that was my moment where it's just no, I just watched the greatest quarterback ever.
You guys are not going to believe me. You won't believe me. You won't. But I was won over after the first Super Bowl. It's the greatest show on turf. No, seriously. Because John Madden, I know he's going to think I'm Cap. Go call Big Dog City. He's in Puerto Rico right now.
The LeBron meme. But Monte's has
I know. You guys are going to die.
The minute Brian Cox was knocked out, I knew because
Bonte Hill will never lie to you.
I watched the Cotton Bowl the year before.
When I seen him throw that ball. See, I preface this by saying they're going to think I'm capping. But on that broadcast, somewhere on Madden was like, I would just kneel and go to overtime and play for overtime. And Belichick empowered Brady to throw the football on the final drive. They win that football game. And I was like, damn. Brady just won one in his second year. And then, of course, they didn't make the playoffs the next year. Then that year after, they beat Carolina in exciting fashion, 32-29, out in Houston, Texas, out-dueling Jake Delhomme.
I want to make sure you knew. Okay, hey.
No, I didn't say I knew he was going to be great. No, you're not. See, so you're pausing my words. I'm saying I was sold on Brady the minute he won that Super Bowl.
Sold on him as what?
as a very solid quarterback, and that the Patriots have found one.
Okay, you can also.
I didn't say that it was going to be the greatest.
The greatest quarterback
I didn't
ever?
say that.
Well,
I didn't say that at all.
About.
No. I didn't say that at all.
He was like the greatest quarterback.
No, well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I was like, yeah, I'm not betting against Tom Brady. I think he's a really good quarterback because of that Rams game. You got to remember the Rams were in that division with the 49ers. They still are, with the greatest show on turf. And they had the Niners number. Kurt Warner, Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce, Marshall Faulk. How the hell are you going to slow that offense down? And Brady in the offense, they had a guy who was the wide receiver? Patton. They had Patton and Troy Brown. And they had our boy Jermaine Wiggins at tight end. They had a who's who at running backs. And I was like, damn, the Patriots may have found a good dude. They may have found a quarterback, a legit quarterback. Now, did I think he was the greatest of all time? Absolutely not. But once he started putting that tape together, he had 3 and 4 years. Yeah, 3 and 4 years, like, whoa.
A lot of people thought by the way that they were winning that, he was, and I think he evolved as a player, too. That's the other part we're not giving it enough credit for. Like, who Big Ben was year 1 is not who Big Ben was year 9, year 10.
No doubt.
Right? So, like, I think a lot of people thought, he's just more a byproduct of the coach and the defense and the era than he was, leading the campaign. Whereas by 2007, and they're putting up crazy offensive numbers, we viewed him a lot differently.
However, that Super Bowl against Carolina, he had to throw the ball. And he had to make plays with his arms.
It was one of the most underrated, fun Super Bowls.
I mean, him and Del Holm went at it. Del Holm was so badass. Jake Del Holm, he threw the bomb to Musha Muhammad. Yeah. Deshaun Foster was balling in that game. Steven Davis was balling. But man, Brady threw that ball pretty well in that game as well. So let me see here. Super Bowl 20 was 03. So I'm looking at the Patriots here. They beat the Panthers 32-29 in Houston, Texas. Brady threw for 32 of 48, 354 yards.
48 attempts back then. Wow.
3 touchdowns and 1 pick. Wow, Antoine Smith ran for 83 yards on 26 carries. So Deion Branch 10 for 143. David Gibbons 5 for 69.
He got MVP and he got traded to Seattle. Deion Branch.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Then he came back.
He came back. So it wasn't that I'm not saying that I knew Tom Brady was great. I'm not saying that at all. That's ridiculous. I still would take Joe Montana over Tom Brady in one game. That's just me. But as far as like having a quarterback, knowing that you could build around, I was sold on Brady pretty early. Like that first Super Bowl against the Rams, like that. Did you really think they were going to beat the Rams in that game?
No.
Nobody did. That was a huge upset. And they allowed Brady to throw the final drive. What do you have, one timeout, if that?
But the way I viewed that then versus when he's, going at 28-3 and slinging it all over the place at the end of that game, throwing a bunch of checkdowns to, was it Dion Lewis or whoever the guy was, the running back?
Dion Lewis.
I was through a different Brady prism. I was watching it through a different prism.
Yeah, I hear you. So
just like when I watched Steph's first run in the playoffs and being so amazed by it, like, oh my God, I can't believe, against Denver, for example, that first ever playoff series, like, wow, this is incredible. Yep. The way I was viewing that versus the way I watched them against, let's say, the Kings in that game 7. Like, I knew that was epic all time, but it's just you're viewing it through a different lens.
408. What if it's Eagles KC Super Bowl? You got to go Philly, right?
No, I'm rooting for the lights to go out.
Yeah, I'm rooting for the game to get canceled. Yeah, we're not going to have a Super Bowl this year.
I don't want a natural disaster.
No, I don't want a natural disaster either. No. But,
No, we definitely do not want
We don't want that at all. I'm not saying that. Yes. I'm not going that far.
No.
Just saying. Just want the game to be canceled for whatever reason. Maybe the Superdome has a leak in the roof. I don't know.
Power goes out.
Yeah. Shout out Beyonce. By the way, guys, we're talking about feeling old and like dates, and we're talking about this Patriots run. On Sunday, January 19th.
Sunday.
It'll be 24 years since the Tuck Rule game.
Really?
Wow. Yeah. On this Sunday.
24 for Charles Woodson.
Yep, there you go. Man.
I'll never forget watching that.
Yeah, I never forget watching it either. And you
knew
I still,
when they went to this day,
review.
you guys got so hosed.
Oh, yeah, they got hosed.
And then you didn't get a stop. It was so much like the Dusty moment with Steve Berman or whatever the guy's name was. Bartman, thank you. Where, shout out Steve Berman. But where it's like, yes, that was the seminal moment. And then a bunch of terrible things happened immediately after, and you couldn't stop the bleeding. God, they got
momentum's real.
They showed Al Davis in the suite, and I was like, oh, they're getting hosed. They're getting hosed.
When they cleared the snow for him to kick the field goal.
Well, Lincoln Kennedy always talks about it. He goes, wait a minute. We got to travel to New England. Short week,
Was it a Saturday night?
And a Saturday night. It was the first ever Saturday night divisional game in quite some time. So they used to do the Saturday night games just like the Sunday games. 10 o'clock start in the morning, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They moved it to 5 p.m. West Coast time. So this West Coast team's got to go play in the snow where they knew it was going to snow late at night. Oh, they got hosed big time. Big time. It changed the course of history.
It did.
Still angers me.
And 24 years later, that man, Tom Brady, now is a legitimate owner of said Raiders.
How does that make you feel?
Well, if he lands Ben Johnson, he's already one of the best owners of all time. If he lands Ben Johnson,
wait. This is
all time.
He's already a better owner than Mark Davis.
You knew when you saw him sign Ben Johnson that he would be one of the greaters of all time.
Here you go, Mr.
And when he signed that coach, I knew.
Sometimes this is where my patience runs thin. My patience runs thin because I start talking. You guys want to crack these little $2 jokes like you Dan Dibby or something. Look, it's all good around these parts. Like these fans do, you parse a words in, and I never said I knew Tom Brady was going to be the greatest of all time. I just said I was sold on him after the first Super Bowl. The throws he made in the Superdome that day against the LA Rams, who had Aeneas Williams playing corner, and they had a legit team.
What were you sold on him to do?
To be a very good quarterback for a very long time. That's what I was sold on. Is that cap?
So when he signs Ben Johnson, will you think that he will be a very good front office executive owner for a very long time?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm asking, would you?
No. What are you talking about? No.
I think he would.
Stay on track.
I think he's going to be great.
Because hiring Ben Johnson, everybody wants to hire Ben Johnson.
Yeah, but
it's like the slam dunk hire.
But if you do it.
Niner fans wanted Ben Johnson.
Yes.
Some people can put the rings on the table like Jerry West. Some can't. Brady can put the rings on the table. And if we're just talking about knowing football and how to build an organization, you could do a lot worse than Tom Brady.
No doubt.
I actually think he's going to be so much better at running a team than he's ever going to be as a broadcaster.
Yeah, I know. Get him out the broadcast booth ASAP. Even Vince Wilfork thinks he's like, meh.
Well, Vince.
Now, the NBA ratings have been a bit meh, right? Wait, what you got to give Vince Wilfork?
Well, I want him to be a Niner. I was still pissed.
That's why he's.
I wanted him so bad to be a Niner. Pissed.
Somebody said, why Bonte getting mad though? Because when I say something, it's cap. This guy's lying.
No, we're just
ain't no reason to lie to kick
LeBron.
it. No, I'm not LeBron at all. No, that's disrespectful, man.
At the break, Bonte's going to start reading a book like A.J. Brown.
On the court like I'm Kobe or LeBron. I should start reading books during the breaks. Instead of listening to YouTube.
Do it during the segment while Shasky's
ranting. I should do. You know what? I should do it. I should actually give me more of a peace of mind around here. All of a sudden,
read The Art of Patience.
Oh my God! It took me the Seattle game, fourth quarter, to know that Tom Brady was a great quarterback.
Instead of the text line, it's the Comcast Business textbook.
No, I'm getting laughed at.
No,
but you guys were sold on Brady after he won his fourth Super Bowl.
Yeah, as the greatest.
Not one, not two, not three. You got sold on Brady after he won 4 Super Bowls. Give me a break. What about NBA ratings? Adam Silver with Colin Cowherd. This is what he said about ratings.
This season, just to set the record straight, we're up about 4% on ESPN and ABC. That's our rating story so far. We're coming off last season where it was our highest regular season ratings in 4 years. But the issue is, especially for a sport like the NBA, where we have a very young fan base, young men, young women. Cable, as you know, and I'm sure it has an impact on your show as well, that since you last interviewed me, 5+ years, there's been yet another dramatic increase in the number of people who subscribe, I'll call it traditional television, cable, satellite television, or who watch traditional television. So much so that from a decade ago, it's like 50% fewer people watch traditional television. In fact, last year, the lines crossed. More people are now watching programming on streaming services than they are through legacy conventional television.
So can they find ratings on streaming services? How would you rate that?
But Netflix is giving you their data and not the Nielsen data. Even Nielsen, this is the irony of the whole thing. Even Nielsen's a straight up dart throw. It's like a blind dart throw. They don't even have the exact algorithms and the numbers and all that stuff. So, here's the thing I would say. Politics and sports, people will always drive to a screen, doesn't matter what kind of screen it is, because you can't watch it after the fact. You want to see it in real time, right? And those things, even though subscriptions are down and the consumption has never been higher, meaning we are consuming all of these things at a higher clip than ever before.
Yep.
Even if the subs are down. I mean, there's a reason why Apple, Amazon are trying to get into the game when it comes to all of the sports broadcasting stuff, because they know people have such a quench for they want to quench the thirst for the live action of sports, and you can't watch it after the fact. You just can't.
Yeah.
So it'll always be, very popular.
Yeah, no doubt about that. It's going to be, our viewing habits has changed dramatically. It's so crazy how they changed. Traditional television, the streaming, the YouTube, the Amazon, the Apple. You got to find all these stuff. Now, I hope they don't lose people along the way with having all these streaming devices, but also the rules of the game. Obviously, there's been a talk about the three-point shooting that's been going on in the league. Everybody's taking threes left and right. Well, here's what Adam Silver said about the three-point line and possibly moving it back.
I don't want to sort of knee-jerk move the three-point line. We're sort of going through a process now, seeing how these players are adapting to the new rules and figuring out if whatever changes we should make. I mean, to be honest, I wish it were as simple as just moving the three-point line back, because then we would just do it. I mean, part of the concern from the basketball folks is that if you move the three-point line back, you'll end up sort of just clogging up, the sort of the area under the basket. And that's not such attractive basketball either. I think this is doable. I think by examining the game and sort of seeing where it's going, I mean, it frustrates me a little as well, because it's obviously you're representative of what a fair number of people are saying about the game. And I watch it night in, night out. And we're seeing some of the most incredible athleticism and skill in the history of this league. Again, Victor Wembanyama. But I think you're also saying, too, that if we move the three-point line back and what we ended up with was Victor Wembanyama standing under the basket the whole time and just waiting to dunk, that wouldn't be interesting either.
Right.
So one, I assure you, we are on it. I think it's a very fixable issue.
That's Adam Silver on the Her podcast with Colin Cowherd there with the three-point line or whatnot. And I don't know about, when we talk about ratings, I don't know if it counts international numbers, as the 415 is saying. NBA is the biggest league in Asia. They don't count international numbers, counting the 4 billion people. I don't know how the ratings work anymore, whether it's radio, television. I don't even get bogged down into it. People are watching, and that's what's important. But
are people happy with the product?
Yeah, of course not. And that's where I'm getting to with the three-point shots. The three-point shots that teams are taking, the lack of balance offensively. This is why I like watching Oklahoma City. This is why I like watching Cleveland. This is why I like watching Orlando. They embrace the mid-range game. They embrace going inside out, 2 feet in the paint, shooting the mid-range jumper, shooting the 15-foot jumper, a good shot presented to you, you're taking it, not just a three-point shot. So when you got a bunch of teams, and the Celtics, they're kind of like the Houston Rockets. We don't talk about them because they have a lot of good guys on their team or whatnot. There's a lot of hate for James Harden. But the Celtics play exactly like those Rocket teams of the late 2010s with James Harden and Daryl Morey and Mike D'Antoni. And that is a boring brand of basketball where you're just driving to the lane looking for a three-point shooter. I saw fast breaks yesterday where whether it was the Warriors or the T-Wolves where they're driving to the hoop and they're passing it out to the three-point line. No, go dunk on somebody's head and get a layup, for crying out loud. That's where I have a problem with the game and where it just looks too damn predictable. We like the unpredictability of sports. We love seeing new plays. We love seeing new formations. We love seeing all that stuff. So they've got to do something about this three-point shot. Teams got to embrace it. Maybe it is moving it back to make sure that teams don't take a lot of threes and you get back to the balance of basketball.
Yeah, I get why he wouldn't come out and say these things like so flippantly, because you're running the league. You're trying to balance. You don't want to upset the apple cart. If they're not looking to try to tweak things, I want to make sure that's a very clear word, tweak, then he's doing a disservice to his league. The NFL is constantly tweaking its rules. Now, if we just had, and I think Cowherd says this at the beginning, and it's a great point, if you just had 60-yard bombs and quarterback sneaks, the game would be very boring, right? You got to have a blend. Baseball, realize this. You can't have just home runs and strikeouts. You just can't. You can't. The ball's got to be in play more. And they tweak the rules, and everyone agrees it's a better watch, period. And the game's a little more fun. And it's induced some athleticism. The one area, forget threes for a second. I think that the physicality in the league needs to be up a little. I actually think we need a little more physicality. And I was listening to what makes the WNBA and just the women's game in general a little more appealing. And it's the fact that because the players don't get so aerial, because they're not so obsessed with dunking and stretching the floor at all times, the game actually is more physical than some of the men's product. And people kind of like that. And I also believe at the NBA, the appeal was the athleticism and the dunking. And even when a guy like Anthony Edwards goes, yeah, I could get hurt dunking, I'm gonna shoot more threes because it's better for my team. Like, that's a big problem.
Was also saying that he's shooting more threes because teams are doubling him and he has no driving lane, so he doesn't know how to navigate a double team right now. Which
well, that's
is not
a whole nother
the smartest thing
conversation.
to say.
But B, they need to tweak some rules. Hand checking was something that happened 30 years ago.
The game did get physical last year. And people started complaining about it, saying they're not calling enough fouls. Remember that? We had the classic Kyle Draper clip. Draper was one of many. I think the game is too physical.
The NBA has a problem right now, ladies and gentlemen. And we had Tim Kempton on the radio today. The physicality has gotten out of control.
Well, here's what I would say to him. Physicality 60 feet away from the hoop versus physicality underneath the rim, they're adjudicated imbalance-wise. Like, they're not on the same footing. And to me, like, if you're going to allow physicality 60 feet away from the hoop, you allow it under the rim. If you're not going to allow it 60 feet away from the hoop, why are you allowing it under the rim? Like, it's got to go both ways. And so I think you can allow a little more physicality, but I also think you do need to either, whether it's the dimensions of the floor, whether it's where the three-point line rests, whether it's changing the point thing, meaning like a dunk might be worth 3, or any point in the paint might be worth 3. I don't know.
Shot?
I'm open-minded to hearing the suggestions.
4-point shot?
I don't know about 4-point shot, but like, let's say, B, if I told you get 3 for also scoring, and again, this is I'm just throwing out a tweak. This is a flawed tweak. Wouldn't people maybe develop like a hook shot or the elbow, Rip Hamilton coming off the 2 screens would be valued higher, right? And so I would look to try to balance the floor a little better. I'm open to anything, and I don't think this is a bad idea right now.
That's why I brought up Cleveland, because they play inside out, and they do some nice little post-ups, whether it's mid-block, down on the block. Now, the teams are getting crazier athletically and longer, and so when you're doing the traditional post-ups like we saw in the 90s, and hell, even before that, with the Ewings and the Hakeems, and even before our time, the Hakeems or whatnot, I always wonder how would they play in today's game with all the spacing or whatnot. Yeah, more traditional post-ups, but the problem is, and you would know more than me at CYO level, from what I hear, they're not really teaching that aspect of the game anymore.
It's a chuck fest.
Yeah.
It's a chuck fest.
So at the Little League level, whether it's CYO, high school, do you see any traditional post-ups at all?
Every game I coach, every game I play, I say to my guys, we work in to out. Meaning the whole point of playing basketball to me is getting the best shot ever. This is what I always say. It's my favorite. It's my favorite line. And it's exaggerated, but bear with me. I stand at the free throw line and I go, Steph Curry shoots over 90% from here, the greatest shooter ever. And then I take 5 steps back and I go to the 3-point line and I go, Steph Curry, the greatest shooter ever, shoots 45% from here. You tell me where you'd rather take your shot. And they all look at me like I'm crazy. And I go, guys, the closer you get to the hoop, even though there's more bodies and stuff there, the higher the percentage shot. And so it has to get drilled in. Now, is the skill better now than it was back in the 90s when you and I played? Yeah, dude, I watch kids with range that is unreal. Doesn't mean it's a good shot.
Exactly.
And it doesn't mean that you're rewarding other players on the court who are hustling back and forth who don't get a chance to touch it. So I'm with you. I was watching the girls' SI-SH game the other day. My buddy Sean Joyce loves the NBA. He likes to throw some shekels down. You know what he said to me? I was blown away. He goes, dude, I don't even like boys basketball at the high school level anymore. I prefer the girls' game. I was like, what? Because he'd be the last guy I was like, he goes, yeah, dude, the game's more fun to watch because they share it. They play inside out. It's not just a one-on-one chuck fest. And I was like, wow, that to me was shocking. Guy in his 40s, been watching the game his whole life, grew up. He was a good little player in a lot of different sports. Like, that shocked me.
Well, that was my question to you. It's got to be drilled in at the lower levels.
Yes.
To work on post-ups, to work on traditional hook shots if you're a big man.
Who are the kids
to work on
emulating?
guys in a post, on the blocks, establishing position, learning how to box out, learning how to be physical. And so if it's not happening at the lower levels, by the time these kids go to the high school level, they don't. It's almost too late.
Well, plus they're being rewarded, right? They're being rewarded at a disproportionate level. But the other part of this, B, is they're emulating who they see. If I had a bunch of third graders right now who had never played organized basketball and I rolled the ball out there, okay, where do you think they start shooting?
Three-point shot. I'm looking at the 5-3-0 here. I'm a middle school teacher, and I go to b-ball games. 6th grade boys receiving the pass near the elbow, dribbling back to the 3-point line and launching it. It has to be instilled at the lower levels, AAU, CYO, high school, middle school, you name it. So until you get that happening, by the time they get to college where they're all playing 5 out, and then you get to the NBA where a lot of teams are playing 5 out, you're going to get the product that you're getting. So the product does have to change. You need more balance, which is why we're going to watch Cleveland and the OKC and the rematch from last week. That game is tonight on TNT. It's going to be some good basketball being played. Now, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander loves to push off a little bit, and some people don't like that style. But watch Donovan Mitchell with Kenny Atkinson and the Cleveland Cavaliers and the way they play. Look at the way Oklahoma City plays. Look at the way the Houston Rockets are playing right now, as opposed to, say, the Boston Celtics, who play 5 out and launch over 53s a game.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Now, you got me on my coaching thing here, and I'm not trying to be like holier than thou, but my belief at the youth level is we're teaching them how to play the game, and we want them to fall in love with the game. And so my number one thing is, yes, do we want to win games? Is it fun? Of course it's fun when you win. We all know. Teach them to share the ball and keep moving. I see this at every Bonte! And they stand on the 3-point line, clapping for the ball, begging for it. And I'm like, pass and move, pass and move, pass and move.
Luckily, I'm not coaching.
It drives me crazy.
Luckily, I ain't coaching. I ain't Yankee ass right out the game.
Well, there's rules about who you can sub and when you can. But you get where I'm going with
Yankees ass right out the game. Sorry to tie for Fast Five.
Trades are hard.
You know, my final thought is my whole crew disrespecting me because I didn't say I knew Brady was great. I thought Brady was a good quarterback after he won the first one. And just because you jabronis, it took you, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but Tom Brady wins Super Bowl number 4. Oh, yes, he's great. Wow, I'm finally sold. You're sold after the 4th one when all you guys put Mahomes on this pedestal after just 2 Super Bowls. But yet you didn't know that with Tom Brady?
He's got 3.
You guys unbelievable. Guru, what the hell are you doing in here?
I got a final thought. I've never done this, but I got it cleared. Butch, when I talk to you, I get off the phone because we do talk outside of work, and my dad will be, who was that? That was Butch. I talked to Bonte outside of work.
Don't pick up my calls
will be like, who was that? That was Bonte. Tell me if I'm being a diva, because Bonte, I called you last night and I hung you up because you're my brother. You my dude.
What happened?
And we cross-promote. So Norm and I, my dad, having steak dinner, mac and cheese, and we're watching you, Mully and Fetsis, and you say when we come back, this is Big Bonte on TV, we're going to hear what B.J. Armstrong, the compliment he gave Jonathan Kaminga. So I tell Pop, we about to see a little Steiny and Goo. And we come back, B, and it just says 95-7 the game.
But no.
And I was a little hurt. Like,
why were you
help
hurt?
us out.
I said he talked to my guy, Steiny and Guru, on 95-7 the game.
Now that I did not
because
hear.
You're a microcosm of society today. You guys don't listen. You guys listen to one word and assume everything like my guys just did. Bonte, you thought Brady was great at the year 2.
I'm trolling right now.
You should be more patient, Guru.
I didn't hear that.
Quote and said, and not only that, I even gave you a compliment. I said, I know that compliment.
Steiny.
I gotta get out of here.
Did you know
made
that?
Guru happy. And I said, as for Steiny, it made him RVD cranky. And I gave you guys 2 different shout outs.
I feel like a fool, Butch.
Did you know that Bonte, he bangs? He's a Norteño, he's so red.
I'm gonna give you a one. Hey, I'm out of here. I apologize. I threw you under the bus.
This is why Rizzo, my boy Risotto. This is why my boy Risotto. This is why my boy Risotto is one of my favorites. There's credible journalists around here, and there's people who know how to be accurate. Guru, you were inaccurate with that.
I got you on breakfast, baby.
I read your quote and gave you guys a shout out not once but twice.
How did I butcher it? Shout out, Shasky.
Yeah, well,
how did I butcher it?
Because Shasky probably told you you what happened, and you ran with his story and his over-exaggerations.
I'm outta
All
here.
you guys, I'm
I
down on everybody.
apologize.
The hell with the holiday party here at 95.7 The Game. I don't want to be around none of you guys no more. Yeah, look at his sweater. That screams holiday party.
I figured you'd wear the Crocs with the sweatpants.
Now that hurt. I'm OG.
No, get your butt back in. No, you stay for the whole one. You come in here, hijack our segment. You stay right there, Guru. You just stay right there. I gave you shout out. You'll find the tape.
Do to me? How did I get it wrong? Dude, Butch. Hey, and then I gotta say something to Bonte. Let us fan how we fan. Even Curry he was demoralized last week, and it was a good win, but it's not just about trades. It's that let us know you. And he did last night with the Twitter. I feel like he was talking to me, but I just like, it's okay. We're just reacting because we want the team to do well, but big win. And Looney should never be a DNP. He just has a mechanism of when it's frantic, I got the ball, look for the light-skinned guy with the green eyes.
Guy, Guy Santos.
He was the male model, I call him.
The Hill model, okay.
My daughter thinks he's handsome.
I don't even know where you're going with that.
My daughter thinks he's handsome.
This show is horny.
Yeah, you guys are horny. The horniest show in America, the Morning Roast, that is.
He might not be a starter. He could be an 8th or 9th.
No doubt, Butch.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Listen, I want to tell you guys, the Sudaneos and Norteños, I'm neutral, okay? Don't listen to Joe Shasky about Bloods and Crips. I'm not a gang member. I don't bang blue. I don't bang red. I wear all the colors, okay? Norteños, Sudaneos, y'all my homies, man. Both of y'all. Let's have a truce. The hell with Spadonia Lemon. I don't want to hear from that anymore because y'all co-sign with these guys too. That's Fast Line brought to you by
Sam, you were brilliant.
At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Let's be better tomorrow, folks. I'm disappointed with that show after the Warriors win at 20-20. You guys should be fired up and optimistic. You guys laid an egg that last hour. Shame on you guys. See you tomorrow.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant.
I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Trades are hard.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Goo, how do you do what you do?
Well, I blundered and messed up and butchered. I was coming with some heat rocks at Bonte, but he brought us up last night. Not that I'm one of those guys that want my name out there, but I got it wrong. But anyway, how I do what I do, partner, I try to stay even keel.
So yesterday you were down. You were despondent.
We were all down.
No,
DubNation, not you.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, DubNation. Let's keep it real.
Yeah, that's fair. But nice win for the Warriors last night against the T-Wolves, 116-115. Just what they needed. They're 20-20, and it's not quite a soap opera, the Warriors, but they're like a drama series. I mean, last night,
dynasty.
A couple days ago, they're saying, you got to lose with dignity, and, we're probably not going to make a move if we got to mortgage the future. And then Steph Curry comes out last night, 31 points, and after the game, I couldn't help but notice he actually said something to fans that I think I might have said yesterday in the heat of the moment. Shut up!
Yeah, but it's a little different.
Steph Curry told you guys, shut up! I felt like
they have squandered leads, and they were almost trying to do that last night. They didn't. They closed it out. Shout out to Looney. TJD, who I'm always rough on, throwing his body out there, and Andrew Wiggins for the non-Curry minutes. But it was just a feel-good win, but also after the game, a little clarification in regard to Steph saying, come on now, you guys are misconstruing what we're saying, and I think that's what made me sleep better.
Well, that's...
Seriously.
Well, that's good.
Because Bonte was ripping as a fan, that's my guy. I listen every morning, I'm a roaster. He was saying, is it A or B? It can be both, because even Steph was kind of despondent a week ago, Steiny, and now after the win, he clarified what it is, and let's move forward, and we got Washington Saturday, and then MLK Day, Boston, here.
Yeah, if you watched last night's game and you heard this interview with Steph Curry right after the game on the court, this is what we're going to get into the first part of the show. I think a lot of what we do is parse words. And I'm trying to really get into what Curry said here, and because I think there's about 3 or 4 things in this 20-second bite that are fascinating. But this was the story of the game after the game.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in the playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So that's it.
Injected in my that's what I wanted to hear. Playoff series, inject that, because Steiny, that's far-fetched from what I deemed, and a lot of us deemed he was saying, because we thought a lot of it fell under the verbal white flag.
Yeah, and a couple things that I thought of as Steph was saying that was, the idea of everybody with Twitter fingers can just, lay low and shut up, because we're gonna figure this out. Well, where did the ideas of trade come from?
Wow, Steiny, go ahead, baby.
The ideas about trades came from Joe Lacob, loud and clear, Steve Kerr, loud and clear, and Mike Dunleavy, loud and clear. Joe Lacob has talked about how he's in on everybody. Joe Lacob has talked about how they're poised to make a move. Dunleavy has referenced their salary structure and how they've got contracts lined up to make a deal if they need to. They got a good shot at it. So Well, I mean, I love Curry because when he does this kind of stuff, he always does it with a smile on his face.
Right.
He's just incredible at it. But, I mean, the trade theme has been floated by the organization.
Keep that real. Okay.
I mean, it just has.
Yeah, no doubt. I love you. And the bottom line, Steiny,
is a theme coming into the year pretty much.
Yes, and tell me if I'm wrong here. I feel so refreshed in regard to, I think Curry's also saying, Goo, and you out there, relax. A trade, maybe it's around the edges, could still pop off. But it might not be the Paul George, obviously, or the marketing. But again, what did you say in our pre-show meeting that I was late to? You said their effort in how they played showed you, and I never accused them of not playing hard, but I just don't want to over-celebrate them almost blowing a lead, because when you look at this 20-20 record, there's a litany of games to where they've had the lead. So I don't like saying, oh, they're not that good, but you got a 13-point lead and you blow it. That shows you it's about execution. And Steph closed it last night, Steiny.
Yeah, I mean, look. They're not a 60-win team.
Never were.
They're probably not a 50-win team. But they're 20-20 right now. And again, before the season, what do you think, Sonny? 46-48 is what I had. And that team last night that I watched, that's a 46 or 48 win team. That's a 46 or 48 win team. That's how they have to play. And they need that many contributions. Wiggins, 6 for 16.
Oh, my God.
Was helpful.
Making free throws.
Schroeder was good in his minutes. They got Gary Payton, did a great job on Anthony Edwards. So the center combination of Looney and TJD was solid. But that's the way they're going to have to win. They're going to have to win with 4 to 6 guys playing pretty well, and they have to play as hard as they did last night. And I get it. It was only one game. But yes, don't tell me they weren't motivated by the noise they heard that people were thinking they were kind of waving a white flag.
Yeah, and I'm one of them.
Because they certainly weren't doing that yesterday.
Do you have a problem with me or anybody for that matter in Warrior Land saying maybe that was the 12-3 Warriors we saw last night?
No, I don't have a problem with that. You know, I mean, I'd have to go back and look at the tape from the first 15 games, but that looked like one of their first 15 games. It did. And, you know, look, they're not good enough to nitpick any road win. And the fact of the matter is, on this particular trip, you went 2-2, and that's a good trip because you beat the Detroit Pistons, and now look at them. I think they've only had one loss, and it's to the Warriors,
no doubt.
And you know, Indiana's a heck of a team. They've won 13 of 16, so they lost there, but then they beat the Minnesota Timberwolves, and that. People might say that was a big win last night.
I'm with you, man.
It was a big win for a lot of reasons. One is, the very least, guess what? You got the tiebreaker against the T-Wolves.
All right.
If you finished even with the T-Wolves, you finish higher than them. You beat them 3 out of 4 this year. The other thing, Goo, is anybody who looks at the Western Conference, I mean, how many teams are going to win between 42 and 48 games? It feels like 5 or 6.
It's like trying to get into a private school, Steiny. Like, you know what I mean? You may have a nice number, but it might not quite be good enough.
Exactly. So, you know, this was an important win.
You're going to call me crazy.
You got to win games like this. If you want to win 46 or 47 or 48 or more than that, you got to win more games like this than you lose.
I know it doesn't work this way, partner, but I got to say this to you, Evan, and the listeners. I guess, Steiny, going into those 2 games against Toronto and Minnesota, if I told you who would you rather win and lose to, wouldn't you kind of say I'd rather beat Minnesota than beat a Toronto team that everybody expects us to beat?
Sure. I mean, look at Toronto. They go into they beat Boston.
Oh my God, what happened there?
I mean,
by 13.
Raptors are getting healthy, and they're not as bad as they've been for most of the season. But big win for the Golden State Warriors last night. I want to get into the game. Specifically, and then we got to get into all the comments that Steph Curry and his teammates and his coach talked about. But the Warriors, for at least a little while, they've stabilized things. And that's what one win can do, and that's what it's done for the Golden State Warriors. And now they got Washington coming in, and you got to take care of business. You got to take
Jordan
care of business. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, how does it make you feel when Steph Curry tells you to shut up? He's telling you guys to shut up. They got it. They got it under control. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Shut up, Evan. Yeah.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse. Santos, the inbound. Screen set. Curry gets a bounce pass, and there's your ball game. Okay, now we can say it. The Warriors have come away with a 2-2 wind chill road trip. Final score, Golden State 116 and Minnesota 115.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Timmy Roy on the call last night on the Warrior flagship, 95.7 The Game. And that's a guy that's done 4 championship seasons. Didn't get too high after that win last night. He's probably a little nervous. Nail-biting time. But look,
Minnesota tied it up.
Yeah, it's the NBA. It's the NBA.
Hey, Minnesota, you might want to guard a guy that wears number 30. How did he get that look in the Nas Reed, what were you I would have cussed him out.
Well, that's what happens. That's how the Warriors won titles. Off those chaos.
But Nas went to go help somebody else with, no, you stay with 30. We'll lose it another way.
Well,
Curry, man. Then look to
Curry
the fans.
moves after a shot goes up, and it's hard to stay with him in that situation. But here's what I was thinking last night. I'm watching Kevon Looney. Should I say it? I'm going to say it.
I'll take the victory lap?
No.
I was fighting for him 2-3 weeks ago.
You fought for 17 guys to play 15 minutes at one point. Okay.
It's always a fun game.
Hey, is Kevon Looney becoming a better Draymond Green than Draymond Green?
Wow.
Absolutely incredible.
That's interesting, Stoney.
I mean,
he's got more girth.
At least when Looney gives the ball to Curry, he gives it to him right away.
Man.
He's not holding it.
Man.
I think the ball moves better without Draymond Green.
I got a couple text messages, and Dre, we love you. I'm just keeping it real.
Yourself.
But some were saying, did they miss Dre last night, Stoney? Was the ball moving a little better? Because I told you, I feel like when he's on the floor and brings it up, you kind of know where they're coming from.
I didn't think about Draymond Green last night. Not one time in that game. Like I know he's a dog, man. Be playing.
Yeah,
but I mean, the reality of the situation is, I wasn't like, oh boy, if Draymond were here. If Draymond were here, what? Like what? As a team, they haven't played harder than last night. So they played every bit as hard as they normally do, even though Draymond didn't play. So I get it. Draymond can be a dog, but he wasn't on the court last night, and I saw 9 or 10 dogs out there last night.
Can I read the text to you?
Sure.
It's to you, 415. Steiny, please. There's only one primary source of inevitable Warriors trade talk, and that's the media. It started before the season, and it's only gained more as the season has gone on. And you don't need me to defend you, but nah, Stoney, the Warriors started that. Okay. And Lacob started that. Now I ain't just saying that because you're my partner.
Yeah, this is, in fact, on the day after the Warriors acquired Dennis Schroeder, Lacob was on a podcast with Kawakami, and this is what Joe Lacob said.
We're always looking to improve. I mean, there's no difference between now or we're always going to be looking for the right deal. This is the right deal, came along at the right time. It was there for us for the taking. We had the right pieces to make it happen. We're always looking for something else, and if something really makes sense, we'll do it. If it doesn't, we won't. I mean, trades are hard. I've made this comment before. This one was available for us at the right time, and we'll have hopefully another one might be a 2. If it turns out we can be better, I think we'll be better. Obviously, if we keep losing, I'm going to want to trade, do something else. But I really do have faith in this team to play better than we have been playing.
Yeah, so
I've
it's
never
not
heard that in part.
It's not media created. 415. It's organizationally
right.
Has been put out there. Mm-hmm. And look, let's not kid ourselves. The Warriors have been open about getting another star for Steph. They've been open about wanting to get him a 5th ring. They've been open about big fish hunting, all that kind of stuff. And when you talk like that, you get people's expectations up, and that's what's happened. And you went out and got Schroeder. And now you got 3 weeks till the trade deadline, and you got to keep playing games and see where you're at. And if something comes up, it comes up. But the idea that the media's created this, I think's
not fair.
I think it's false. It's not a fact. The trade talk has come from the Golden State Warriors. I mean, hell, I remember Mike Dunleavy saying that the way the Warriors payroll situation has set up, they've got all kinds of flexibility. That was the other thing, flexibility to make a move. So anyway, the message was put out there by the organization. I think that's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
I want to get back into Curry and the big one from last night, because I mean this sincerely. I've been asking people for help about a certain point of this, but maybe you can help me, because nobody's giving me an answer. Take a note.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in the playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So. Yeah, that's it.
All right, so about 3 things stuck out to me. The part where he says, this is a unique year. We have to stay relevant. I got to tell you, can somebody better explain what he's talking about? Why
into my office?
Why is this a unique year? Why isn't next year also going to be a unique year? Steph's going to be here this year, next, and the year after. So why? The way I took it is, we got to hang on this year because the dam's going to break at the end of the year. Everything's going to be fine if we can get to the end of the year. That's the part I didn't quite understand.
Okay, that's how I deciphered it, Steiny. Yeah. Last year was so basketball version of Macbeth for Steph Curry, his brand, and the Golden State Warriors of not playing basketball into June. He was nowhere to be found during the playoffs. I'm taking the chef and deciphering those comments as, Steiny, we may not win a chip, but in order for the Warriors to stay relevant and still hold on to that 2022 championship, to have people and our fans think there's still a chance, we have to qualify for the playoffs this year. And I feel like I don't know why he didn't do it about 10 days ago, but now he's saying, Goo, Steiny, be patient, Evan. Let this thing play out. We might not need another trade. We might be able to get hot and qualify for the postseason with what they have. So to me, I know you think I'm crazy, Steiny. He's telling me there is no way they can withstand another no appearance in the playoffs, because then the cat and the rat is on the table, brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Think about it. 2 years of back-to-back, no playoffs, then it's over. You could say whatever and hold the press conferences, but the streets and the fans will know you guys aren't good enough to make it. So I think that's where he's looking at, the minimum, the bare minimum is the Warriors got to get a series. Not the play-in, Steiny, a series.
Okay, and then they get a series.
Let's say they get bounced.
Okay.
But they made the playoffs.
Okay.
No, he ain't happy.
They make the playoffs, but they get bounced.
Then they go to the lab and operate from at least the Golden State Warriors or a playoff team before we go under this next surgery.
Okay. I mean, I look at the Warriors.
Just my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, I didn't understand it because to me, and I get it, I'm parsing the words. I would have said, we're in a unique situation. They are. I just don't understand we're in a unique situation this year. I feel like they're going to be in this situation for a couple more years with Steph, the leader of the team, but getting older, and they got to figure it out.
But you got to stay relevant, and I think 2 years of no playoffs, Steiny, he knows that means something, maybe to the wrong people, the Twitter people, but the bottom line, Steiny, is what are we talking about with this Warrior team if they go back-to-back not making it? We'll still be loving the team, but the bottom line is this thing will look like it's really over.
Well,
to me.
I mean, and I would counter that and say the following. They didn't make the playoffs the year before they went to the finals in 2022, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, I guess there's something to 2 years in a row. But what I think is, their situation, whether they make the playoffs or not, make the play-in or not, rise up to 4 or 5 or not, they've got navigating to do now.
Yeah.
In the so
a to-do list, from here to Missouri.
Yeah, I just don't think next year is going to be any more unique They're kind of going to be in the same situation again, trying to figure out a way. But I guess you're right. If they make the playoffs this year, then you come into the offseason saying, how do we get back to the playoffs next year in a better spot?
What do you make of this? Steph's averaging 28, 9, and 4 without Draymond. 28, 9, and 4. I'm not, there's no thesis. I just like.
Well, he's a great player. He's a great player with or without Draymond Green.
But we used to fight, you and I. We would, because I always just got mad at the notion that Curry wouldn't be Curry without Draymond. And now I think we're at the end of that, to where when they run that offense with Dre leading and coming up to the top of the key, like, that's stale. That the teams have figured that out. So last night, you didn't know where you were getting Steph from, Steiny. The ball was popping.
Yeah, listen, was Draymond great for Steph during their heyday? Of course he was, but Steph was always Steph. And, Steph is going to get 25, 30, whether Draymond has been his teammate or not. I'm not discounting Draymond Green, but, I mean, he can get help from Draymond Green. It doesn't make him any less of a superstar. And does he need Draymond Green? No, he doesn't need Draymond Green.
Well, now that's obvious, but even then, and I've got to put some respect on Dre's name, but I'm all over Stoney. Just bear with me, you and Evan. A couple games ago, Steve Kerr said into the microphone he doesn't know why DMPs come towards Looney's way. But hearing you look at Looney or talk about Looney from a Draymond prism, Stoney, he's a prototypical 5. He's a big bone dude. He's strong. He knows how to rebound. Again, I'm not telling you he's Moses Malone, but for this Warrior team, there are nights when they don't play their best basketball that I do wonder, and they're always small, can you really afford, Coach, not to play Kevon Looney? And I'm not saying you're going to go undefeated with them, but kudos to Looney for never bucking up. But, Steiny, it's imperative that when he gets the ball, like last night, to know, not even frantic or panicked, to get it to Steph. That sounds so easy, I know. But I've said this without, them winning the basketball game. It is kind of head-scratching is you could forget about Looney.
No, I don't think it is. And I'm looking at his numbers.
Yeah.
He didn't play.
But sometimes the numbers don't tell the whole story when we talk about guys like Kevon Looney's, Donnie.
20 minutes, 15 minutes, 18 minutes, 21 minutes. That's what he is. Wow. I mean, if you want to play Trace Jackson.
Well, that's better than zero because he's been forgot about,
Well, he's not going to be forgotten about if Draymond's not on the floor. Then he's got to play. But, I mean, if you're going with Draymond at 5 and you want to play Trace Jackson Davis, then you do have an issue with Looney. Yeah. And it's a matter of how you want to divvy those up. Let's go to Matt. Matt's in Seattle. Get us started, Matt. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, Thursday. I think when Steph Curry said it's a unique season, I'm thinking it's because he knows that this is the season that he can still get these young guys of the NBA. For example, we see Ant. He knows they're the future of the NBA. When they beat Minnesota in Minnesota, I think he's thinking now is the time we can get these young guys like the OKCs of the world before they can really ascend, because they know when the lights are bright, like last night they played on ESPN, they know that they can still have the confidence, have the belief that they can beat these young guys before they really develop their ultimate potential. And I think that's what he means when he says it's a unique season, because he also wants the young guys on the team to have that experience against these guys when they can still get God.
Okay, so this is the season that they got to stay relevant, get into the postseason so that in the offseason they can make a move to take them to the next step. That's what you're thinking.
That's what I'm thinking too. That's what I'm thinking.
Okay. Yeah, no, appreciate it, Matt. I just look at it as they gotta navigate this for a while.
They got you. No doubt.
It just sounded to me like he was saying, well, if we can get past this year and get in there, then the floodgates are going to open in a good way, and maybe they will. If they're not going to make a big move, then regardless of whether they make the playoffs or not, they're probably setting themselves up in the offseason to do something then.
Okay, well,
I would think.
Yeah, you got 3 daughters in college, Stoney. Let me just give you, and Evan went to college, a scholastic example or an analogy. Is it easier to go from an F to an A or maybe a C to an A? I would think going from a C to an A is more realistic than going from an F to an A. And I think just in my mind, Stoney, making the playoffs, being one of those 8 teams, not just the feeling of the morale, but you feel like, okay, yeah, how far are we? But we're closer than we actually think. Because if you don't make it, then what are you really doing?
Well, I mean, what if
what I mean?
They win 45 games, but they're 7.
And get a series?
Sure, they win a play-in
I take that all day.
But they will have won fewer than last year. You know what I mean? That's why.
But I guess who would really be dissatisfied or comparing last year as opposed to enjoying the 7-game series you're going to get because every year is different?
Well, I mean, all I'm saying is they won in 2022.
Yeah.
They lost in the first round 2 years ago. Right. They didn't make it this past year. If they make it this year and lose in the first round after a 45-win year, yeah, I get it. They didn't make the playoffs last year. They made it this year. But they're still a 45-win team over the last 3 years. So now what I'm hearing is 45, 46 wins is good enough this year if it can get us into the playoffs. But the team is still essentially the same team. It's just been a matter of where they fall in the standings. But hey, if they win 44 and that's good enough for 6, which it was, 2 years ago? Didn't they win 40?
When they played the Lakers.
But when they beat the Kings, weren't they a 44-win team?
I want to say, yeah.
And they were either 44 or 46, and then they won a first-round series. So, who's to say they can't try to do that this year? 888-957-9570 is the number. This is Steph Curry. This is him at the podium, and he did a lot of expounding on what's going on with the Warriors right now.
I'm always motivated and challenged to compete and try to win, do my job. When you're in a situation like our organization is, where everything is rightfully so compared to, that championship expectation, everything's going to get micro-analyzed. Obviously, what I'm talking about, Draymond was talking about, Steve's talking about, you forget the part where we're talking about we're always trying to get better. Like, what does that actually mean? It's obviously not our job to worry about that on a daily basis. And these 3 weeks before the trade deadline, our job is to win as many games as possible. Thankfully, we got one tonight.
See, I feel like he was talking about championship standard that they've created, Stoney, by winning 4 chips and having a dynasty. Standard.
I mean, the one thing that I like is they've defined their goal,
okay, all right,
and it's to make the playoffs. Right. That's it right now. That's the goal, to make the playoffs. If they make the playoffs, then they'll worry about what happens after that. But whether we like it or not, and whether it matters or not, I don't know. But that's different. Their tone is different, clearly, than we want to get Steph his 5th.
All right.
Like they know that they can't do that this year, or they're likely not going to do it this year. But Steph seems like he's okay with it, as long as they can, as long as this team continues to get better. And then if and when a deal comes around, they make it, and it helps them even more.
Mm-hmm.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, think about it, Warrior fans. For the last day or two, things have not been looking good, and one win can totally change the outlook of this team, and that's the nature of the NBA. And it's clear that there were some guys on that team last night, Steve Kerr included, that, it's funny, Goose, before you came in, I was using one of your lines.
I got so many. Give it to me.
This was one of your best lines ever. And you said it to Jeff Garcia. You said, Jeff, you stepped in it.
I got you.
And you know what? I think the Warriors kind of realized they stepped in it. With their comments about not mortgaging the future and losing with dignity.
Sounded like you were okay if you did,
Yeah. And maybe they were just clarifying what they were saying. Because they never did say we're shot. They said, of course we're going to try to get better. Of course we're still going to be competitive. But they're saying we just heard them say, we can't mortgage the future, and we got to leave the organization in a better spot than we got it and all that kind of stuff.
But by the way, Stotty, it wasn't too many words I got to say in that interview. You went Westbrook on me.
What?
When I said, Jeff, you stepped in it.
Well, it was a serious interview.
It was a really great question.
When I went and watched it on YouTube, Evan, I think I had COVID. I think I got mad at Steiny. He was pointing up, hey, what? But you took over. I got it. We were in the New York Times, man.
Yeah, you were Anthony Edwards. Just clear out.
We only took 19 shots last night. So
Evan, I had to jump in to say something.
Well, and by the way,
you
Evan,
never do that.
Way,
That was thirsty Steiny, boy.
By the way, Evan, when Guru said, Jeff, you stepped in it, that's not a question.
That was the
only one he got.
Just saying.
Oh, I said, Steiny, he thinks he's still playing. Like my man on Karate Kid. Finish him, LaRusso. Finish him. The system of the show. Dude, we went New York Times. Dude, I got it. I still have it on my phone. Steiny and Guru.
It's true.
Manhattan.
Sometimes I worry that you're in this business for the wrong reason.
And that, dude, I owe Bonte an apology. He gave us some love last night on BJ Armstrong being on the show, and I didn't hear it. Felt like an ass.
I'm out. More Steph Curry. Yeah. This has got to get you fired up if you're a Warrior fan.
Anybody who thinks that I'm okay with just being an average on a average basketball team is insane. Take whatever I said, I still stand on it, but it doesn't mean that you're not in a situation where you're trying to get better, make appropriate moves that help you do that. Mike knows that. We've talked about it. That's the expectation for me, trying to help lead the team where we want to go. Again, that doesn't mean that you're reckless. What people's definition of that is where I was talking about the Twitter fingers thing, like trade machines are fun, but what does that actually look like? So we're going to handle our business. Mike's going to handle his, see where we end up.
Wow.
How do you feel when you hear that, Warrior fans?
Bubbly.
Do you think Curry even had to clarify his comments? I mean, clearly.
I think he knows he did, Stott. And that's why Slater threw him the bone to let him know what the streets were kind of saying and how they took his comments or their comments.
But
I think that's fair.
I mean, but his first comment after the game, he went out and he was sending a message. He was going to say Twitter fingers no matter what question was asked because he brought it up right after the game.
Yeah.
Which to me tells me that, it was something he was going to get off his chest, and he got it off his chest in the vintage Steph Curry way with a smile, with a little wry grin.
After dropping 3-1.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about that win last night, Warrior fans? I do think there are pivotal points of a season. I think there are some periods of the schedule and some games that are more important than others, and it's clear to me that the Warriors put a little bit more into that game.
And had they lost, yuck. What would it feel like right now?
Well, and that's kind of that's where I think we lose a little bit of sight with the NBA. If they would have lost last night, it would have stunk. But the effort was still, to me, obvious. They were playing hard last night, and they were committed. And that's the kind of thing that, had they lost, it would have been disappointing. But those guys know that if they keep playing like that, the wins are going to start coming more frequently. So my question is, can they continue to play like that, especially with Kuminga out? 888-957-9570 is the number. And don't forget, I'll tell you about Knockout on the other side. I'm going to give you a chance to let you know how you can play some hoops on the Chase Center floor. That's coming up on the other side, but I'll take calls, 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. All vehicle types. Friendly technicians are going to check your fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to even get out of the car. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway.
The net barely even moved. Curry with a pure shot from the left corner, and he claps and pumps his fist. He knows it's not over, but that was a big-time bucket by number 30.
Yay!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I don't appreciate that because it makes me sound condescending. And the fact of the matter is, I just spent 45 minutes talking about that's a big win. It's a big win. Like a legitimate win. Seriously.
I know everything.
I know you do, Steph.
The chef.
And I know, and I understand your frustration with a lot of people other than me.
Let me tell you something about Minnesota.
What? Y'all quit on the chef.
No, look at you smile with your glasses, please. Let me tell you something about Minnesota. I know we're not there.
Yeah, sure.
I just watched Purple Rain over the weekend. Great movie. Shout out Apollonia.
Evan, do you really think he watched it this weekend? I don't.
I'm going to have my son call. He's a big Michael Jackson fan. I had to tell him about Prince, and we put on the show.
Call him. Get him on.
And no, I'm serious because I'm tired of you guys trying to make it seem like I lie or fib.
Nah,
if I have my son call and say we watched Purple Rain,
right?
What do I get? You got to give me something.
Then I'll know you will have gotten to him.
Oh, Evan, I hope you believe me because people keep saying you're turning Evan
anyway,
against
Purple
me.
Rain.
All right, no, Minnesota. They swept the Warriors last year. Can I tell you why?
Yeah.
We had no answer for Karl Anthony Towns. Steiny, if you guys want to basketball torture me, just have me watch Julius Randle play. Obviously, he's got talent. He's in the NBA. Steiny, they swapped the wrong. I'm telling you, man, he doesn't fit with what they're trying to do.
It's a wrap.
They're over 500. I get it, but Finchie might have. Steiny, he just stylistically, Cat was perfect for him.
Is Finch the GM?
No.
I just was wondering.
I feel bad for Finch.
Don't feel bad for Finch.
He's got power.
Don't feel bad for him. He's tough as nails. He doesn't take sympathy.
But this should have been the year to where they had the continuity with Cat.
But they don't have continuity. So he's doing the best he can.
I would have tried to veto that deal if I were him.
Well, unlike the Warriors, they have a structure. They have a structure
This
in
man's
Minnesota.
ready for Cobbs. That's pretty good. Hey, Stotty, I'm going to have my son call before the show's over.
No.
He doesn't lie. His mom taught him don't lie.
Who hates to talk?
No, it's a little, the introvert.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Speaking of, he's working on a big thing next Monday, right?
Are you comfortable sharing that with our listeners?
Yeah, Martin Luther King Day. Evan will be
Monday.
in for me. Yeah. You guys got a 3-hour show. I don't know why that. Dude, it's like I don't know what it does to me. I won't be here.
That may be the first time we've had a show preempted ever.
I don't know why I'm giddy over that.
I stuck the two white guys on MLK Day.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Italian.
I'll tell you what. We back in the day about 8-9 years ago when we were the A's flagship. Man, you would remember how much you loved those shows, those days, because we oftentimes didn't have a show on Thursdays because that would be when the A's played at 12:35 and we would get preempted.
I was on weekends then, Starty. Yeah.
So anyway,
they miss Cat. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay,
that's all.
They do.
Back to the Warriors.
Oh, see,
I could keep going if you want.
Now I'm gonna have my son call in.
Can you jump a guy if a guy needs jumping?
I think you know that.
Let's go to KC in San Jose.
Right, I'm ready.
Hey, KC, how you doing? What do you think of that win last night?
What's up, fellas? I have to disagree with you, Steiny. I know you said it's a good win. I know you said the West is close. All these wins matter, but let's take a look at it. They gave up a 22-point lead. They lost every quarter after that. This is just not a good team. Even in a tough, gritty win, I don't think you can look at the positives and say, they have some hope to maybe make a run. It looks like something drastic needs to happen, and I know this has been proposed, but I think it's time to let Kerr go. Look what's happened with the Kings. I think they need something fresh up top. I think they need a new voice as a leader, and I think that unfortunately might not be the move right now, but maybe at the end of the season you take a look at that.
Let me throw this at you.
Yeah,
KC.
he didn't need me to jump. He was respectful.
If this is who they are, and they play more games like this in the future, do you think they can jump up to 7 or 6?
I would say so, but they haven't been able to hold these leads. I mean, a 22-point lead in the first quarter. You have your foot on their necks. You're supposed to finish the game, and this end of game management. You got some kind of wacky moves by Kerr at the end, calling that timeout. You had GP taking free throws. You had that Moody out of bounds. I mean, it just doesn't seem like this is a team that can actually win in serious games when it matters.
Yeah, I listen. Good stuff, KC. I appreciate it. But I think they've let us know the goal is either with a move or without a move.
Yeah.
Can we get a series? That's to me, they've made that crystal clear.
No doubt. And Casey, my gosh, a win is a win. Boston just lost to Toronto. Good God. So you would have felt better had they won by 11? They were up early. NBA, what did you tell me? Goo, it's a game of runs. But I'm just thinking, I'm being real. KC is already there in a win. Had they lost that, I don't think I would have been able to give you much. I just would have been down. And that would have just been, that game would have been a microcosm of this season to me. But, man, you got to feel okay. But to call for Kerr's head, it's bigger than last night. I mean, he's probably wanted that change for a minute. And the Kings, they won 7 in a row, Stoney. They just lost. We'll see how they bounce back tonight with a tough game.
Who do they play?
I got to double check. It's a tough game. Hold on. I got it right here.
Here we go.
No.
Let me guess.
Just hold on, Stoney. Hold on. No.
Oh, they got the Rockets.
They got the Rockets.
Thanks, Spadone.
Yeah, Spadone.
The Rockets coming out to play.
Listen, when you're up 20 in the first quarter on the road, it's hard to win that game by 25.
Right, but
they're going to come back. It's going to be a close game. And here's where, okay, did it get closer? Yes. But you're playing without Green and Kuminga. I mean, you just were on the road. You just had a 4-game road trip against, maybe 3 playoff teams. Minnesota, Detroit, and Indiana. I guess, and I understand they're mid-pack playoff teams.
But Detroit's the flavor of the month right now, and you beat them.
And yeah, you went in there and beat them. Let's go to Flea in Oakland. What's up, Flea? How you doing, my man?
What's up, going, Steiny?
Hey.
We got 3 problems.
Okay.
We got 3 problems, man. One of the problems is, what we going to do with Draymond? Like, seriously, what are we going to do? Santos is hustling. Santos is just good energy. He not yelling at and screaming, and every time somebody jump over his back, he's not screaming at the refs. Then what we gonna do about Buddy Hield? When he give us 18 points, we win. So if next game he scores 5, that's a loss. If the next game he scores 6, that's a loss. So and TJ, can he give us 15 or at least 10 or 12 rebounds per night, and not 2 one night and 2 points, and he got a DMP one game because he only played basically 4 minutes. So I love that we got a win last night, but we have a bigger issue. What are we going to do with Draymond and Buddy Hield not being consistent on a nightly basis, giving us at least 16 to 14 per game? Because we're going to have a problem with Draymond because his attitude, we can't handle that. We can't take that no more.
Hey, when did you get here about Dre? Was it last night or had you been feeling this way real quick? Because I'm with you, man. I'm like, man, the ball was popping. Not hating on Dre, but when did you get there?
Okay, what did Draymond do in the Boston series?
I get you. He had to come off the bench.
Yeah, he was less effective than he had been in the past, for sure.
Series. Let's start from the Boston series to 2025. What have we done since that series? And Draymond Green then punched the guy, got suspended, yelled at players, argued, did everything under the sun. We haven't been successful with Draymond since the Boston series. So it's time for him to go. We was happy last night. Guys got along. Wasn't nobody being yelled at. The rest wasn't yelled at. Hey, it's time to trade Draymond, I feel.
I appreciate the call, Flea.
But Curry would never. Here we go.
I disagree.
You think so, Steiny? You think?
Yeah, I disagree. I mean, and what I'm also hearing Curry say is, in Mike we trust. So if a deal is out there for anybody that they think's going to make them better, I think they do it at this point. And I don't know, am I making too big of a deal out of it, Warrior fans? Like, I do think there is something about younger guys maybe play a little bit freer without Draymond Green. They play a little bit differently. I mean, it was a week ago that Evan and I were on, and we were saying it looks like sometimes they play like they're walking on eggshells.
No doubt about it.
And whose fault is that? Well, it's their fault because they're the players, but maybe Draymond Green does set up a dynamic that just makes it a little more difficult than it should be. I don't know, but I
think there's something there.
I do know that the Warriors are a lot bigger than just Draymond Green. And, there's only one player on this team you can't move, and that's Steph Curry. But I don't put Draymond in Steph's category anymore.
What if I told you and Flea and Evan and the rest of the gang, I'm worried about Dray. Like, I'm watching this injury, Stoney. There were a couple years back he had the same disc injury, and he missed like 30 games. So I'm not going there, but
you know what?
He hadn't been doing podcasts. It's been real quiet on the Draymond front.
Okay.
But I thought that would be a death sentence to the team. And now I'm like, you know what? They might have some guys that
it's not a death sentence.
And there we go.
Like we've known for years now that without Draymond Green, it's not a death sentence.
Well, last year, Stoney, I got to be real. I'm talking to myself here. There were a lot of people, Fitz included, saying had he been available for those 25.
And they're wrong. They were dead wrong.
Well, we don't know that because last year
why aren't they a 55-win team now? He's been playing. What I'm saying is, like, he's not indispensable.
I don't want to say that he is.
I'm not saying you should trade him. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is and we all know over the course of the last couple of years, he's declining, and we talk about how much it's worth right now. But if the Warriors were to announce that Draymond Green's going to miss the next 3 weeks till the trade deadline, it's like, I'm not saying, well, now they have an excuse to be bad.
Like Jonathan Kumingas.
Like, the hell with that.
I'm with you there.
The hell with that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not saying it would be good for the team, but I'm not. Don't sell me that this team is dead in the water if they don't have Draymond Green.
And I'm not.
I'm not there anymore. I'll meet you halfway with they don't win 4 titles without him, but their last title was coming up on 3 years ago, and it's more important how he's played the last 2.5 years. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. But yeah, I mean, Guy Santos has really helped. Every team needs a couple guys who don't need to score, but make plays that get you extra possessions. And what did he have? 7 rebounds?
Yeah.
In 21 minutes.
And he'll let it fly if you leave him open too, Stoney.
Yeah, he was fine last night. He was better than fine. He helped you win a game. Same with Buddy Hield and Schroeder.
Well, speaking of Hield and Draymond, because Draymond, I got to stick up for Hield. GP2, welcome back because we missed you. They had a little conversation like, let Buddy live. GP was kind of, I think it was about assignment, Stoney, defensively, but I don't know if you caught that at the tail end of the game. GP2 wasn't happy with him. Like, let Buddy live.
Nobody's ever happy with Buddy. You're right. He's the guy that...
Nick Young? No, he's better than that.
He's not Nick Young.
Yeah, I got you.
He's better than Nick Young, but he is a guy that's easy to pick on.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't like when people pick on that. It's easy.
But you're a bully. That's funny coming from you.
But I only pick on strong people.
What?
It means I wouldn't treat you the way I treat you if you were soft or a wimp.
No doubt.
Like I'd feel sorry for you.
Yeah.
Like I do Lucas. Like that's why I don't.
The director of sports.
That's why I don't converse with Lucas the way I converse with you, because you're tougher. This guy is such a D.
Yeah, you are.
You talking about Lucas or Goo?
You.
Please. Won a game last night. Needed it bad.
And we're going to celebrate at the company party. Dude, I need a life or I'm old. I'm really looking forward to this like in Studio 57.
In case you're just joining us and you don't know what Daryl the Guru Johnson is talking about, and even though I'm not a real host,
it's traditional.
I do know that when things come up like this, I've got to reset. We're having a little company shindig today after work. And
let's go.
Everybody's invited. Well, you guys aren't invited, but everybody here at Odyssey and KCBS is invited. It's at a secure location. And
rooftop.
Would you shut up?
And Evan got a prior engagement. That's the only down part of it.
I got to be honest with you. That is a bummer.
It's bothering because we love them.
We do.
Got to go to work.
Yep. Got to make that money. Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing, my man?
I'm good, fellas. How you guys?
Hey.
Dynamite.
We got to talk about Schroeder's leadership a little bit last night. Guru just brought up when GP2 was going off on Buddy for being terrible on his defensive rotations. And you saw Schroeder step in and put him away from Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
I think Schroeder's starting to come in his own a little bit. I think we should take what Steph said and like a grain of salt. I think he was just covering up, like Slater threw him the bone. I don't think the Warriors are going to make a move. So I think they should start putting Santos in more. Like you guys said, Draymond isn't Draymond. Let him come off the bench because his energy isn't always there because he's old. And let Santos and some of these young guys bring in that energy and keep the energy up, and we'll be all right. We'll hover around 500 until we can maybe make a move for like the kid on Toronto that was whooping us, or the center, the backup center who never gets in the game unless Atlanta has injuries. I can't say his name. I don't want to chop his name up, but he was from USC. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
Kongwu.
Him.
Yeah,
Something like that to come in and help us off the bench. And then we'll be all right. Get to that 6 seed, and then let's see how it plays out. But I like last night. I like the energy. I like Kerr switching up a little bit, getting Schroeder more involved. Schroeder looked more comfortable last night. I think the fans need to relax and just let it play out.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Steph Curry told the fans. He told them to shut up.
But Slater did his job. I always talk about
he didn't ask the question. It was with the ESPN broadcast.
Oh, no, but then
that's what he told the fans to shut up.
But at the podium, Slater double backed and asked him to.
That's what a great great reporter does.
Steph said Twitter fingers.
I'll play it again.
Yeah.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So yeah, that's it.
I guess my question is, has there ever been a superstar that's been that rude and abrasive to their own fan base and just telling them to shut up?
Well, I got to imagine LeBron at some juncture in one of his many stops. Larry Bird.
I'm not on Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm not
But the other day, and I brought up Bonte, this was some of the funniest TV we didn't talk about. So Drake, Steiny, whoever game, they call Drake a jinx. They've always called him a jinx, right? Wherever he's at, whatever team he's rooting for.
Okay.
And then his bets, if he's betting on you, it's a jinx. So Steph was hugged up with Drake the other night in Toronto, and Monte on TV, and it was pretty funny in his loud voice. Get away from him. And they come back, Steph has 31.
Basically, we have a bite.
I thought you were Evan, my bad.
And, basically what Steph Curry said was, hey,
nope.
Hey, it's like we talked to Spadoni. Hey, Warrior fans, shut up.
Hey, Spadoni, shut up. That's my man.
And
we had an American tennis winner this morning.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Learn
and I don't think you do either.
The name.
Hold on. Tell me.
I'll tell you right now. I'm about to open up this text thread.
Yeah. Oh, so you don't know. Off the top
I don't
of your
remember.
Right.
But I know they were American, and I'm proud.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah, here I go.
You don't have all day.
You didn't text the name.
Spadone, who's the guy that...
Medvedev, fifth setter. Lock in.
No, that was Daniil Medvedev who lost from Russia.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Thanks, Spadone.
Lerner, the man's name, the 19-year-old, by way of USC, fight on. Lerner TN is his name.
Wow. Nice. Lerner TN.
You know why his name is Lerner?
I don't.
His mother teaches mathematics, so she's a teacher, and they named him Lerner.
I wouldn't do that to my kid.
His sister's name is Justice because the father is a lawyer. So there you go.
So if I'm a mechanic, if I work on cars, I'm going to call my son Mechanic? I ain't doing that to my kids.
No, but it could be Ford. Strong name.
Mechanic? Yeah. Learner. I guess it works. Any thoughts?
I don't mind it.
You've never heard anybody named Learner. Burner.
Probably
Shout
not,
out to the rapper in the city.
But Learner doesn't sound like a really dumb name. Learner. Hey, Learner, what's up? That's cool.
But it's unnecessary.
You're unnecessary. Yes, you are.
That hurts.
What do you mean it's unnecessary?
Little Daryl's going to call in after class. Yeah.
You know what? That came out too harsh. My bad.
No.
Nah, it did. I shouldn't have.
But you mean it, and it's okay.
No, Learner to me sounds like it could be like kind of a normal name.
Learner. I wouldn't do it.
Is it Lerner or Lea?
LEA, like you're learning something. Yeah.
Okay, so they went right for it. They left nothing up to the imagination. All right.
I guess you could say, though, Learner was teaching in Australia.
I have so many thoughts going through. If I'm a custodian, I name my kid Cleaner.
Or Windex.
Clorox.
I guess we could do this all day.
Lysol.
Comet.
Ajax.
That is a name.
Hey, Evan, as soon as I said it, like, damn, goo. Anyway. All right. Work on your book, baby.
What would a child's name be for a radio host?
Talk?
Mike?
Well, that's a 9. Mike! M-I-K!
That's pretty good. Well, how about this one? How about this one? My college basketball coach called in on my birthday, Glenn Robinson.
All right.
You know what he named his son?
Hoops.
He's a coach. You know what he named his son?
Manage.
Win.
Now that's wow.
Win Robinson.
Hey, I'm digging that.
Like that's not bad. I actually wouldn't have expected it.
Now, is it the
coming.
Vietnamese spelling of win, or is it W-I-N?
It has to be W-I-N.
I think it's W-I-N. And you know why? Because, W-Y-N-N-E, that's taking the easy way out. He wanted pressure on his kid. Win Robinson.
I like that.
Yeah, I kind of like it too.
You're a winner.
Kind of like it too. Steph Curry and the Warriors got back on the winning track yesterday with a win over the Minnesota Timberwolves, 116-115. They got contributions from a lot of players, and that's what it's going to take. I mean, that is the one thing about this team that I think we can all agree on. They're not good enough to win without matching the other team's intensity level. And
they started out fast.
They've got to do it. Yeah. I mean, they've got to play. And you know what's funny is, honestly, Goo, a lot of times you'll say, what about this guy? Quentin Post. Play him. Okay, play him. But there is something about Santos as a it's just a guy who's
fire
out
starter,
there,
man.
Run it. Now, I don't mean this. See, now, would you take this as an insult? Because I mean it as a compliment. Sometimes you need a guy running around out there like a nitwit.
Not at all.
Yeah.
And I take that, real hoopers take that as a compliment.
He guarantees when he plays that he's going to bring the one thing that they know they need.
And
that's
people are going to get mad at me real quick. Pods brought the same formula.
Yeah, he's not close. He's not close.
Oh, to coming back.
That's what I'm reading.
What's going on?
Reading on the internet. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. 2 days in a row, we were real worried about the Warriors. They got a nice win against the Minnesota Timberwolves. They cleared the air about where they're at, and they made sure to tell Warrior fans they're not giving in, they're not giving up, they're not waving any kind of flag. What did you make of last night's game? And what did you make of last night's tone after the game? I mean, if you're a Warrior fan, you got to feel a lot better today than you did the last 2 days. 888-957-9570 is the number. And download the free Odyssey app. And check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
But it's unnecessary.
You're unnecessary.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
Curry trying to cut off that. Looks, gets it over to Wiggins. Looney fell down. Wiggins gets the ball. He's on the wing. 5 to shoot. Drives middle. Finger roll from 6. Up and good. What a bucket by Wiggins.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Andrew Wiggins, I know he frustrates some people.
Dibs and myself and
but you know what?
Willard.
I don't care. He's cool. He's cool.
Okay, why cool?
I'll tell you why.
All right, cool.
Listen.
Never seen anything. What happened? You follow coverage about this team at all? Man, I go home or I go to my hotel room, watch my TV shows, and I just chill. I'll be looking too much. The general talking points over the last few days is Steph and Steve have talked about, not wanting to mortgage the future for like this moment. Do you feel kind of like, I guess, the pressure that's kind of on these fading, years with Steph and kind of those type of, I guess, talking points? You want to win. That's the main thing. You want to win, and I feel like we have the roster to do it. We have Steph Curry, and Steph Curry is who he is. He's one of the greatest players to ever touch a basketball. We just got to keep playing hard. We have the squad to do it. We started off 12-3. We know we're capable of. We just got to get back to it.
Stoddy, he's cool, man. I'm in the club. I almost could hear that again. He had some Kawhi to him with his laugh.
Listen to the first part of it, because Slater set it up like so. There's been talk.
Never seen anything. What happened? You follow coverage about this team at all? Man.
What happened?
Stoddy, he is cool, man. Wiggs, man, and made all his free throws. And there was a juncture where I'm like, Kerr, what are you doing? You need to put Curry in. And Wiggins held it down.
By the way, Warriors 18 for 21 from the line last night.
Man.
So their free throw shooting won them a game last night.
Mm-hmm.
It won them a game last night. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors, boy, it's just an absolute must-needed win. How'd Steve Kerr feel about it?
I just loved our competitive fight tonight. Obviously got off to a great start. So it was like the exact same game as we played last time here a month ago. The way our guys hung in, down the stretch after they tied it, made some big plays. I was really proud of them. They're hanging in. Our guys are hanging tough, and we're doing everything we can to, just hang in the race, and that's a big win for us.
It does sound weird to say we just gotta hang in there.
Yeah.
You know who he sounds like? He sounds like Fitz.
Well, when you're 20-20, that's what you're doing, hanging in there, But again,
did you watch the Warriors game last night? Or did you watch? It was on ESPN too.
No, that ESPN was blacked out, so I had Fitz and Kalina. They were great. Yes, they're family.
They are family.
Yeah.
Did you hear?
All of it.
I got such a kick out of the very end of the game.
I live with these people.
We love
these people. They're part of my family.
Yes, sir.
When there was 1 second left and the Warriors were inbounding the ball, Fitz kept saying, just throw it to Gobert.
I heard it.
Just throw it to Gobert. Throw it to Gobert. 90 feet. You just throw it to Gobert. And Kalena goes, they don't have to do that.
I did hear that. Oh, yeah, baby. I did hear that.
Where are my Warriors fans today, and how good are you feeling after this game? I get it's only one game, but now you get 8 of 9 at home. You get Washington coming in Saturday. Jordan Poole, big ovation?
Nah.
I think he will.
And I think he got some love last time.
I think he's going to get more this time.
Not from Willard.
Yeah, Willard can't stand Poole.
And we're going to get to the bottom of it today.
You want to do that today?
Yeah, we'll do it today.
I think
he's consistent.
Who?
Willard would just because Poole had some antics, Donnie. You know what I mean? But he was feeling himself when he got that contract.
He was feeling himself when they won a title.
But the people that really need to look themselves in the mirror are the ones that say, and the Warriors kind of did it too, when Myers was like, we need to find out who leaked the video. Hold on to that. That's not what this is about, but it is. But what did Poole say? I don't need to know what he said. He doesn't deserve to get punched in the keister.
You were skeptical about them wanting to find out who leaked the video?
Yeah, you don't say that. You do that behind closed doors.
So
the number one problem is who Poole got it.
So you're one of these guys that don't think OJ was really looking for the killer?
Hey, Steiny.
What?
That's my favorite running back, but let's just move on.
All right.
Yeah.
That's the way I looked. I saw it. Draymond Green.
What's up? What you think?
What do you mean?
Will he be there Saturday?
They said he looked like a ghost. On his back, he's fine. Just a little under the weather. He said, as Kerr said, he came in looking like a ghost.
Wow.
Here's more Steve Kerr on the big picture.
We didn't talk about it as a team. We're used to, being in the spotlight. If there's a story about our team, it's going to go everywhere, and everyone's going to talk about it. And I hope there's not a misconception that we're not fighting and scrapping and hoping, that we can, do everything possible to keep this thing going, because that's what we're doing. But it almost feels like the narrative became, the Warriors are giving in. We're not giving in. We're just not going to give away the future. That's the two totally different things. So we're fighting. You can see we've been competitive all year. We've had a few blowouts, but for the most part, our guys are competing like crazy. They play so hard every night. Just really nice to see them get rewarded, because it's a great group of guys.
Wow. And I'll go first here, Donnie. It's so funny that I felt the way I did coming off a loss, too. The fact that came on the cusp of a loss had a lot to do with me being Jesse Owens in regard to running with, okay, they're kind of giving up, it sounds like. And it's just funny. I say that to say is what a win will do. And I believe his words. Like, they haven't looked like they're not trying.
510 on the text line. Sure, I can do it.
Oh, he played.
Okay, yeah, I will. Can you give Moody some love?
There you go.
I'm giving Moody some love. Giving Moody some love.
Hey, is Moses Moody?
I mean, they were fighting. The little guys were fighting, going up against Nas Reed and Julius Randle like they weren't getting punked.
Moody never complains about checking Nas Reed or Gobert. And he's also been defending post players and perimeter guys. They had a good game last night.
That was really a team win.
Got to make some shots, and he did last night. He made a big one, too. Again, on kind of a scramble type situation where the ball found him and he was ready to launch, and he made it. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors get back on track against the Minnesota Timberwolves last night.
Wolves not howling.
Wolves not howling.
I stole that from Evan on the text thread.
It's my line, but you can have it. You can have it.
We share stuff on the show.
Well, you take things. I share.
And this is how you know I'm growing and I'm not who you try to paint me out to be. Trace Jackson Davis in the box score, 27 minutes, 2 of 7, 4 points. And you'd be like, oh, boy. But 15 big rebounds. And Steiny, he was he was Ken Norton last night going up against Al Foreman. I mean, he was banging. And as a big man, when I used to play, that stuff doesn't get, you don't get credit for that in the box score, Steiny. He was making life hell for all those guys down there, those bigs. Nas Reed, Julius Randle. I saw it. It was like just mano y mano.
The 650 on the text line says, can we agree the 3-guard lineup isn't working? Yeah, I'm not there yet. And you're talking about obviously starting Curry, Schroeder, and Buddy Hield. But I think the reason Kerr's doing that is because he's got to have at least 3 scorers on the floor. And, when Draymond comes back and Looney's still around, I mean, like that's the other thing that's a practical issue with Looney's got to play and Trace, you can't play 2 of those guys together. They don't, remember the Sacramento series when I think Draymond Green went to the bench.
Well, you had to break that up.
And so he doesn't like to use Looney and Draymond or Looney and Trace Jackson Davis. I don't know if he's ever used those 2 together, but he doesn't like to use 2 non-scorers. Like that is one of their challenges when they play Draymond alongside Trace Jackson Davis or alongside Looney. They they miss a shooter.
Yeah.
And even though Draymond,
and then you can really,
does it really matter if Draymond makes a 3 in the first quarter? Like, does that really change
to
anything?
the point total, it does.
Right, but it doesn't change the defensive strategy.
But I think and I'm not saying, well, you are, Stoney. We got to be real here. We got to, I don't care when he makes it. The bottom line is he's improved it. And he's not taking it in crunch time, but the man has worked on it because we talked about the dude is, he's hitting it when he's
down to 36 now.
But for him, that's 46.
But it doesn't, like, it doesn't matter.
Kerr's not calling the play for Dre to shoot a 3 like at any juncture of a game, but he's hitting them, Stoney.
When he holds the ball
out
at the top,
I hate it.
He can't make enough to ever have anybody guard him out there. I actually,
that's a different conversation.
I don't think if he makes a 3 in the first quarter, but everybody in the gym knows he won't shoot one in the second half, then they're not going to change the way they play him.
Right, but it does help the Warriors get off to a good start if he hit. I get you still got to finish, but come on, Steiner, we see him make 3 in a quarter before, and it's like, oh boy, they got a lead. I mean,
not after the first quarter.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying the points count, and on a good day when the Warriors have a lead and he's hitting, they get off to a good start. And that's what it's about.
Well, I just like his 3-point shooting to me is it's like a neutral. Like, he can't make enough to justify him being out there, not being guarded, and the ball like sitting in his hands, and he's waiting for Steph to come off the screen or something like that. I don't know. We had a caller earlier today that said, this team's got to figure out what to do with Draymond Green. Is that kind of where the eyes are focusing now with the Golden State Warriors? Like,
how you think Kerr would answer that? Because that's really, at the end of the day, all that matters. Like, Stoney, he's a dog, man, and he's going to come back. But, they just lost a game in Toronto without him. So I think right there that should quiet any noise of, you come back and beat Minnesota without him. But
okay, so
you know what I mean? Like,
what happens to Guy Santos? He played 21 minutes last night.
Now, I'm going to say this, I'm not being a smartass.
What happens when Kuminga and Draymond come back?
I think that's a responsibility on Kerr when people critique him, that he'll tend to forget about guys, somehow not let that happen. And I would think his minutes would be condensed, but you got to ride the hot hand. And if you got a guy giving you a spark, there should never be one, Evans here, Spadoni can't play, or you know what I mean? There's enough 48 to go around for everybody.
No, there's not, dude. But you're the same guy that says you can't play 13.
But this is a team that built a dynasty on strength and numbers.
Right, but not 1 through 13. It was 1 through 8.
But now we're we're talking about Santos here.
But okay, you're missing your 2 highest minute or 2 years. Like, I get it. I like Santos too. But he played 21 minutes last night, and we didn't have Kuminga, and we didn't have Draymond. Yeah. And so I'm just asking, what happens to Guy Santos? And I'm telling you right now, if it were 2 months ago, I would say, who cares what happens to Guy Santos? But there's something about Guy Santos's energy that's something that his teammates feed off of. And it's a different. Draymond's always wound up, but does the team feed off it? I don't know that it does, but it seems to with Guy Santos because everybody seems to like him. Like when he makes a good play that's kind of underappreciated, the entire bench sees it and they get up and they're excited about it. I'm not saying Guy Santos is a star, but I am saying every team's got room for a guy like Guy Santos, and I'm just wondering what happens.
And you're not advocating, I think it's too soon for him to play 20 minutes a game, but I'm thinking maybe 8 to 10. Kirk couldn't find that without, messing up the apple cart.
I mean, it's just know that
he never went away from pods last year, even though we were like, oh, this won't last. It's not staying power. And
but this is like about getting a guy in there when we're healthy. We're healthy, and I don't know what the answer is, but
it'll be interesting.
I mean, honestly, I do think it's time to think about Draymond off the bench. I do. I don't. And he played off the bench a little bit earlier in the season.
And if it's about him,
Santos is also a better shooter than Draymond Green.
No, that's a fact.
So
I am starting to wonder, would Dre really not be mad at coming off the bench anymore? Steiny, I think we're at that point. When he says the pit bull tells you he don't like to fight as much, or like he's saying a lot of things that I'm like, oh, okay, maybe, all the fighting's catching up to him. And obviously he's out with a disc situation in his back. I do wonder if that doesn't sound as preposterous as I thought. Last year, Dre coming off the bench. Remember I said he'll never go for it, and you were right. He accepted it coming back. But Steiny, if something's really going on and the banging is taking a toll, I would ask you this. How effective is he if he's not going to bang?
He's almost useless.
Man.
And that's my point. Draymond Green, to me, over the last year or two, has shown like he's in decline, but he can play in spurts. So bring him off the bench. If he can play in spurts. I don't see why not. And he would add some stability to his second unit. You could put a couple shooters out there with him. I would absolutely think about bringing Draymond off the bench if and when he comes back. Yeah. I mean, earlier in the season, he said, I'll go to the bench for Kuminga. That's
he did.
Part of my MO. So what's he going to say? I'm not going for Gee, though. No. And, this is the other thing. And I'm sorry, but this is where I'm at. And I'm not yelling at you.
Yeah.
But I don't care if he doesn't like it. He's not Draymond Green from 2017.
No, I get it.
It's 2025. And you know what else? It's like Draymond's mad. So what? He's always mad. Early in the season, he said he's willing to do it. So maybe you do it.
But it makes all the sense in the world now if, again, I keep going back to what he said. Those words came out of his mouth about not liking to play five. Steiny, he's saying a lot more than just saying how much he doesn't like to play five. It's taking its toll. Shout out to the Bay Bridge. But the bottom line is, if you can alleviate that by having them bang less and maybe even run up and down the floor less, maybe it'll be greater later. Who knows? But it will be fun. It will be interesting to see if Santos goes back to, getting the Looney treatment when he's available.
Let's go to Mike. Mike's in Santa Clara. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man? What's going on?
What's up? What's up, gentlemen? How are you doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Good. Yeah, I just want to talk about the Gee Santos thing. It's a spark that the Warriors need right now. He's actually just coming with a fire right now. It is actually lighting a fire underneath the butts of every other player because we've been in such a downslope right now. They want to see, especially like these guys that are just coming out of nowhere that just want to see some sort of spark. And with that energy, it brings up their energy. So at that point, bring in like Gee Santos, and it's a nice thing to take Draymond off the court and still have some optimism as of right now to just have someone out there that's going to be able to just take over that role. I'm not saying in a Draymond role entirely, but you're still giving that spark to the rest of the team. So I think the Gee Santos thing has been a great fit, especially with just bringing up the energy and just the liveliness of the guys. That's all I wanted to say, guys.
I appreciate it. And look, one of the things with a guy like Gee Santos is, he can help you, and then maybe over time you realize, or, you start realizing, well, that, he gets less effective.
Yeah.
And you say, well, that's probably why he's a 13th man. But while he's providing you something, you may as well use it because it does seem to be working right now.
And you need a spark.
There's a positive energy about him that obviously permeates.
Yeah. And he's got some athleticism, Steiny, enough. And I'm not Snoop Dogg, but anytime I hear the word spark, I mean, my team needs that. I get him on the court.
Let's go out to Daryl.
A lot of Daryls.
In Santa Clara.
Oh, this little.
Hey, what's up? Is this Daryl from Santa Clara?
this is Daryl from Santa Clara.
Oh, what's up, D?
What's up, young man?
Hey, D, real quick, I work with guys. You know I love them. I talk about them. Don't tell them what I say. I love them, but they think that I'm lying. Can you share with Steiny and Evan and the listeners what movie we watched last? My son and I, on the couch, you was on yours, I was on mine. I had the microwave popcorn with the hot sauce and Parmesan cheese. What movie did we watch, D?
That's Purple Rain.
Yeah! Yeah! What year, D?
1982, 1984, one of those. I think it was 1984.
Yeah!
Little D, did your dad text you about 10 minutes ago and ask you to say that?
See, this is what hurts. And Evan, what you laughing at, D?
Two days could be true at one time. Two days could be true at one time.
Hey, just tell the truth and everything shall set you free. Real quick, you guys got a game tonight, right?
Yeah.
Who you got? This sound fired up.
I'm not there, but they playing LMU right now.
Oh, that's on the road game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know what, D? Keep doing your thing. Don't get too high. Don't get too low. The game's not for 8 hours. There's no need to get all revved up now. You're an athlete. You understand how to approach these things.
Before we let him go, ask him who his favorite player is.
Who's your favorite player, Little D?
Steph Curry at the moment.
Yeah,
All
the
right.
chef.
The chef.
They got a big win last night, baby.
Thanks, D. Appreciate it. You're a great son.
Yeah. Why would you guys think I would lie about Purple Rain?
It's just because you lie about other things.
No, I'm a father. I'm a leader, so I want to just...
Your father.
He loves... Evan, damn. But you got to, let them know about Prince Rogers Nelson.
That's...
And Apollonia. Oh, boy. Dude, she was beautiful, Stoney.
You ever been to Minneapolis?
I have not.
I love it.
It's cold out here.
In the winter. Minneapolis is a great city.
What makes it great, Stoney? And what's it known for?
Lakes.
Well, it's called the land of 10,000 lakes. Well, that's
Spadonia, a Laker fan. I should have known that. Yeah.
There's a difference between Minneapolis, St. Paul, or the Twin Cities. Just, by the way, St. Paul, don't sleep on it.
Famous wrestler from Minneapolis. Let's see if you know him.
Jesse Ventura.
All right. Jesse the Body.
I would call him a legislator.
Well, you are
not a good one.
Hey.
Whoa.
Whoa.
What happened?
Hey, partisan politics guy.
Yeah, a few of the natives didn't like him. Ones that I lived with.
Wow.
No spin zone, Evan Giddings.
Wow. That was cool, Stoney.
I'm a little down on Warrior fans.
Because wow.
It's almost like, how...
That's interesting.
This is what happened to me a couple weeks ago. I forget. I brought up something about Curry. Maybe it's time to start thinking about it. And I think Curry went out and had 35. So I get a text. I get an email from my guy, Harry.
Okay.
And he goes, oh, boy, you may have to take some grief today. And I'm like, why? And he goes, you were talking about Curry, and then he had a good game. You know how fans are. They're going to come down your road probably a little bit today. And I said, oh, okay, I guess. So what's happening today clearly is all the fans that were talking a certain way yesterday.
Twitter fingers.
Yeah, they ain't coming to take their dose of medicine right now.
And that's weak sauce, no doubt about it. But there's really no shame.
Yeah, there is. Yes, there is.
We'll get into it.
Yes, there is. That was the biggest win of the year last night.
Until Saturday.
So let's get in that will not be their biggest win.
We'll see.
So what I'd like to tell Warrior fans is get in the game. Get in the game. Things look a lot better today than they did yesterday. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? Life Source.
free throw shooters with the ball. Moody comes up, takes a bounce pass back to GP2. He was out of bounds. The Warriors turn it over. Moody was coming too hard. He didn't take a jump stop, which is what he should have done. And so he was off balance and had to throw it over to Gary Payton, who did not reestablish himself on the floor.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Tim Roy on the call. Didn't cost him.
But it
could have.
Before it was CYO-ish. I'm like, come on.
I noticed that on the text thread last night, I responded to you, and you were just like, oh, yep, you're right.
No, sometimes I need a break from you and Evan. So I don't know if you guys noticed. I'll get away.
Really?
Yeah.
They were coming fast and furious.
And I had to jump in. But no, I love you guys. But what did you say about that play? That's unacceptable.
It wasn't about that play.
Okay.
It was about when Peyton missed the second free throw and the Warriors got the offensive rebound and scored. And Goo goes, how do you give He's talking about the Timberwolves.
Yeah.
Which leads me to believe there might have been another reason for it. But anyway, how can the Timberwolves give up an offensive rebound on a foul shot? And I said, Goo, the Timberwolves got an offensive rebound off a free throw on the possession before.
Yeah, you're right. And got fouled.
This is, you know what? I got to tell you something. And I heard Shasky talking about it a little bit.
Uh-oh.
I'm just looking at text line. Steiny, I feel exactly the same as yesterday. It's a ho-hum season. They're 20-20, 10-10 at home, 10-10 on the road, 0.4 plus minus as a team. What am I clinging to? Well, you're clinging to a victory last night over a Western Conference team that you're competing against, and you're undermanned without Kuminga and Draymond Green. And even Pods, if you want to throw in there.
I heard him.
And you came out of the gates on fire, and you were able to hold off a team that might not be as good this year, but last year they played in the Western Conference Finals. And in the wake of everything that's happened this week, yes, I do think it was a big win. And my question to skeptics, although the skeptics would say it's just one game, but is this the kind of game that can be replicated? Because I did think it looked a little bit like the first 15 games.
And but I heard Shasky, Steiny, and what did I tell you and Evan and the boss when we were together? Like, there's no license or one way to fan or believe, and we all believe who's
questioning how to fan?
No, when Shasky was saying, basically, I'm paraphrasing, and other people, like, it's one game, I totally get that. But, Steiny, I'm like, it's one game that could have went the other way, and had it gone the other way, then what are we really talking about? So, just for me and for morale, I think this goes a long way. But I'm not sitting here, and I know you're not, saying we don't even know if they're going to make the playoffs. We're hoping, but I'm not telling you get the confetti ready or the parade. It was just they fought hard. And you're right. We can't ignore the last, I'm going Nick Nolte, 48 hours of, is this team waving the white flag, verbally and all that. So it was a big game. And I think this went a long way in regard to what how they were playing. They didn't win 10 in a row, Steiny. It was a big game because of where they were at, I think.
Well, and the other thing
what was going on and being said, so we thought.
Is to me, I'm not saying, they found something. But to me, once in a while, you play a game and you win it and you realize, man, in order for us to win games, we've got to play this hard. And now I'm going to get to him. Now I'm getting back to Santos because the more I think about it, look at, like, to me, Draymond Green is fiery, right? No, we know that.
With the best of.
But when Draymond Green starts a game, I don't necessarily think he sets a tone. I think he still starts the game, but with Guy Santos, like, this is why you need young players to at least integrate into your offense. Like, when Guy Santos is starting,
he's a weapon.
They might not make shots, but they play hard right from the opening tip. And it's something that, and you look at this team, it's like, okay, Steph very rarely comes out of the box and says, I'm going to go see if I can get 15 in the first 6 minutes.
And I want him to all the time.
But he doesn't. That's not who he is. And then you look at, Schroeder and Hield, and you need a guy in that unit that's all about the dirty work, all about getting some extra possessions.
And get you some buckets.
And also a guy who, for whatever reason, revs up his teammates because his enthusiasm's so infectious. So, yes, I would absolutely keep Guy Santos in the starting lineup because if nothing else, he knows that if he starts, he's got to play with his hair on fire. And you need an older team, needs more guys that can do that.
Now,
he's done it since he's been playing. It doesn't mean, 2 for 5, big deal, 7, but we all know that it's more than the numbers for Santos.
Right. Steiny, I'm not ignoring that at all. I like the kid, and I learned a lesson from Pods. I can't keep – I miss Pods. I can't – but where's Coach and Vallejo? And I'm not saying Pods is Danny Ainge. I'm just telling you he busted his ass on the court, and that's what kept him on the court. Okay, I'll leave that there. And I'm seeing the same kind of thing with a bigger, taller version, different position with Santos. But with that said, partner, I do got to say what I'm about to say. I've been one of the harshest, loudest critics of Draymond Green on certain things. But I cannot take away, Steiny, he is maybe the only gladiator in what he brings and does and talks crap to the other team. And Saturday, when they play the Wizards, they're not going to need Draymond Green. And Santos, if he gets to start because Dre's not available, partner, he probably could give you whatever he's going to give you, Steiny. But when you play on MLK Day, Monday at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, a team like the Boston Celtics, that's where I'm still not. I mean this, Steiny.
A team that he couldn't play against 3 years ago.
I got you. Okay. But that's where you're going to need the junkyard dog.
Yeah,
on his best day, he can get you that win by talking crap to Tatum. And it's bigger than just talking crap.
Good.
But, Steiny, there's still something in that bottle, man. That I got to keep it real with Dre.
Yeah, he's going to get in Jason Tatum's head.
Dude, he might even be able to guard him or foul, whatever. He's going to do something to will this team to a win. That bottle is not empty, Steiny.
I'm not saying it's empty, but what Draymond are you watching?
Well, and you made fun of me, but through the first 15 games,
as you need,
forget the DPOY. But Steiny, I was like, this Draymond's incredible.
Well, he wasn't. Well, he was fine,
but he was a factor.
And I'm not saying he shouldn't play. I'm
emotionally,
saying
he was fired up.
Yeah, but he's not like that every game. He's the same guy.
Now that's a different story.
No, it's not. He said, I have trouble you think he would have played last night and been half as energetic as Santos? No, he's already said, there are games I can't get up for. And you know what? Some games, at the end of games, you need Draymond there. But, they don't have the room for error that they did in the past. And so if you know that Santos guarantees you effort, I would absolutely continue to start him for Draymond Green.
Now you got me wow.
I don't
and
see
maybe
why
this won't even be an issue if this back injury, and I hope I'm not right, this disc injury, Steiny, the L5, whatever number it is, I forget, they gave you the number. If this is not even a thought, because Dre might miss an extended amount of time, but you're not there, and somebody wrote it on the text line, Steiny, so I got to bring it up. You're not there saying we're at the point where when we saw David Lee get hurt and what went into Dre getting his opportunity, he never looked back because we don't know what Santos is. I like him. I think he can play. But are you really there to think that the Warriors, when they're playing the playoff-type teams, Steiny, I still think you need the good Draymond Green. And I get you might not be seeing
not
it.
For 30 minutes. You can't get that anymore.
Wow.
From Draymond. You get Draymond in stretches. And you know what? I really do think Santos may fit better with the starting lineup.
I love that he's
Draymond Green.
I look at Santos Steiny, he can do something with the ball. And it's not just he's a threat. And I think that makes it it's smoother. It's not as obvious of what you don't have. He's somebody that can do something with the ball. And I guess all you're advocating, I don't need to speak for you, is you want to see him more.
I want to see him.
I think that's pressure on Kerr where he gets ripped every time for getting Moody, for getting Looney. And you can say, oh, the hell with those names. But the bottom line, Stoney, is the one guy here in the last couple years, because I never came down Kerr's road for this, that he didn't forget was Brandon P. So I'm wondering if just from that standpoint, does that bode well for Santos if Kerr really feels like he's giving him something, even when Dre's available? We'll see.
I mean, obviously the issue is going to be when Kuminga comes back, because he's got to start, you would think.
Yeah. Oh, he is starting.
But in the meantime, I'm not going to put Draymond back in the starting lineup. I'm going to keep Guy Santos there. And the reason I'm going to do that is because he understands exactly what he's got to do.
And he had 0 turnovers, Stoney. Let's put that right on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Draymond on his best day, will have three to five turnovers.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the other thing. If Guy Santos plays, he can help you even if he doesn't make shots, because he's doing all kinds of other stuff. But when Draymond plays, the ball has to be in his hands on offense. It does, because it's always been set up that way. So I'm all for taking more of a look at Santos, particularly in the starting lineup. That doesn't mean he's got to play in crunch time, and it doesn't mean he's got to play 30 minutes a game. But I do love the idea of Santos starting, because it seems to ensure then that the Warriors are at least going to come out with energy, or at least one guy is going to come out with energy, and if he can make a couple plays early, then it tends to, feed everybody else.
Yeah.
So,
if I were to ask you,
the other thing is, as it relates to Draymond Green, I forget who the story was by. Was it by Ohm Youngmasuk? Where it was basically Draymond talking about how he's been a nice guy this year. Like, I don't necessarily, I don't necessarily think Draymond has been playing as fiery as he has in the past.
Oh, on the court, you mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Well, I would be disappointed if he said that.
Well, he did. He said something like that. I'll find it at the break. But
that's your thing that you bring to the party. I don't feel like you can be sometimey with that. And if
wait a minute. Hold on. What do you mean?
Need nasty. And now there's two things we're talking about. Him getting in trouble and hard foul and that stuff.
Guru, he doesn't play hard all the time.
Yeah, and I guess I got a built-in excuse. Wow.
He's acknowledged that. That's not me saying it. And what I'm saying is, it's for a guy his age, like, you shouldn't, like, Draymond can't be the guy bringing energy all the time. Because he can't do it.
Well, then I don't know what I've been watching, because through the first 15 games, I commended him because I told you, Stoney, this is the year of Draymond. He was talking that talk. Well, the first 15 games, but now you got me thinking my view of him lately might need some new batteries. But if you're telling me those words came out of his mouth that he hasn't been as nasty or demonstrative, that wouldn't sit well with me. But my eyes aren't telling me he's being a cookie cutter out there. I still look at him with the same fire, or hoping he's still playing with the same fire as Draymond. And I told you, Bonte, and anybody listen, Evan.
He's admitted that. Like, over the course of his career, over the course of Draymond's career, we know that there are times when he doesn't give maximum effort. He's now 34, 35. So even if he wanted to, he can't. And so that's why I'm advocating for some more Guy Santos, because he's younger and he's more energetic, and he can bring it more consistently. I'm not saying he's better than Draymond Green, but no, I wouldn't move Draymond back into the starting lineup.
Okay. And this is what I'm saying. I'm not disagreeing with anything you said, but the bottom line is my ass was at Chase a couple Saturdays ago. And again, I know he single-handedly won the Phoenix game. I watched it with the Draymond antics, talking the crap, talking the talk, and balling.
They've played 40 games.
I understand that.
We can't.
So now it's about 25, Stoney, because he was great for 15. I thought he was great for 15.
Play in spurts.
But now
he can't be on the court unless he is playing as hard as he can. Like,
but you get me with
and ditto with Curry.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. I mean, you got to start figuring out how to play Steph 28 minutes, maybe. Like, he played 37 minutes.
I was just about 28. I'm like, when? And Kerr said he's concerned, but Kerr said this to that. The minute usage. We got to do what we got to do. And Steiny, I know I'm nitpicking, or I'm just kind of, trying to pick out the good stuff. But when I saw that Phoenix game again, I don't
even remember the Phoenix game.
He was barking all outdoors, D'ing up, making help D on KD. He was doing it all.
Okay.
He helped, and then that's his job, right?
Exactly. Why can't he do that off the bench? He's still probably going to play late in games. We need energy at the start of games. And he doesn't bring it at the start of games. The Guy Santos situation, according to the 262, is going to lead to similar Jonathan Kuminga drama to what we had last year when we need wins and JK feels like he needs playing time to get his chicken.
Well, I think that's so off in regard to, like, Guy doesn't have a pedigree or, Jonathan Kuminga was supposed to be the next, and people were clamoring for him. And I'm not saying the fans are going to do that for Santos, but I don't think Kerr's worried about, if somehow Santos fell off the lineup.
No, he's talking about if Santos plays more, Kuminga's not going to play as much.
Wow.
And then we got a guy who's playing in a contract year who's not playing as much as he thinks he should. But
the one thing we've learned, Stoney, I believe, during the absence, and I know that was their second win last night, there's no situation right now where Kuminga's doing anything for less. You know what I mean? They really miss him.
They went 2-2 on the road trip. Like, seriously. And they beat two pretty good teams. Two teams over 500. To me, everybody always, has been disappointed that Kerr has not integrated the young guys. And, when you were going for championships, I understood why they did it. But right now, after everything I've heard this week about where they're at, they know that the only way they can get to the playoffs, no matter how they get there, is they've got to create an energy that they haven't played with in the last 2 months, and they played with it last night, and I think Santos was a big part of it.
I'm going to read you something, Stoney, and some days, man, every day I feel like an artist, and with what we do with my voice and our thoughts, and sometimes the picture that I want to paint or think I painted is totally different, and I need your help because I'm not mad. But this is from the 908, Donnie. It always seems that Guru disregards the age of Curry and Green. This is a young man's league. I agree with that. But I don't want to say unfortunately, the dudes on this team, if they're going to get to where they're going to go, are Draymond Green and Steph Curry. I understand it's a young man's league, but unfortunately, your guys, the stewards of this team, the champs, are in their late 30s.
Right, and that's why you've got to lessen their roles over time. You must. And if Guy Santos can play 12 minutes a game, that brings Draymond Green from 32 down to 22 or 24, I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
But can they survive? And I know Kuminga's out, but Stoney, this Steph Curry playing 35, 37 minutes, it's like, wow. And he ain't complaining, but it's just, like Kerr said, they got to do what they got to do. And maybe when Kuminga comes back, they can adjust that in regard to the chef.
I mean,
because those are some heavy minutes.
I don't know, the idea that Draymond was playing great for 15 games.
Yeah, I'm getting killed.
It's 15 games. Yeah. I mean, now we're 40 in. Like, that's the thing about the NBA season. It's like, a couple good games here and there aren't going to get it done. 919, Steiny play Wiggins at the 2, JK at the 3, Santos at the 4.
I wouldn't be mad.
I think there's something that I don't think Kerr likes Wiggins, the idea of Wiggins at the 2. I don't know why. I'm not sure. But, I mean, like, here's the other thing. Sometimes it feels like, and I don't want to say with you, but, we're talking about Draymond, like, we're talking about how desperate the situation is, and oh my gosh, they're 19 and 20, and they got this young player who obviously isn't a superstar, but there's something about his energy that we can all see. And now we get worried, well, what about Trey? Like, that's not how basketball works. If you got a guy that's bringing energy and he's helping you, like Draymond, it's 2025.
Yeah, but he's not programmed. Like, I get what you're saying, but
it's bigger. Like,
when have they ever stood up to him and told him this is the way it's going to be? Sit down.
Last year. And this year. What do you mean, He's going to the bench. He went to the bench willingly this year. So he'll go to the bench willingly again. And if he doesn't want to go willingly, it's like, I'm sorry, but too bad. You're not, it's not 2016 anymore.
I guess I'll believe it when I see it. I'm not saying you're, from a basketball standpoint, you're wrong. And I'm not saying, and I've been wrong twice. The series 2 years ago in the playoffs, you said Drake could come off the bench. I'll never forget that Friday. He came off the bench. I give you that.
All right.
And he did it.
And he did it again this year.
And you're not saying he won't finish games because there's just no, now that's a whole different
story. Maybe he won't finish some games. But, like, this is the problem. Like, we're even still, the way you're talking about Draymond, you're talking about like you're describing a player that he is no longer. Like, and like, that's one of the issues with this team. And I think some of the fans, like
but who's telling him that he's not that? Like, how does that to start games, but to finish games, Donnie? I think he's finishing games, man. That's what I'm saying to you.
Okay,
the games that he plays.
If he's finishing, then he shouldn't start. That's all I'm saying. But again, here we are. Like, this is what I mean. Nobody's nobody really wants to do. And it's like what BJ was saying. You got it. Like, all the decisions are hard. That's how you get through periods like this. And so if you feel like Draymond Green should come off the bench, damn it, he's got to come off the bench. And we're not doing this to him in the height of this dynasty.
And
we're
you think they're there now?
Yes, they've done it already once this season. So, like, the idea of Draymond not doing
he did it in the finals a couple years ago.
And he did it. And he said he did it with Kuminga earlier in the year. So, and you know what? I do like the idea of Draymond getting some run against another team's second-team players. And I like the idea of Draymond coming off the bench and playing with a couple shooters. That's just
you
me.
might be onto something.
888-957-9570 is the number. I think the bigger point is, for me, is, I don't know, maybe Steve Kerr would be listening here and saying, this guy.
Right, that's what that.
Right. That's fine. And Steve Kerr might say, you know what, that's never going to happen. Okay, fine. But what I'm getting at is, if he does think there's something to it, then there is no decision. Then he's got to make that decision.
But I like what you said about him playing against the other team's second. Like, that makes it easier on him.
Of course. Of course.
I could see him just taking advantage left and right just with his mind, But we'll see, Steiny.
No,
I have been wrong before about him coming off the bench.
Twice. You were wrong twice.
Meet me halfway on this before we go.
No.
A couple
that
times.
That was a big L against the Kings.
But he took credit for, like, it was his decision. I think we're talking about a situation now to where he was told this is where, you know what I mean? It's different where you say, yeah, I did it for the team. But what if it's one of those, hey, Drake, like Boston in the finals? That I don't think he said, I'm cool with it. They were like, this is a mandate.
Don't you understand? Like, that doesn't matter anymore. I don't care if he's mad.
Well,
like, it's not the Draymond. We're not playing for a title and saying without him, we're hosed. It's just an idea. 888-957-9570. But here's what I'm really hearing. You still are afraid of him. You still, you criticize the organization for catering to him, and yet this discussion proves you still want to cater to him. I'm just kidding. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570 is the number. Am I crazy? or do we ride with Guy Santos for a little while, at least in the starting lineup? Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and
We don't care who plays. We just like the challenge.
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, whatever
we just like the challenge.
Whatever we do, let's make sure that no matter what we do as an organization, it's okay by Draymond Green. So we're still there. We're still operating under that premise.
You're like the kid that plays with the Lego set with words. Nobody said that. I got my popcorn, Steiny. And we cannot forget, Evan came in. I do so much for the show. Tweet of the night. That should be a new bit. Our boss, Matt Nahigian. As it was pandemonium and people were ready to jump out of the Warrior building, the tweet reads from him at Matt Nahigian, if the Warriors lose, I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Like, I felt that.
Damn it.
You read the room, dude. That's the first thing. And then secondly, it's like, why don't you just say before you tweet, I'm looking for the best one-liner response from this goofy tweet.
Oh, I loved it.
I mean, if the Warriors lose, I'm not coming into work tomorrow. I mean, my first thought was stop trying to cheer me up. Evan, what was your response in your mind?
Don't get me excited.
Don't get me excited.
You guys are telling on yourself,
and of course, here's
man.
Guru saying, "Oh no, I like when he's in. I hope he's not serious."
That's not only is he my boss, he's my friend.
I tell you what,
dude. When he's not here, I don't like.
I tell you what, 888-957-9570.
Oh,
a boss tweets the night before, if this happens, I'm not coming into work tomorrow. As an employee, what's your best one-liner comeback today?
Where's my T-Wolf jersey? That's yours. Oh, man.
Not your job.
Now, Jerry.
Hey, you know what we didn't talk about? I actually did not have a problem with this. Some people did. They were in when the Warriors were in Toronto, and they have a ball boy for every game.
Yeah.
And the guy who got picked for the ball boy,
when are you going to get a heart?
Was wearing a Curry jersey and a Curry hat, maybe. He was decked out.
Go ahead.
And they just said, and we're in Toronto, and they simply said to the young man, can you put on here, we'll give you a Raptors t-shirt. Just put it on over. Just for the ball boy segment. I don't have a problem with that.
I do.
Yeah,
it's not Bloods and Crips. This is not gang warfare. It's all
But we have a competitiveness problem.
And he's a kid, and he's a Curry fan.
With the kids.
Let him see.
Tell him to learn a little bit.
I didn't like that at all. Like, come on now. What are we doing? The kid, that's his hero.
Who does he think he is? You're at the Air Canada Center. We got Scotty Barnes and R.J. Barrett.
Stop.
And you're going to be the ball boy tonight.
Dude, man.
Just use your head, young man. And, shame on the parents. Wouldn't have let him out of the house with that.
I just come from a cloth that when you eat, the kids go first.
And you know what?
I've seen some fights at some barbecues, Evan. I don't know how you get down.
No,
you cannot go. You hit the wrong crowd, it'll be problems.
That has led to where we are now. And you are the guy who doesn't like it.
You don't like. You're Mr. I hate the participation trophy.
You continue to talk. I wish we were back in the 70s and the 80s.
I believe
that's right. That's when the kids had their own table. But now, 40 years later, the kids get to eat first. And you wonder why everybody feels entitled in this society.
Hey, I almost want to give you the win for this, but nah, I'll take 70s, 80s. I think about it when I'm driving. Like, our world is vicious. I don't like any of it, but I'm telling you, Steiny, I like that rule. Where
what rule?
The kids eat first. Come on, man. They're growing.
So soft. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Some things are becoming clear.
Please, you know me.
I don't.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think I do, and I don't.
Well, we got the party today.
That's a good point. 262. I think the reason Kerr doesn't play Wiggs at 2 is because it forces Steph to be a full-time point guard. I think there's merit to that.
I love Wiggs, Steiny, but I'm watching that handle, and I know he was 6 of 16 yesterday for 24 and made it 10 of 12 from the free throw line. Loved it. But it's an adventure with the handles now. I know I'm nitpicking, but every move It's almost like, I almost turned it over. But he somehow figures it out. But on a bad day, he'll have 9 points and a couple turnovers. But Wiggins was big last night.
This from the 408. The ball moved better last night without Draymond. And Guy brought energy into the lineup from the start. I do honestly think Dre should come off the bench while still in the closing lineup. Also, if we're worried about Guy taking JK's minutes, Guy racked up the fouls early, and he probably will continue to do so. That's a good point. I'm not worried about JK's minutes.
I had 4 of them.
That's a good point. Really good points there. But what about Draymond? What if he doesn't like it? Well,
nobody's saying it like that.
Yeah, you kind of are.
Stoney,
nobody's been harder on Draymond than I have, but I'll tell you what. If he doesn't like it, we can't do it.
I gave him the nickname Junkyard Dog.
No, you didn't.
And I don't feel like they have one on reserve. So you got to have that when it gets real, Stoney. That's all I'm saying. So on a good day, when the Warriors are whole, and Draymond, that Phoenix game that Saturday night.
I don't even remember it. That shows you
that bothers me.
How great it must have been.
Dude, it was a good game.
Let me guess.
Phoenix was up. It looked like Phoenix was going to win the game, and they ran him
apart Nurkic.
Well, he didn't even play. But
exactly.
my point
Nurkic is the Draymond stopper.
The NBA's the Draymond stopper.
I am a little.
I get where you're going, but I feel like you're doing too much on his effectiveness.
He can't play at a certain level for as long as he has in the past.
We can say that about Curry.
Well, of course, but Curry's more important
no doubt.
than Draymond Green.
So where do we veer off? Where are we?
Because as usual, you think when I say, let's have Draymond come off the bench, you think, as always, that means, well, Sonny, are you really saying Draymond's the problem? No, I'm not saying he's the problem. I think we might be better starting Santos at the beginning of the game. And then you already go, well, Steiny, well, what?
That's not how I
said. He can't not play. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm not saying he shouldn't play. Right. I'm saying he should come off the bench.
Okay.
That's all. He can still play 25 minutes off the bench.
Steiny, I love
What's
you
wrong
like
with
a brother,
that?
like a stepbrother.
You're so scared of these old guys. It's unbelievable.
No, I'm pointing out that they're afraid to do that, not me.
They haven't been, Goo. They've done it twice in the past 2 years.
But then why doesn't it stick?
Because
thank you. What? And
the reason it didn't stick this year was because right after they moved Kuminga,
I got injury.
Oh,
I got you.
Okay.
Right.
So there is a reason.
All right. But you do know this. Just again, a couple times that this has happened, he's taking credit for it like it was his idea.
Let him take credit again. Who cares?
And we both agree that he's going to finish that. If it were me and I was a coach, I want him finishing the game, and you could be onto something. I'm just pointing out, Steiny, I am really pointing out that I think if this were to pop off when he came back, that he would buck, and I think they're afraid to tell him, hey, look, it's this way or the highway. So until I see that or feel that they're the ones that had it, you know what I'm saying? Like the scoreboard's 5-0, Draymond. Jordan Poole, no suspension. I got a new extension. Come on, the scoreboard's 10-0, Draymond.
Again.
In his mind.
Again, it's happened twice before. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
It's not a big deal.
You think it's on the horizon?
I do.
All right.
I do think it's on the horizon.
And it makes some sense. You got me convinced. I'm like, there's only one problem.
No, there's not.
He's got to want to do it. Because they're not going to say, Steiny,
what if he doesn't? What if he doesn't? What are you going to do then? Bend over backwards again?
We would never know if he said no, but but as long as
you're still scared of him.
I'm not.
You actually no. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, what if Draymond is mad? Then what? It's like
you don't want him mad.
I don't care anymore.
Yeah, I got you.
Like, what don't you understand? Like he's
but
not.
That's how you feel. I think they care.
I think most people on this one are with me. Like this guy,
I'm with you. I just don't think it's going to happen because they're afraid. But if he's not accepting, Steiny, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, it happened 3 weeks ago. What's the difference?
It wasn't permanent. I am scared.
It wasn't permanent because they got hurt.
All right, if you're right, and then it was
I might not be right. I might not be right. I'm just saying
this should be easy.
I think it's worth a shot. You know, it's funny. Like, this is the other thing. It's funny. Oh, let's bring Quentin Post in here. You know, when Moody plays 5 minutes, you want him to play 20. When Moody plays 25, you want him to play 5. We got to try something. Make a trade, even if it doesn't work. Like, everything's on the table, but the minute you say, what about Draymond coming off the... well, not that.
But
like,
not from a fundamental basketball standpoint. I agree with what you're saying.
That it's done. It's done.
It's bigger than that.
No, it's not. Why? Why is it bigger?
Because he's always gotten his way.
Those days are over.
And if
they're not, shame on the Warriors.
Okay, no doubt. And I've said shame before. I'm not hating on Draymond Green, but I'll believe it when I see it. And Evan,
well, I don't even the third time we've seen it.
I'm just curious to get Evan's thoughts on this. Could you see a scenario to where Dre could come off the bench and there'd be nothing to see here, just smooth?
We saw it earlier this year. He went to the bench for 5 games for Kuminga. They lost, I think, 3 of them, which is why he came back to the starting line. But yeah, absolutely. He went to the bench in the NBA Finals, right?
That he did.
What about...
And at that point, he had nothing. I mean, he was playing bad. It was almost like, I can't buck back.
What about the fact that when he went to the bench for Kuminga, he talked about being a steward of the team. And he talked about his role when David Lee started. And that if that happened with him and David Lee, he owes it to the organization to try something if they want to try. I do not believe he would be a problem about it.
And this, I got to say this to you and Evan, and just the listeners. Steiny, for Kuminga's one thing, but for Santos, I think that would be a problem. That's what I need to get out, and I just did.
Yeah,
that's where
I don't think it matters. It shouldn't matter. We're trying to put our best units out on the floor, our best teams out on the floor. We're trying to make our team better. And you know what? If you don't start Draymond, that automatically takes out any kind of early foul trouble for Draymond Green. So he won't get 2 fouls in the first 6 minutes. Anyway,
I don't think it would be for Gee. But I think
I'm starting to think you're right there too.
But I think it could be for
You're talking to me.
Kuminga.
No, everybody.
Well, I said it before, Evan.
What do you mean?
Evan said it, and then you gave him credit. Not to cut you off, Evan.
I don't care. I just want him coming off the bench. I don't give a rat's behind for who.
But Evan knows what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Say, Goo, I agree with you. Because I just said he wouldn't do it for Santos.
Say you love him.
Hold on. He likely won't have to do it for Santos. But he should do it for Santos now when Kuminga's out. That's what I think.
Yeah. Well, it took Evan to say it, and then you said, I agree with that. But then when I said it, you didn't agree. But it's okay.
Didn't agree with what?
Evan, go ahead, baby.
Just say you love him.
That's all.
Who?
Guru.
You need to...
So when the Philadelphia 76ers...
Here we go, Legos with the words again.
Won the title in 1983...
Oh, I'll never forget.
Yeah, okay, name their starting 5.
Andrew Toney, Mo Cheeks, Julius Erving, Moses Malone, and Bobby Cunningham. What's my guy's name?
Well, you're wrong.
The defensive guy.
Bobby Jones.
Yeah, Bobby Jones.
He didn't start.
Okay.
He came off the bench.
What's the tall guy?
Mark Ivoroni.
Yeah, Mark Ivoroni.
Mark Ivoroni started.
Yeah.
Look at the Lakers. Kurt Rambis started. Cooper came off the bench. Who was a better player?
No,
it's about the team.
I'm a team guy.
No, you're not.
Stop.
You're an individual guy.
You're not giving me credit for saying basketball-wise, you've Hubie Brown me. I'm in your club.
Isn't that the only thing that matters?
No, I'm telling you, I believe, and you keep giving them credit. You keep saying you and Evan, they've done this before, but it was different. This is,
hey, you think so?
Dre, there's been some slippage.
Yes.
We want to savor you as much as we possibly can. Santos is going to be in there to start the game, and you come off the bench.
Okay.
I think he would go crazy if you said Santos as opposed to Kuminga.
So if Draymond can play,
Kuminga was something you couldn't ignore.
Play Saturday, if he can play Saturday, Kuminga's out. No, he is.
All right.
So you're saying if Kerr goes, you know what, Gee's got a little thing going here with the starters. I'm gonna keep him in the starting lineup. I'm gonna bring you off the bench. Like, we have to worry about his response?
But see, that's temporary again for me because JK's the other domino. I want everybody to be at full health, and then you say or try to have that conversation with them. That's where I think it would be a problem. Like,
so you
this
think,
is your new role,
so
Drake.
if Drake can play Saturday, he should just go right into the starting lineup for Guy Santos.
I think that's what he wants, and I think that's what they will do, just to avoid the
what about what
friction
they want? What if they want Santos? They think they see a little something with Santos. I don't know.
I guess I'm saying, Stoney, I'd be shocked if they did it. I would, okay, I'm not telling you I'm against it or it doesn't make sense. And I'm not mad at you and Evan. How can I be mad? I'm not mad at you and Evan or everybody else pointing out that it happened, but when it happened, it was temporary. And then he took the throne and kind of act like it was his, even against the Kings in the playoffs. Oh, it was my idea.
Let him do it again.
But this is different. This is the David Lee juncture of, hey, a young guy's got it. He's taking your spot, and David Lee accepted that. I don't think Draymond's there for that to happen to him.
Draymond, play 25 minutes a night. What's wrong with that? Nobody. What? Will you allow for the fact that if you're an older player, you can be more effective in 24 minutes than 30?
Totally.
Okay.
But do you allow the fact that if your ego is up, and I get it, these dudes are programmed to where I'm better playing 30 minutes. I'm not that guy that you talk about. If you knock my minutes down 6 per night, you're going to get, I want to play 30. I.
Thank you.
And he's got I every time he's wanted it.
Okay.
So I don't see anybody having that, especially with Bob not being here. Who's going to flex on him or just say, hey, Steiny, you're slipping a little bit. We want to save you. You're not playing 30. You're playing 24. Please tell me when that happens. If that were to ever, they're afraid of them.
But you are neglecting the fact that it's happened twice before.
Yeah, and I keep using the T word, temporary, Steiny.
I don't understand what you think was if they moved Draymond to the bench and had they stayed healthy, he might still be coming off the bench. The only reason he went back into the lineup was because they got injuries.
I got you.
So let's go to D from D.C. What's up, D? How you doing, buddy?
What's going on, Brother Stoney? What's going on, Google?
Hey.
Evan, what's good? What's good, Evan?
Yo.
Listen. I hate to do this, but doggone it, I'm agreeing with Steiny on this one. Jesus Christ, man. Since we can't trade the real GM of the Warriors, in quotation, Draymond, we might as well bring his behind off the bench because he's old, decrepit, and can no longer be the Draymond that we know that he used to be. So it is time to take a new step forward, man. Draymond needs to come off the bench, period. I'm done.
Wow. Thanks, D. Appreciate it.
Wow.
And here, a lot of people are disagreeing with your thought that it'll be a problem. 415, Draymond will do whatever it takes for the team to win.
Shocked you talking to me. And I got to put some respect.
Draymond.
And you're right when you talk about those 2 times. But you know what? And this is the beautiful part of myself, Stoney. I admit when I might omit something or I could be wrong. But when the pit bull says he's tired of fighting, maybe he does see that. I don't like playing 5. And, again, it's me. Easy for me to eat my nachos and say what an athlete should do. But I really need to just focus and hone in on that comment that he made about 5's taking something out of me, banging.
Yeah.
So he may be way more to where you're at with receptive to that than he ever has.
I think he is, and he should be. I just do. I mean, it's as simple as that. The idea that Steve Kerr might think that he likes Santos in the starting lineup, but Draymond still has enough sway over this team to not I got to tell you, here's the other way I look at it, because I always try to look at things the other way. All right, let's say Draymond to the bench and he's a problem. Okay, yeah, that's possible. I also think it's possible that Draymond goes to the bench and comes off the bench. He's not going to play, but
finish the game for sure.
Sends a message to the team that the team is bigger than even Steph or Draymond. Right. And that may actually be a galvanizer for the team. If the team believes you know what? Santos is doing a nice job. He gives us some energy at the beginning of the games. Nobody's saying that Draymond should start loading up DNPs, but boy, Santos comes in and gives us energy those first 6 minutes, and everybody sees it, and they go back to Draymond Green. Like, that could have a negative effect on the team. In theory.
Do you think there's any, and I mean this, any sound basketball people that might think you're not you? Oh, yeah, we'll use you.
Fine.
Are overreacting at what you've seen from Santos to say, you know, to have him be the guy that starts.
And I would say to you, what's the difference between me suggesting Guy Santos should continue to start and have Draymond come off the bench and you saying something like, let's get Quentin Post 15 minutes? It's all it is. That's
no, I asked you, you answered.
And everything seems like they're saying that everything's on the table. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Bob and Randy, I see you on hold, and I'm going to push you to the other side because I want to give you time, and we're almost at a break right now. Oh, by the way.
What you got?
You want a chance?
Yeah, baby, my man.
You want a chance to play knockout on the Chase Center court? We're going to give you that opportunity. The contest, it starts on Monday, January 27th.
I'm out.
And it's going to go for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. So you got plenty of chances to win. Here's what you do. You got to listen in the 8 o'clock hour, the 12 o'clock hour, and the 4 o'clock hour starting on Monday, January 27th for your chance, once again, to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. All right, each show is going to have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. So that's 3 slots a day to fill this. And last year we had a great time, and we had a lot of listeners out there.
It was incredible.
It was just a lot of fun. We play a game of knockout, and Guru will play, and I think a couple of producers will be in there. You have to be 18 to win, and you also have to be a California resident. We'll give you more details as the days come, but the bottom line is you want an opportunity to take some shots at Chase Center where Steph Curry takes his shots. We're going to give you that opportunity, and it all starts January 27th. That's not this Monday, but next Monday. Take it to the bank.
Yeah, baby.
Take it to the bank. You think Draymond probably is not very good at knockout.
I met the criteria.
Because his misses go very long.
Dude, that I didn't meet the criteria is the best thing going. We got to put some respect on him improving his shot. Forget when he makes it. Dre.
No.
He was in the low 30s and 28s and 6s. He didn't fix it.
Yeah, he's shooting 22% the last 10 games. Right. But okay.
Numbers are numbers are numbers. Okay, but yeah, I get it.
You know what? I mean, Draymond's the guy, like, he's the guy you want to make his first one. You want it. You hope he makes that first one. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week.
I know where all the prisons are.
I want them to send a message.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Oh, the Warriors sent one last night.
Yeah, baby. We're back.
Did it come straight to the top of your inbox, hopefully?
We'll see. I don't miss a lot of your lobs.
You're on Twitter?
Yeah. Triple D Guru.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make.
I never came up with a deal.
Just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in the playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So that's it.
Anybody? They can beat anybody.
Sounds good.
You think you can beat OKC in a series?
Boy. I tell you what.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
The great Lori Matthews reached out at me on... now, why would you breathe through your ears?
I don't like some of her tone. At times.
Lori called in. Anyway, she tweeted at me like, he's talking to you, Guru, and she was laughing.
He is.
I'm on the radio for one. And two, I never had a deal.
Vucevic, Guru. I want Paul George. I want Lowry Markkanen.
That's verbally,
I want LeBron
not
James.
on Twitter.
I want Dwight Howard.
Not on Twitter.
I want Vucevic. I want Ingram. I want Zion.
Evan, don't laugh.
Hey, we're down to Levine. I'll take him.
Yeah, but that's verbally. He didn't say radio host. He said Twitter fingers. And Drake used that Twitter fingers too. Hey, I got to take the show off to Ranch and come right back.
Top 5 centers?
No, I meant that.
Yeah, so did Udonis
I did something I regret. I'm so fired up about this company party. I was in the restroom, and a guy was at the urinal handling his business, faced the other way, did the way he's supposed to. And I'm washing my hands and start a conversation with him about, you going to the company party? Let him finish his business, goo. But I'm in that, we only got an hour left. I'll make it. But I felt so bad. You don't talk in the restroom to other men. That's not the place. My bad. He'll go on.
You were the one who did it.
Because I'm excited about the party.
A couple texts here.
TMI.
Listen, here's my suggestion. My suggestion is have Draymond come off the bench when he gets back.
I want you to tell him.
Draymond, if you're listening, I think it'd be good for the team. Maybe to start coming.
I could just see that.
Like you what is he going to do? Punch me like he did Jordan Poole by saying,
dude, that was a hell of a punch. We don't talk about it. It's kind of
Draymond.
He caught him.
Draymond knows what's up.
Shocked you talking to me, and he may want this. The more I think about it, we'll double back.
This is at 718. What has Guy Santos done? He got some loose balls. Relax, guys. Draymond's still better.
Not guys. You and Evan. No, and not even Evan.
Well, that's plural.
You.
But Draymond is still better than him. Yes, and I've given multiple examples of teams that don't start their best players because Steve Kerr and many great coaches talk about matchups and combinations. And the idea of Dre playing off the bench, I kind of like, because Santos, at least right now, is providing energy right at the start of a game when the Warriors need it. And I suggested, hey, maybe Draymond could keep coming off the bench.
Yeah, and you're getting a few more like, what has he done? But it's not, he's bringing energy. And Sonny, we don't do it as a show this good enough. And I'm being real here. Rest in peace, because we talked about it earlier, Bob Uecker. Somebody tweeted that from the 408. We lost him, and he's the first, you didn't ask, personality as a young kid growing up that I latched onto as far as loving the game of baseball. Bob Uecker.
I thought it was Clemente.
No, that was a player. I'm talking about personality, being bigger than the game. And Bob Uecker was the guy that people love to be around.
Mr. Baseball.
No doubt. And then he was in May.
I just don't believe you.
See,
I just don't.
And that's fundamentally at our core. Like, you didn't believe I watched Purple Rain with my son. Got a little cop team. Yeah, but Evan, that's what it really is.
Lil D literally called in and gave you the truth, and you still don't trust him.
Like, I'm going to make that up about Bob Uecker.
I'm trying to imagine Goo.
Just
as
a bit
little
outside.
7-year-old.
Yeah.
In Union City saying, hey, Daddy Norm, boy, Boy, this Bob Uecker is really influencing my childhood.
Well, it's a little older than
baseball.
7, Stoney. No, but he
was on Johnny Carson all the time.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. And he was in the movie Major League. You know, when you really got
That's great.
Yeah.
It's funny.
And from what I hear, Stoney, he was the same with everybody. Like, people just like being
Evan,
around him.
Have you heard that, Evan? Did you hear that
Today
about Uecker?
is not the day for some of the Uecker stories that I've heard.
I love you all. I really do.
Go Google this guy. He's a poor man's Art Donovan.
And I'm familiar with Art Donovan.
Who is he?
Anyway, because I told you
who's Art Donovan? Don't do
when
this.
you do activities like this, you think it's fun, but you're really saying, show me you can read.
No, I'm saying.
And I don't like that. I don't like that. It's got a negative connotation to it. Show me you can read.
Well, how about this one? Show me you're not lying.
Art Donovan, about 6'8", 6'9".
No.
Looks like Married with Children, Al Bundy. I know who Art Donovan is.
Who?
He played the game.
What game?
Football.
What position?
Offensive line.
What team?
Colts.
Okay, you did know.
Look at go. Put some respect on my name, Stoney. That was about 3 in a row.
That's a big L for me.
You said what percent? You were expecting punter. Man.
Ken, did you tell him?
Please.
Were you in his ear?
Can't stop it.
I'm not going to lie. I thought this guy was Ed Orgeron.
Oh, wow.
They look exactly alike.
Man, Stoney, when will you believe your boy?
Sometimes.
No.
Sometimes I believe you.
That's what I'm saying.
Like
Wow. He said what team? Colts, man. Hey, the
Evan.
Baltimore Colts.
Evan, were you in his ear?
No.
Now, see, this hurts. Boy,
I wouldn't lie to you.
Yeah, and I wouldn't lie to you.
Well,
nothing like getting plagiarism and taking credit for something you didn't do.
I go by the old Ronald Reagan motto.
Stop.
One of our former presidents, Ronald Reagan from California.
Nancy.
He had a saying about Russia.
Yeah.
He said, trust, but verify. Trust,
I've never
but
heard
verify. That's
I've
all.
never heard
I trust you. I trust you, but I am going to need.
I'm proud of
some
myself, Stoney. Boy, man.
Nice question. Nice job. Nice job. Let's go to Bob and let's go to Bob in Frisco. Frisco.
Hey.
Yeah.
Hey, what's happening?
Hey.
How you doing?
Dynamite.
Show. Anyway, I love the show. I agree with you, Steiny. I believe that what would it hurt to have him come off the bench as an experiment? You know, just to see if his energy level is up at the end of games where he can really help out. Didn't Curry come off the bench a couple years ago?
Absolutely.
Did that for a little bit.
Hey, Bob.
So,
Bob,
one other.
How about Klay Thompson?
Yeah.
He came off the bench.
Yeah, exactly. Goo, I care about you, man. Lay off that microwave popcorn. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Do some research on that.
Okay. Wow. A lot of people didn't like the hot sauce on it either.
Bob? How come?
Stoney's asking you what? Yeah.
Microwave popcorn's not good for you?
Yeah. There's elements in there that can lead to memory issues or other physical problems.
We'll see.
Check it out. Anyway.
I love you, man.
What'd you say?
Hey, that's a
I'm
3,
kidding.
Stoney.
Thanks, Bob. Bob, appreciate it. Oh boy. Goo, I love you.
Yeah, I'm on a high right now.
So am I.
That Donovan. I was.
I'm on cloud
It's time
nine.
to move on. We got to finish strong.
By the way, here's one thing that a lot of people don't understand, and y'all need to wrap your head around it. Guru, how many wins did I say the Warriors could get this year?
48.
Right. And they're on a 41-win pace right now.
Okay. It's taking a little hit lately.
My point is, I want them to win 48 games.
Right.
I want to be right on this. So you're talking to somebody who is going to the lab to try to figure out how we, as we are comprised right now, can go 26-16 the last 42 games.
That man.
Can we go 26-16? That gets us to 46-36. Hey, can we get to 28-14 the last 42? That's 48.
And
it's pretty tough, but Who knows?
Yeah, and just think about the dog days of summer that we had, or spring, heading to whatever you want to call it, Stoney, where the Warriors were not part of the playoffs. One, that's not good for business. And two, we're used to having parades or going deep into the playoffs. So I'm not ready for.
They've gone deep into the playoffs
2022
once in the last 5 years.
So we're used to semis, 2023.
That second round exit.
It sounds better than the second round. I'm not ready for this. And whoever called yesterday about, hey, I'm rooting all for the Gigantes, but Stoney, if there's still dead men walking, we got baseball after a non-playoff again basketball season after the Niners had no play. What are we doing? Like, nobody wants that out here.
Well, too bad. You don't have a say. Just fan and shut up. Like, seriously.
I give my opinion.
And I can't, I don't like the tone of, well, nobody wants to see the Warriors miss the play. Yes, there's a lot of people.
Not the league that's hemorrhaging in regard to ratings. We got the guy. Number 30, you saw the Olympics, but let me guess, he had an all-star team next to him. He still put on a show those 2 games. Yeah. He's our guy.
Yeah, he's our guy that gets us to 10th. Randy and San Lorenzo finishes it.
Hey, so thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's accept the truth. Draymond's a bully, okay? The Warriors organization, Steve Kerr and Steph Curry, are afraid of him. I mean, Kevin Durant and Jordan Poole would still be Warriors if it weren't for Draymond. Draymond cost us the championship. The guy is just about himself. He's not about the Warriors. He's just about himself. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you, Randy. By the way, Art Donovan was a defensive tackle.
Oh. It's too late. No, we're talking about 2 different Donovans. That's my oldest son's name. Evan, what am I going to do?
You know what? This is a great.
Am I supposed to return the hardware now? Like, I got the video. I got to run backwards.
Hey, Goo. No, this is a great text, and it's going to show you that I do believe you. Like, for example, remember the day you called in and you were late and you had a flat tire?
But I was mad.
And I said,
I was flustered.
Guru had a flat tire.
And you said, show me your hands.
I believed you.
But you said, show me your hands, and that hurt. Like, that stuff doesn't go away. Show me your hands. And you did it like, put your glasses on. Evan, I don't know what to do, man.
That was a different situation than the shtick that's been going today.
Yeah. Thank you, Evan.
Not in a good way.
I believed you. Now, go around the office and find out how many people did.
Spadoni couldn't answer the question.
And Spadoni wouldn't even answer.
But him and I were one-on-one, and he told me to my face, he didn't believe me, and it flustered me. I just shut up. I was like, you told me your truth? You told me what you think of the Goo. It's 50-50. That hurt me.
Here, you got. Let's get Brian in Hayward. He's a member of your fan club. He's going to defend Draymond Green.
Haystack. What's up,
saying? The guy. Okay, go ahead, Brian. How you doing?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, I just want to put a message out to everybody in the Bay Area.
Oh no,
including you guys.
Okay.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yes. Okay. Because I'm tired of this Draymond that.
Wow.
You guys.
Yep.
You guys know for a fact, I'm talking to both of you right now, know for a fact there would be no dynasty without Draymond. Period.
Facts.
No, without Steph, without Clay, any one of these guys, Kerr, call it what you want to call it, there would have been nothing without any one of those guys as a unit. So for this thing with people talking about Draymond this, Draymond that, I mean, I don't know where you're coming from. When did you guys start being Warriors fans? 20 minutes ago?
Oh.
Because I've been a Warriors fan my whole life.
How old are you?
I remember Antoine Jameson.
How old are you, Brian?
I remember all those Monte Ellis's and Bonsigo Cummings.
How about Bimbo Coles?
Now.
You remember Bimbo Coles?
I remember Bimbo Coles. I got a poster in my room from 20 years ago, fellas.
Now I know you're lying.
All those guys.
There was never a Bimbo Coles poster ever made.
Okay, let me tell you where I got this. Okay, you know what? Maybe it was Von Tego Cummings, but I'm pretty sure it was Bimbo Coles.
Hey, I'm with you, Andre. I want him in the start lineup. That's all. That's Steiny saying maybe a different role. That's all.
Goo, you already know. Without Draymond, there would be no dynasty. And the fact of the matter is,
we're talking about now.
You could be what you are, but as soon as you aren't, then people want to forget what you were.
Right, but I got to say this to you.
I know I do.
Right, let me say this to him before we hang up. Yeah. You will admit he's a bully, though, right?
Oh, okay.
I mean, it depends who he's dealing with. If you tough, it ain't a bully.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate the call.
But yeah,
appreciate the call. You know what? I think he's right. I think I do agree with him that there's no dynasty without. So
come on.
You know what? Let's extend him.
No, that's not. Well,
he's eligible at the end of the year. You want to give him another year?
Wow, is he?
Yes.
Oh boy,
he's down to 2 years left after this year.
My man got his chicken.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. They're powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Do you remember? Never mind.
Yeah.
Let's go to.
But I got Donovan's team right.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Baltimore Colts.
That's an offensive lineman.
Yeah, I did too.
Hey, Steiny, did you read Monty Poole's article today about the young guys? Very interesting to what us fans have been thinking. I haven't got around to that. I'm going to check that out tonight.
It must have just dropped because I didn't see it before the show. I will read it. I'll take a look at it at the break, though, for sure. Daryl's in San Leandro. Hey, Daryl. How you doing, man?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, loud and clear, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, I just got something quick. I think that last caller, I think his name was Randy, the one who said Draymond Green was a bully.
Yes.
I think that might have been Steve Kerr calling in. It sounded like him. That's all I got. I'm wondering if you might look into that.
Okay. Did we get the number? Can we track that number?
That's not Coach Kerr.
Can you track that number? That's it, boys.
All right.
Show.
Appreciate it. Let me look at Monty Poole. Oh, this must be it. Warriors must realize current youngsters, nothing like championship past. All right. I'll get on that.
So remember the day, and I know, Kurt, there were the days they drafted Draymond, Clay, and Steph. Who knew what awaited them? But I don't know if you look at Pods, Kuminga, Santos, who else we got? Quentin Post. You know, we don't know what tomorrow brings, Donnie. That's all I guess I'm getting at.
But doesn't the fact that they drafted Joe Lacob and Kirk were in on it, that they drafted the three cornerstones?
Oh, no doubt. That's what how did that work out?
Exactly. So,
but Lacob didn't draft Curry.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
But he obviously would have. What I'm saying is the organization built the dynasty through the draft. And it feels like now, and I get it, it's going to be hard to replicate those three, but you got to start with building through the draft.
Yeah.
And it feels like...
And that's why the Wiseman pick hurts so much. You could have had a generational player, maybe. And I'll just leave that there.
Who?
Tyrese Halliburton.
I think he's generational.
No, but he could be one of the faces of your franchise.
Be a cornerstone.
LaMelo Ball looks like he's going to be an all-star this year. He's averaging 30 points. Forget his dad. Just think about if you were getting something from that pick, because it's in the grave boneyard now. You're getting nothing.
See, the way I look at that draft is, did they miss? Yes, they missed. But the unfortunate part of the draft is it wasn't a good draft, which meant it was a draft where you were more likely to make a mistake.
Well, let's just think about that real quick.
You want Patrick
Right
Williams?
now, the face of the league could arguably be Anthony Edwards. He was the number one pick in that draft. Then if you let me introduce you to Tyrese Halliburton and LaMelo Ball.
Why did he fall till 12, though?
No,
I don't blame the Warriors if you don't take a guy at 2 and nobody takes him till 12.
But what about if somebody said, well, you could have took the guy that you knew most about, and the Warriors took the guy that you knew least about? That's all.
I mean,
and I keep saying put some respect on that draft's name, and I'm only naming 3 guys. But when you got Anthony Edwards doing what he's doing,
but they didn't have the number one pick.
I understand. No, I'm just saying for that draft,
Okay.
And then you got a Tyrese Halliburton who's a piece.
What if they would have drafted Isaac Okoro?
Well,
I think he was 4th or 5th. What if they would have drafted that absolute non-entity Williams who plays for Chicago?
Oh, Patrick Williams.
Yeah. I mean, And by the way, somebody mentioned Okongwu. You can't get Okongwu.
And he plays a little more than that guy said. He plays.
He had 21 and 20 the other night.
He's getting more run than what's my other guy, the big man? Capella.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, Steiny, because I'm about the kids. We are. Guru and Steiny, can you guys shout out Alonzo and the Newark Memorial High School wrestling team on their JV and varsity win over Mission San Jose? And I just did.
All right.
Dude, I went to a wrestling tournament we Saturday. It's incredible. I'm out. I can't watch. I'll watch badminton. Steiny, wrestling.
Wrestling is among the most difficult sports.
That's what I said. I had to get away.
An individual can participate
more than boxing.
Well, then why don't you? So that's why you don't like it?
That just nah. I didn't know how to score.
It's too tough.
No, I didn't know how to score it.
There's a system.
Yeah.
Wrestlers are the real deal.
Low deal.
I never, I make fun of a lot. I don't make fun of wrestlers. They're tough.
It's gruesome, man.
They're tough.
Yep.
Jimmy in Martinez. What's up, Jimmy? By the way, next segment, we're going to get into some of this Adam Silver sound. He's going to fix the NBA sometime over the next 25 years. Hey, Jim, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing great, man. How you guys doing?
Hanging in, Jimmy.
Welcome to 2025.
Yes.
You guys, as usual, are killing me. And we're not going anywhere without Draymond. Yeah, maybe cut back some of this and that. And I really like the kid playing
Santos.
I like that kid. There's a lot of energy there.
Yeah.
We're not winning anything. Maybe I get frustrated one night because they lose a game they should win, and then they win a game they should lose, and it's like you're on a seesaw bumping your head on the ceiling or something.
Yeah.
But it's like, we're all forgetting, how we got here. And that caller a couple callers ago, and I know I've told you guys, man, I've been watching these guys since before Rick Barry.
Wow.
And Bimbo Coles. I went to a game where Bimbo Coles, who couldn't hit a shot to save his life, he scored like 32 points. It had to be the most points in his career.
And that was at Virginia Tech?
No, that was at Oakland.
Oh.
He was on the Warriors.
Yeah, no, I know. I don't
know how he went up. We were actually at that game, and that guy he was a great defender, but he couldn't frickin' shoot to save his life, and he scored like 32 points. It was like the weirdest thing. It's funny you brought that up. But, hey, here we are. I'm seeing, it's like every other game, I'm seeing signs of hope, signs of life, and then Kuminga goes down, and Draymond's back's out, But all of a sudden, are we supposed to oh, Steph said something and it's going to offend me, or Kerr? Man, these guys brought us 50 years of ridiculous, terrible play, and we've got 4 championships. So whatever they want to do, yeah, I'm frustrated as hell because I want to see them win every single night. But the joy and the excellence they brought us the last 10, 12 years, whatever, I'm never going to forget that. And, yeah, we need to do something, but they're the guys, and I'm sticking with them.
Hey,
and
you're the man. And before you go, let me just ask you this, because as a young kid, I miss players like this. What can you tell me about World Be Free? My goodness.
Oh my God. That guy, I'll tell you, him and Bernard King. Oh. You youngsters out there should look them up.
Evan,
because
they're not going to look them up.
Evan knows them probably already.
Bernard King. Hey, Steiny.
Yeah.
Steiny. You guys, but Bernard King, and that guy could score on anybody. He also defended, which he didn't get any credit for. But and also, World Be Free, unbelievable. Bernard King, my goodness. And then the other guy, I know I've gone back to Rick Barry.
Oh.
If there was a 3-point line, Rick Barry would have been scoring like 90,000 points a game. I mean, that guy.
I always wanted him to coach the Warriors before Coach Carl got it. I wanted Rick Barry's 90.
Hey, shoot. I wanted you to keep Jim on because
those were Alex English, guys like that could get buckets.
Hey, Jim, Bimbo Cole's career high with the Warriors was 29.
Oh, so he was right.
No, he was wrong. He said 32.
Well, give or take. Don't let facts get in the way of a good story.
Bimbo Coles.
John Sally lied.
Those were the days.
I can't say that.
Those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end. I think it's Cher. Cher, maybe. I got to read this, though, Goo. The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular winemaker dinner series. 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com.
It's Just Lunch presents a New Year's dating fantasy.
You're dreaming of a cozy holiday.
Oh, my baby, my darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
Watch the game again then, Steiny.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
One of the greatest mothers of all time juxtaposed with a witch. Thanks a lot, guys. Thank you.
Oh, you can't call her a witch.
We don't even know who she is anymore. I'm talking about the second lady.
But my ears perk when she calls because you hear that voice, that tone, you know who it is.
I don't remember her name, actually. Boy, did she put me in my place.
I eat microwave popcorn. It messes with your memory. Thank you, Evan.
All right, I want to get to some of this Adam Silver sound, but let's go to Will in Berkeley. Wants to finish up with some Warrior stuff. What's up, Will? How you doing, man?
What's up, Matt?
Hey.
8th Street forever.
You know it. I'm glad somebody said it.
You know, hey, man, I'm still dealing with my hip issue. I had to retire from basketball, and I'm thinking about the Warriors as I think about that.
All right.
Because as I get older, I have less movement, I have less ability, and I'm thinking like, you know, Curry and Draymond are not getting younger. They're getting older. So as we think about rotations, as we think about like bringing the young folks in, what do we do when we are watching unwatchable basketball? We cannot just keep hoping and praying that they're going to get better because they're not. They're good. You know, was it Father Time is undefeated kind of thing?
Yeah. Hey, Will, that's my question that I have, and you know, Steph was talking about this is a unique year, and I feel like navigating the next 2 or 3 years is going to be tricky because your two most storied players, your two most, I still think they're the core of your team. They're still the identity of your team, and so how do you get better with two players so important, knowing that you're going to be able to use them probably less and less, and you know they're not the players they were. So that's going to be a challenge. What were you going to say?
No, I was going to give a bad analogy, but it's like when you love your team, it's like when you love your children, right, Stoney? And when they do good, you're with them, and when they do bad, you're with them. And right now, the Warriors might not be, you know, hitting on all cylinders, but I was just going to tell Will, you don't give up. I mean, you have questions, but it's still your team. And Steiny, we don't know what this season's going to culminate in. They still could, I'm just saying, win a series or two, make a trade. We don't know. But I do know this. I'm tired of watching them, and Santos has helped because he's been something new. But I'm tired of watching them without Kuminga.
They won 2 out of 3, right?
I don't feel like it. No, they lost it to hold
lost
on.
to Toronto. Oh, no, they won 2 out of the last 4.
No, look at him.
Well, on the road.
Yeah. But you should have beat Toronto. You didn't just get beat 120-89. You tricked it off.
They beat Boston.
Toronto beat Boston.
Dude.
Detroit's won 8 of 9.
I look at Toronto like, what's the coach's name?
Darko.
The guy, I hope Curry retires.
Rajakovic.
But his only excuse, because he has some talent, is they had to have been hurt.
They have.
All right, so Fitz was saying that last night when he was announcing they beat Boston. By the way, we got to get him on the show, man.
Who?
Fitz. He'll be on in a good mood tomorrow if we tried to get him tomorrow.
Let's get him on in late February.
What if they're out of it?
About the 27th. Well, that'll be perfect. That'll be perfect. I think I'm taking that week off. You haven't had him in here. Fitz, you know I love you, buddy. Speaking of hips, we got a problem in the Southland. Evan.
What are you yapping about?
Evan.
And I love it.
I don't know why you're sitting there all stoic. Your coach is going under the knife, not once, but twice.
Harbaugh?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
For what?
He's getting a hip replacement.
Oh, Jimmy. It sounds like
you see the way he's walking?
Oh, so that's why he turtled up on Saturday.
Yeah.
And there's something else, too. He's getting a hip and then something else.
He defended Herbert, though, by the way. Well, what else are you going to do?
I mean,
he got him to the playoffs. He did his job. I look at that Charger team like, did your job? Yeah. We're going to talk football tomorrow.
Yeah, he did his job. Herbert didn't do his.
I want the Chiefs to be the only team to ever three-peat. Like, I want it.
Okay.
Why?
Because Brady and Belichick will be like, we didn't even do it in our heyday. But they lost to the same team twice. Brady's kryptonite was the Giants' defensive line.
Okay.
Oh, God.
What?
Nothing.
Of course it's something.
But you could say something trivial, and then it's like the end-all, be-all, and then I try to follow that up. And it's like, oh, boy, I worked with a guy that did that.
What do you mean? You want to hear Adam Silver?
Let's do it.
Talk about how the NBA
Adam Nickel. That was bad.
He needs to get some sun.
I thought silver dollar.
You should have said that, like,
Scotty, I'm going to lay out.
How about Adam Tin? Would that work?
Tin Harbaugh?
Or Adam Bronze.
Is he that good?
I'm going to be quiet.
How about Adam Participation Trophy?
Just play the sound.
Hey, Adam, what do you think about moving that three-point line back now that Steph Curry's made a mockery of it?
I don't want to sort of knee-jerk move the three-point line. We're sort of going through a process now, seeing how these players are adapting to the new rules and figuring out if whatever changes we should make. I mean, to be honest, I wish it were as simple as just moving the three-point line back, because then we would just do it. I mean, part of the concern from the basketball folks is that if you move the three-point line back, you'll end up sort of just clogging up, the sort of the area under the basket. And that's not such attractive basketball either. I think this is doable. I think by examining the game and sort of seeing where it's going, I mean, it frustrates me a little as well, because it's obviously you're representative of what a fair number of people are saying about the game. And I watch it night in, night out. And we're seeing some of the most incredible athleticism and skill in the history of this league. I mean, again, Victor Wembanyama. But I think you're also saying, too, that if we move the three-point line back, and what we ended up with was Victor Wembanyama standing under the basket the whole time and just waiting to dunk, that wouldn't be interesting either.
Right.
So one, I assure you, we are on it. I think it's a very fixable issue.
I feel bad for him, man. He was fighting the fight.
He created
what was that? I mean, the bottom line is B.J. Armstrong, who we had on the show yesterday, Chicago Bull, NBA champ, he says everybody's playing the same style. And I just go to baseball, since we were talking about euchre. When you played Whitey Herzog and the Cardinals, they were going to use their legs and steal, small ball. Then when you played the big dogs, they were going to try. Steiny, when you watch a basketball game, these guys think they're Steph Curry, 40, 50 threes combined, sometimes 60, Evan. It's boring. What happened to the mid-range? I think the midi is starting to come back a little bit, but as far as Steiny, they're robots. Hello?
I'm getting more sound from Silver. Why don't you just let him play a little more defense? Why do you
think that's it?
Yes. Stop treating three-point shooters like porcelain dolls.
And let's not act like that foul last night on who got the Buddy Hield, the three-point foul. That was the game.
That hurt. It definitely hurt. But you know what? Probably was a foul. The way they call it now.
Somebody says quit crying and move the line back. So we can have more missed threes?
And he did, Adam Silver took a page out of your playbook with that sound, by the way.
Well, that was Cowherd.
He said, you don't want this and that. And then he goes, well, like Victor Wembanyama. Okay. It's like you said, well, Steiny, well, Brady won 7. So, you're talking about a phenom. What about, go ahead.
Evan, myself, and you, we do have a difference on, and 49er Frankie, who I fight and argue over, the checks are being cashed. So what's really hurt? Okay, the ratings aren't as great as they were, but the guys are making more money than they ever have. So I guess what I'm asking, Steiny, outside of the consumer, our eyes, from an eye candy standpoint, we don't like what we're seeing game to game. Who's really losing with the ratings down? Because the checks are clearing.
The sport, I think. I mean, Evan said it.
No, he said
basketball's going to be baseball. It's going to be baseball.
Evan, can you elaborate on that when you said the guys covering the game might not even be able to lucrative like it once was?
Well, it's less about the media than it is. I just think there's less of a national interest in the sport. Damn. Like local fans still love the Warriors, and regional networks will still profit off their teams. But the idea that the NBA is going to be some national story every single day and week the way that the NFL is, to me, is just foolhardy. So that leads me to believe that it's just going to end up being more like baseball, where it still makes a lot of money, still a lot of love for the particular teams, but it's just not going to have the same juice that it once did on a broad level.
Wow. Well said, Stoney. Think about that.
3-2-3. A little late to the party, but you're welcome anytime. Guy Santos is a 2 or 3. Drawing in Draymond and Kuminga are 4s. What does that have to do with Draymond? What did Guy Santos play last night?
Well,
he was the 4.
Yeah, he did.
Why was he the 4? Because Kerr likes to play the 3 guards because he's afraid that they won't have enough offense unless they get 3 shooters on the floor. So Santos played power forward last night. At least that's what he was listed as. I'm interested in this one. What's he think about people's frustration about load management?
We so much think it's a problem that in the last collective bargaining agreement, you may recall, we added some provisions to further incentivize players to play as many games as they possibly can by making them ineligible for certain awards, certain benefits if they fall below a certain level of games. Having said that, to your point, and I'm never going to shoot the messenger in terms of whether it's social media or the media. It's a real issue. And how can, for that family, for that one time that they're going to go see the Bucks or the Lakers or the Knicks or whatever else, I completely understand their point of view.
Listen, we didn't mention this, but if you don't think it's a problem, then why did Steph Curry invite like 12 kids to come back into the locker room on the night that he didn't play against, was it Indiana? Remember, he sat out the one back-to-back.
Not too long ago.
And then people were disappointed, and he had kids come into the locker room, and, he talked to the kids for a while, even though he didn't play, but they got an experience with Steph Curry. And I heard Mully and Bonte and Festus talking about it last night. And, Mully was like, guys should start doing that. And I'm like, they should.
Back. Right.
They should, but the real issue still is they got to
get to see you perform.
They got to play more.
Like, I would enjoy that, Stoney, but if it were Dr. J, nothing you can do with me, having me here in street clothes is greater than me watching you perform. You know what I mean?
No. I don't. You want more Adam Silver?
Really, I don't, but go ahead.
Let's go to
You're
Irv.
playing the video game.
All right, let's go to Irv then in Berkeley.
All right.
We'll go to Irv in Berkeley. Oh, we lost him.
But give me more Silver.
What do you want to hear about?
Something provocative, something to where I'm like, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's not going to be here. What about the ratings? They stink. What about them?
This season, just to set the record straight, we're up about 4% on ESPN and ABC. That's our rating story so far. We're coming off last season where it was our highest regular season ratings in 4 years. But the issue is, especially for a sport like the NBA, where we have a very young fan base, young men, young women, cable, as you know, and I'm sure it has an impact on your show as well, that since you last interviewed me, 5+ years, there's been yet another dramatic increase in the number of people who subscribe, I'll call it traditional television, cable, satellite television, or who watch traditional television. So much so that from a decade ago, it's like 50% fewer people watch traditional television. In fact, last year, the lines crossed. More people are now watching programming on streaming services than they are through legacy conventional television.
I work for a boss that would have been like, Daryl, those are excuses. I was here and working. But Sunday, we had playoff football started. I keep bringing my guy up. You guys met him. He's family. 49er Frankie. He's so down on the NBA. He goes, why would the NBA have Dallas and Denver on when they got a season to play? They can't not play on Sunday because the NFL has its playoffs. They got games to play, bud. Relax. And you're never, in the bottom line, Evan mentioned baseball, is football is more popular now, Stoney, compared to the other two sports than it ever has been.
No
I don't
doubt.
know. You can gamble on all three, so I don't want to say it's a gambling thing, and you can gamble more frequently on the other two sports, but when did this gap happen? Football is king in the offseason. You don't hear inside the NBA on TNT in the offseason, but inside the NFL on multiple platforms, different stations on all year. How do you get that? How do you bridge that gap?
Well, I mean, I would disagree a little bit. I do think NBA free agency in July is people are interested, and in fact, now it's come full circle to where some people say off season's better. It's better than the games.
But I think that's bad.
It is bad. Of course, it's bad.
But you're right with the excitement. But I'm going, not July. Just people. It's a drug. The NFL.
Here is Adam Silver on how competitive the league is right now.
We're coming off a season last year, and it's continued this year, where I think we have more competitive teams than any time in league history. And to your point, the fact that tomorrow night, Cleveland and Oklahoma City are playing
tonight
yet again.
Yeah.
Fantastic build-up for that game, incredible competition. We just got to remember, at the end of the day, that's what we're selling. I mean, I think that's part of the reason for the enormous success of the NFL, this any given Sunday notion.
Yeah.
That nobody thinks twice if the Packers are in the Super Bowl. There's no bemoaning that it's a small market whatsoever. And I think our league, it's true that if you look back on, the first 60 years of our league, it seemed David Stern joked, when he came into the league, I thought the job was you went back and forth from Boston to LA every year and one of the teams got the rings. And I think the fact that now we're selling competition in every market, and that in terms of from a television standpoint too, that, whether it's Oklahoma City, whether it's San Antonio, whether it's Salt Lake City, that those teams are in a position when well managed to compete in the same way the large markets can.
This is a snooze for me.
Yeah, Evan did it.
I mean, it just is.
Yeah,
Evan did what? Oh,
yeah. I'm with you. So what do you? What would you do, honestly?
Allow him to play a little more defense.
Man,
it's as simple as that.
You might be right.
That's just me. You got to balance out the game.
And
more.
do you think the players would care, or they would love that? All depending on who you are, huh?
I mean, I'm not asking for. Again, we always talk about the Van Gundy Knicks and the 82-78 games and too much physicality.
I grew up on
and
it.
the defense had too much of an advantage over the offense. Yeah, it's true. And right now, the offense has never had more of an advantage over defense in basketball history.
And I'm about to eat our own.
You just got to balance it out a little bit.
The 2016 finals, when I heard Warrior fans and friends of mine, they're pulling on Curry's jersey. They're not.
Well, you did.
Talk to Reggie Miller. Talk to Jeff Hornacek. Talk to all these shooters when the rules were. But it was prison ball.
You're the same guy that's maintained that Steph Curry doesn't get officiated
that's a different
fairly. No, you've said that.
Yes.
Remember, we've had that argument.
But I love physicality, Steiny.
Well, apparently you don't. Because you think Steph gets taken advantage of like that.
Steiny, it's two different conversations.
No,
Quit going there.
Explain that.
Reggie Miller had to shoot effectively in a culture to where there was no, where did the defender land? There was no, let's review and see if it's a flagrant. So I found it funny in the 16 finals. A lot of people kept saying Cleveland was mucking it up and tugging on Curry's jersey. And as much as I love the chef, I'm saying, hey, in the 80s, 90s, Dale Curry, Steph's daddy, these dudes, Mark, they had to shoot different. Steiny, you could get away with murder is what I'm saying. Right now you can come on, you can't breathe on a guy. We got to review it. It's just like, come on, man.
Mm-hmm. Still,
why couldn't you just process my point and move on?
Well, because there's always
no agenda with me, baby.
Well, no, I know. There's no paying attention to anything you said 3 minutes before.
Yeah. Anyway,
in this day and age where you've just said, offensive players are allowed, more freedom than they've ever had.
But
but Steph is not officiated the same way as other players.
It had nothing to do with Steph going to the basket, getting slapped upside the head and looking like Jesus Christ on the cross when he's hit the free throw line with all those webs and red marks. And he doesn't get the same whistle as other guys. But let me tell you what my partner's going to say.
Was in December.
He's 6'3", Guru. He's not SGA. He's not. Dame gets a better whistle, and I love Dame. Shout out to
Dame
Tanner.
goes to the basket more than Steph, and in a different manner.
This hurts the show, too.
How do you figure? Because it exposes you a little bit?
Steiny, my man, goes to the rack with the best of
Does he go to the rack as much as Damian Lillard?
Well, the new Damian don't hardly even go to the rack. Well, that's old Damian. But you know what I mean. Steph goes.
I disagree. I mean, I just fundamentally disagree. It's not a shtick.
Kyrie gets the best whistle ever, and I love Kyrie.
Right, because he goes to the basket differently than Steph.
That bothers me. Trae Young gets a better whistle than Steph.
Well, that's because he throws his body into people. Steph doesn't do that.
Let me come up with somebody else. Like, you got to read on all of them.
I do. I'm a basketball expert. Like, what do you want? What do you want me to say?
Fix the game.
I'm kidding. I just did.
You did. Well, give us one more outside of
That's
the
all
defense.
you need to do. Just
you don't need to move the line back?
No, just balance the game a little more.
But I got mad at you. Really, you don't know this?
I don't.
When you said you would be okay with the 4-point play.
No, I didn't. I said I would be, no.
With the 4-pointer, I mean. That, like,
no.
I want to fight when I hear stuff like that.
Phil Jackson said it.
I'm mad at him.
I never said a 4-point shot. I want to take the 3 out completely.
I'm almost there.
And that's never going to happen in a million years. Yeah. And I get that.
We're going to read the Monty Poole piece. The guy keeps texting.
I actually think we can build a show around that for tomorrow.
Wow.
It was pretty interesting.
Let's do it.
Seriously, what in particular?
Gotta tune in tomorrow.
Well, there you go.
No, what?
That's a tease.
What are we building? It's my show. What are we building it off of?
Okay, before you tell him, Evan told you what the piece
Monty
was.
Poole's article.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah. What'd you think we were talking about, swimming pool?
No, silver stuff.
Oh, Guru just said it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought you meant silver.
He likes microwave popcorn.
I was like, silver show off that.
We will leave in the past.
Oh, my.
Dude, almost party time. Not for Evan.
What's that?
Almost party time. I'm that friend, though. I care that he's not there, and I believe if I weren't going, you guys wouldn't care.
I wouldn't care as much.
St. Mary's Pepperdine, lock in.
What time, E?
6:30.
Goo, I got to tell this to Evan. I mean, we were in here, and I'm going to be honest. Goo said, I'm kind of bummed Evan's not going to be there today.
That's love, E.
And I said, I am too.
That's got to make you feel some type of way.
That's my way of saying love you, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, you make me feel uncomfortable. Well, but I love you guys.
It is awkward.
We'll be fine without you. Don't get us wrong. It's just all things considered.
Yeah.
You know what you should do? What time's your game?
6:30.
He just said it.
Come with us at 4. Give me your drink tickets, and then you can roll.
Oh, my God.
What do you think about that?
Well, I got to do like the pregame shoot. We got to talk to coaches.
And you're not dressed. You got to go change.
Who are you working with today?
Tonight I'll be with Ryan Barnett.
Nice. That the black cat, the brother?
No, that's Doc.
I like you. I don't know him, but I like him.
The Bayview Restaurant is delighted to announce the return of their popular Winemaker Dinner Series, 5 evenings of exquisite wines from the best local vintners, expertly paired with a delicious 4-course menu. Reserve your spot today at inatthetides.com.
You know, each new year beckons new beginnings, so now...
It's unnecessary.
You're unnecessary.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, seriously, lose that one. I don't like that one.
No, you said it. Don't be ashamed of it.
I did. I didn't like the way it came out.
I was listening when it happened. It was funny, but that's because I know you both.
Okay.
Well, see,
never mind.
I know you both.
Run
so
it.
It's okay. If you don't know you, and Goo, you deal with this, right?
Come on.
You go home and people are like, why does he treat you like that, right?
I'm scared of Willis.
I get hugs on the street, and I'm like, who died?
I know.
That's tiny.
They're like, we're fighting for you.
Dibs, I work with a guy real quick. This is how I'm going to start this, Tiny. I'll beat you to it. I love baseball. You know that I believe you because you don't, everything I say is a lie. I love baseball.
Are you directing this?
To the masses and you.
Okay. I mean,
Bob
you said you work with somebody.
Oh, Stein.
Okay.
Oh, yes. Because earlier on the show.
We called him a poodle.
And I gave Bob Uecker love for being the first personality as a young boy, Mel Allen, doing This Week in Baseball.
How about
But Bob Uecker was my guy. And this guy goes, you know what? I hear you, Goo, but I feel like you're lying. I
don't believe
Rest
him.
in peace to Bob Uecker.
Sure.
But the dude was a steward and the first personality that I got attached to.
Yeah.
Developing my love for baseball. And the guy goes, I don't believe you.
Yeah.
And that's who I work with. That's all.
Well, and he doesn't have to believe you. And I think
you go.
Well, I don't even know if it would be the first one. I do think that Mel Allen, the voice of This Week in Baseball.
That was a 3 for your Mel Allen.
Notes. And even Johnny Bench with his Krylon commercials. But for me, the Bob Uecker came more from the light beer from Miller commercials.
That too.
And that whole thing. And he missed the tag. Great seats, huh? And they pan to it, and he's in the top row. So
just a bit outside.
Yeah, exactly.
In the front row.
You guys ever meet him?
No.
Anybody?
No, I mean, I've had him on the show. Or I think Gary Radnich had him on, and I was, adjacent to the show. But no, he is one of those people who is kind of synonymous with our era. And it's funny because on our thread involving a 33-year-old Lucas and a 28-year-old Grandy, I was like, hey, what if we got Al Michaels on today, who broadcasted with Bob Uecker, and we could talk about the NFL as well. And it didn't take one of the whippersnappers more than 13 seconds to say, oh, that doesn't resonate with me at all. Did
that come out of their mouth? I'm shocked.
Out of their fingers.
Evan appreciates history.
Twitter fingers.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
That was situational because I backed them.
Wow.
Another guy who's got no idea about the history of people in their 50s.
No, I just happen to think our audience wants to talk about the Warriors today. That's
right.
All.
I do all different days.
God bless the dead. Willard.
Ask me again tomorrow. And maybe we can do 2.5 hours on Bob Uecker.
Yeah,
not today.
For you to think that I was looking for 2.5 hours is a typical move to try to cast me in a certain light. I'm looking at, maybe you have an Al Michaels on, and I'll educate Grandy on exactly who that is a little bit later.
No Uecker talk.
It's the Uecker portion would have been maybe 3 to 7 minutes about baseball and history, and that's fine. That's fine. I don't shy away from being the old guy on the program. 2.5 hours. Give it a rest.
Will you take this one sheepishly? I do love this from you. You do this sometimes, and I wonder if you'll accept it.
It's
very funny to me. You'll text the producers that morning and give the biggest name in the world. And be like,
I'm laughing with you, dude.
Can we get this person on? I'm like, in 3 hours? Probably not.
Okay.
Like, can we get Al Michaels, I don't know, at 2 and it's 1:45? Probably not.
I'll take that sheepishly.
It takes, can we get Drake? They're playing the Raptors in an hour.
Yeah.
Probably not. It may take a minute for us to work on something like that.
In my defense, I'll say one of the two things I want to say, because the other thing is really mean-spirited. But I'll just say this. I have given other names and given, an idea, and here we are probably 10 to 12 weeks later, and not even a sniff or a whisper of said name, and that's fine.
That's true too.
Right.
I'll back you on that.
Can we get Al Michaels? Sure, we can. I mean, we're more likely to get Brett Michaels.
Yeah.
Or
I would now that.
Exactly.
Beyonce at 2:30. By the way, today.
You guys are great.
Yeah. Not confirmed, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna reach out.
Yeah.
We'll send a text.
We can all just cast our net as low as possible, and come away with, oh boy, I can get you my across the street neighbor who happens to be close friends with somebody who knows Parag Marathe.
Could you get any of these?
Her on.
Could you get any of these names you've talked about at Marin Catholic for the last 3 years that you know?
Sure.
Okay.
Any of my Tom Avakumovitz?
Get
345.
Get that billionaire who the Rockstar Energy guy who
Russell Weiner?
Yeah, the guy who
he said energy guy.
Well, there was a kid who I grew up with who.
It's a great story.
Whatever.
Give me the name.
His name is Russell Weiner.
Russell Weiner.
He was a fellow redhead, and he was kind of a crybaby. He was a little younger than me, and being young and brash and angry, I would find weaker people and try to pick on them. Russell was one of these people.
It's called a bully.
You get to Little League.
Right.
I was a 4'7", 85-pound bully. Yep. Fair enough. So I'm on the mound, and he's in the plate, and I'm throwing at him with my 47-mile-an-hour fastball. Takes me 3 pitches to finally hit him, and he cries on the way to his first, and I'm laughing and I'm laughing. Skip ahead 40 years, and I'm just looking at the internet, whatever. Russell Weiner of Fairfax has sold the drink, and I think it was either Rockstar.
I think it was Rockstar, wasn't it?
He sold the beverage Rockstar for $2.2 billion.
So he
He wins.
Man.
So instead of bullying young Russell, had I befriended this young lad,
I'll tell you, he
maybe
wouldn't
I'd
be here.
The CFO right now, sitting on 100 milli. So memo to all you kids out there: be nice to those weaker than you.
Is this him?
Yeah, it sure is.
Wow.
And his dad is Michael Savage, the former conservative talk show host. Yeah.
He's a peach.
Russell's got to be, 54?
He's 54.
Yep, there you
and
go.
he is the creator of Rockstar.
There you have it.
Wow.
And $2.2 billion, is that about right?
It actually says, his net worth now is 5.2.
Well, there you go.
You got 3 beautiful kids, but
whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. You know what I don't have? You know what I don't have?
Because I would be asking
5.2 billion.
You don't have 522.
Thank you, Steiny. Anyway,
back to the Warriors.
You know what? I just remembered this. I should just save this for tomorrow about what's bugging me.
Oh, we do have it. 2 p.m.
I love Fitz because I can take good-natured shots at him.
4:15.
Boy, is he really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We try.
So clear your throat before you let this one ride.
I'm playing, yeah.
Let me clear my throat.
You got him in the right
weeks
time.
ago, so we finally got him.
They got Fitz.
Hey, Fitz.
But not Beyonce.
You're one of the greatest. We know that. But you took the easy way out
That's a big
against the Toronto Raptors. He took the easy way out. He saw a problem, and he avoided it rather than head it off at the pass. He kept referring to the Raptors guard all game long simply as Grady.
Now, can I add something to this?
Yes.
Tim Roy did the same thing.
Well, coming down his road then, too.
And announced before the game that he would be doing so. As I drove home the other night, I took note as Tim Roy's doing the starting lineups, and he mentions, he's like Grady Dick, who going forward tonight will be known as Grady.
What would you call him, Steiny, on the broadcast?
His last name is his last name.
Yeah. What is it?
It's Dick.
Right.
Yeah. And now, here's what I love to do.
Thank you.
I love to look around and see who the infants are. And Ken's an infant. And Lucas, we knew that.
Yeah, we knew that.
It's so funny. Oh my God, it's so funny.
Pull my finger.
It's so funny. But hold on, Steiny, in their defense, not about maturity, look at what Tim and Bob think about now, not just saying the name, but run it through what they would be saying around it. Basketball terms, in action.
The dick on the right
high
side.
Speed.
Download a dick.
It's like Will and I do got to say.
It could trip them up.
But there should never be a name off limits if that's your God-given last name.
Dick with the penetration.
Thank you. All right.
I mean, what are you doing? It's
the
basketball.
idea.
What's wrong with you people? See, you guys you're children. You're infants.
Pull my finger humor.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I love it.
No, but
I'm here for it.
But Willard, I'm shocked. I get it, but
I'm not saying that I'm over here doubled over in laughter because the guy's last name is Dick. I'm just saying I get how the announcers don't want
I'm shocked that they
high
avoided
speed.
it.
They don't want to be rolling through that because it could trip them up. And half the audience is immature.
But I don't think it.
Just call him Grady Dick then.
Yeah.
Like, use his whole name.
You could do that.
Yeah.
You could do that.
But if I'm here for
Anyway, he
ball, I'm
stinks.
just like, what's his last name?
Right. Exactly. I mean, and there are many other names in many other sports. And if you really want to get into the terminology of sports, most of it is just filth.
Yeah.
You want to talk about, gaps in football and penetration in basketball. And, we can play this game in every sport all across the landscape. But if you're thinking about sports and the man's name happens to be Grady Dick, then you can say the man's name. It's okay.
Did anybody feel like Steph was talking to them when he said Twitter fingers? Because we're on the radio. People were to Lori Matthews from Phoenix. Guru, no, we do it verbally.
Have you tweeted out any potential deals?
No.
None?
But I say to him,
Have
we
you
go
been
over
to the ESPN trade machine in the last 3 weeks?
I got
or no?
other stuff to do, Willard.
You
I can't
haven't
work a
been
machine.
to the trade machine?
No, I've never been to the machine.
No, I don't believe you.
I'm just telling you what he said afterwards. Like, people are insane if they think we don't want to win. I was good. That's what I wanted to hear. And they could lose 10 in a row. I feel better. And shame on me for thinking it was the verbal white flag.
First of all,
and I would tell Steph real quick, it wasn't just goo. A lot of people took what you guys were saying is that it was misconstrued, but he had to double back. Anthony Slater got to him after he said what he said to ESPN. I needed to hear that then. We trying to win. That's all. That's it.
But you thought that they had waved the white flag.
It sounded like it.
I thought that it was a yellow flag, and I still think that the flag is a yellow flag, which is
caution.
Caution. Yeah, slow down if you think we're making a big move. And I do like what he said last night about, Twitter fingers and, they're out here trying to compete. And you can say what you want about last night. And, if that game goes one more minute, if they played 49 instead of 48, you probably lose.
48-30.
Dude, they held on. They did show some resiliency and some toughness. Buddy and Dennis both woke up, and you got a nice road win. I mean, that's my takeaway. Forget the fact that they were up, was it 26-5? Or
24 points in one juncture.
End of the first quarter, I think it was
24 points in one juncture.
34-12.
Steph had 12. They had 12.
Right. At the end of one quarter, they were by 22 points.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't think they ever gave up the lead.
And they tied it.
It got tied.
Wow.
They tied it.
Ultimately, you got the W, and those are games that they've blown.
Exactly.
We can think about the last 2 years, how many of those they've blown. And you know what? That goes down as a clutch game that they won.
I don't even consider that one a lead blown. Like, if you build a 13-point lead 3 minutes into the game, I'm like, well, I know they're coming
Okay,
back.
all right.
Yeah, I know they're like, if
you got plenty of time.
If you're up 22 in the third quarter, let's have a talk. If
and it was
you're
10 at half, too.
Yeah,
Will. I
you're
was like,
22 in the first quarter on the road, Minnesota's making a move at you. I never thought that was going to be a blowout. So, no, I think that was an awesome performance last night. It was great that they were able to hang on, and they did get one back after losing one that they shouldn't the night before. But I'm with Dibs, where it's like it not only did it never feel like a white flag. This is what frustrates me about it, and this is NBA culture. But we want the stars to be such dogs, that it's as if we want them to be stupid. We want them to be so narcissistic. We want them. It's no different than when LeBron would pass when there's 5 seconds left to go because it was the right shot. And even if the shot went in, people would be like, dummy, you're supposed to shoot. Why do the Warriors have to publicly say we're willing to do something dumb just because we want to win? They shouldn't say that, and they shouldn't do that. I don't think they ever said we're not trying to win. But what they did say is, why? Like, we're not going to do something that even we think is stupid in an effort to win. Like, no.
But they said it to where
Steph's
the present was not as important as the future, and I think that's what set off a lot of people.
Right,
Will. And you're right, but that's how it sounded.
I know, but I don't want to get all woo-woo. But the present is all you got.
Oh, wow.
That's all you've got. And so
those are facts.
I congratulate the Warriors right now for being like, the information's going to change every day. What's available, the asking price, our record, their record. This is all going to change every day. The deadline is still, 3 weeks from today?
Yeah, just under.
It's still 3 weeks away. So, but I do not want them to stand up and be like, we're willing to even do something dumb. We love Steph so much. No, Don't do something stupid.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I want to play this because I asked Guru what he thought Curry meant before the show, or at the beginning of the show. I want to ask you guys the same thing. Take a listen.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So that's it.
The only thing that stuck out with me there was when he said this is a unique year. And my way of thinking is, why is this year going to be unique as opposed to like next year? Like, to me, it's about navigating the next couple years with Steph and Draymond. Like, what is it? Like, it feels like he's saying if we can get through this year, then, the floodgates are going to open. Or I don't know why it's this 1 year is unique. That's the only thing that I didn't get. Like, I think the situation's unique because he and Draymond are going to be around for a few more years and they got to navigate it. But it sounds like if we get by this year, then things are going to definitely change.
I think this year's unique for a couple reasons. One, it's the first year without Clay. And two, it's Kuminga in this chase for a contract, or what do you do with Kuminga? And then also, if you look at the roster, you can look at 6 players who are on the team right now who probably won't be here next year. Maybe 6 is too many. You've got Schroeder expiring and GP2 and Kavan all expiring, right? Slow-Mo and Buddy are here, but tradable. And then you look at the Kuminga question. Yep. And, everyone's talking about dealing Wiggins. So I do think that, this team is unique because this group probably won't be, I know they won't all be back next year, but of the, 15 on the roster, I don't even know if they have 15, you might be looking at half of them turnover between now and then.
I got you.
I take it to mean that they're in transition. Like, even though last year didn't work, it was still their tried and true method with their tried and true people. Steph, Dre, Clay.
Right.
And then, there's various Wiggins and Pools and things like that have, but this is the year where they're like, hey, we're doing something completely different. We've got some new people who are actually starters and people moving into new roles and not playing back-to-backs and Kuminga's hurt and all this. Like, it feels like they are transitioning to try to make Jonathan Kuminga a bigger piece to the puzzle, or maybe a piece to bring in a different piece, or whatever it is. What stuck out to me was what he said right after he asked everyone to shut up, which is, let us figure this thing out. That's the phrase that I focused on, and actually what I loved about it, because what I think the world is expecting Steph to stay is give me help. Go get me new people. But instead, the way his brain works is, no, let us, the people who are already here, let us figure this out. And I don't know, man. Like, isn't that actually the reason Kevin Durant got ripped by the whole nation except for here when he left OKC?
Because it felt like he was taking the easy way out.
He didn't want to stay there and figure it out.
And he also said, how I answered it, nobody asked, but I'll tell you, he used the word stay relevant. So I feel like Willard, they're going to figure it out if no big trade comes, and I think he knows that. And it's imperative, this is how I took it, that they make the playoffs. And Steph Curry, not that the world's going to, but let's be honest, Adam Silver, the nightmare on Warrior Basketball Street, would be no Steph Curry for year 2. So when he said we got to figure this thing out, we're going to go guns blazing with this team, but we got to at least get to the playoffs. And he mentioned it. And just getting a series, I think, will feel like the finals. That and all what you guys say is true, and it can come after that. But I think another year of back-to-back non-playoff thing, then I feel like it's like there's really no gas for the tank. That's how I took that.
Adam Silver's got bigger issues than whether or not Steph gets to play a series or not. And I was looking at the Colin Cowherd
we just
piece,
played it.
Which it's funny because I actually said that about 9 months ago. So thanks, Colin, for finally getting on board with what I said was the fix for the three-pointer. But yes, they would love to have him in the playoffs, but I was struck by Steph saying, all y'all with the Twitter fingers, just shut up a little bit. Like, shut up a little bit. Don't totally shut up. Just shut up a little bit because they still might be in the trade market. And I do think it's interesting because they did start 12-3, and then last night was almost a microcosm of their whole season. Unbelievably great start, and then a little bit scary, and then you get in the fourth quarter and they held on. So here they are at 20-20, and last night was kind of a 20-20 kind of a performance.
But my goal, and I'll ask you guys real quick, if they make the playoffs, I think it's a successful season. That's just, you could say, Guru, what do you do? That's how I feel.
Well,
just not the play in, just a series, Willard. And I think Steph was kind of saying that.
Well, I'll agree with you from the perspective of I've translated what they've said the last week to be that all along, which is that it's almost like, and I don't mean this like in Sharpie, but it's the organization's job to put enough around Steph to get him to the playoffs.
No doubt.
And then it's Steph's job to do whatever he does when he gets there.
Just give him a chance.
Yes. Even if you're on the road at Denver. Like, dude,
and that's what he meant when you say figure it out.
Figure it out. Figure it out. And
how to get there,
and then he ends it with, we're incredibly confident against anyone, which sounds laughable to us.
But they beat Boston.
Well, but that's the way their brains work. You tell Steph Curry, we're going to give you a 7-game series and you're in Oklahoma City to start. He thinks he can win that. We don't, but he does because he's Steph Curry. You know what I mean? Like he's been told no his whole life. You're too small, Davidson. You can't this, you can't that. Now he's one of the greatest things that's ever touched a basketball. So that's sort of the way. That's the way I look at it. I also think today is a day we should all point at ourselves and just laugh a little bit because
I did it.
It's hilarious. No matter where you fall on this spectrum, it's hilarious what one game does to us. It like they won a basketball game.
But Willard, it's more of the words coming out of Curry and Kerr's mouth.
Of course, but it's just to me, it's a chuckle. Yeah. It's a chuckle. Like yesterday, you were a moron if you thought this could go anywhere, and now today you're like, huh.
Steiny, can you share with them before we get out of here your Draymond take?
No.
Why not?
It'll take too long.
My Draymond take
you have
is
a party to go to or something?
Well, I do. My Draymond take is that if, as long as Kuminga's out at least, that if Draymond can play Saturday, I'd bring him off the bench. I'd let Guy, like, there's something about Guy Santos's energy at the beginning of a game. And I think it's, I'm not saying, Guy Santos, I get it. He's a 12, but when you have an older team and when you're going to start Schroeder, Steph, and Buddy Hield, then you got to have a guy in there who's kind of like at least running around like a chicken with his head cut off and there's something about Santos, everybody likes him. It's obvious. Like he'll make a play in the game, a save, and the bench will all react. So there's a positive energy to him, and he knows, what am I responsible for when I start the game? Just to make sure we come out and play with energy. And I think he's kind of infectious. And Draymond, we all know that he has moments, but I don't really think he's a big tone setter from the start of a game anymore. And he was willing to come off the bench earlier this season, and the plans went awry because of injury, but I'd be willing to give that more of a shot.
And I also think that Gary last night, coming back after his absence, he had the same sort of energy. I know he's an older player, but the one thing that we needed last night to watch as Warrior fans, and Steve even mentioned it, was more energy, more effort, more tempo, more pace. And I do think that Guy is a guy, and you're not going to play him 30 minutes a night. You're right, Steiny, but sort of that youthful exuberance to bring him in, and Draymond can come in with the second unit and be more of the point guard with that group.
It's what kept Pods on the floor all year last year. People hate me now when I bring him up.
I don't mind it at all. And not even just not starting, but probably fewer minutes. If he's going to say it's harder for me to play five for lengthy minutes, great, then do it for fewer minutes. Like, it's more important for Draymond to be spry in the fourth quarter than it is in the first. And I agree with you there.
I also like the idea that if Santos is going to play like that to start a game, he's probably going to foul. And so he'll get 2 in the first 6 minutes, but it's not going to really matter. You don't want Draymond getting 2 in the first 6 minutes, though. So, it just protects Draymond a little bit from foul trouble. I don't know, I just thought.
No, and he can shoot. He can shoot. And the Warriors have problems when there's too many non-shooters. Even though Draymond is shooting better this year, they have problems when there's too many non-shooters on the floor. So he can shoot. Yeah.
All right, Fitzy, 4:15.
And Beyonce at 2:30.
And Al Michaels efforting.
Floating.
On 95.7, the game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, that felt good, didn't it? Didn't it?
Nice win.
Did it change anything for you?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Yes, because they got a win on the road in a game that most people, including myself, maybe you as well, didn't think that they were going to win.
It was an eyebrow raiser.
It was nice.
Yeah.
But to me, it just kind of cements who they are in a nutshell. You look at a 4-game road trip, and they went 2-2 with one really, really bad loss and one really nice win. And you beat Minnesota without Draymond and Kuminga and a couple of others in the end of a road trip in a game where, let's be fair about it, Minnesota didn't show up until the 6-minute mark of the first quarter.
Well,
they were flat. They were listless. They had 5 turnovers in the first 5 minutes. Now, how many of those were generated by Warriors defense? Maybe a little bit. The Warriors came out, and they were the aggressor. They took it to them, and they built up a big lead. And as you mentioned, when you're up by 20 in the first quarter, it does not necessarily mean that you're always going to win or you're always going to blow the team out. And so the Warriors survived Minnesota's late rally. I like horse racing, and it was a little bit like seeing a horse turn for home with a 5-length lead, and you're thinking, all right, this one, and then here comes the 8 horse on the outside, and you get all the way down to the wire, and you win by a nose, and it's like, whew, another couple of strides, and they lose that race.
Maybe you're probably right. I thought the whole night, I'm like, they're probably still going to lose. They're up by 20. I'm like, probably still going to lose. They'll probably find a way to lose. I know that Ant's going to get hot. They're going to make their run, all that stuff. Minnesota's tough. They're at home. That's how the NBA works. It's why both of those teams lead the league in clutch games. Like, I felt the whole time like that was going to get close at the end. It did. Warriors have a little bit of a bugaboo in that spot. They pulled it out. Good for them. Sometimes we do overanalyze these things, though. Was Minnesota flat? Were the Warriors good? Did they have that dog in them? You want to know what they did last night? Some of their shots went in. That's really it. That's it. They shot 50% from 3. 50% from 3.
You should win when you do that.
Buddy Hield had basketballs that came out of his hands that went in the hoop.
Nice.
That changes things. Guess what they did from the free throw line? They shot the ball, and it went in. That's the only thing that changed.
Well, and when it didn't go in, and when GP2 missed the second of 2, and Kevon slithered in and jumped his usual 3 inches off the floor and tipped that thing back out, Warriors kept possession, and they had to foul again. So even when they missed a free throw, to your point, they were able to scramble and get an offensive rebound, keep possession, and avoid disaster.
I think both times. They only missed 3 free throws in the game. If memory serves, Wiggins missed both ends of a free throw trip. This was with many, many minutes still to go. And I think that the Warriors got the rebound and did something with it. And then obviously the GP2 one at the very end that Wiggins grabs the offensive rebound, and that turns into 2 more Steph free throws and the end of the game.
Kevon with the great tap out on that.
Absolutely.
What he does at 6'9" without really much of a vertical leap, and not to disrespect Kevon as an athlete because he's a pro basketball player, but the way he's able to do what he does without really getting that far off the ground, he's amazing. And that was an uncanny, athletically smart play where he just kind of does his Kevon thing and then swoop, just tips it back out to Wiggins, and then you win the game.
Just a fascinating night. Not only because the Warriors won, But you think about everything that's been said on this radio station all week long about how it almost felt like a coordinated effort by Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green to let the fans know that we're probably not going to win and we're probably not going to make a big trade. And whether those were the actual words out of their mouths, that's how a lot of people were feeling. And at minimum, that was the discussion point. I know I never thought it was a white flag. I don't think you really thought it was a white flag. But it was something. It was something what was being said, and it was very, very clear on their minds last night that they wanted to say something a little bit different. Again, here is Steph Curry on ESPN after the game.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
Did
everybody hear that? And there was more, Dibs. That was on national TV.
Just on that piece that hits me as I've listened to it now for the fifth time, what he said about stay relevant and be competitive in a playoff series. That to me speaks to everything that they're thinking about as far as what this season is. Stay relevant. Right now, 20-20 is a 10 seed. You're relevant. You're staying relevant at 20-20. We're almost exactly halfway through the season, and they're not great. They're not terrible. They are relevant. So stay relevant and then be competitive in a playoff series.
Yeah,
that is where they're setting the bar.
Of course. They're 2 games out of the 6 seed.
Right.
And
they're also 1 game out of the 12 seed. Or a half game, rather.
Right, but you say stay relevant. What if I change the word? Stay present. That's my thing.
Yeah, stay present, but you got to stay relevant. You can be present,
No.
but
I mean for us.
Yeah.
Stay here. Stay here. It's January 16th, and they won last night.
You telling me to put away my Twitter fingers?
Well, you usually do.
Well, I got
you put away everybody else's Twitter fingers.
I got the trade machine open.
Well,
yeah.
No, but
a lot of mutes.
I'm not telling you not to have fun on the internet.
Yep.
I think that's what the internet's largely doing there.
Especially that beautiful trade machine. That's really fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Does anybody have to look over at their significant other at night? They're like, what are you looking at? I'm sorry, I had the trade machine open again.
Exactly.
Yeah, go have fun and shop.
Are you looking at naked girls again? No, honey, it's the trade machine.
It's the trade machine. The Warriors and Raptors are going to have a hard time figuring this out. I mean, just stay in the moment. You can have fun. I'm not telling anybody not to come up with a mock deal. We've all done it. But as far as this need to make them define who they're going to be, a trade team or not a trade team? Why do we have, that's my question today. What is that? Why do we have this need for them to declare? Grandy, I think you might even be one of these people based on the conversations we've had today. It feels to me like there are Warrior fans who have this need for the team to declare. As in, there's 3 choices. We're all in on Steph this year. We're all out on mortgaging the future, or there's team wait and see. And I'm just like, I have to be on team wait and see because there's going to be new information every day, new deals every day, new contractual situations, new realities, new winning streaks, new losing streaks. I don't know, man. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
We've been on team wait and see for 2.5 years, and all we've learned is that they're not good enough, and they're only getting worse.
But
I don't know how you can keep saying, oh, well, we hope when the offseason comes along, maybe this is the year that Giannis is going to be available.
I'm not even talking about the offseason. I'm talking about 3 weeks from today. Like, do you know what I mean? I don't want to hear them say we're definitely making a deal. Not if it's a bad one. Not if it, don't do a deal just to do a deal. I hear a lot of people do anything for Steph. I might even agree with you. But what if that deal that you're making for Steph makes them worse? I argued this 2 weeks ago. Just from a salary standpoint, Jimmy Butler, right? Let's talk Jimmy Butler for a second. From a salary standpoint, that would be Wiggins and Kuminga. I don't think that makes you better. The concept is you're helping Steph. I think you're hurting Steph. So that's all. I'm just, I don't understand this need to make the Warriors tell us exactly what they're going to do. You have to take every day and every deal on its own merits.
And then you have to take every result on its own merits, and you still have, I think, 7 or maybe even 8 games until the actual deadline. So if you're 20-28 or 28-20 or somewhere in between, that all will inform your course of action. Because if you happen to go on a little bit of a heater with this cast of characters and you find yourself in the 6 or 7 seed, you might be more motivated to make a move thinking, okay, we're starting to hum. We might be one player away. So now we can really look at the deadline and think about adding a piece that can get us from a 6 seed to the 3 or the 4 seed. And conversely, if you go on another skid and you find yourself in the 12 seed and you are, 24-28 over the next 12 games, that might inform you the other way.
Totally. And even if there's the record side of it, and then there's also just the availability, the financials, all of those things that to me, you take each and every one on their own merits. Like, that's Mike Dunleavy's job. And I am in the camp that Mike Dunleavy, based on a very short period of time here as the GM, has done some pretty interesting things. I like Mike Dunleavy as the GM. Not everything is perfect. I think he was kind of stuck in the whole Jordan Poole situation. I think the Jordan Poole situation was about money more than people realize. It was about not just like, who's better, Jordan Poole, Chris Paul, trade exceptions, what are we going to do here? It was about, do we want to be paying that to Jordan Poole for the next 5 years? While we're also wanting to extend Steph, extend Draymond, and be ready for Jonathan Kuminga. That deal was more about flexibility. And there was the whole emotional side that was hanging over the organization, which is Draymond's fault, largely. But, all of those things come into play when you figure out what to do next. So I'm just not going to... I, as a fan, don't want to pigeonhole the Warriors into you must do this.
Right.
You must make a deal or you must not make a deal. I don't know.
Well, you got 10 games, and I do think that they're still trying to decide who they are. And it's interesting the way Steph put it last night to tell everyone to just kind of back up a little bit and let us figure this out. And, maybe the Warriors can figure it out because Buddy had a good game last night, and Dennis Schroeder played a lot closer to the Schroeder that you thought that he was going to be. He was getting the ball and going downhill. He was attacking the basket, and Buddy was shooting with confidence, and your younger pieces all came in and contributed. So if that's the team that you really are closely resembling, and Kuminga comes back, and Draymond comes back, well, now maybe you don't have to necessarily make a big move at the deadline because that team last night looked more like the 12-3 team than the team that lost 17-24.
Fitzy's going to join us at 4:15. It's all you until then. 888-957-9570. What did last night's win do for you in terms of the way you're looking at this? Steph says, give us a minute. We want to figure this out. Are you willing to play it that way? Let's hear from Warrior fans. The door is wide open for you at 888-957-9570. We'll tell you about the knockout tournament coming up next. We're also sponsored by AC Transit, and this is Willard and Dibbs.
Calling all journey level.
Pump fake, fly by, 3-ball, got it! Oh, the net barely even moved. Curry with a pure shot from the left corner, and he claps and pumps his fist. He knows it's not over, but that was a big-time bucket by number 30.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
You got it, Steph. Hey. Cheers, brother. Nice shot. Nice win.
Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
It's all you got. And nice comments after the game. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, 21 shots. So shoot your shots, S plural, 7 threes, and cash me out one time on my Warriors Live Take It to the Bank prediction. I had Steph over 24.5.
Cash me out one time.
And I believe you as well, my brother.
Schroeder over 11.5 points.
Cash me out one time.
He scored 12 before he fouled out.
Question mark?
No, I hit an underdog play.
Attaboy.
Actually should share this story.
No, I forgot. I thought you were on the Buddy over 2.5
No, that
threes.
was the previous game.
Yeah,
that
so
was
when
the previous
Buddy hit
game.
his third, I was like, oh, look at my partner.
Yeah,
I forgot you had pivoted to the German.
Schroeder,
Nice.
and he was victorious as well. This happens sometimes. Remember these when you think you have bad luck in life. Things like this do happen. I hit one on underdog last night. Schroeder, higher than 11.5 points. Yep. He scored 12, then fouled out.
Nice.
The other one I paired him with was Trey Murphy with the Pacers, who needed to be higher than 23.5 points. I'm literally watching the game. He's got 22 points. They're in the final 6 seconds of the game.
You're going to lose.
Close game.
Uh-huh.
The other team, I can't remember who the hell they played, had the ball.
Nice.
The other team's got the ball. They miss. Murphy gets the rebound and the foul because it was like a 3-point game. So with 1.1 seconds, and again, I need higher than 23.5, he goes to the other end and whoosh, whoosh.
Both of them?
Both free throws.
Oh, nice.
2 half-point wins.
Cha-ching.
Cha-ching.
Nice. That's so good.
Yeah.
Those are fun.
So much fun.
So much more fun than the opposite. The bad beat. You got to remember. You got to remember the good wins, and then when next time you get a bad beat, you got to remember these good wins.
Abe had one of those last night. He's screaming what he wants the Warriors to win, but he needed Gobert. And by the way, everyone in my family calls him the headlock. That's from the lovely Christie. She gave him the nickname. He's the headlock.
Le headlock.
Le headlock. And he needed one more. So he's like yelling for the Warriors to win, but for Gobert to get one more rebound.
10.5 was the line.
And he did not get that rebound.
Yeah.
Stupid Gobert. Anyway.
It's a 5 for your Abe.
All right. 888-957-957. We mentioned there's another Steph. I mean, there's a few things, but there's another comment in particular we wanted to let you hear. So he says on ESPN, right there courtside, hey, shut up, Twitter. Let us figure this out. And then after the game, on local post game, he had this to say, addressing anyone who was thinking white flag with regard to recent comments.
Anybody who thinks that I'm okay with just being on an average basketball team is insane. Take whatever I said, I still stand on it, but it doesn't mean that you're not in a situation where you're trying to get better, make appropriate moves that help you do that. Mike knows that. We've talked about it. That's the expectation for me, trying to help lead the team where we want to go. Again, that doesn't mean that you're reckless. What people's definition of that is where I was talking about the Twitter fingers thing. Like, trade machines are fun, but what does that actually look like? So we're going to handle our business. Mike's going to handle his, see where we end up.
So here's what I think has happened this week. And a boss of mine talked to me about this years ago and was actually talking about radio. But there is overlap between radio and Golden State Warriors basketball. It is all entertainment content creation. And so here was my thought about what the Warriors have done this week. Because I get it. If it sounds like they're like, we're not making a trade, we don't want to do something stupid. And everyone's like, it's a white flag. And now they're like, no. It's not a white flag. We're all in on right now. It's like, are you guys flip-floppers? What the Warriors are doing, in my mind, is they are managing the balance between hope and fear. And that's what you have to do. You have to manage the balance between hope and fear. And you've seen it literally just in the last 48 hours. You lose to the Raptors, and we all get filled with fear. Then you beat the Timberwolves, and we all get filled with hope. And the Warriors, they need to ride those emotions as well. They're feeling them. They know their fan base. They know their audience. As any good content creator does, they know exactly what everybody's thinking. That's why they take these comments to whether it's social media or press conferences or whatever. And that's why I'm on team wait and see what February 6th brings. There is so much more hope and fear and information that will come between now and then. And no matter what happens, I will never be in favor of them doing something stupid just because they feel compelled to do something because so many people want them to.
They will never feel that, I don't believe, as long as they have, Steph there and Joe Lacob there. They're not going to be a team that does something reckless, and you heard Steph and Steve Kerr both talk about that. So in terms of what they might do in 3 weeks, I do think a lot of it's predicated on the next 10 games. You have 10 more games before February 6th, which is when the deadline is, and you play at LA that night, and you've got 8 home games and 2 road games in the next 10.
That's good.
And if you look at those opponents, you've got Boston and OKC, and other than that, there are winnable games. And as we saw from the last 2 games, a game that's winnable is losable, and a game that's losable is also winnable. So you can't really look at any of the next 10 and think, oh, I got them at 7-3. Well, they could be, but they can also beat Boston, and then they could lose to Washington and turn around and beat Boston because that's who this team is. So, yeah, the balance between hope and fear, it's real, and it's the same no matter what team you cover. And right now at 20-20, it's a pretty good balance because you're hopeful that they can still be a playoff team, but you're fearful that your older players might miss more games and Kuminga might not come back, and you're hopeful they can bring somebody in, but you're fearful they might have to trade Kuminga. So there's a ton of hope and fear that have already been there and that also exists over the next couple of weeks.
So what do y'all think of what Steph Curry said? What did last night do for you with regard to your outlook, your hopes, your fears? 888-957-9570. Let's take some calls. Let's go to Irv in Berkeley. Hi, Irv. Thanks for the call.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on?
What's up, Irv?
Hey, I just have a problem with Kerr and not being able to get or try to trade for a big man. I think it's easier to trade for a big man than it is. Like, I keep hearing Jimmy Butler and Cam Johnson, and those guys are not going to help the Warriors. They need a guy like Vucevic, the guy that's in Chicago.
Nikola Vucevic, yes.
Yeah, or the guy that's in Washington.
You're talking about Valanciunas.
Yeah. When they play against big teams that like Looney, he just doesn't have the size. He can do all he wants, but he just doesn't have the size against those big teams.
I'm interested in adding a big guy too, but Irv, you started the conversation by saying you had a problem with Kerr. What does he have to do with acquiring a big guy?
Every big guy that he's had, he's either traded him, cut him, but he doesn't coach him up. And I look at a lot of centers around. We don't need a what's his name, the guy that's in Denver, nor Anthony Davis. We just need somebody that can block shots or change a shot and be a lob threat.
It's interesting. Irv, thanks. Really appreciate it. First of all, Kerr is not in charge of trading and cutting. That he's the head coach. He's not the general manager. I'm not going to say he doesn't have input. But the idea that he's never coached up the bigs, I don't know. Like, I mean, if we want to go back for the whole Kerr era, I think they've made wonderful use of their bigs. If we want to go back to Andrew Bogut and then kind of who Kerr referenced when you and I had him on earlier this week talking about even guys like Otto Porter, and maybe that's not who people think of as a big, but he's like a stretch 4 type of a guy. Listen, I would love for them to acquire the right stretch 5 if it works, but I don't want them necessarily to have to give up a first-round pick to do it. And I don't think it really I don't think it's a Steve Kerr thing. I think it's an organizational thing.
Well, the idea of coaching him up, like you could look at Andrew Bogut, who came in as the player he already was, and he fit great because he was an elite passer. JaVale McGee, when he came here, JaVale McGee was as good as he's ever been. Same thing with Maurice Spates. Does Steve get credit for coaching them up? James Wiseman came here, and Steve maybe didn't coach him up, but Wiseman has gone on to not do much elsewhere, and now he's hurt with a torn Achilles. His career might be in real jeopardy in the NBA. So the idea of coaching up a big man, it felt like, Bielitsa was a good fit. And then last year the guy they had didn't really fit. The guy who ended up going to the bench for the remainder of the game.
Saric.
Thank you. The other big
Dario
white hero.
Saric.
Dario Saric. I mean, did he not coach up Saric? Or was Saric not really that good?
Saric had the same start here as Buddy Hield did.
Kind of, yeah.
To a lesser extent, we're digging this dude.
Yeah.
And then it was like, not digging the dude anymore.
And so the idea of coaching up a big, you need to have the right big man in here. And, the one guy I'm really interested in, and we're not going to see him until the Warriors are really out of it, and that's Quentin Post, because you look at the G League, and he's lighting up the G League, and he could be eventually the stretch five that everybody's clamoring for.
Eventually, yes, but I'm certainly not. That's one thing I would reject that we do hear from callers and conversations, which is let's start playing even more young players.
No.
And when I say young players, I'm not talking about Moses Moody. I'm talking about somebody who was just drafted in the second round earlier this year. No. Like we're not turning them over to brand new players who've never played in the NBA. Here's one thing. This might be a small thing, but it does cross my mind. When you look at two teams last night who lead the league in clutch games, and you can think clutch game stat is stupid or whatever, and for those of you who don't know what it is, it means that the game within the final 5 minutes is within 5 points, okay? And the Warriors and Timberwolves play the most of those games more than anybody else in the whole league. On some level, doesn't that say to you that the space between what we're looking at with the Warriors now and being an actual good playoff team is not that large? I'm not talking about championship contention. But if we can all agree that the Warriors are, as Steve Kerr said last night, competitive, and they're right there in almost all of their games, but what that doesn't look like they do very well is have scores at the finish. Well, could there be tweaks, acquisitions, whatever, that change that a little bit, and the Warriors go from a 500 team to a 580 team in the second half of the year? Like, they're not far off.
I get what you're saying, but
something there.
I get it, but two things. One, I do think that the clutch game stat is kind of a joke because, being within 5 with 5 minutes left, you can still lose by 16.
Right, but it's a close game. Like, you haven't been blown off the floor.
But the majority of the games the Warriors have played have been that. And the majority of the games in the association, at least half the games, by and large, it's about, I would say 40% of all games are clutch games. And you look at the Warriors, and they are 20-20, and in clutch games, they're 12-13. So in games that aren't clutch, they're 8-7. That means 8 times they've won games that probably were comfortable blowouts, and you could look at their game log, and you could look at a bunch of games that were blowouts. They opened up with a 36-point win over Portland. They beat Utah by 41. They lost to, was it Memphis by 53?
Yeah, that one was out of hand.
Yeah, by 51.
Right.
So a lot of the games, that are clutch games, I do think they ultimately become a reflection of who you are in general.
No, they do, but to me, when you lead the league in that category, and the Warriors have 25 such games, and that does only trail the Wolves at 26. And then you look at the Washington Wizards, who have 11. Like, not even half as many. And maybe that's too low of a bar to just compare them to the Washington Wizards. But there's something there to say they're right there in almost every basketball game. Because, by the way, in those 25 games, those clutch games that the Warriors have played, they've only won 12 of them, and they've won 20 games. So that means 8 times they beat somebody maybe kind of going away.
Right.
And then in the rest of, so that's 8 games.
But that's my point about this stat is that I do think that these records in clutch games are usually reflective of what your overall record is. Minnesota's 12-14 in clutch games, and on the year, they're 21-19. So they're 9-5 in non-clutch games, slightly better in non-clutch, but their record is still somewhat reflective of what they are in clutch games.
No, I don't disagree with you, although, for instance, the Detroit Pistons have the 7th best record, and I know they've gotten a lot better this year, but you're largely right. The top 3 teams in clutch games are the Cavs, Thunders, and Celtics. They're the best teams in the league. But that point, I think, remains, which is that if there is something, and this is what they were trying to do, I think, by acquiring Schroeder, if there's something that you can do in the final 5 minutes of the game to become a more dynamic team, then you're not that far away from, again, going from a 500 team to whether that is the 6 seed, the 5 seed. I'm not saying the 1 seed or the 2 seed, but they're not that far off from being the competitive basketball team that we're all hoping they have for us here in the second half of the year.
Yeah, and that's what Steph was saying last night. He said, back off the Twitter fingers and let us figure it out. And he just wants to be relevant and get into a playoff series and be competitive. And yes, they can be that. They can do that. And last night I do think was a big step toward that, because for me, there's a gulf not only from a standings perspective, but also emotionally. There's a big difference between 19-21 and 20-20. The fact that you beat Minnesota to get to 20-20, to get to the 10 spot, to go 2-2 on the trip, it must have given them a big shot of confidence. And I know that fans are certainly feeling a lot different about this team, as opposed to if you laid an egg in Toronto and then you gacked a 24-point lead against Minnesota. If you somehow found a way to lose that one and you dipped to 19-21, we'd be having a whole different conversation today, even though it's only just one game.
Indeed. Here is the conversation we're having. It's centered around these comments from Steph Curry on the floor to ESPN right after the game.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So that's it.
Oh yeah, that's it. I mean, the 2 things that stand out to me right there at the end, where he really emphasizes we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. But even prior to that, when he's like, shut up and let us figure this out, as opposed to what we do hear from stars, at least behind the scenes in the NBA, which is get me help, or get me out of here. Steph Curry, I hope there's an appreciation in this conversation, and I know that Steph is usually pretty damn appreciated by Warriors fans, but I hope there's an appreciation for what he's saying here, which is that, A, there's a responsibility because I'm a Warrior. I don't want the Warriors to do bad things for the Warriors. But the flip side of that is I'm not sitting here demanding a move. I'm not pouting. I'm not complaining. I want to get in the lab with my guys and see if we can figure this out. That's the stuff that you don't hear from NBA stars very often. So once again, and I said it earlier this week, party of one when it comes to this guy.
Right. And here you are with, 40 down and 42 to go. And yeah, he wants to get in the lab and, quote, figure it out. And he should be given every chance to do that. And if you look at what that means, it means Draymond's back and his flu-like symptoms or whatever kept him out of the game. And the reports yesterday were that he was, ashen and gray and sickly. And so you hope he comes back soon. And, Jonathan Kuminga, when we talked about the injury and a reevaluation in 3 weeks, that should be coming up in the next week. Bob Fitzgerald today at 4:15 maybe can shed more light on what he's hearing about just at least a reevaluation. But if Draymond can get healthy and Kuminga can come back, then you can really start to see what this team that Steph is talking about looks like again.
Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Hey, Trevor, thanks for calling. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? How are you?
What's up?
Good. Well, so a little thought about what Curry said last night, and I think what's going on with the organization in general is what team are you going to get? It is very difficult when you're a team that's 20-20 and very average and trying to understand which way you're going to go. So when you look at, are they going to make a move for somebody? Who is that guy? Is it going to be a center like Nikola from the Bulls, or is it going to be somebody else? Do they go get a shooter? It's hard to say because you have a guy like Buddy Hield who went off for 18 points last night, but is very up and down. You get the consistency is what I think they're looking for. So I think when you hear Curry say that, I think they're just in a mode of they got players that can go and make a run on the team now if they play to their potential. Are they going to do that? I think that's the magic question of like, who do you move if you're going to move somebody, and who is that for? Because any one of these guys, if they just kind of pick it up a little bit, pick up the slack, you got a team, like you said, they're very close. You got a team that can start stringing together wins.
Well, and so, Trevor, thank you so much. I want, like, to your point, this has gotten lost in what happened last night. There was no Kuminga. There's no Draymond.
Nope.
There's no Pajemski. And there was no Slow-Mo, who is kind of a gluey, rotational guy, at least in some matchups. And they went against one of the biggest, baddest front lines in the entire NBA. Gobert, and whatever you think about Julius Randle, he's big body.
Yeah.
Naz Reid, I think, is a phenomenal basketball player off the bench for them. They went up against that group, down 4 players. Minnesota was down no one. They were at home and at full strength. So don't forget that acquisition the first week of February. His name is Jonathan Kuminga.
And also think about last night and a big reason why they won. 2 of the reasons are 2 of the most prime trade targets, and that's GP2 and Kevon Looney. 2 guys who stepped in and did the little things and played great. And any trade you want to make probably involves one, if not both of them.
That is exactly right. Unless you're talking about something at a higher level, the way Wiggins and Kuminga type names. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. What is your reaction to what Steph said? Stop tweeting and ESPN trade machining. Shut up and let them work. They still think they've got something. Is this a little too flimsy back and forth for you this week? We're taking your calls at 888-957-9570. Bob Fitzgerald joins us in just over an hour. We're also sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that.
Now a steal by Buddy Hield. Gets it to Looney. Back to Buddy. As Hield went down, Curry to Buddy Hield. Left sideline three. Got it. Another bucket for the Warriors. They lead by 21 points. 26-5. And there are boos here at the Target Center.
Bay Area, it's Buddy Hield. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, buddy. I do hate to say this because it sounds like just analysis and opinion go to die when you say this, but you look at last night's game, and it's like, did the Warriors do something strategically, or did they just have that dog in them? You said Minnesota came out flat. I mean, sure, they weren't hit, but like, dude, the Warriors just shot the ball and it went in last night. That's all. They shot the ball and it went in, and a lot of other nights they shoot it and it doesn't go in. They made half of their three-pointers. They shot better from three than they did from two.
Yeah.
And
it's a make-or-miss league, as they say.
And they made their free throws. Go figure. They shot it, it went in, and they won.
By one. By a single point.
By a point.
They out-rebounded Minnesota, a much taller team, by 4. And
that's crazy.
They wound up with 12 turnovers. Not a lot. Minnesota only had 9. So your 26 assists to 12 turnovers, good ratio. They were 21-7, but really the game was won in the first part of the first quarter where, yes, they made their shots. He made his shots. Steph 12, Minnesota 12 at the end of 1. So when the chef comes out and hits all 4 of his threes, and as a team you go 8-13, and I don't think they scored until the 7-minute mark. And you're up 13-0.
The fans there do that thing where, like college, where you don't sit down until they score. And I think there were some old people that were starting to get worried.
Yeah, 4.5 minutes in, and finally, who scored, right? And it was restaurant quality.
It was DiVincenzo.
With a one-footed putback.
I still like that guy.
I do too.
He's a good player.
And he plays with that kind of feistiness that the Warriors have been lacking. But,
both ends of the floor, yes.
And shout out Guy Santos. And, I was talking about it yesterday, and it's easy to scoff at the name when you throw it out there, but he's in the starting lineup and he plays with energy and youthful exuberance. And Steiny was pointing it out earlier about the idea of maybe Draymond coming off the bench. I don't hate it because you play Guy and he's basically playing for his career. He's a guy who is, at least 20 to 30 games away from maybe getting a real contract. And so when he's out there, he plays absolutely as hard as he possibly can every second.
Yes, he had no turnovers. He had 3 assists. He had 7 rebounds. He had 5 points. Like, he's just going to dip his toe in the water here and there, but he does good things. So, great. That's awesome that they've got that kind of depth. By the way, DiVincenzo, I didn't even notice this. Did you know that he scored 28 last night?
Yeah, it was a quiet 28.
It was quiet. He scored as many as Ant. I like him. Man, I like him as a player. But yeah, Minnesota didn't shoot the ball poorly from 3 either. They shot 46% from 3. So both teams were filling it up. But again, I hate this with what we do for a living, but this is not, like, I'll admit it to you, it's not great analysis. But when his shot is falling and the Warriors are able to also find secondary and even third options on the floor, then they are a good basketball team. But they haven't done that consistently.
Right.
Andrew Wiggins, I thought, was really good last night, especially from the free throw line, 10 of 12. And he added 24. And then Buddy was hitting shots off the bench, and he had 18. Now, if Steph has that every night, it's still a good basketball team.
Yes.
But
and just before the callers line up to say it, and, you want to vilify Steve Kerr, and you want to go ahead and project for the future, but darn it, play Moses Moody. Can you play Moses 25 minutes? And he was 3 of 4 from deep, and he played with that assertiveness and with that confidence. And that's another thing about the Steph cut that you played that is sticking with me, because he says, we're a confident team. And yet last week, Steve Kerr is talking about a crisis of confidence.
So, that's an interesting observation.
For me, confidence is very temporary, and especially when you have younger players, it's easy to be confident when you beat Minnesota on the road.
Totally.
And it's easy to have your confidence be shattered when you lose to Toronto. So I do like that Steph is trying to, speak that into existence. Like, we're a confident team. Well, you weren't last week.
He is.
Right.
He is. And so maybe he's just trying to have that trickle down, because I think Steve Kerr's observation was accurate. A lot of those other guys, if you're Moses Moody, how can you be confident night in and night out? I think he actually does a great job with it. Guy Santos has walked in and is ready to play when his number finally got called. But the Buddy Hields of the world, the Dennis Schroeders, those people who look like they're pressing, yeah, that can knock your confidence a little bit. And Steph Curry is probably the right guy to sort of try at least to push that the other direction. Here is again the comment that Dibbs is referring to on ESPN last night, right there on the floor.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like, we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we have a whole lot of confidence, and we've been great for a long time. And Guy Santos is sitting next to him going, what are you talking about? I was 8.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
Yeah, so he's trying to drag everybody along with him, and that's what a leader does.
That's right. And, Steph, I'm sorry, but my Twitter fingers have been working, and my trade machine is open, and Schroeder and Looney for Vucevic, it works.
They're not doing that deal.
Schroeder and Looney
that's not the
for
deal.
Vucevic.
That's not the deal.
It's my deal.
I don't want
and it works.
By the way, I'll say this. Get your Twitter fingers ready, Lucas, because I got a definitive statement to make on 95.7 The Game. I don't want the Warriors considering trading Dennis Schroeder. No.
He's tradable a day before the deadline.
He's not tradable, not for this team.
Highly tradable, and Minnesota's one of only 22 teams he hasn't played on yet.
Yeah, I get that.
He's trying to catch Ish Smith.
This team,
if you know, you know,
needs that guy. And I know he hasn't been great yet. He's starting to come around. I think that there is a warm-up period, a get-to-know-you period, a figure-it-out period for both sides here, the team and the player. But the Warriors need another two-way ball-handling guard. They went out and gave a bunch of money to DeAnthony Melton because they knew it. And whether he's been perfect at it so far or not, they cannot function, in my opinion, the way they want to going forward without him. Unless you're giving me you can't give me Vucevic to replace him. Who's replacing what Schroeder does if you trade him? I like Dennis Schroeder on this team. He stays.
Well, I like him. I like him more today than I did yesterday. Yeah. That's for sure. And Dennis Schroeder still for me is an awkward fit. Last night was a small step in the right direction. It's not like the guy went out there and had 26.
No, he wasn't great. He was good.
He's a good on-ball defender, but when you have GP2 back on this team, you don't need his on-ball defense as much when you have GP2 able to go out there and play defense.
He plays a lot more minutes, though.
If you want to get something, you're going to have to give something.
And who are you, this particular team, when Steph needs those back-to-backs off? Who's doing that stuff now?
Well, you got Pods once his oblique gets healed.
Which, no thanks.
I mean, and he's missed now quietly, 2 or 3 weeks Pods has missed?
And I heard some people starting to buzz that it's going to be a while. Still. So, yeah, I am team keep Schroeder. Let's go to JJ in Oakland. Hi, JJ. Thanks for calling.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good,
First
man.
time caller.
Thanks.
Hey, Warriors then and now. If you look at their championships, with the exception of the last one, we always had a center. Now, we always did small ball. I don't get, but that's all about matchups. It doesn't always work. But when you need a center, you need a center. TJB is a decent center, but he's a backup. He is not a starting center. And Looney's not even a center. He's a power forward playing like a center.
But then, JJ, who was their center 3 years ago when they won a ring?
He said aside from that year.
Oh, well, but I don't know if we here. Let me just say it this way, JJ, and then you can finish your point. Bob Myers came on our show. This was before he left the job, and sort of joked, knowing that all year long that year, people were screaming at him, "You've got to go get a center." And they were aware of that, and then they didn't, and then they won the championship. So I'm not even dismissing your point. I just think that there's more than one way to do it. That's all.
The reason why they won that year is they played Denver at 1/3 strength.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, Denver was down, and things broke their way, and I'm even going back to the
Denver,
KD years.
Yeah, thanks, JJ. Denver wasn't ready yet that year.
When they had KD, they didn't really have a center. And if you want to say that they had Zaza playing 14 minutes a night, okay. They had Zaza, and they had David West, and they had JaVale McGee. All those guys together didn't even take up one full spot of 48 minutes. So they had tall guys, but they didn't really use a center. They used Draymond at the 5.
I'm gonna reference Tiger Woods here for a second. I know that sounds super random.
It's Tiger.
Yeah, Tiger was asked one time, and this was at the height of his powers. The Masters was about to start, and they asked him, "What do you need this week? What club do you need to hit well, or what's the strategy around the course?" One of the first things out of his mouth, other than I need to play well, he said, "I need breaks." Like Tiger Woods. He's like, yes, to win in professional sports, you need some things to go your way. So I flatly reject every time when people try to take something away from certain Warrior rings because of who they played and who wasn't available in that particular series or this particular series. Like the Toronto Raptors are not giving their ring back, even though they played the Warriors with no Kevin Durant and eventually no Klay Thompson. They got that break. And then they made that, that's life. You get a break and then you make good on it. But I also don't even think Denver was ready. That was an early round series that year. Denver wasn't ready.
Denver was depleted.
They were depleted, but they also weren't. I just don't think they were there yet.
Well, you can look at any singular thing and you can say, breaks. And I was talking to a Detroit Lions fan, actually our interior decorator, lovely lady, wearing a Detroit Lions shirt, and we were talking about Dan Campbell. She said, "What do you think of our coach?" And I said, "Man, is he reckless with his 4th down calls?" But then I said, you know what? Against the Niners, it wasn't his fault that Reynolds dropped the football. She's like, "Man, you know your stuff." Well, and so the Niners got a break when the Lions went for it on 4th down. The Lions executed a great play call, and they dropped it.
They dropped the ball.
So to your point, you need breaks to, and I'm not saying that the Lions win the game, but that was certainly a break.
They might have won the game if they'd kicked a field goal. But anyway, we're sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport. I don't want to make Grandy mad. I know when you use the words field and goal next to each other, he's got this thing that
I'm already mad.
Yeah,
it's okay.
It flies up. Why are you mad?
I can't believe this conversation you guys are having.
Okay, then weigh in, for crying out loud.
We'll do it next.
Perfect. On 95.7 The Game with Willard and Dibbs and some Grandy, too.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy.
Schroeder off a screen. Foul line. Lob. Jackson Davis catches and slams inside. Well done on the pick and roll right there with those two.
DubNation, it's Trace Jackson Davis. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thank you, TJD. Bob Fitzgerald, in an hour. Knockout tournament. Here we go. You've heard all the shows talking about it. We're now a year in. Like last year, we were promoting this thing, and we didn't know what the hell was going to happen. Now we know because we did it last year. It was freaking phenomenal.
I cannot wait for that trophy that's out the corner of my left eye to be gone. Because
it may not be gone.
No, it's going to be given to the next person.
I know. What if Lucas wins?
I'm sorry. I love it when you make jokes. Say that one again.
What if Lucas wins?
I finished top 5 last year.
Oh, my heart.
What if somebody else who works in that room wins? What if E-Dog wins or Spadone?
Less funny, more plausible.
Loveman's not winning.
Now you're just being silly. Now you're just being funny.
He's going to go over there trying to hit the basketball with a bat.
You know who might win?
What?
The 6'9" phenom Carter Chickering.
Oh, he could. He could.
Guy's so big he can reach out and dunk it from the foul line.
He's a fantasy champ. 2025 could be his year.
Chickering.
Yep. Anyway.
Anyhow.
If you have not heard us talk about this, the knockout tournament is back, and last year's champ is about to get loose on 95.7 The Game because apparently he's all ticked off.
Yeah.
At both of us. All right, fine. Or the Warriors or everyone. I don't know. We'll find out in a second. Maybe he's just mad because Oregon lost. Just trying to tick him off even more.
In something.
Anyway, if you would like to play basketball at Chase Center like a fancy pants, this is what you need to know. Your opportunity to win your way in starts Monday, January 27th. Okay, so in about a week and a half. Monday, January 27th. That's when the qualification process begins. And yes, it will be a qualification sensation.
Thank you.
For 3 weeks every day, you'll have 3 chances every day to qualify. 1 per show, 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour. So just keep listening. Be ready for Monday, January 27th. You have to be at least 18, and you have to live in California. Good luck. We hope to meet you and see you there and dunk on you. We're going to go back to the calls in a second, but first, we go live to the other room where the champ, Mark Grandy, has this rant. Hello, Mark.
Mark angry.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's going on? Why are you all ticked off?
Well, so I get where you guys are coming from in terms of information gathering and use the next 3 weeks to figure out really who you are and what you might need. And maybe you don't need to make a move at all. And maybe you learn that you do, and maybe something presents itself and you have a better ability to make that move then. I don't think there's anything that this team will do over the next 10 games that can possibly change my opinion that they're just simply nowhere near good enough. Like, we've had 2.5 years of evidence that suggests they are a mediocre at best basketball team. And this year, it's been even worse than the last 2 years. And, Kuminga could come back, but they were also pretty darn average with Kuminga in the first place.
Okay, go ahead. Finish up.
I feel like we're headed to another situation where the Warriors are going to say, well, there was no right opportunity. There was no perfect opportunity for us to make a move at this trade deadline, so we're going to keep our optionality open and hope that something comes about in the offseason, which is the same exact thing they've done for the last 2 years, and nothing has worked. You're not going to have this magic pill that fixes all of your problems. There's no home run here. You're going to have to take a chance, take some sort of risk to get yourself out of this situation, and I just want them to take that risk.
So, that's fair, but now we understand these comments that were made at the beginning of the week, Mark, they were directed at you. They were talking to you and others who share your opinion. And this would be my response to that. While I get where you're coming from, and Dibs, I don't want to speak for you. I don't know what you think. While I get where you're coming from, I'm not in this mode of like the Warriors need to, as you put it, take the next week or 2 weeks, 3 weeks to learn who they are. We know who they are. We know who they are. And I understand that. That does not mean, in my opinion, you should do something stupid. And I think so if we go back to the comments at the beginning of the week where Steph spoke about the responsibility that he feels toward the organization and that Steve Kerr talked about not being irresponsible. Just because you want a deal doesn't mean that a good one presents itself. So what about that? Like the answer that you hate that they've given the last 2 years? What if I told you it's a fair answer? Like finding a star in the NBA is not just snap fingers, give first-round picks, now we have a star. Like it doesn't work that way.
And I agree with the first 80% of your rant, and you're spot on, and you and I are absolutely in lockstep. But the last part of it for me is, therefore, don't make a trade, don't make a big swing, because I'm with you, Grandy. I don't think that what we've seen over the last 2.5 years is remotely good enough, but I also don't think that there's anything out there in the next 3 weeks that is worth a big swing. If you want to make a small swing, like a ground ball to the right side to move a guy from second to third, I'm here for that sort of an at-bat.
What if we gave you your Twitter fingers back? So go ahead. What do you want him to do?
Well, I've been very vocal about this. I think Zion Williamson is the home run that this team can make, and you're going to have to get lucky, and you're going to have to hope that, one, you can make the money work and the Pelicans want to get off of him and that he stays healthy and that he takes care of his body. But if those things work, he becomes a player that helps you now and he helps you post-Steph. But if we forget about more like specific moves or specific players, just talk more so about the feeling the Warriors are giving me, it feels like they care more about the future post-Steph than the rest of the time with Steph.
Yeah,
and that really irks me.
I don't agree. I think that you are, this is me now.
I can understand me saying that probably if they were to hear that would piss them the hell off. But that's how I feel.
And that's fine. And you're allowed to feel that way, but I do think you made that feeling up. I don't think they told you that. You may have heard that.
That's just how I feel based on the way that they're attacking this situation.
But you don't even know how they're attacking this situation.
They're attacking it with patience and still trying to figure out who we are.
For all you know, they're trying to lower the price on something right now with all these comments.
You could go 2-8 in your next 10 before the deadline, and then you get to a point where it's like, maybe there's a move that could help us this year, but we're already 6 games under 500, and we're not good enough anymore, so why even try now?
But that's out of their control. That's the basketball. You got to go make shots and play the games and beat other teams that are also trying to win. But it feels to me like you're talking about strategy, as if the Warriors clearly, like, they care more about 2028 than they do 2025. I don't agree with that at all, and just because they're talking, just because their lips are moving does not mean that they're actually telling you what their plans are. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, but I do think that if they go 2-8 over the next 10, which is how many games you have before the deadline, then it informs them more on what any sort of a move would do. If
That's
you're 22 and 28 at the deadline or 28 and 22, I do think that you can be motivated in different ways to make a move that might help you this year. I do kind of take to heart what you said about maybe they're more interested in life after Steph. I don't think that they are. I do look at where they are and think, and listening to Steph and Steve, and I think that they might be more interested in next season and next offseason making a big swing as opposed to the next 3 weeks.
And which frustrates me about that is because they said the same thing the last 2 trade deadlines about that. We're going to prepare ourselves for the optionality, the flexibility of a big star asking out. The big move they made was trading Jordan Poole away, getting Chris Paul in here. We got optionality with Chris Paul's contract. They let it expire. You got nothing as a result of that.
Yeah, but I'd argue from a financial standpoint, you didn't get nothing out of it. And I know behind the scenes, by the way, that they would argue that. They would argue that what if I said it to you this way, Grandy? You want Jordan Poole on this team?
They'd be a better player with Jordan Poole on this team right now.
Say bye-bye to your boy Kuminga. They're letting him walk. Can't afford him.
Nick Friedel says they should trade him anyway.
Well, that's fine. But again, all I would ever ask is, or the way I think at least, is think about that stuff. Think about what X means when we get to Y. Like, I understand where you're coming from. I completely do. Like, oh, would Jordan Poole fit on this team? Or you hate the way the Jordan Poole situation went down. Sure. But just because it didn't turn into something that's like clearly tangible doesn't mean that doing it the opposite way would have been perfect or would have fit. It doesn't mean that. Like that money that they're not paying Jordan Poole is allowing for them to reset the tax and potentially attack this in a different way over the remainder of Steph's career.
And you could say it's also part of the reason why they're a 500 basketball team right now.
You could argue that, yes.
So maybe that's, again, the point where they care a little bit more about life after Steph than they care about life right now.
I just wonder what can or could be done, and we can look at the Lauri Markkanen experience and think about what it might have taken to swing Danny Ainge to make that trade, and would that have made you a markedly better team? And I also look at what they were able to do with Klay Thompson. They were able to make Klay into a sign-and trade. It was a, 5 or 6 team extravaganza?
I think 6.
And it netted you slow-mo, and it also netted you Buddy Hield, and you also were able to get DeAnthony Melton on the mid-level. So I do think incrementally they got better. Now it hasn't totally worked out, and Melton turned into Schroeder, and Hield has been hot and cold. Shout out Katy Perry. And slow-mo has been, I think, a little underwhelming.
Totally. He's had a lot of periods of time where he doesn't even play.
And, so far there have been a grand total of 2 trades this NBA year, and the Warriors have made one of them. So you can't really say that they've been totally inactive, right?
Yeah,
they've made half the trades in the league.
Of everything you're saying, Grandy.
There's at least 3 now, Dibs. Suns acquired a big man. Mm-hmm.
I actually argue.
And then the Schroeder, and I'm trying to remember what the other one
Lakers
was.
got.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, Dorian Finney-Smith. My fault. Yeah, so only a third of the trade.
I think the Warriors trade is actually the most significant of the 3 also. But here's what I'd say. I don't think anything that you're saying is talking crazy. The one area, if I was to zero in on one thing, I do not buy that they care more about the future than the now. And I do not buy that their behavior says that simply because they haven't taken this quote-unquote big swing, because that's not entirely up to them. You can't just walk into the room and be like, here for a big swing. Where do I give my $5 so I can take a big swing? There's got to be another team that wants it. You have to play in on all of the players involved. You mentioned the Klay Thompson situation. That was largely based on Klay's emotions more than anything else. So how do we factor that into the whole thing? Like, this is a very, very complex thing, and I would not argue that the right thing to do is to take big swings just to take them. You said Zion Williamson helps you now and in the future. He's never helped an NBA team in his life. And that's a fact. He has never helped an NBA team in his life. Just because of his draft status and big name, why is that suddenly going to change? And I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, but come on. That is filled with risk and all kinds of twists and turns.
Might be a guy, though, that you can buy low based on his contract situation as well. I do believe that there is an out clause based on
I'll look at that.
Based on the fact that he hasn't played enough games, and I don't think that he's made all of his weigh-ins.
Bobby Marks essentially said the rest of his contract is not guaranteed.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So, and if New Orleans really wants to get out of it, you might be able to get Zion for a lot less than you otherwise would have. Now, I'm not in favor of bringing him in because he's not available enough for me, although I know he's now been starting to actually, play basketball of late, which is exciting.
He has played some. Yeah, he's got 3 more years on his deal. I'd be interested to learn more about the non-guaranteed portion of it. But even if it's non-guaranteed, and then you just were like, oh, let's clear the books and we'll let him go. We've got a bunch of money to spend on who? On who? And now to make that happen, Wiggins is definitely gone and more. And more. Like, I don't know, is Kuminga in that deal? Like, what's New Orleans or all of your first-round picks?
I'll put it in the trade machine, Mark, and get back to you.
That's a big swing if one of your thoughts is, and we can get rid of him if he's not good. Woof! You just gave up a bunch of assets to then give him up too? That's a healthy risk.
No doubt.
That's a healthy risk.
I just don't see a lot of great. I don't see any great options. I think that is the best.
For sure. We all agree on that.
The best potential option out of a group of options that are average, if not below average, across the board.
Let's just say that the Warriors, on a scale of 1 to 10, relative to the NBA, they're 20-20. They're probably a 5 right now, as currently comprised. Maybe they're a 6, depending on where you see them. If you can go from a 5 or a 6 out of 10 to a 6 or a 7 out of 10, that to me is the kind of trade I'm interested in because it won't cost you a bunch. And then in the offseason, if you can go from being a 6 or a 7 to a 7 or an 8, now you've got a chance to make a swing next year. That to me is much more feasible than trying to go from being a 5 or a 6 right now to being a 7 or an 8 at the expense of a lot and getting Jimmy Butler for a ton of money and maybe he won't work out, or Zion Williamson and maybe he doesn't want to stop eating, or you can pick whatever other big star you want.
That was Friedell's first comment yesterday. Is like, that man is huge.
Yeah.
Huge. And does not play a lot of basketball. Missed a plane last week. I mean, I don't know, man. I know that it lacks definition, and in this day of social media, we all are supposed to define big trade, no trade, this, that, the other. I really think you have to just take each one of these on their own merits and decide, are they smart? Is it a smart thing to do? And I don't think right now any big deal, it looks smart. And I think that they agree, which is why they said what they said. But there's also 3 weeks to go, and things can change very, very quickly. We love it when Sister Agnes calls from Charlotte, and that's exactly what she's done. Hello, Sister Agnes.
Hey, Willard and Dibbs. Happy New Year.
To you as well.
Thank you. I watch a lot of clips of, like Klay Thompson when they first started out and Steph Curry. And Klay says that it took them 3 years to actually build chemistry. And what Curry said last night after the game is he said, we're a unique group. We have to play off each other. And I think what they're doing right now, I agree with Mark that they need another piece. Sure, they need another piece. They need another big. But they've got important pieces, kind of like the 22 championship. And I think they're trying to build that chemistry. Buddy Hield, Steve keeps putting him in dire situations, so he'll perform. What's his name? Ant Edwards last night was trying to describe that the whole team knows how to play with Steph Curry. So you don't want to break some of that chemistry up. You don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater. So I think listening to Steph really made me go back and listen to some of those classic Klay Thompson, Draymond Green interviews where they tell you how they built that chemistry. And that's what I sense here. They need another piece. They need another big. But they've got that Otto Porter kind of person. They've got that Sean Livingston kind of person. So I really appreciated Curry saying what he did, even though it was probably the most angry that I've heard him speak to all of us Twitter fingers. But, it was good. It was good for me to hear it. And I think we just have to, there's another point that he made, and that's the trust of the organization. This Warriors organization is special, and they are built on trust, and they just don't throw players under the bus. And so I think we have to appreciate it, even if it's kind of moving into another phase.
That's a great call, Sister Agnes.
Thank
we
you,
love it.
sister.
Yeah, thank you very much.
God bless.
Yeah, I mean, she's talking about Curry's comments, and let me ask you this. And Granny can weigh in on this later, too, because this is, I think, this is parenthetical to the conversation that we were just having. So Steph Curry earlier this week says, I've got a responsibility to the Warriors. I don't want to crater the team. World goes crazy. He's waving a white flag. Then he comes out and goes, not waving a white flag. I couldn't be more intense on this particular group. We want to figure it out. Stop tweeting about a trade. And now we go crazy because we're like, Steph, why won't you demand a trade? Or why won't you speak the way? What do you want Steph to say? That's my question. What do you want him to say?
You want him to say, hey, front office, get me help. we're 20-20, and darn it, we're not good enough. I need more good players, because you see these bums around me?
I'm out on that guy. I see that guy all over the league, and I don't want him. I want this player.
And this player is never going to say that. And so all he said last night is, put down your trade machine, give us time to figure this out. And yeah, you got 20 days, Steph. You've got 10 games. And if you go 8-2, well then now we're cooking. If you go 2-8 over the next 10 and we get to the deadline and you're 22-28, then what are we even talking about? So yes, you need some time to figure it out. And you haven't had Draymond and you haven't had Pods, and Kuminga's out for at least another week or 2, maybe 3. So he's trying to figure it out with Lindy and Guy and Trace and, Dennis, who's new. So yeah, figure it out, Steph, but the clock is ticking.
We want to go to Sabrina too, but Grandy, yeah. What do you want him to say?
Similar to what Dib said, I want Steph Curry to be so maniacal about winning this year, the rest of his career, and I think he feels that way, but I just disagree when he says, and we have the utmost confidence that we can beat anybody right now. We have piles of evidence that suggests no, you can in fact lose to everybody.
But how do you know that when he says give us a minute to figure this out, he's not just talking about the 12 people on the bench. He's talking about the entire organization. He didn't say anything yesterday that dismissed the idea of a deal.
No, he didn't. It seemed to me though, it suggests that there's confidence in the group at the moment.
I mean, what's he gonna say?
But yeah, 10 more games, 3 more weeks, 21 more days to figure this thing out. They've had 2.5 years, and they've just kind of been toiling in this middle ground the whole time.
And I totally get that frustration. I do not take any of that reality to mean, so go do something stupid. And I know you're not saying that either, but that's clearly what they feel has been presented to them so far. Stupid. That's what the marketing offer was. Well, that's stupid.
And I do think that they see as stupid like a 3 or a 4 for 1 to bring in Jimmy Butler. If you're Steph and you see
that's a terrible idea.
GP2 and Kevon and Wiggins, and you're thinking all 3 of you are going to be gone for Jimmy Butler, who's a good player. He's a competitor. He's a winner. He's going to come in and fight, but you're going to take 3 of your veterans who you've rolled with for championships in a long time to bring in a $50 million question mark?
By depth, and your 3 best players are all hurt and in their mid-30s?
Right.
I mean, Sabrina in the city. Hi, Sabrina. Thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're good.
Good. I'm just going to add on to you, Willard, as far as like the panicking move. I think panicking is for the teams that are not just 2 or 2.5 games out of 5th or 6th. I haven't looked at the standings today, but I believe they're not that far from that position, right?
2 games.
So
2 games right now.
We know what the Warriors... 2 games. I mean, like, why would you make a panicky move? We knew what the Warriors were when they first started. Everyone was excited. The team was excited. They came out there with fresh legs. Buddy Hield was shooting out of his mind. We saw chemistry. We saw ball movement. We saw low turnovers. We saw high defensive plays. So we know what the Warriors can be. The only missing factor is that you got guys that's out of rotation right now. And Kuminga, who's your slasher, he's your guy off the bench that brings energy. You got Draymond. And then you had DeAnthony Melton, right? That missing piece. So if you're going to make a move, why don't you just make a move like that? A glue guy that can move the ball, that can hit the 3 when you need it, because we know Gary Payton's been having some issues in that section. So just do that. Don't go out and try to make a home run right away. And like what the other callers have said, now you're messing up your chemistry altogether. Give the team a chance to figure it out. Let Kerr figure it out. I mean, he's been having to play around with his rotations all season. That is difficult for a team going into the second half.
Sabrina, thank you. Yeah, it's a good call, and I think we'll talk more about it coming up. And don't forget, I would love to see Jonathan Kuminga continue what he had started before he got hurt. Those last 5 games when he was scoring a lot of points, and they won 3 of those games, including wins over Memphis and Phoenix. Like, I'd like to see that get rebirthed. And unfortunately, you won't see that till after the trade deadline. But, yeah, there's a lot of factors here. We'll keep talking about. Fitz joins us in about a half hour. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And this is Willard and Dibs. And it's also Willard for Underdog Fantasy. What's going on, everyone? Are you having as much fun with this as
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right. My observation so far, less than 24 hours after Steph Curry said this.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in the playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. Well, here's my quick observation. People have not put down their Twitter fingers.
No. I mean, just because Steph says we need to shut up a little bit.
Yeah.
And, with all due respect to the chef, you don't get to tell us or me what to do with my Twitter fingers.
Sure he does.
Twitter finger's going to stay active.
Same way we tell them what to do. Come on, Andrew, be more aggressive.
Yeah.
This is life. I have no problem with that whatsoever. And yes, I'm aware it does not mean that ESPN's trade machine will not be visited today.
Oh, no, they shut it down. It's no longer available because Steph said put down your Twitter fingers.
I get it. I guess this is funny. I mean, the conversation has gotten a little bit intricate, which I'm fine with, because I feel like everyone's opinions have some sort of overlap. Like, Grandy, you can kick and scream about it. I don't disagree with you across the board at all.
Yeah.
I don't. But I guess my thought is I don't want it to be that black and white. I don't want it to be, admit you suck, make a deal. What if there's no deal to be made? I do think this, and I mean this now across the board. GMs too often get ripped for, quote, not making a deal. You don't know what deal was offered.
Trades are hard.
We do this with the Giants every July. Stupid, you didn't trade Mad Bum. I have no clue what they offered. I don't know if anybody offered anything. You dummy, you didn't trade Blake Snell. I don't know what was offered. It seems likely that something was, but I have no idea. So I'm not going to, and this is, in my opinion, what they meant at the beginning of the week. We're not here to do something irresponsible. So we're not going to just make a deal because we're supposed to make a deal. And because Brian Windhorst has been talking about it and Shams has been talking about it every day for the last 3 months. So I guess we're supposed to make a deal. No, it has to be a good deal.
Right.
That's all they were saying. It does not mean white flag or we're not making a deal. I didn't take it that way, at least.
I didn't either. And again, I said it yesterday that I thought it was a yellow flag. It's not a green flag, which is kind of where Brooklyn is. Right now, Brooklyn is wide open, which I know you love. Shout out Creed. Brooklyn is open for business, I believe, and they're clearly in sell mode. And Washington is probably the same. And Chicago, they're begging somebody to trade for Zach LaVine. Nobody wants to take on the contract. So the Warriors are not in a red flag spot. They're not in a white flag spot where they're giving up. They're in a yellow flag, which is we'd like to make a deal that makes us better.
Yes.
But we don't want to make a deal that makes us worse now and or into the future. So you've got 20 days. You can wait and see. You're 20-20, which is kind of where you don't want to be. You don't want to be in the middle, but you could win 8 of 10 and be a 6 seed. You could lose 8 of 10 and be the 12 seed. We just don't know where they're going to be. So right now, 3 weeks out from the trade deadline, I like them being in a yellow flag, cautious position because you don't know what trade is out there, to your point, and you also don't know what assets you have. Jonathan Kuminga, now out of a walking boot, according to Anthony Slater, looks like he'll be reevaluated in about a week. That would be 3 weeks from the injury, and which was what they said, the original timeline. So in a week, we should be able to get an idea of whether or not he'll be able to even play before the deadline.
See, first of all, I love the way you broke that down. Second of all, this just came in our text line. I wonder, do you agree with this? Do you agree with this?
I don't know yet.
I know. I'm going to read it to you.
Okay.
I'm going to read it to you.
Okay.
This, and I'll tell you right off the bat, I don't. This is the kind of thinking that personally I don't understand. Not saying it's wrong. I just don't get it. 707 text in. Not doing a deal is a white flag. Period. That kind of definitive reaction, I just can't get with. I can't do that. Like, you're basically telling them you have to make a deal, even if there isn't a good one out there, even if there isn't a responsible one out there. So you would rather the Warriors send out Kuminga and Wiggins to get Jimmy Butler, cower underneath his demands, give him massive money going into the future as he, Steph, and Draymond all go into their late 30s. That somehow is translated in your mind to mean going for it. It translates into my mind as going, dude, you are like mentally disabled right now. Why would you do that? That makes no sense. And that's what Steph, in my opinion, is saying. You're like, we got to stop this trigger reaction of like, must make deal, must save the queen.
Yeah.
Like, no, it's got to be smart. It has to be the right thing.
Yeah. And I don't necessarily agree with the notion of no trade is the white flag, because you are going to get Kuminga back. And if you can get your entire team as you thought you were going to be comprised at the start of the year, with the exception of Schroeder in for Melton, and if we can say that that is at least somewhat of a lateral move, well, then you're back to the team that started 12-3. And that's kind of, I think, what Steph is getting at. Like, let us all get back healthy and whole. Let us figure it out with a new player in Dennis. And, you know, we're not going to have a 12-man rotation. Once Pods is back and everybody's back healthy, let us then figure out if we can be the same team we were when we were 12-3. They don't believe that they're the team that was 7-17 over a 24-game stretch. So let them figure it out. At the same time, Mike Dunleavy, I'm sure, is working the phones.
Yes.
He's not thinking, well, we beat Minnesota, so I'm going to white flag it. We're good.
I'm not anti-deal. I've been sitting here for 4 weeks saying that I'd love to see Vucevic on this team. Every time you've brought up Cam Johnson, I'm interested. I'd like to know what it takes to get him. But I'm not anti-deal. I'm anti-bad deal.
Yeah.
And that's all I heard them say this week. That's all I heard the Warriors say this week. They are anti-bad deal.
Well, every team should be anti-bad deal. Although, if you're a team like Miami, for example, and you just really, really want Jimmy Butler off your team, and you suspended him for 7 games because you were so mad at the way he's acting, you might accept a lesser deal. You probably won't accept a bad deal because you're Pat Riley and you don't do that, but you might end up taking a worse deal than you'd like based on your situation.
You might. However, there's already rules in place that make that one, to me, a non-starter for the Warriors, which is Jimmy's money.
Yeah.
Jimmy's money and the Warriors' situation financially, to me, makes it a complete non-starter.
It's tough.
Because it's Wiggins and a bunch more. And I'm just like, that doesn't make you any better.
Yeah.
It doesn't make you any better now, and it makes you way worse into the future. So that's a great definition. That's a bad deal.
I just did Wiggins, Schroeder, and GP2, and you're still about $300,000 short of what you need to come up with, and they're going to want to pick too.
Yeah, and you're a worse team.
Right.
You are a worse basketball team.
Yeah, so you lose your best wing defender, you lose probably your best on-ball defender, and you lose your glue guy. And you get a Jimmy Butler for 2 months, maybe more. And if it's more, he's going to want $50 million a year, or he's going to opt in.
Yeah,
one.
You can't. You just can't force it.
And I can't trade Guy anymore, unfortunately, because he's actually playing good now.
Him now, huh?
Guy's been my throw-in.
He was the salary matcher.
Yeah, it works if you throw Guy in, but
until this week, that's what was on the back of his jersey when he walked out on the court. Yeah. This is salary matcher. But now you're like, oh, hold on a second. You can play a little bit.
So the Hollinger analysis of that, when I throw Guy in, it's successful, but the Warriors turn out to be -6 in the win column.
Yeah, no thanks. No thanks. And then what are they next year when they've got to pay Jimmy $100 million or whatever the hell he wants.
Starting at center, Quentin Post.
Yeah, no thanks. Let's go to D in Walnut Creek. We're taking your calls throughout the afternoon. Bob Fitzgerald joins us in 15 minutes. Hey, D, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how's it going? I used to like it when you used to ask, hey, what are you doing now? And then I'd tell you what I was cooking in my kitchen.
What are you doing, D?
I'm sitting here waiting for you guys. Hey, Tom Brady took a pay cut to go to Tampa because he wanted to win. Why can't Steph do the same thing if he really is serious about winning another championship? I'll tell you why. The league is all about contract and money. And nobody's going to take a pay cut just because they want to win a championship.
Well, D, what do you mean by define that for us? Take a pay cut? Because by the way, I don't know what you mean by Tom Brady took a pay cut. He signed as a free agent. He signed as a free agent.
He took less than what he could have gotten. Yes.
Well, I don't even what he could have gotten. There was no max salary in the NFL.
He can restructure.
Steph actually cannot restructure. It's against the collective bargaining. Once you sign it, that's your deal. You can, like in football, you can restructure. In the association, you are not allowed to do that. So Steph is going to get paid what Steph signed up to get paid.
I mean, the only thing that 2 years from now, and now he just signed an extension, but 2 years from now, I mean, he's allowed to go say, just pay me $30.
You're paying me the vet min.
He could do that. I think the players' union and stars around the league might take issue with that.
Well, he'll be 39 going on 40.
Yeah,
so.
but like the bottom line is there's no way. There's almost no way to pay Steph what he's worth. You heard Nick was in here yesterday talking about globally how many people show up to watch him warm up.
Yep.
Like, I understand where you're coming from, D. It'd be wonderful if everybody was just like, don't pay me. I've made enough. But that's not life. That's not the structure. And I would never ask someone to do that. Whatever Steph makes, it's not enough. Period. He's the entire organization right now. As far as branding, as far as watchability, as far as viewership, excitement, all of that stuff. And so he deserves to be paid for that. Exactly what he's worth. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. You know, the Brady thing he brought up. Again, like, how old was he when he went to Tampa as a free agent? Was he 40 yet?
Yeah, had to be.
All right, so there's a reason why he wasn't commanding a top salary. He didn't take a pay cut. That's what the market offered him in that moment. Maybe a better way to say it is what he did throughout his career as
in
a
New
Patriot.
England. Yeah. And that might have been what he was referring to, but you
can't do that in the NBA.
Right. So. And when you're Tom Brady and you're the second highest earner in your own household with Gisele Bündchen making more money than you, it's a little bit easier to settle for $15 million.
I wonder if that ever crosses people's minds. I know that we talk about that.
I reference it just because her net worth is greater than his net worth.
Yeah, but for all we knew, they were arguing for 5 years before they split.
Could be.
I don't.
And you know now that she is with child.
Yes.
She's about to run it back.
Yes.
So congrats to the Bündchens everywhere.
Who's the is it
the trainer, the yoga guy? I believe her personal trainer.
I don't know who the yoga guy is. I don't follow the whole
Yeah, it's.
I know Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. That's about as far as I go on celebrity couples.
When they broke up, she immediately was purportedly commingling with said fitness instructor.
Good for her.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pilates or yoga.
Sure. All of that stuff. Yeah. Be healthy.
Sure.
Abundant life.
Stretch it out.
Yeah. Like, whatever.
Coming up.
Yeah. Do your thing. Anyway.
Anyhow.
Yeah. Can't do it in the NBA. Everything's guaranteed. But also, as far as assessing teams in general, like we can take that conversation just for a minute over to Brock Purdy. Stop asking him to take less than he's worth because he has rosy cheeks. Stop it.
But Steph's a really good guy, Mark. And he's made...
Stop it. You don't do that in life. You shouldn't do that in life. They shouldn't do that in life. You should get every single dollar that you can.
After this year, his career earnings will be $413 million, and he's got another $120 to go.
Major, and that's just on the court.
Correct.
What's Under Armour paying him?
A lot. I don't know about
how many dollars you got. A lot.
Yeah. He's doing all right. So, Steph, go ahead and restructure. I'll tell you what, Steph, take the remaining 122 on your contract and rip it up and play for the vet men. Do it for the fellas. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
if he even was allowed to, right?
I'm out.
The interesting one will be after he makes 62.6 in his last year when he is 39, if he does want to continue, what would that look like? I don't know if he gets a raise. I mean, you're right. He's worth every penny in what he brings to the arena.
2 more years after this one already
Correct.
locked,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Okay. And the extension that he just signed.
62.6, right? Yep.
So good. It's so good.
If you can get it.
Yeah.
Good if you can get it.
It's kind of rude of us when we do that and then we break it down per game, because 62, you're getting damn close. If not, you're right around $750K per game.
Exactly.
Somewhere in that neighborhood.
Whether or not he plays.
Right. And he's not going to play for all of them.
Well, he's played in 32 of 40 this year.
He's kind of tracking toward $1 million per game, but that just totally flicks off what that guy does every day to be ready for these basketball games, which I'm pretty sure, even though I've never been a professional athlete, is pretty flippin' intense.
I can imagine.
Pretty intense.
So this year he makes about $700,000 a game. It's a little bit less, but let's just call it $700K.
Okay.
And he's missed 8 games. So that is $5.6 million for not playing.
For not playing.
Right.
Well, Klay Thompson got a whole max deal to not play the whole year.
Yeah, it turned out to be longer, but you're right. But again, I would never begrudge.
But I mean, they're all worth it. Look what I mean. They're completely worth. What has happened to the worth of the Warriors since he arrived?
Right. And you mentioned it, like Steph comes out an hour and a half before a game on the road, and you've got people videotaping him dribbling the basketball and shooting left-handed layups.
Yeah.
And
by the way, and if you ever, this is kind of a fun, I think it's a fun mental exercise. You ever watch people in a situation like that? We go to a lot of Warrior games. You watch him come out on the court. Just imagine for a second being him. Okay? Arena's filling up. Everybody's there. Everybody's spending more money than they got. Popcorn's expensive. Beer's expensive. We're all there to see him in an unscripted performance where trained millionaire professionals are there to stop him. That sounds so nauseatingly scary. Like the tension headache that must accompany being that kind of a performer, I can't even imagine it. Never ask him to take $1 less.
Yeah.
Ever. We're there to see him.
Right. And think about it in terms of Taylor Swift when she goes on stage. And yes, there's pressure because, it takes a certain amount of physicality to dance and hit the notes and perform, but she's not being guarded.
Totally scripted.
Okay, it's totally scripted.
Totally scripted.
Occasionally fans will try to burst up on stage and she's got a cadre of security who are going to try to defend her, but, she goes through her 18 songs and her 4 encores and we're on to the next act and, she's got everybody looking out for her and it's scripted and there's no defense.
I love
this dude is 6'2", running around with 3 grown men hounding him physically and emotionally trying to stop him.
Lovely Christy, I hope she doesn't mind me sharing this. Years ago, she would tend a bar, and she did some stuff around the where the 49ers play, and I guess there were certain 49er players, I won't name them because alcohol involved, but anyway, there were certain 49ers that would come into the bar, and they would get to talking about their jobs, and they would always be like, "Oh, you do such a good job, we love you, whatever," but And she'd be like, my job is easy. There's nobody here trying to stop me. That's what I admire about your jobs. Imagine, I don't care what you do in life, but imagine when you got to work. There are trained millionaires there trying to tackle you.
Yeah.
Or stop you or block your shot or whatever. It's all unscripted. And we're all there spending hundreds, in some case thousands of dollars. We're there to watch him do it. Like,
not only watch him do it, but you better have a good game because I paid a lot of money. I'm in Indiana, and I just dropped $300 a ticket to come and watch, the Pacers, whatever. I came to watch you make 7 threes, Steph. You better be on your game or I'm going to be mad.
It's funny. It's just a funny way to think about it. That's all.
Think about our job. Like, we have people trying to stop us, but it's just one click away, and it's whoop.
They text us. They're like, you suck at this.
Okay.
That's good. Okay. Let's go to Skills in Vallejo. Hi, Skills. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good, Willard. Hello, Willard and Dibs. Listen, this is the reason why I'm calling. Let me just say, I like the Warriors winning games as much as anybody. I was going nuts last night when Steph hit his late 3-pointer, when Wiggins was getting all the rebounds, the free. I was going crazy. I love the Warriors winning as much as anybody. And that being said, I'm not saying they should start losing games. I'm not saying they should give up on trying to continue to win, but I am saying that all this talk about maximizing Steph, getting him one more championship. Why? I mean, we don't have. It's not the end of the world if Steph doesn't get his fill. It's not going to change his legacy. He's still going to go into the Hall of Fame. He's still going to have number 30 retired. He's still going to be gazillionaire time and time over again. It's not going to change anything. What will change, though, if we go all in, and it turns out we go all in for the wrong guy, or who ends up being the wrong guy, somebody like, and you guys throwing around the name Zion Williamson earlier, and Zion Williamson can be counted on to come into the Chase Center and score a few points, score a few baskets, throw his weight around for about a week or two, and then he's going to be out for 6 weeks. And then what? We've already mortgaged. It's going to cost, draft pick after draft pick after draft pick, plus the few assets we have now to get in a superstar.
Yeah.
Right now, the Milwaukee Bucks want to say, hey, we really like that guy Peyton, or we really like that guy Moody. We're going to give you, if we give you Giannis, will you give us Moody and Peyton? Now, if they want to do that, I'm not going to stop it. I'm not going to argue with that. That's not likely, though. But if Milwaukee Bucks or whatever the team superstar, it's going to cost us 8 draft picks over the next 6 years. And by the time 2028 rolls around, we got Steph Curry retired, and our best player is somebody like, I don't know, Kira Lewis off the former Pelican, or somebody like the big guy that they just traded away, Hartenstein or somebody like that. And that's our best player who we're building around. I don't want that. If that's how it's going to end up having to be.
Skills, totally get it. I think what your point is, and thank you, is if you're going to do something like this, and it's going to be really like an over-the-top big deal, you want to be as sure as you can be. You never can be sure, but you want to minimize the risk on something like that. The one area where I do disagree with you, though, is where you're like, chasing winning for Steph, what's the point? His legacy is firm, and he's got all the money. Kind of like, why? Why are we chasing that? Well, because that's what we do. That's sports. Like Steph Curry, if he felt the way that Skills just sort of categorized it, then he would retire. But he doesn't want to retire yet.
Right.
He wants to keep playing.
Of course, but you can chase it without making a big deal, and that's kind of what he was saying last night. He's
responsibly.
saying, ease up on the Twitter fingers, shut up and let us work this out, and see if what they have is close enough to where you can make a small move, and you don't have to chase it by making a giant move.
Fitz joins us in a few. Time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors made plenty last night. 18 3-pointers means another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society San Francisco, which is fantastic. Steph led the way with 7 threes. Moody, Buddy, 3 each. Wiggins had a couple from downtown. That is the 17th donation of the season for Triples for Autism from Pettinelli, and we're so supportive of that. To make a donation to autism yourself or to get involved, go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. We're also sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, and Bob Fitzgerald joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Okay. I don't know how much sleep this man's gotten because I sat there and watched TV last night, and he was in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And now he's here.
Well, I mean, come on.
I mean, I know it's 4:20 in the afternoon, but still.
Yeah.
Still.
Depends if you're a plain sleeper or not. And I would imagine with Bob having been in the association for 25 years, I'm guessing, he has to have learned to sleep on planes.
Well, let's find out. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Bob Fitzgerald joins us now right here on Willard and Dibs. How much sleep did you get, Bob?
First of all, how does Dibs shortchange me by 7 years?
Yeah, I was like,
Bob.
I'm like, I'll take the over.
My first Warrior game in 93. It's 32 years ago.
Well, Bob, if you've been doing it for 32 years, that means you're a certain age, and I know you're a couple clicks older than me, and I guess I have a hard time coming to terms with how old I am. So let's just pretend it's your 14th year, and it's the year 2000 again. Bob, I'm so sorry.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good. No, I am not a plane sleeper. Kalena Azubuike knows that, and he sits on the aisle. I sit on the window, and as soon as the plane's engines start, he is asleep. And usually if I have to get up in the middle of the flight, I have to climb over him. So he's not thrilled with me on that. But no, I'm a movie guy. I'm a read a book guy. I'm a check out the news guy. And for whatever reason, I do not sleep on planes, which really sucks for my job.
I was going to say.
What time did you get back to your house last night or this morning?
Hey, you know what? It looks great about 4 a.m. in the Bay Area. There's no traffic. It's fantastic.
Oh, my gosh. Well, at least you guys had a happy flight, I would imagine. How do you think, there was the disappointment in Toronto, but then to rebound, what do you think that did for the guys emotionally?
Well, here's a funny thing, just to give people a little window into the world here. Pro athletes don't really get too high and don't really get too low. So a lot of the flights are the same, whether it's, a nail-biting win or a super tough loss. And because the games come so fast and furious that I think if you rode that roller coaster, you would drive yourself crazy and you probably wouldn't be able to center yourself to kind of keep going in the long grind. So, guys were happy, but they were okay flying out of Toronto too, even though that was a real, very frustrating loss. But I think what the road trip showed, and we've seen in the Warriors 20-20 right now, is that they play the most clutch games along with Minnesota as any team in the league. They led the league in clutch games last year. All these games come down to the final 5 minutes. Unfortunately, in the last couple of years, the Warriors have kicked away a bunch of those games. Just they're not the dominant, closing team that they used to be. But they're in the mix. They're entertaining, and on any given night, they can get you. And I think it's odd that, Minnesota swept the Warriors last year, and yet the Warriors now beat Minnesota this year 3 out of 4 times, and the season series is over. So, the vagaries of the NBA on a given night, Toronto, frustrating loss for the Warriors. Toronto's next game, they go beat Boston by 13 points in Boston. So, this is a league we play in. It's definitely different on a nightly basis.
And you look at last night, Bob, and such an unbelievable start, and the 3-ball going down for Steph. Minnesota a little sleepy, and apologize for you not getting a lot of sleep, but Minnesota sure looked like they were asleep in the first quarter. But you look at the collective effort, and what do you attribute it to as far as the victory, other than shots finally going in?
Well, I think the thing is, Dibs, is that this is a super deep team. So I think you look at, you're going to play that game. Minnesota's won 4 out of 5. They've got Anthony Edwards. Look out, here they're coming. And you're like, wait, Draymond's not going to play, and Kyle Anderson's not going to play, and Kuminga's not going to play, and Podziemski's not going to play. But Guy Santos plays well. GP2 finally is healthy and has a big impact. Buddy Hield, I'll throw a number at you here that just shows everything about the Warriors. Buddy Hield had 18 points. When Buddy Hield has 18 points, the Warriors are 10-0 this year.
Yep.
They have yet to lose a game. And it just shows that they get a secondary scorer to help out Steph. And the key last night was Wiggins, Buddy, and Steph. And that's the thing. Wiggins has had a very nice year. But if you look at the games missed, I mean, Steph's missed 8, Wiggins has missed 6, Kuminga's missed 8, Draymond's missed 7, Podziemski's missed 10, GP2's missed 11. Like, they need that depth. They need all the pieces, which is how they started 12-3 because they didn't have any injuries then. Everybody played, and they beat Boston and, ended up beating OKC and played real good basketball. So I just think last night was sort of, hey, Guy Santos, it's your chance. Kevon Looney and Trace, you got all the center minutes. Buddy, we need you. Okay, he was there last night. And GP2, go guard Anthony Edwards, and Gary does that better than anybody. So, and then Steph's brilliant. Steph is Steph. So it was a great game. Minnesota, hell of a comeback, and the Warriors needed every one of those points that they built up in the first quarter for sure.
Bob Fitzgerald with us on Willard and Dibs. Fitz, I wonder what your take is on what the discussion has been all week, and I know you guys have been on the road, but clearly the Warriors were aware of all of it. Earlier in the week, it was like, look, we're not going to make an irresponsible trade. Last night, it was like, wait a minute, y'all didn't take that as a white flag, did you? What's your take on both what they've said and the way the NBA world has reacted?
Well, first of all, I mean, we all know, the NBA world, if the Warriors, burp, people lose their mind. I mean, they are the team. They get all the coverage. They get, every single article and this and that. And why do you do that in today's world? Because if you write Warriors, Steph Curry or Steve Kerr or Draymond Green in a headline, people will click on it. So that's just reality. So the Warriors live in that fishbowl, and they know it. But I think in the last couple years, and we were just in a city where you saw it, Minnesota makes a big move with Rudy Gobert, and there's almost 5 number 1 picks that go in that draft. And then Mikal Bridges goes from Brooklyn to New York, and there's 5 number 1s in that draft, in the trade. And then you look at Bradley Beal goes to Phoenix, and there's all these number 1s. And you go back to Paul George and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and all these number 1s. And I think the coin of the realm now is if you want any kind of significant piece, it's, 3 number 1s and 3 players and 4 pick swaps and all this crazy stuff. And so I think the Warriors, when they're asked honest questions, they kind of answer honestly, like, hey, at the deadline, would you trade 7 number 1s and all 3 of your young players to get a player? And they're like, no, we're not going to do that. But it doesn't mean, aren't you going to try to be better each and every day? Of course, if there's trades that would make sense and augment this team, absolutely they would do that. But the idea of don't have a pick until 2033 or something, the way you got Steph, Clay, and Draymond and these players were draft picks. So you can't just, I think, willy-nilly toss those away looking super short term. And I think that was just the genesis of the conversation. And then because it's the Warriors, people go nuts.
Yeah, and I was looking at the way the Spurs elongated their dynastic run, Fitz, and they drafted Ginobili in the second round, and then they drafted Tony Parker. Of course, they drafted Tim Duncan and the rest of it, and then they made a savvy trade to get Kawhi Leonard in a draft day deal. So I do think there's great value in those picks. And the one thing that I'm sure you hear a lot about on this station and every station is Jonathan Kuminga and whether or not he should be trade bait and what they see as the future. When you look at Jonathan this year and put aside the ankle injury, and hopefully he's back in the next couple of weeks, but how big of a leap have you seen him make just from the start of the year to now?
It's such a great question, Dibs. I mean, first of all, young players that are talented are going to be talked about in the league because if you're calling a team, you're always asking about young talent. I mean, that only makes sense, right? So I'll find young guys. Hey, let's call the Timberwolves. Let's ask about Anthony Edwards. Of course you would. I mean, that's what happens. So I think for Kuminga, what is intriguing before the ankle injury, and Steve Kerr alluded to it, the numbers reflected things to help you win. See, I think there's guys in the league, and it's always been this way, that I call them angel food cake numbers, where, this guy scores 20 a game or 18 a game, but doesn't guard anybody or doesn't rebound or doesn't do things that help you win. So I don't look at just stats. I look at what are you doing and how are you accumulating those stats. And what I love for JK in his recent vintage was he got rid of the mid-range jumper. When he gets his feet set and has a catch-and-shoot three, he makes a fair amount of those. Great. But he and Wiggins are the only 2 guys on the team that can attack the lane, dunk, lay it in, get fouled, get the team in the bonus, speed dribble and finish on the break like no human being I've ever seen for his size. Kuminga started, hey, I'm going to get rid of the 16-footer that is I'm bailing out a defender. I'm going to go, bull my way into the lane. I'm going to get to the glass. He started to rebound at a good rate. And then defensively, working with Draymond, working with Kevon, working with Trace, working with Wiggins. Like, hey, look at JK starting to guard too. So, I always tell people this kid's 21 years old. Same thing with Moody. When you see 21, 22, the light bulb hasn't gone on. And when you're that young sometimes in the game. And so for JK, I was just really pleased, just like Steve was, that the games up until when he got hurt, I think it was the best basketball he'd ever played. And he fit in the best. And so it was 30 minutes a night off the bench. People got crazy about starting lineups again, but 30 minutes, which is starter minutes, but stats that led to good things and good basketball. And I think Jonathan, when he comes back from the ankle, his mindset's changed, and I think he's at his best. And it's exciting to see kind of where he's going.
Fitz, we know you're tapped in around the league, and we spend so much time on this show talking to listeners about what they think should happen. I'd love to ask you what you think is going to happen. Like, do you expect a really active deadline, not just for the Warriors, but in totally around the league?
Mark, when you look at it, OKC is on a different planet. Boston, Cleveland are on a different planet. There are some moons circling these planets. I could see the Knicks making a run. I could see Memphis doing something. But, man, you've got teams in the West and the East that really are in a different stratosphere than a lot of the other teams. So do you look at it and say, hey, we're going to have this busy deadline because we're chasing the Thunder, we're chasing Boston and Cleveland? You could. I mean, the Denver Nuggets, as long as you have Jokic, you're always in play to be amazing. But I think there are teams that look at Dallas's run last year. Dallas was 26-23. Okay, they're only 3 games over 500, 49 games into the season. And they got Daniel Gafford and P.J. Washington, and people went, oh, okay, they got those 2 guys. But it fueled a run where they finished 24-9, and then were so hot through the playoffs, they made it all the way to the finals. And so I think teams are looking at those type of deals. What do I have? If I'm Denver, I've got Jokic, I've got Jamal Murray, I've got Gordon, and then, what do I need? They probably would be in the market for maybe a disgruntled off guard who's been really good, who's saying he wants to be traded. I don't know what team would have that guy, but
I can't
maybe
think of one.
Maybe near South Beach or something.
Oh.
But those type of teams look at it. If I'm Phoenix, when they're healthy, when you have Durant and Bradley Beal and Booker, there's a reason they got Nick Richards yesterday, because they need a center to kind of help out. Nurkic and Plumlee haven't worked out as well, but Budenholzer's a great coach, and there's a ton of talent on that team. So could they get hot and make a run? Of course they could. And so, I look at what Houston has done. Who'd want to play Houston in a 7-game series? You'd have so many bruises on your body, you would need a massage for like the next 6 weeks when the season was over. Like, the Rockets play so hard. So I think there are teams where you're like, hey, there's some real title contenders this year. But around the edges, there's teams in both conferences that kind of feel like, hey, let's do that Dallas thing. Let's get 1 or 2 guys, maybe jumpstart something, and see if we can have a 24-9 run to finish the season and then ride that hot hand through the playoffs.
Is there a type of player, and I don't want you to have to name check any available targets because you probably have knowledge that you don't want to share, but the Warriors, it seems like, have more depth when everyone gets healthy than they can really utilize. Is there a player type out there that you would love to bring in to use some of the depth in a trade to bring in a rotational piece?
Well, I don't think that it's any state secret that spacing matters so much in the NBA. And so when you look at a big that can space the floor, Kevon and Trace are both in the lane. Even the Indiana game when Quentin Post came in for just a couple minutes, Quentin's had 2 30-point games in Santa Cruz. And so for the 52nd pick, it's like, okay, but that's a 7-footer that has 3-point ability. And there are some 7-footers in the league that can do that. When the Warriors have a big that can space the floor, now everything's not as congested for Steph and for Buddy. So if I've got Buddy Hield in one corner, I've got a big that's bringing the other big out near the the 3-point line because he's a threat from three. Now Kuminga can drive. Now Wiggins can drive. Now Draymond can get in the pocket and then dish out to Steph or Buddy Hield or a spacing big and stuff like that. So I just think if you look at the Warriors structurally, a big that's a 3-point threat would be an issue. And that's why when Draymond is shooting 40% on threes, he's getting all he can eat, and teams are daring him to make them. And when Draymond's hitting threes, the Warriors are really good because that's a guy that is now spacing the floor from a big position, a 4 or 5 spot. Same thing when Kuminga is able to hit a couple threes and stuff. So when you say type of player, a big that can space the floor, that's something that I think would augment a lot of what the Warriors have on the roster right now.
And we won't say any names from you, but I'll mention that Nikola Vucevic will be here a week from tonight. Just saying.
Hey!
Just saying. If anybody wants to watch Nikola Vucevic, I don't know which jersey he'll be wearing, but he'll be here next Thursday night. All right. Bob Fitzgerald joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, I still really like Dennis Schroeder, but it's been a bumpy sort of start for him. What's your take on what's going on there?
Well, first of all, he's a pick-and-roll point guard. So the Warriors haven't really had a pick-and-roll point guard. And so they don't run a lot of pick-and-roll that way. And so you saw the opening series of the game yesterday. It was Schroeder, kind of baiting Gobert, lob to Trace, boom, dunk, perfect pick-and-roll. I think when Steph sits, Schroeder running the team is as good a backup point guard as they've had since having Chris Paul, who, by the way, was a pick-and-roll point guard and kind of had Trace burst on the scene because he got to play with Chris Paul. So, I think Schroeder probably is there for the non-Steph minutes, but what Dennis really does is he's a good defender. I mean, DeAnthony Melton being injured obviously hurt this team at a big, big level because he was the perfect tag team partner for Steph, both offensively and defensively, and he's a little bigger than Schroeder. But Dennis Schroeder's guarding Cade Cunningham. Dennis is in there kind of gumming up things with Minnesota last night. I mean, he is such a pesky defender and such a smart player. And I think leadership-wise, he's fit in terms of you now have Draymond who's a voice, and Steph who's a voice, and Schroeder who's a voice, and Kyle and Looney who are voices. And so he and Steph, like a pick-and-roll point guard with Steph, okay, hey, play off the ball, but he's never really played with like a one that plays that way with that high screen roll. Yeah, there's some adjustment to it, but I think after Melton got hurt, the save to get Dennis Schroeder is amazing. Like, amazing that they were able to acquire him, and obviously hopefully DeAnthony's surgery goes great and he's back in the league next year because he's a special player that, man, it was only 6 games, but I sure love watching him play with the Dubs.
Yeah, and a genius move to acquire Schroeder when they did because they could possibly trade him the day before the deadline. Not saying they want to, but he would be eligible to be dealt. Hey, Bob, why doesn't Kyle Anderson get more playing time? I thought that a two-way player and a glue guy that he'd be getting more run than he is.
I think it's interesting, and he's got the same flu that kind of Draymond's had, is that he is a little bit duplicative of Draymond, but there are times you can play Kyle at kind of the 5 because he's such a good passer. He was a point guard his whole life, and then he had a big 6-inch growth spurt later, and he has all these guard skills, but I think they have spotted him at different times, and then like Looney, he's been such a professional where Steve's like, hey, I'm going to go with Kuminga in these minutes, or I'm going to give Moody an opportunity. You and Kevon are going to be the guys that are going to sit out a little bit. And Kyle's just such a pro's pro that, he knows it's a long season, and he is fun to watch play. Colin and I love his passing ability. He's got that 7'3" wingspan, so, he ends up picking pockets a lot in terms of knocking balls away. Super tough guy, and you love the slow-mo stuff because he does not just squeeze off random perimeter shots when the game is going against you. He'll put his head down and get in the lane, get fouled, make a shot inside, and he's just a great guy to have on the roster. But you guys are alluding to when you've got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 guys that you feel like you can play. It's a whack-a-mole for Steve. Kind of like, okay, Steph's going to play, got that. Okay, Draymond's going to play, got that. Okay, on a given night, who else is playing?
That's right.
And that's where you're going to different matchups and who's healthy and who's hot and who's struggling and who's playing good and trying to mix and match on some of those nights.
Bob Fitzgerald with us. Hey, man, go enjoy a couple nights off. And then Jordan Poole's in town this weekend.
Jordan Poole, and then you weren't even going to ask me about the national championship game on Monday night?
Well,
we were.
We were.
We kind of know which way you would lean as far as a prediction goes.
8-point underdog, Bob. I mean, it just feels like a real uphill battle for you.
It probably is. It probably is. Although I have a degree from both institutions. So I got my master's at Ohio State, so I win either way.
So you're rooting for Ohio State?
No.
Okay. Are you going to do the Joe Montana thing and wear a split jersey for each and say, I can't lose?
No, I will actually be in Atlanta for that game, and I will proudly be having Notre Dame gear on. So
beautiful.
I'll be there for that.
Of all the all-time Fitz flexes, that might be my favorite. Just flex on a Masters, because we all know you're an Irish, but didn't know you had a Masters and didn't know you were a Buckeye too, Bob. Well done. Good flex.
Hey, you're already shortchanging me 7 years of my career. What the hell? I might as well flex a little on the way out.
32 years, Bob? I mean, how old are we, for crying out loud? My goodness.
Hey, old enough that I'm taking my college graduate Notre Dame son with me to the to the game.
There you go.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, I'll leave you. This is the ultimate flex.
Okay.
The last time Notre Dame won a national championship, some guy named Bob Fitzgerald did the student radio broadcast of that game in the Fiesta Bowl against Major Harris, West Virginia. That's how long it's been.
Man.
Oh my goodness.
Newt Rockney?
Lucas wants to know what you got your master's in.
Sports management.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sports management came out and worked for this company called Bay Area Hockey 91 that somehow became the San Jose Sharks.
Man,
how about that?
We got to name the team and pick the jerseys and pick the logo and sell the tickets and the whole bit.
You flex so much, you should be a professional bodybuilder, Bob.
You guys are fantastic. I tell you what, I never miss your conversation with Steve each week. It's really good, guys.
Oh, appreciate it, Bob.
Yeah.
Now we get to flex. Thank you very much. Go get some rest, man.
All right. Hey, anytime. Great talking to you. Made my day.
Okay. Let's do it. There he goes. Bob Fitzgerald, who will not go to the Warriors-Celtics game on Monday. He will go to Notre Dame, Ohio State.
And there you go. And, when you attended both and got degrees from both, he might be out there doing the ceremonial coin toss.
That'd be incredible.
I do love the Fitz flex.
We got to text him off there. I got to see, even if I got to superimpose this, we got to do the Joe Montana thing and have Fitz in an Irish and Buckeye jersey with it shrugging his shoulders going, I can't lose today.
Pretty funny.
Oh,
pretty funny.
Still annoys me. Anyway.
32 years, my God. I thought 25 was a fair ballpark, but I was way
I
off.
had a feeling when you said it, I'm like, it feels a little low.
You know how these years go.
And they fly. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Knockout tournament is back. We'll tell you more about that coming up. And now we're back wide open for you. Let's take some Warrior phone calls. When you hear Steph Curry say what he said this week, hey, we're not going to be irresponsible, and then he followed it up with, hey, if you think I'm okay being mediocre, you're insane, and throw your Twitter fingers away. We'll play all the comments for you from Steph if you haven't heard these, but we would love your reaction as well. What did that do for you? What did the win do for you? Where does it leave you, the Warrior fan, today? 888-957-9570. Call right now to Willard and Dibbs.
What is going on here?
San Francisco Zoo and Gardens is a place for everyone. Located
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, who's going to be flexing now?
Yeah, it's going to be me for the moment.
Job.
Thank you.
Nice job.
From Greg Cosell to Bob Fitzgerald. That's a pretty good week so far.
That's a 1-2 punch.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Especially when you get a name check from Bobby Fitz. And we do go back. So, I mean, I hope he knows my name. I've known him for
It's such a great question, Dibs.
Yeah,
probably known him for 30. I mean, he's been doing it 32. I don't know if I've known him quite that long, but close.
Well, if you've known him for 30, then you would know that he was already an NBA broadcaster when you met him.
Yes,
And
but
then
I
tried to hang a 25 on
I
him.
didn't do the math on it, but of course it's more than 25 because when he was a young broadcaster, I reached out to him because we have a mutual friend. You know the family, the Igo family.
Yes.
And the Fitzgeralds are also Foster City royalty. And so when I wasn't a young broadcaster, but I was trying to get a nudge, I called Bob and he gave me some good advice.
He lived on the exact same street as my parents.
Wow.
After I had already left. But literally the exact same street. And there was a tiny little street. He was on the other side of it.
Yeah.
Dibs, are you telling me that Fitz made your career? So you're responsible for everyone else's career, but they all fall under the Fitz tree?
That's right. It's like you're Kyle Shanahan, but he's Mike Shanahan.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of what it's like.
So you're saying he's my
like,
daddy?
Yeah. Like if you're Belichick, he's Parcells.
Yeah. He did give me a nudge. Just a nudge. Not what I've done
Don't diminish it. Don't dismiss it, dismisser.
Oh, there we go. We're back to that. Yeah. Well,
don't you do it. Don't you do it. He made you.
Well, he also made the Sharks, too, apparently. So
yeah.
Pretty impressive company.
And Notre Dame and Ohio State and the Warriors.
And many others, too. Many others.
Didn't even tell us about the Sabercats.
Yeah. Well,
don't get him started.
Believe me, when he was doing play-by-play for the Sabercats and we would have a situation where there was also a Warrior game, your boy would get Fitz's crumbs. Hashtag Fitz's crumbs. I got to do a game in Tulsa. I got to do a game in Tampa. Yeah, Fitz, thank you. Hashtag Fitz's crumbs.
I didn't know exactly what you meant by that when you said it. Like, I didn't know if you actually meant you ate like his leftovers off of his media meal.
No, what I meant was when he had another gig, a.k.a. the Warriors, and they needed somebody to do play-by-play for the Sabercats, I would get the trickle-down Fitzonomics.
So you were strength in numbers.
Essentially.
Yeah,
I was Quentin Post. And it's actually kind of a funny story how I did play-by-play for one television Division I basketball game. It was Santa Clara at St. Mary's with Dan Belwamini doing color commentary. It was a big deal.
I love Dan.
And he's the best.
Yes.
And the reason why I got the gig is because 5 or 6 other play-by-play broadcasters were all busy. So they were running out of names now.
Yeah.
So your boy got the call. Pretty awesome. TV.
That's like how Pete Carroll got the USC job and then became Pete Carroll. He was like the 5th choice.
Yeah, I was
like,
still.
what about this guy? No, how about that guy? He available? No.
It's like Kyle Shanahan and defensive coordinators.
Yeah, exactly.
Grandy's just mad today.
Well,
you had to take it there.
And he delivered it with his mouth full of food. He was so earnest to get that one liner out there.
Talk about Fitz's crumbs. What are you eating in there?
Seriously.
What are you eating?
A sandwich.
All right.
Well, Sando. It's getting close to dinner time.
Yeah.
And as a man who eats constantly throughout the show, you got to respect it.
Yeah, I'm done with everything I brought. So the show's going to have to end here within an hour or so, or I'll melt.
Yep. I like our chances of getting there.
We'll go home and make some cheeseburgers.
There you go.
Yeah.
You do know Grandy eats the exact same meal every single day, right? You should never have to ask him what he's eating.
Well, but except for, is it like...
No, it's the exact same.
Well, but is it the same, like, it's not... This isn't the only thing he eats.
Well, for lunch, afternoon snack, dinner.
This is my second meal of the day.
Yeah. What is it, a turkey sandwich or something?
Yeah, and a sliced apple.
Every day?
Yep.
That's weird. Do you do that on the weekends?
No.
Okay. What do you eat on the weekends?
Weekends are less organized. Just kind of depends what's going on that day.
So you got a good question from Greg Cosell, from Bob Fitzgerald, and I got one from Lucas.
Tie game.
And it was interrupted by someone else's answer.
What do you eat on the weekends?
Boy, that's a great question.
Listen, I'm an interviewer. It's what I do.
I'm going to eat it.
The probing question.
Yeah. Lucas should have given you a Buster Olney on that. And that's a great question.
No, yeah, the best one is still Andrew Filipponi. I mean,
dude, that's a great question. That's a great question. That's a really good question.
It's literally the Looney Tunes of that's a great question. That's a great question.
So many pump fakes.
Yeah. And how many people in our audience got the Looney Tunes reference?
Well, nothing says you're turning 50 like a Looney Tunes reference.
Not Grandy, not Lucas.
That's a great. I think it's going to be a really tight game.
That's another good one.
That one was the biggest tease of all time, Schlereth.
Yep.
That's why you're not on the show anymore, Stink.
Wow.
Yeah.
Took that personally.
No, it's just the end of the season. Anyway, you know what's happening right now? The Cavs are playing the Thunder.
Wow. 2 really good NBA teams.
Oh, my gosh. It is NBA sex.
Mm-hmm. Wow. It's exciting.
It is. Now Donovan Mitchell's not playing though, which I didn't know.
Load management?
I don't know. I really don't know. And OKC is going to have vengeance on their minds. I love OKC in this one tonight because it's at OKC. There's no Mitchell. Cleveland got him last week, but this is just. I will say this as a Warrior fan, as we sit here and unpack all of the opinions, trade, no trade. Is the era over? Is it not over? One more shot. Ring number 5. Scrape into the playoffs. When you watch the Cavs play the Thunder, it's like, oh. Never mind. Like you watch that and it'll make you feel like they're pretty far away.
Yeah.
That's how it'll make you feel.
Donovan Mitchell, by the way, is playing, although the Cavs wish he wasn't. He's one of 6. He's 1 of 6 from the floor.
They just showed him on the sideline with like a
3-piece suit?
No, it looked like street clothes though.
Unless this is I'm confirmed. It is Donovan Mitchell.
Okay,
unless it was like Darius Mitchell or Denisha Mitchell.
It is Donovan. He's in
okay.
there.
All right. No, my fault. My fault.
It's all right.
Must have just had a big old hoodie on, and that must have just been a shooting hoodie.
They might have asked him to change out of his uniform after he started 1 for 6.
All right, there it is.
D, get your streets on.
Yeah.
You're done.
All right. Well, they're off to OKC. Set your watch to it. Off to a good start. They're already up by 7. They're late in the first quarter.
Just an interesting cycle back to Fitz and what he said. And, basically he described Nikola Vucevic as a player
he sure did.
They should want to get, and you put the name out there, and he was like, bingo!
Yeah,
and he got excited.
His answer was like, yes, that's who I'm talking about without talking about. I do like it.
Yep.
I like it. If they can get Nikola Vucevic and they can do it without getting all freaked out and first-round picks and, Dennis Schroeder, no. But is there a deal out there for either a way into the future first rounder? I'd be open to it if they can do it for a couple of second rounders and some of the pieces that are depth pieces on the Warriors. If that's possible, then I'm in. But, as we were discussing with Nick Friedel yesterday, he's like, Chicago's weird. And you don't know what they want. Like they keep everything pretty close to the vest and they make odd decisions sometimes. So I don't know how that one's going to play out. But if I'm the Warriors, that's the middle ground and that's the guy who I would try to go get.
Yeah, and I think that, the way I was asking Bob was, do the Warriors have the depth pieces? And he basically said, yes, they do. And when everyone's healthy, you're not going to go back to this we're playing 12 thing that they started the year with. So I do think that Pods is going to come back eventually. I don't know the severity of what's going on. And, Kuminga will be reevaluated in a week. And the expectation for me would be he's going to be out for maybe another 2 weeks, maybe longer, because the injury, when they say reevaluation after 3 weeks, tells me it's a grade 2, which means 3 to 6 weeks he'll miss. But when he comes back and Pods comes back and Draymond's over his ailment, you're back to that same issue of having 12 guys for 10 spots.
888-957-9570. We are reacting tonight to this.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed, that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series, and we have a whole lot of confidence that we can, beat anybody. So, that's it.
Okay, but it wasn't it, because then he also spoke on the local, the post game, and this is what he said with regard to the similar subject.
Anybody who thinks that I'm okay with just being an average basketball team is insane. Take whatever I said, I still stand on it, but it doesn't mean that you're not in a situation where you're trying to get better, make appropriate moves that help you do that. Mike knows that. We've talked about it. That's the expectation for me, trying to help lead the team where we want to go. Again, that doesn't mean that you're reckless. What people's definition of that is where I was talking about the Twitter fingers thing, like trade machines are fun, but what does that actually look like? So we're going to handle our business. Mike's going to handle his, see where we end up.
So I get it. I get that there's some people, it sounds like, feel like the Warriors put them on a yo-yo this week. And I just don't, I don't buy that. To me, that means that you were putting thoughts in their head, or you were maybe a little bit overly emotional with the way you reacted to what they said. I don't think it was a white flag earlier in the week. And I don't think anything in the reverse this time around. I don't think, for instance, I don't take from all of that Steph is saying, damn it, we're still good. We're keeping this roster exactly as it is, and we're going for it. I don't think he's saying that either.
Well, he's saying that in the meantime. He's saying the roster's good enough, and we're going to go for it, and I believe in our guys. At the same time, Mike is going to do what he does. But for all the rest of you, put down the trade machine, watch us play, watch us gel and get better. And, Mike is obviously going to work behind the scenes. And I do think that a stretch five, like Bob said, Bob Fitzgerald mentioning the idea of spacing. The number one thing that this team needs is spacing. And until you get a stretch five, can you get spacing? Well, absolutely. And if Buddy Hield can get back to shooting like he was earlier in the year, that creates spacing. And Dennis Schroeder, and Bob even mentioned Draymond Green benefiting from spacing, which is why he's shooting 40% from three.
Absolutely. So you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. So are you kind of like, are you buying this journey this week that the Warriors and Steph Curry are taking you on? Do you have issue with it? We are taking your calls right now at 888-957-9570. Let's go to Jonathan in San Leandro with Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks. What's up?
I just rolled into the driveway, boys, but I will go in until I speak my piece. It's an honor to be on the show. And anyway, boys, how are you guys doing?
We're good, man. Great. We're good. Thank you for calling. Thank you for waiting. And thank you for whatever you're about to say next.
I appreciate the intro, Willard. Thank you. I wanted to say that if I were in my 20s, I'm now 34, I think I would be a little hyped up, and I think I would do a lot of what I did overreaction. And now in my 30s, I'm paying for a lot of that, and now what I do is I sit back and I like to think of everything before I speak or get myself worked up. And I think what we're dealing with here is an indication sensation. And I think that Steph Curry is out there saying, like, hey, guys, we hear you. I believe 100% Steph, in a way, is kind of telling the fans, like, if you think that I'm going anywhere, especially after an indication of a couple of bad games, a couple of weeks, even if it's a bad month, which it's going in, I think that is a big way of Steph saying, hey, we hear you. Look at it. I know it's a little premature. I know a bunch of callers are going to say, it's one game. I think so, too. But it takes one. And here we are at one. So let's go with this. Let's listen to our guy. And if Steph is our guy, which he is, we're going to listen to him. It's an indication sensation. Bob's telling you, too. There's good things coming. We just got to be patient. I'm a huge Sharkies fan, and I want to believe that we got Macklin Celebrini as 50's crumbs. What do you think, Dibbers? I'll leave you guys with that.
Yeah, it's a great call. I mean, we owe it all to Fitz. And, when he was working for the team that became the Sharks, Macklin was not even a gleam in the Celebrini's collective eye. That's going back now 30-something years, 34, 35 years when Fitz was making that reference. But man, it's exciting to have Macklin Celebrini, and you hope that they can eventually build around him and make it so they don't waste the Celebrini window.
Yeah, and I mean, to the other point that he's making, I get that this is a little bit of a cop-out, but the Warriors will make an acquisition shortly after the trade deadline. No matter what, they'll make at least one. They will acquire Jonathan Kuminga. They'll give him a jersey. He'll actually wear it. He'll come play basketball. I'm not here to tell you that that's enough. And I fully understand that is kind of unfair. But by the same token, wouldn't you argue that in this age where it feels like we are coming up with narratives after every game, sometimes after every quarter, then in a way it's unfair for us to be doing that right now? The Warriors are not fully themselves. I don't know if they ever will be. It's always a living, breathing thing that moves and changes, and someone gets hurt and then someone else doesn't get hurt. But we have watched, I used this comparison earlier in the week, and I think it's a fair one. And it's the Sacramento Kings, who similarly had a fan base that was calling radio shows and going to social media on the daily, screaming about how awful everything was. Now, they made a coaching change. Was that directly what changed things? I don't know. But they went on a 7-game winning streak that no one saw coming. How would you feel if starting Saturday, I'm not predicting it, but how would you feel about this team if leading up to the deadline, and don't say starting Saturday because they won last night.
Right.
What if last night was the start of 7 in a row? Now how are you feeling?
Well, you're feeling a lot better, and you're feeling like you did when they were 12-3.
And would it change what you want to do?
No, it wouldn't change what I want to do, because I look at, what you would be if you won 7 in a row. You would then be 26-20.
Yep.
4 games to go till the deadline. Let's say you get to 28-22, and you head into the deadline, and if you're 28-22, you're now a 7 seed, or you're breathing on the door of a 6 seed potentially.
28-22 might be the 5 seed, the way things are looking
right now. It depends on how everyone else plays and how everything else goes. And you know how it is in the NBA. It's really hard to gain ground and climb over a lot of teams quickly. But if you get to that spot and you're right on the cusp of play-in and playoff, for me, you're still in need of a player. And I still think that this team has an excess of usable bodies. And so, yeah, you don't want to ever give up your depth expecting everyone to be healthy. But if you've got 12 usable players and you have a couple, 2 or 3 expiring guys, then let's use those players to bring in a better rotational player, a stretch 5, somebody to create more spacing. So 28-22 can vault you toward maybe winding up 50-32.
Yeah, absolutely could. Now, all of this is baked into the idea, and this is what I think is hard for all of us to sort of process or believe in, if you will. And I get why it bothers someone like Steph Curry. Grandy, when we were all talking earlier today, and you kind of went on the rant of like, look, this is the mediocrity that's been here for 2.5 years. Why would this change? And I bet, I don't know, but I bet that they would respond to you and go, this hasn't been the same team for 2.5 years. We've tried all kinds of things in 2.5 years. We tried something literally last month and made an acquisition of someone averaging 18 points a game in the NBA. That's not a small acquisition. It hasn't worked yet, but you never know when things are going to click and the people who are already in place are suddenly going to play better. I mean, ask yourselves, those of you listening, how many of you thought that the final 5 games prior to the injury of Jonathan Kuminga, you thought you had something cooking there? I don't know if you do. And it's not like he's never had good games before, but he was stringing a bunch in a row. He was becoming a consistent scorer. Was it just a 5-game stretch? Or did it click?
Right.
Well, we're not going to know that until after the trade deadline.
Most likely, yeah.
So again, there's nothing that can happen here which would make me project a top 4 seed for the Warriors. But if you ask me, that can doing nothing still lead to the 5 or the 6 seed? I'm not going to dismiss that as not possible. Schroeder can fit better. Kuminga might actually be consistent. Wiggins can return to his role as the 3 or the 4. And Draymond and Steph could be blessed with health. And does all of that lead to the 5 or 6? I can't dismiss that as not possible.
Right. And I won't be the dismisser and say that if you're asking for all those things to all concurrently happen, that's probably a stretch. But, you look at things that are more likely than others. Like having this team remain healthy for me is not likely. You've already had Steph miss 8 games. You've had Draymond now with an ailment, and he's got a back and all the rest of it. So can Buddy Hield find his form? I think so. And Buddy Hield is more likely to have 6 or 7 games like last night and then have 8 or 9 games like the last month. This is Buddy Hield. I don't think that you're going to look for a consistent Buddy. He's the antithesis to Andrew Wiggins. Wiggins drives you crazy sometimes because it's another 5 for 12, and then he has flash games, but he doesn't normally go in the tank. Wiggins is very consistent. Buddy's very inconsistent. And I think the most likely thing that you laid out is Dennis Schroeder, a guy who's played for 8 teams, him finding his footing and finding his role with this team. And if that happens, well, that's like getting an acquisition because he's been downright bad in his first dozen games. So if he fits better and plays better, well, that might be the acquisition in part that you're looking for. But the real X factor in all this is Jonathan Kuminga.
Sure.
When the ankle gets better.
It has been the whole time.
Was it a 5-game blip, an aberration, or was it a true harbinger, a sign of what is to come? Because if that's the Kuminga, if he has unlocked something in his game and he's going to get you 18 to 22 in that fashion, now we can talk about the 5 seed.
Yeah, I agreed. 888-957-957. Taking your calls on the journey that Steph and Steve and Draymond have taken us through over the last week. For some, it felt like it's gone from a white flag to now the narrative is we're not making a deal. I still think all of this kind of it takes on a life of its own. And I know that none of us in the world in which we live, we're never going to do this, but it might be healthy over the next 3 weeks for all of us to take at least a few days and be like Wiggins. And here's what I mean by that. Did you catch his comments last night? Do you want Andrew Wiggins to weigh in on the ESPN trade machine and the debate and the Jimmy Butler and the white flag and the responsibility to the organization?
Actual sound or is this
actual sound?
Get out of here.
No joke. He spoke. The lips were moving.
Words came out of his mouth?
Yes. Here's what Andrew thinks. Here's his opinion on all of this Warrior discussion.
Never seen anything. What happened?
You follow coverage about this team at all?
Man, I go home or I go to my hotel room, watch my TV shows, and I just chill. I don't be looking too much.
The general talking points over the last few days is Steph and Steve have talked about, not wanting to mortgage the future for like this moment. Do you feel kind of like, I guess, the pressure that's kind of on these fading, years with Steph and kind of those type of, I guess, talking points?
You want to win. That's the main thing. You want to win, and I feel like we have the roster to do it. We have Steph Curry, and Steph Curry is who he is. He's one of the greatest players to ever touch a basketball. We just got to keep playing hard. I mean, we have the squad to do it. We started off 12-3. We know we're capable of. We just got to get back to it.
He had no idea what the hell anybody was even talking about.
Are you surprised?
No.
I play basketball, I go home, and I watch my shows.
Right.
My follow-up is, what are you watching, Andrew? Because that, to me, is fascinating. Like, when he goes home to watch his shows, what is Andrew Wiggins watching?
What do you think?
It's whatever. We all watch shows with our spouses or significant others, but when you get time to watch your shows, I wonder what he's watching.
Like whatever the opposite of Breaking Bad is, that's what Andrew watches.
I like to watch movies on Lifetime.
Right. Like something that's
the Hallmark Channel.
That's right. It's not aggressive.
Do a little shopping on QVC.
You can just have it on in the background. He probably watches baseball.
Or
just
he might fully go the other direction. And, I like to go watch slasher films and,
Right. He's all in on Law & Order Special Victims Unit.
That's right.
That's
The Walking Dead
Andrew.
and he's into the really, really violent, aggressive stuff. I just wondered when he said that, I was fascinated in my own mind about what is it that he would want to watch when he goes and watches his shows.
Yeah. No, like completely in the dark.
Yeah.
So, Andrew, what do you think about all this? Think about what?
What are you talking about?
I don't even what
Slates.
happened.
And that was Anthony Slater with the questions. But
it was.
And I do think that if I was in Andrew's spot, I would try to approach it the same way because he is the subject of the majority of these trades. So you go to your trade machine and it's, all right, Zion, got to put Andrew in there. Jimmy Butler, it's got to include Andrew. Zach LaVine, even though I don't even want to put that in the trade machine, but you got to have Andrew as a part of that one. Every trade you want to do has Andrew Wiggins in it.
Well, and I noticed this, and so today maybe is not the day to do this. Do you know what happens literally after every win? And I joked about this earlier, and I think that there are smart people who are not like changing their opinion based on one basketball game. But do you know what happens when the Warriors win? When they give us an experience like they did last night, you don't want to trade any of them.
Right.
So today, doesn't it sound different than it would have yesterday if I had said in a potential deal for Vucevic, you would need to give up Looney and GP2? Now, if I had said that to you yesterday, that's a shoulder shrug. Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, make the contracts match. That's fine. But then Looney goes out there, makes a couple pretty passes, kind of is involved in the ball movement that led to the dagger shot by Steph Curry in the corner. GP2 heads to the free throw line, hits a big one there at the end. They make plays that you remember, and all of a sudden, their value in your mind changes. So it's that's what it is. I don't think it's that the Warriors won a game and now everyone's like, oh, they're back, they're good. But suddenly it feels harder. It feels harder to part with any of the people you're going to have to part with for all of those of you who are screaming about trades that need to be made.
Even Andrew Wiggins himself.
For sure, Andrew Wiggins.
I mean, when he plays like that, and again, I don't want to go to just the plus minus of it, but I've used this example before. When Andrew has a positive plus minus, they win. Well, last night he was a -5, and they still won. Plus minus is a faulty way to look at a game, but if you just watch how Andrew played, he played with force, he played with impact, and defensively, going up against Ant-Man, he did a great job of slowing him down. You're not going to stop Anthony Edwards, but being the primary defender. And then on offense, he took 16 shots.
Yep.
He was aggressive on both ends, and when he does that, you win games.
He was really good, and he made his free throws.
Yeah.
He was really good, and he made his free throws. Fitz said while Wiggins was at the line one time, he goes, Andrew is just having a great year. And I know he does. He does make you pull your hair out, but he is a linchpin conversation in and of himself. Once we wrap our heads around who he is, and I know for some fans we never will, because you'll never accept someone not being just an absolute maniacal competitor. He's not, but he's an incredibly talented basketball player. He looks like the guy prior to all of the family stuff over the last year and a half, and he has largely been really good. And if you're including him in any deal that you want to make, I think you have to run that through. Like, how many wing players, scorers, how many of them are that significant of an upgrade over Andrew Wiggins that we're talking about? Like, even Butler. Butler is better, but how much better?
Yeah.
Because Wiggins, you'd have to add a bunch more stuff. And he's younger. So
and he's cost controlled.
Right. He is such an interesting guy in this whole conversation because he can drive you nuts, but I think you're going to have a hard time if you trade him getting someone back that's going to be significantly better at what he does, and they need what he does.
At what he does when he actually does it. And, if he did that all the time, it would be a lot easier to say no deal. And I was joking in the pre-show meeting about deal or no deal and how we're watching old episodes on rerun and whatnot, but if Andrew plays like that, more often it's no deal because you're right. You can't really replace that. And even if you do, even if I allow that Jimmy Butler is better, and he probably is better, he's twice as expensive. wants a new contract, and has shown that he might blow up the spot.
Totally.
He's blown up multiple spots. Andrew's only issue was personal, deeply personal, put aside his vax stance, which cost him a few games back in the COVID era, but Andrew's always there. He doesn't really get hurt, knock on wood, and he's available to play. If only he would play like last night, 5 out of 6 instead of 4 out of 7, because it's those nights where it's like Andrew's just kind of floating and drifting, and that's where you think about trading him. But if he plays like that, then it's no deal. You don't want to trade that. So then it leads me to think about smaller deals where you trade $20 million to bring in a $20 million stretch 5, and maybe it costs you a first-round pick in 2030. Then you think about it.
Would you be willing to put Pods in a deal with the way that this has gone? Any deal?
I would, yeah. I mean, Pods is, if he's your eighth man, then you're probably a really good team. And I wonder about like a comp, and I know there's different players, but I think about Dante DiVincenzo, restaurant quality. And we saw him last night, and just think about his improvement arc and how he's gone from kind of being Podsian, an 8th or 9th man who can do some hustle stuff and he's not going to hurt you. And all of a sudden now he's a 28-point potential scorer. His 3-ball is awesome, and he's a gritty guy on both ends of the floor. Could Pods eventually become that? Because if that's the case, then it's going to be harder to part with a guy who's only making $3 million.
Yeah, I don't think he'll ever shoot like Dante does. And I don't think he'll ever be as good or as crazy of a defender as Dante is. But I hear what you're saying. The only reason I wonder because, again, I really do think if there's a deal, and I'm sorry, Steph, my Twitter fingers are still active, and I want Nikola Vucevic on the Warriors. And I think if that becomes a conversation, I wonder where it goes if the Warriors are like, look, we really do not want to part with a first-round pick. And then the Bulls say, okay, then you have to give us one of your plus young players. And what if that was the one? Like, what if I asked you that? What do you want to hold on to tighter right now? Next year's first-round pick, 2026 first-round pick, or Brandon Pajemski?
Both of the picks ahead of Pajemski, because I do think the ceiling of the pick is higher just on the very nature of what you might be able to get, and it's higher than what Brandon Pajemski's ceiling is, in my opinion. Just punching up the DiVincenzo stats, the restaurant quality. His second year when he was with Milwaukee, he played 66 games, 23 minutes a night. He shot 33% from 3. So, and early on in his career, he was 33. He was 28 one year. So his shot has gotten a lot better. Last year, 40%. He was 40% with the Warriors from 3. This year, he's at 37, shooting it a lot more, playing a lot more. So I do think that Pods could eventually maybe get to this level. I mean, Dante hasn't always been as good of a shooter as he is now.
I get that. I get that.
I was just trying to think about early Pods, and this is now his 8th year or 7th year in the association. So
DiVincenzo.
Yes.
Yeah, you had said Pods.
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and he's 28, and, maybe Pods can get to that point.
He's a good player.
But
he's a good player.
Yeah.
All right, we've been playing off of what Steph said last night after the game, and we have not much played for you what Steve Kerr said after the game on the exact same subject.
We didn't talk about it as a team. We're used to, being in the spotlight. If there's a story about our team, it's going to go everywhere, and everyone's going to talk about it. And I hope there's not a misconception that we're not fighting and scrapping and hoping, that we can, do everything possible to keep this thing going, because that's what we're doing. But it almost feels like the narrative became, the Warriors are giving in. We're not giving in. We're just not going to give away the future. That's the two totally different things. So we're fighting. You can see we've been competitive all year. We've had a few blowouts, but for the most part, our guys are competing like crazy. They play so hard every night. Just really nice to see them get rewarded, because it's a great group of guys.
Okay. I mean, again, the messaging is the same, and we go back to the conversation over the last 48 hours or so, where the questions, especially with our group, that we do with the crossover, and Steiny and Gu are in here, and everyone's like, why does this feel like a coordinated message? Like everybody wants to suddenly say, hey, we've got a long way to go, and we really don't want to be irresponsible for the organization. And now there's what feels almost like a coordinated new message, because maybe these questions were being asked this way, but you go win one basketball game, and here comes everyone, I think probably a little offended. I got that last night. I think Steve and Steph were both offended because white flag and lacking competitiveness, my God. Like think about who we're talking about here. They do not take kindly to that sort of an idea, and I think that we heard some of that over the last couple of days.
And Steve is right. When there is a story, and pick any story. Yesterday you read one from ESPN about 5 trades that could help teams become title contenders, and all of a sudden you click on it and it's the Warriors because the Warriors draw interest, and it's Zach LaVine to the Warriors. And so if you're Steph and Steve and Draymond and Mike Dunleavy, and you're thinking behind closed doors, the last thing we want is Zach LaVine. And now ESPN's running with an idea that if you get Zach LaVine, now you're a title contender, and all this cockamamie trade machine stuff. And, you're trying to go out there and beat Minnesota, and yet, you're getting constantly dogged by all these stories. And it's like sports talk radio and Twitter fingers and ESPN.
Well, and they're used to that. They're used to that. I just think it was probably circumstantial based on subject matter. I don't think the Golden State Warriors are worried that people are talking about trades or Twitter. I don't think they're worried about that at all. I do think when Brian Windhorst goes on ESPN and says, we have never seen a star say something like this, and then the nation goes into a 2-day debate over whether or not Steph Curry is waving a white flag and no longer cares. He's just going to put on a smoking jacket and just kind of hang out and play Warrior basketball for 3. Like, now you offended him.
Right.
I mean, listen to him. You offended him.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like, we know we can be competitive. We showed, that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better. And for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can, beat anybody. So, yeah, that's it.
I mean, actually, Dibs, I think you can hear it even more in this one.
Yeah, we're all human. Like, your imagination can run wild at times. But first, like, anybody who's going to demand something of a franchise organization, like, is built on trust and communication. And the accountability, again, for me, for anybody who puts that jersey on, is to play your best. Have I played my best all year? More times than not, but there's been some lows. The challenge of trying to figure out how we put all these pieces together has been difficult, very inconsistent, but it can't kill your vibe of having optimism that you can figure it out. So it's a daily challenge. You got to remind yourself to just have fun and play with joy like we did tonight. The rest of it will work itself out.
And then add in the comment where he says, anyone who thinks I'm okay being mediocre is insane.
Yeah. And he's going to compete. And even if they make no moves or they do make a move, he talked right there about the challenge of implementing all these new pieces and trying to get everyone to gel together. And I think sometimes we take that lightly as fans and just how difficult it is to have a new player come in, let alone this year where you had 3 new players and then you swapped out Melton for Schroeder. So now you've got a 4th guy that you have to try to integrate. And Steph and Draymond and Kavan and Gary have played together for a number of years. And, Pods and Kuminga are trying to find their way in. So to integrate new players, it does take some time. And I think we all were a little bit duped by the 12-3 start because they made it look pretty easy.
You're right.
Beating Boston and beating OKC. And so
you're definitely right.
Felt like we all kind of set a certain bar that, okay, they went on a little bit of a tough skid and then it turned into a 24-game free fall. And then you lose to Toronto. It's like, God, what do we got fooled. We got bamboozled by 12-3.
Yeah, no, we did. And listen, I mean, and I don't know, to a man, to a woman, I don't know what everybody thought about the 12-3. I certainly, at minimum, because I wasn't there being like, they're a true contender. I didn't feel that, but I thought they were very good. And at minimum, I'm like, oh, this team they are better than I thought they were going to be. They are definitely better than I thought they were going to be. And now I don't know. I don't know, but it sticks with you. It really does. And maybe you could call it false hope. You could call it chasing ghosts. You can use all that, but I still think it's interesting because you can't simply be like, well, they were 12-3 because of DeAnthony Melton. He didn't even play in half those games.
Exactly.
So something was cooking there. We asked Steve that. What were you doing then that you're not doing now? And his answer was almost about like connectivity issues, effort issues, like understanding rotations, which makes you think those are the kinds of things you might be able to access again, no?
You should, and I do think that it is a lot of other things as well, and it was, more than connectivity, it was shot making, and it was defense. I think their defense at the time was great, and you had Buddy Hield, who was on an absolute heater, and as he got cold and the defense suffered a little bit, I do think that you started to have a little bit of trouble, and you didn't have, I think, the cohesion of a set lineup either. I heard last night on the broadcast, I think Tim Roy mentioned that they've had 22 different starting lineups this year. I think that was the number.
That's very believable.
Minnesota has had 3, according to what I'm remembering from the broadcast last night. And so the Warriors have been just all over the place with, who's starting and who's in the rotation. And yes, Steph and Draymond and Wiggins, they're always in when they're healthy. But the other 9 guys, it's been Lindy Waters for a touch. And yes, Moses, no Moses, and all the rest of it.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, here's the comment that we just referenced with regard to what Steve Kerr said. And we said, what were you doing at 12-3 that suddenly has not been happening during 7-17?
Well, I think we were generating a much better pace to the game. Our defense was elite. I think it's been fine over the last month, but not elite. And I think our identity, that first 15-game stretch, was that we were feisty and we were fast. And, we're talking about that every day, about the need to get the ball in quickly, made or miss, to get it up the floor, to really push the pace. But we just haven't been able to generate that same kind of pace that we had early in the year.
Okay, so what's that? What's going on there? We were feisty and fast. And I get it. You can't be at your effort level turned all the way up every single night, and injuries start to take over and everything. I don't know, though, man. Like, there's something in there that is both optimistic but also concerning, because it feels like on some level what he's talking about is effort.
Yeah,
you should be able to do that.
Yeah, and I do think that feisty and fast is easier to be when you're winning games, and when you start to struggle and your shot's not going down, maybe it's a little bit tougher to be feisty and or fast. I'm looking just at Buddy Hield, first 15 games, and they were 12-3. He shot 44% from 3.
Yeah, he was ridiculous.
And he was 16 points a night.
Yeah.
And that was the first 15. And so when you're Buddy and you're a streaky shooter, easier to be feisty and fast. And I also think that, losing DeAnthony Melton hurts because he's a guy who's both feisty and fast, and it took Schroeder a while to get into the flow of things with the Golden State Warriors. And as I said before, Steph has missed 8 games, and you've won, I think, half of those games when he's been out. But that's one thing that I think he speaks of when he talks about a crisis of confidence, where you lose your confidence and it's tougher to really get out there and give the effort. And, defense is all effort. Some positioning, sure, and footwork, but if your shot's not going down and your confidence is going down, it's a lot harder to want to get up and get back and play D.
Taking your calls right now, 888-957-9570 with regard to Steph's comments, Steve Kerr's comments. It's not a white flag. And put down the trade machine and let us work on this. And then I think, because my message is, why is it so hard for us to just go day by day on this? That's kind of my message. I don't understand the need to define we're either a trade team or we're not a trade team, but go day by day, and certainly at least up into the deadline. These are the games we're looking at. It's 3 weeks from today. You had mentioned it earlier. The Lakers are in town that night. Okay, that's a hell of an interesting night. The Lakers will be here, and the deadline is at noon. Is that right?
Yep.
At noon that day. Okay. But leading up to that, you look at the schedule, and this is a dangerous game because I never know what the hell to expect from the Warriors.
Right.
That's the number one message I got last night from people. I tweeted out, man, that was a pretty gutty effort that I didn't see him coming. And so many people tweeted back, they're just like, I don't know what to do with this team.
Exactly.
How the hell do you lose to Toronto and then do this? But I would think that they'll win Saturday night. You'd think?
Yeah.
Right?
Well, we can play the schedule game, and we can see how many of the 8 you get right.
Okay.
That'd be fun.
All right, let's do it. You want me to do it right now?
I'd love for you to do it.
All right, let's do it. And is it only 8? Are we counting the Laker game or no? Because
No,
that's
we
after
wouldn't.
the
So
deadline.
it's actually 10 until the deadline.
4,
Yeah.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, sure. Let's see if we can do it.
Let's see if you can go 500.
You think? Oh, I think I can go better than 500.
Well, the way this Warrior team has been, like you and I both over the last 2, we would have gone 0-2. I thought they would have beaten Toronto,
yes,
and I thought they were going to lose last night.
Correct. We would have gone 0-2. All right. I will say that they beat Washington.
Okay, I'm going to write these down.
All
So
I will say that they lose to Boston.
Okay.
I will say that they lose at Sacramento.
Okay.
I will say that they win at home over Chicago.
Okay.
I will say that they win at home over the Lakers.
Okay.
I will say that they win at home over the Utah Jazz.
Okay.
I will say that they lose to Oklahoma City on the 29th.
Okay, a lot of favorites. You're playing the percentages here.
I will say that they win over Phoenix on the 31st.
2 more.
Lose at home to Orlando.
Oh, those Magic.
And win on the road at Utah.
Okay.
What does that make them? 6-4?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So
and then
let's
you arrive at the deadline 26-24.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's a very plausible 10-game playing the schedule, and I wonder if you will be better. Your record, will it be better or worse than the Warriors' record over these 10 games?
I hope they beat me. I would love it if they beat me.
Yep.
It'd be amazing if they can go 7-3.
I'm looking at your 10 games, and I can't really argue about many. The win over Phoenix is a tough one for me.
Phoenix is a mess.
Yeah, but I mean, what are the Warriors?
A mess.
I mean, not today.
Yeah.
Yesterday they were. The loss at Sac is, they'll probably be underdogs there.
Yeah, Sac gets all excited.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think they do beat Washington. They lose to Boston. I can't really have much issue with any of these, but I'm going to hang on to this. And
okay,
this is Mark Willard's schedule game. I like it. Thank you for playing.
Guess who's on the phone? Ladies and gentlemen, it's Kurt in Hayward Hills. Kurt, what are you doing?
Hey, Willard and Dave's, the best boys, the best radio show in the Bay Area. That's it is, 95.7, boys, the best.
What are you doing tonight, Kurt?
Well, yeah, I'm headed home, but I want to talk about Curry. Listen, that's Curry's team. That's number one. And what Curry says, people should open up their ears and listen and don't insult Curry. Curry knows what's going on with the team. It's a young team, and believe it or not, I'm still going to say they're going to win 50 games, and they got a lot of good players. They're 20-20. What's everybody panicking about? I don't get it. They're 20-20. They still got a shot. They got a good team, and Wiggins is coming on. I mean, what are you talking about trading Wiggins? That's ridiculous. Wiggins reminds me of when we won the championship. He's playing like that. Listen, fellas, this is not going anywhere but up the hill. They're not tanking at all. That's all a bunch of crap. That's for sure.
Well,
that's
Kurt,
right, brother.
Kurt, I hear you, and you know, nobody in this world loves optimism more than me. It's my favorite characteristic to a fault. But I mean, you don't look at this team right now and just feel like everything's great, do you?
No, they're not, but they got a lot of good players. They're not a great team, but they've been injured. Remember, they're injured. When Kuminga was playing, he was coming on. You saw what he was doing. He was coming on. I mean, I still think they got a good future with the players they got. They just got to gel a little better. They picked up a couple of veterans that are not doing too good. But if you still got Curry and you got Green and you got Wiggins and you got Looney that's been there for a championship too, you still got veteran guys that know how to win championship team. And they're going to pull in these young guys, and you got one of the best coaches in the league. I mean, Kerr's not going anywhere. Either is Curry going anywhere. Either is Green going anywhere. They got a shot again to make it this year. I'm not saying they're a championship team, but stop everybody saying they're tanking. That's a bunch of crap. They're not tanking at all. You know why? Because they got the best player in the world, Curry, who's a brilliant player. You saw what he did last night. You see what he did all the time. Don't insult Curry. That's his team. And if anything what he says, they're going to do what he says.
Hey, Kurt, if you had a buddy call you right now and say, I think the Warriors should trade Wiggins, what would you say?
Say no.
What would you tell him to do if he was in your house?
I'm going to tell you why. You see the way Wiggins is playing now? Come on, look at the way he's playing.
He's playing good. I would argue that you just missed a free throw.
Yeah.
But Wiggins is playing pretty good. Kurt, what would you say to someone if they said, we need to trade Wiggins?
Get out of here!
That's the way that you hit the back end of a 1-and-1. That's the way you do it.
That's my guy.
That's the way you do it. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you.
Very well done. You
can't hit them all.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Get out of here!
You went back to it. I appreciate it, and you're very patient with those. When you want a caller to say a certain thing, you'll go back to it.
What's that, brother?
Exactly. That's exactly it. That's going to be a yes from me, dog.
I was going to say he could have said that.
He could have. Boy, if we could get him to say that, I'd do a lap around the building if we can get him to do that. All right.
That's a bunch of crap.
I like that, too. We're sponsored by Safeway. Still got plenty of time. 888-957-9570. Does this Warrior messaging make sense to you, or do you feel like you're getting the runaround? We'll take your calls on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for these amazing deals for members. Mix and match 1 pound strawberries or 6-ounce blueberries, raspberries, or blackberries for $2.99 each when you buy 3. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Dan Dibley, and you'll see me in the vegetable aisle because I'm down 25 pounds thanks to the great program at Abundant Life Weight Loss. And you too can find out the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with Abundant Life Weight Loss. And the key is there's no exercise required and no counting points or calories, no prepackaged meals, no surgery, no injections, none of that invasive nonsense. You just get on board with the program and you start losing weight. I'm down 25.
to at least try to be a part of that last time? There's nothing better, man. Because I want everyone to know a little bit about what it looks like. It's not just show up, play knockout, get shuttled out. Like, we were out there for how long? Just warming up, shooting around, messing around, shooting threes.
Getting posterized by the goo. He stuck it to you.
It's hard to get posterized when both people are both within 6 inches of the ground.
I might go viral.
Yeah, maybe. You tried. But anyway, that's what it looks like. And then knockout happens, and Guru is performing, and Grandy's the defending champ, and Steiny is in some room through a hallway doing a show. And you should be there in a referee shirt. We'll see if you are. All of that. And the knockout tournament is back. And your chance to be a part of it all starts Monday, January 27th. That is not this Monday, but the following Monday. And basically, we'll run for 3 weeks and give you 3 chances every day to qualify. So 3 chances each day, 3 weeks. That's 15 weekdays times 3. I got 45. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So that's how many chances you have to qualify. Every day, 8 a.m. hour, noon hour, 4 p.m. hour, starting a week from Monday. Good luck. You're going to want to win this. You got to be 18, and you got to live in California. And other than that, we'll see you there.
Yeah, and it's every time you say that you got to be 18 and you got to live in California, it makes me think of the viral video. I don't know if you saw it, but there was a young lady in a Caitlin Clark jersey who played knockout and actually won the knockout contest.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it happened a couple of weeks ago, and she clearly wasn't 18, and I don't think she lived in California, but just watching her, and I think it was at a pro basketball game. I should have all the details before I offer up the vignette, but every time you mention that, I think about this young lady who had to be like maybe 12 or 13, and she's just shoop, 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 just drilling it.
But she was allowed to win.
Right.
Okay.
But
I
she
thought
was
that
not
story was heading somewhere where, like, she won a car and wasn't allowed to take it home.
No, it was just a knockout contest that she was just knocking people out, Grandy style. And I'm trying to remember, because I watched the contest last year on our stream, and I don't know how many shots you actually missed, Grandy, and then had to follow up
I bet
and
he
put
knows.
it in.
I bet he knows.
I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think how many times it went through. I probably had, I don't know, 15 attempts at the line, and maybe I made half of them. Maybe I went like, maybe I made 8 or 9 of the 15.
You
Like
made
that.
at least half. You made over half. I bet you shot 10 and 15.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds, I mean, somewhere around there.
Yeah, you made a lot of your shots.
And that's, especially early in the contest, that's the key. Or if you miss, having a retrievable rebound. Because if you have one of those off the side of the back rim and it squirts toward the sideline, you're done.
You can't have a long rebound in a game like this. Yeah.
No. But yeah, I'll be out there this year. I'm not sure what role I'll play, but I definitely do want to at least be out there. And if we got 45 qualifiers, I'd like to go out there.
Qualifiers. It should be about a 50-piece, right? Because Grandy will play. I'll play. I'm going to try to get you to play. Guru is in. Bonte will be there. I think Shasky will be there this time. He couldn't last time around. Chickarings.
Yeah.
No, Matt won't go out there because he'll get hurt.
Okay.
Remember, he wouldn't go out there.
Lucas Alexander, director of sports.
Yeah, I said Lucas.
And it's full gear. Yep.
Yeah, are you going to wear like a USC, like, Baby Jordan jersey or something?
Harold Miner?
Yeah.
Shout out. Did not think we were getting that today. Wow.
Who?
You got it.
Yeah, I knew something Grandy didn't.
Yeah,
All that.
exactly.
Big dub today.
You should come out in a Juju Watkins is what you should do. The best player in college basketball on the ladies' side. Juju Watkins.
Juju Watkins.
Yes.
What about Bronny James?
You could do that.
You could do that.
Did they ever give him a uniform? That was mean-spirited.
That was pretty low.
They're pretty nice today. I had to let one go.
What's that?
I had to let one shot go.
You did. Yeah. So anyway, tomorrow should be pretty interesting.
It's such a great question.
Yeah. We're heading into the divisional weekend in the NFL, and then obviously we all head into a 3-day weekend where we will come back, and this is going to be a buzzword, unfortunately, for Mark Grandy. We will come back on Tuesday with a lot more information. Actually, we'll probably just come back and the Warriors will still be 500. That's what's most likely.
Yeah, and I do have your official schedule predictions here. So you've got a win over Washington and a loss to Boston on Monday. So according to the Willard predictions, they will be 21-21 when we reconvene on Tuesday.
By the way, I do want to ask this. We could play with this a little bit tomorrow. I don't want to get too deep into it. I thought I was sort of readying myself to talk about this a little bit more today than we did, because on my way in, I heard Steiny and Goo talking about my Jordan Poole opinions, and they both said, we're going to get to the bottom of this today. We're going to get to the bottom. And then they never asked me about it. I'm sure there is the perception out there that I'm some sort of a Jordan Poole hater. Before we get to any of that, what do you think this looks and sounds like on Saturday when he comes back?
Now, this is not his first time back.
Nope. He's already been back. He's already gotten that, the video and the standing O and all that stuff. That's already happened.
I think it looks and sounds like, any other visiting player come here. When he gets introduced, I do think that there'll be more applause than there will be for Kyle Kuzma, for example, when he gets introduced. And I think that there is, in general, a lot more love for Jordan Poole than there is hate. And I won't say that you're a hater. I just will say that what I've heard you say about Jordan Poole is that, for one, you don't like the way he played in his last year here, selfish and, kind of clumsy at times. And I also think that when you look at Jordan Poole, he can be a number one on a team, but if he is, your team's probably going to win 20 games.
You'd be lucky to.
Right. And so is he a really good player? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think he's better this year, and he continues to get better. But, the things, it went the way it went here for a number of reasons. I won't put it all on Draymond. I do think stylistically, the way he thrives playing basketball doesn't necessarily fit with this team.
Yeah, I accept everything that you just said there. I hate the way this conversation goes and the way we look back on Jordan Poole, and I completely think that it is it's cherry picking to hear how much his name comes up now. Oh, Steph needs a second scorer? Well, I can think of someone. That stuff's a bunch of junk. It's complete cherry picking. To now bring up Jordan Poole 2 seasons later and say that this was actually the guy you were supposed to hang on to. The one thing I never hope it sounds like is that I'm excusing Draymond Green's behavior in that moment. I will never do that. And it is absolutely on Draymond, at least principally, with regard to how the emotions of that team fell apart. But to me, what gets lost in all of that is the way a lot of his other teammates were reacting to him. I don't think Steph Curry dislikes Jordan Poole. I don't think Klay Thompson disliked Jordan Poole, but I saw Jordan Poole make them tear their hair out on the court. I do think that there was a lot going on behind the scenes there that we will never fully understand. And then I also agree with what you just sort of painted, which is I don't think he's a winning basketball player. And lastly, I don't think most fans understand the financial implications of what were going on with that deal. And they make it sound like it was a straight up deal. Like, we don't want Jordan Poole, we want Chris Paul. Like, that's not what it was about. It was about trading contractual situations and trying to get flexible earlier so that they could prepare themselves for Kuminga, so that they could keep Steph Curry and Draymond Green. And if you disagree with that, that's fine. I just think there's a lot of unfair stuff with the way that that's presented.
Yes, and I also think that if you were to still have Jordan Poole, you would be saying goodbye to Kuminga, and you'd be hard-pressed to have some of the other players that you currently have. And, Jordan Poole is having a better year, but if you look at just the raw field goal percentage, he's shooting 43% from the floor, and that is 105th in the association. So he still is not a very efficient scorer. His usage rate, the amount of possessions that involve him, is actually higher than Steph Curry's. So you're talking about a guy who likes the ball a lot, has the ball a lot, and I don't know how that would fit still as he tries to emerge and be the player that he needs to be.
You want to do it again tomorrow?
Yeah, it's fun today.
Okay, let's rock it again tomorrow. Let's do that. But first, you get to listen to more of today's winner of the Angry Man of the Day award, and that is none other than Mark Grandy. Here he comes with the best of the game, a full hour of our best content of the day. Are you going to play yourself? Are you going to play the clips where you came on the show?
We might hear that in the second half of the hour.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
We'll hear a little bit of Bonte and Shasky talking about Warriors fans' patience coming up first.
All right, that's coming up first, and that's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
If you're 50